Chapter 1599. 4 Dragons Bauji an Endless Dragon Bite. Fatu. No. Dog awful, I fight with you, today is not for the complete, just for the jade. 4 Dragons Endless Dragon Bite. When Lu Mingxuan saw the Buddha Tianxinglong shattered, his eyes burst into tears, blood and tears splashed, and he launched a real suicide attack. This is the ultimate trump card he has shown at the cost of everything he has. He will consume every mana, every cell, every soul, every great power in the entire universe of life, and consume all the energy of heaven and earth within a light-year radius, and die with the enemy. The moment when the Endless Dragon Bite is displayed, it can no longer be described by words such as earth-shaking and earth-shaking. It's the terrifying catastrophe of the collision of the planets, the world-destroying disaster of the complete collapse of the world and the annihilation of flying ash. I saw all matter within a light-year radius, even light, suddenly collapsed around Lu Mingxuan. Even the spell that Su Lang used with his own mana was swallowed. Only the power of twisting detaches from the universe and remains unaffected. This is a black hole. Unexpectedly, it will explode next. Su Lang stood still in the storm that was enough to tear a godless class, his brows raised slightly. And his thoughts had not flashed before, and suddenly an explosion happened. The black hole formed by Lu Mingxuan suddenly exploded. The godless power of Wudu has come to the world. A burst of energy is like a 9-day galaxy pouring around. A lot of twisting force is condensed into a torrent, all methods are changed, and everything you pass will be annihilated. Only Su Lang's breaking sword is like a mainstay, resisting the power of Endless Dragon Bite. But Lu Mingxuan is already so poor that he even died as a donkey, but Su Lang still has the Dragon Terrace without God, Yudian Sword, Bright Sword, Shinju Wufeng Sword, and Xing Quan Yunhe. The dragon's nest of the godless dragon platform suddenly unfolded, covering the sky and covering the sun, as if a big net would pounce on ordinary power to absorb. Ao Bing used the captured power to condense into a large amount of twisting power, and blast it out like a serial cannon. Before Lu Mingxuan absorbed the power in Su Lang's attack. At this time, Longchao absorbed the power of Lu Mingxuan's attack, and it can be said to be treating his body in his own way. Except for the godless dragon Terrace and the Yudian Sword, the Shinju Wufeng Sword and the Bright Sword were held in the hands of the godless avatar condensed by the stars and clouds, and they swung at the same time. A wave of twisting power joins the battle group to counteract the twisting power of the Endless Dragon Bite. Groups of gentle and warm light groups appeared on Su Lang, causing his recovery speed to surge again. Under the action of the Bright Sword, the Great Sun Haoshan, the Dantian Universe Sun, and the superb elixir as many as jelly beans. Su Lang recovered a half within milliseconds, and he recovered all within a blink of an eye. This kind of battery life is afraid that even dead ghosts can be scared to death again. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, but his vigilance did not relax. Although his strength has reached the Wudu godless level, he actually relies on the accumulation of conventional strength. The current Su Lang is still at the quasi-godless level, unable to rely on himself to condense the power of distortion, and all the distortion power displayed is relying on godless soldiers. In Su Lang's godless soldiers, the strongest is only Sandu godless dragon Terrace. The quality of the twisting power they condense is not as good as Lu Mingxuan. So we can only fight by quantity. And the power of condensing and twisting requires energy, and most of these energy must be provided by the master of the Emperor Soldier. So Su Lang himself had practiced a lot of founding level exercise techniques. There was a sun in the body, and it was still a fragment of the real sun in the boundless world. There is also the professional counterpart of Dari Hao Tien 2, as well as the densely packed quasi-no-god level perfect pill and no-god level perfect pill. In addition, the godless level clones condensed by the stars and clouds are exhausting themselves. How can these all be together to condense enough twisting power to offset the power of Lu Mingxuan's Endless Dragon Bite? Chapter 1600. Su Lang beat him to autism in an instant. Ao Bing, come again. Su Lang stood at the corner of the dragon's nest, and his whole body's energy poured into the godless dragon Terrace with the profound meaning of the world's death, leaving nothing behind. Ao Bing got the power of Su Lang and the dragon nest swallowed the power from the outside world, so he was able to continuously blast out a wave of twisting power. This terrifying speed, this crazy frequency, this huge amount of twisting power. If you are seen by an ordinary Sandu godless grade, you will definitely be trembling with fright. 10 breaths passed in a flash. The power of the Endless Dragon Bite was either consumed by destroying the heavens and the earth, or absorbed by the dragon's nest, or just offset by Su Lang, and finally all annihilated. The twisting power contained in it was also consumed by Su Lang's 4 godless soldiers. The space of 100,000 light-years across the world was swept across by too much twisting force, and the regular avenue of heaven and earth was severely affected. There are already too many rules and visions, and the terrifying power contained in them cannot be resisted even by the quasi-no-god level. Su Lang was irritated by the colorful and mottled regular visions around him, and with a cold snort, countless regular avenues overflowed. This is the avenue of regular rules that he comprehend. There are more than 3,900 rules, 490 rules avenue. Under the comfort of Su Lang's scattered regular road, the regular vision between heaven and earth was quickly smoothed out. Even the smoke, dust and haze from the Big Bang was wiped out. The world is clear, like a washed mirror. The battlefield that has gone through countless rubbings has also become clearly visible. I saw a huge pit appeared on the ground. This pit is several light years deep, equivalent to tens of trillions of kilometers. The vertical and horizontal length and width have reached a light year, close to 1 million billion kilometers. Such a huge pit is enough for many solar systems. And in this interstellar scale pit, a person suspended in midair, it was Lu Mingxuan. Lu Mingxuan at this time is no longer the Sidhu godless level. He has completely lost all his power, even his breath is gone. It can be said that he is a corpse. Supporting Lu Mingxuan is the sole origin of only one part of the remaining trillion. In fact, this trace of soul origin should have been consumed. Even his body shouldn't be intact, but should be wiped out. However, when Lu Mingxuan found out that he could not hurt Su Lang with a single blow, his worldview completely collapsed. He was full of confusion and self-doubt, and it was difficult to accept the fact that he was defeated. At least to hurt the opponent. What is good is not for tiles, but for jade. That piece of jade did not even appear any cracks, it was broken. Lu Mingxuan was completely filled with emotions such as horror, despair, and self-doubt. He was beaten to autism by Su Lang at that moment. Because he couldn't believe the facts, he wanted to confirm that it was not true, but false, so he left a trace of soul origin to confirm the final result. Lu Mingxuan saw it. Su Lang faintly flew over him, looking down at him condescendingly. Obviously experienced such a terrifying battle, but Su Lang didn't even have a messy hairstyle. Life is a dream. Nightmare. Lu Mingxuan whispered in his heart, his eyes distracted, his whole body completely collapsed from the inside out, and even the last trace of soul origin began to dissipate. Want to die by yourself? This is dreaming. Su Lang smiled coldly, a bright sword appeared in his hand and swiped lightly. A gentle light and a different twisting force enveloped Lu Mingxuan and prevented his death. Why? Lu Mingxuan's thoughts are like candlelight in the violent wind, which may be annihilated at any time. Every time I make a shot, I must not come back empty-handed, and this time is the same. You have consumed everything now, only a trace of the soul is left. I have lost a lot, okay. If you dissipate the last trace of soul origin, I will suffer even more blood loss. Lu Mingxuan, I accept this trace of your soul origin. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a smile appeared. Chapter 1601. Lu Mingxuan was wiped out. In Lu Mingxuan's desperate and numb soul, a trace of panic suddenly flashed like thunder. He was hit by Su Lang's fingers and turned into fly ash. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor, broken *1, the universe of life, broken *1, and the Buddha's sky star dragon, broken *1. The system prompted that this is Lu Mingxuan's funeral song. But this funeral song seems a bit short. Fighting such a big battle, just such a trophy, alas, I am too difficult. Su Lang slowly shook his head, showing regret, but it was a pity that he couldn't crush Lu Mingxuan and kill him perfectly, otherwise there would be more than these things. Su Lang took out the 3 items he had obtained. The first one is the broken soul of the Supreme Emperor. The soul of the Supreme Emperor is different, originally divided into 3 layers. The first layer represents the red hazy mist of the soul and body, the second layer represents the colorful colors of the soul in the universe, and the third layer is the golden light spot that represents the soul's origin. And the broken soul of the Supreme Emperor obtained from Lu Mingxuan has only the third layer of golden light spots left. And this golden light spot consumes most of it, and the rest is hard to see with the naked eye. What can be called broken? There is only one thing left. Su Lang was speechless, then opened the void dragon vein heaven realm and threw it in. This golden light spot quickly absorbed a large amount of incense aspirations and turned into an incense creature. Perhaps this broken soul origin from the godless level will make a difference in the void dragon vein heaven realm. Of course, there is no way to escape Su Lang's palm. Su Lang took out the second item, the broken universe of life. The normal universe of godless life is spherical like a jewel, but this broken universe of life is dark, and the surface is covered with countless cracks. The godless universe is already very stable, and can exist alone for a long time when exposed to the boundless universe. Now that the life universe has become like this, it can be seen that it has been completely squeezed. Su Lang also didn't need the help of the godless soldiers, and directly dispatched the clone to enter the universe along the rift. A dark and dead space appeared before his eyes. The life planet in the life universe has completely collapsed, forming countless dust and small meteorites, filling the entire life universe. Even the treasure land has collapsed. The avenue of rules has been chaotic and annihilated. If this universe hadn't been put away by my perfect plundering function, I'm afraid it would completely dissipate when Lu Mingxuan died. Su Lang looked at everything in the universe through his clone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But he still did not give up on sending a clone to search the entire universe. As the saying goes, Huang Tian pays off, and Su Lang really found something. These things are dead, and there is no energy to consume, so they can be preserved in the endless dragon bite. Among them, most of them are some debris. For example, the inanimate tools made by the indigenous creatures in this life universe. But these debris are useless. The only useful things Su Lang found were some exercises classics. Almost all of these exercises classics are recorded on mortal materials. Only one of the exercises is recorded in godless transcendental materials. This exercise is exactly the 4 dragons treasures, practiced by Lu Mingxuan. The material used to record this exercise turned out to be a godless dragon crystal. Although because of the endless dragon bite, this dragon crystal was torn apart and almost lost all its extraordinary characteristics. However, after all, there was still a little power left, and a small part of the exercises inside. If someone else finds this thing, it will be of no use to keep it. But Su Lang is different, he has the function of fragment repair. Chapter 1602. Try your luck in another place. The 4 dragons Baojian contains the 4 profound meanings of refining, sacrifice, punishment, and falling, and corresponds to the 4 explosive secret arts. And these 4 profound meanings are gathered together, which is the ultimate secret method endless dragon bite. This exercise should be the supreme magical method created by Lu Mingxuan's collection of Salong Haishaman. Lu Mingxuan, the little junior in the sea of 4 dragons, is indeed the most talented and savvy among the 4 seniors. While sighing, Su Lang read the remnants of Salong Baojian's exercises with his spiritual thoughts. He has now practiced, returning to nature and returning to one emperor, to the founding level, and has a deeper understanding of the godless level of exercises. After analogy and analogy, it is not difficult to understand this small part of the incomplete exercises in Salong Baojian. Almost read. The system will complete the fragments of 4 dragons. After reading casually for a while, Su Lang gave instructions to the system. Ding! The fragments of 4 dragons has been repaired. Immediately, a complete exercise appeared in Su Lang's mind, which was the complete version of 4 dragons. Lu Mingxuan has used the 4 godless heavenly dragon secret techniques and the endless dragon biting secret technique. The system, enable the one-click martial arts function, and practice 4 dragons. Su Lang glanced at the exercises and gave the instructions again. Although this exercise can be seen at a glance, it is very likely that a warrior who has the blood of the dragon can perform it. But anyway, the one-click martial arts villain is also idle now, so it is better to practice it. What if this technique is integrated into the 10,000 Fas into 1, infinite profound meaning, and it becomes free to use? Ding! 4 dragons mirror has begun to practice. The system prompt came. Su Lang didn't care anymore. His eyes were attracted by the galaxy-level crater under his feet. The creatures of this land are miserable. Su Lang slowly shook his head. In the endless dragon bite, he didn't know how many billions of trillions of creatures were wiped out. This is the case in this cruel world. If the strength is not enough, even if it is affected by the strong, it will be forever. Strength is the truth, Su Lang said with emotion and looked at the bottom of the pit. His mental power has almost reached its limit before reaching the soil at the bottom of the pit. It's so deep, I haven't penetrated the place of exile. Not only is the breadth of this continent endless, but its thickness is also shocking. And such a big pit can only be healed naturally without countless years of exile. Su Lang thought silently, preparing to fill this big hole with ease. He stretched out his hand, and Lu Mingxuan's abandoned life universe was taken out. Immediately, all the wastes of the planet inside were dumped into the pit. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang displayed the powerful Earth System Avenue. With his current strength close to the Wudu level, he can easily gather the land around Da Keng to the center. I saw that the land around the big pit seemed to have gained life, and it seemed to have turned into low-flowing water, pouring towards the middle one after another. Soon, this endless pit was filled, although it is a desert now, but it must not be long before it will be full of life again. Su Lang looked at the deserted land, then turned to look at the turbulence of time and space beyond the boundary. Before, his avatars had already explored this time turbulence. The places that can be explored, and the places that cannot be explored, the avatar will die of old age as soon as it enters, and it is impossible to detect. Su Lang also tried to send an avatar to the unknown outside the turbulent time, but failed. Even the non-god level clones will die of old age in an instant. This is the reason why the creatures in the exile basically refused to leave the exile. So let's try your luck in another place. Su Lang was not very discouraged for not being able to find lost Xuanwu for so long. After all, the last time that thing appeared 300 billion years ago, the quasi-no-god class was old enough to die more than 100 times. To find that thing, it's all about looking at the face. Chapter 1603. Destroy his plan and indulge his dreams. Why is xianxia so lucky? Su Lang curled his lips, turned and flew towards the west. His current position is on the southeast border of the exile, and to the west is the extreme south of the exile. Move aside. Su Lang took out the third harvest, the broken Buddha Tianxinglong. The heavenly star dragon of the Buddha II was a godless soldier of the second cross, which was cut alive into 17 pieces by the Yudian sword, and was destroyed by the endless dragon bite, almost completely finished. Only half of the dragon's body that was cut off at 17 was left, and it was also badly wiped out. There is only a little bit of spirit left, even the spirit wisdom is gone. Su Lang thought, and the broken Buddha Tianxinglong in front of him was immediately decomposed into various materials. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the soul of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor 23, the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1423, the soul of the Emperor Wu 36,547, the godless level material Tianlong Remnant Soul 1, the Tianlong Remnant * 1. The decomposed material is really less than half. Su Lang sighed and put all those materials into the storage space. This material is not enough to evolve without God, it can only exist first. The harvest from killing Lu Mingxuan has been counted. Although it is relatively small, it is better than not coming at all. Somewhere in the southeast of the cloud, a colorful dragon shuttled fast, flashing like electricity, and teleporting. This dragon is the colorful Sky Star Dragon. The colorful Tianxinglong shocked all over and slowed down. The man with the red crown standing on the head of the colorful dragon opened his eyes. With a hint of impatience and awkwardness in his eyes. This person is the Supreme Emperor named Jing Yuanbai, the new master of the colorful Sky Star Dragon. Colorful Tianxinglong replied, I sense that the Buddha Tianxinglong has fallen, and Lu Mingxuan probably has also fallen. They actually fell. Who is so bold, dared to censored my prey? Jing Yuanbai's eyes were cold, and his biting eyes were almost frozen for thousands of miles. His face was distorted and hideous in an instant. No one could censor the prey he was fond of, it has always been like this. Now that the prey he had been chasing for so long was cut off, he was suddenly furious. The colorful Sky Star Dragon couldn't answer in a hurry. I sensed the direction of the colorful Sky Star Dragon before it fell. Do you want to follow it? Does this still need to be said? Chase me. Jing Yuanbai was so irritable that he gritted his teeth, wishing to strip the murderer who killed Lu Mingxuan away. The colorful Tianxinglong took the command, and immediately chased him in the direction where Su Lang had left. In the land of exile, the palace of long hatred, Chong Henzi, dressed in a simple robe, holding a black bowl, knelt and sat in the wide hall formed by He Chalet, died. Lu Mingxuan is dead. Holding the black bowl, Chong Henzi looked at the barren wasteland and desert reflected on the water. His murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire Chong Hen palace. Puff, Puff. There were 3 consecutive sounds of knees landing. However, in the 3 shadows of the palace there were 3 kneeling supreme emperors. These 3 were dressed in black, blue, and red robes, and the weakest of them was Sandu godless. The 3 supreme emperors knelt on the ground and trembled. Because they have never seen Xianxia so angry, Xianxia has always been indifferent like water, rarely angry. My front foot prevented Lu Mingxuan from killing Yu Fetian in order to preserve the strength of the exile land. As a result, only a few days, Lu Mingxuan died. Who doesn't know about such a big thing as Fetianzhao? Who is going against me on purpose? Xianxia suddenly got up, roared loudly, his eyes were bloodshot and flushed, his face was resentful and resentful. If it weren't for the Blackstone Palace, it's not an ordinary building, I'm afraid it would be wiped out. In Xianxia's eyes, every strong man in the exile is his stepping stone and ladder to the 9-dragon coffin. But now, someone has destroyed the stairs at his feet. Even the stairs are gone. How can you go to the coffin of 9 dragons? How can you leave the Nivandan, the place of exile, to see the prosperous endless universe? This is destroying his plan, indulging in his dreams. How does this make him not angry? How not to lose his temper? Chapter 1604. Repeatedly be shocked. I don't care who you are. I will let you taste all the misery in the world. The penalty of the palace of long hatred is very different. Xianxia knelt down again, holding the black bowl, whispering like a cold wind in an ice cave. He looked at the black bowl again. This seemingly ordinary black bowl was the 9 yin eye of the treasure candle of the palace of Chonghen. Through this treasure, Xianxia can observe the great movement happening in the entire exile. However, the further apart, the later the picture will appear. This is the reason why Xianxia can only see the chaotic battlefield through the eyes of the 9 yin candles only after the war. As for the major event that happened to Fetian sect, Xianxia saw it directly because Chonghen Palace was very close. Looking at the barren wasteland and desert on the surface of the water, Xianxia thought for a moment and said, the people we arranged in the blue blood sky are in the southeast, right? Return to the master, yes. Hongpao replied, making a woman's voice, do you want to use him? Let him find and kill the murderer who killed Lu Mingxuan. If you can, bring the murderer back to me. As for your identity, don't expose it if you can. Xianxia said in a cold tone, it doesn't matter if it's exposed, just go back to Chang'an Palace. Anyway, I already know Bai Shuidian well. The mysterious woman in the red robe knocked on her leader's orders, and disappeared from the place directly as a cloud of smoke. Black robe. Xianxia didn't raise her head, her voice was indifferent, how about the things that I asked you to do? A lot of tragedies have been caused, and 179,000 blood feuds have been caused. The black-robed man replied, these people all have unshakable enemies, and they will certainly provide a lot of humanitarian will. Hatred is the most important force, and so is grief. Let hatred and grief become the theme of this reincarnation era, and led to the coffin of the 9 dragons. Xianxia's voice is not loud, but full of terrifying ruthlessness and cruelty. The black-robed man knocked on the commander's orders, turning into black mist and disappearing. Blue robe. Xianxia looked at the 3rd man in the blue robe. What happened to the Taishang Ninqing Palace? The Supreme Ninqing Palace has sent powerful disciples into the world to walk around the place of exile. These people are basically quasi-no god. They hone their fighting skills and seek breakthroughs. The blue-robed man replied, of course, their more important purpose is to promote the coming of the great world, to stir people's hearts, and to broaden the dojo. There is no difference in teaching. Is that so? It seems that the old monster in the Ninqing Palace is still sober, knowing what is most important. However, their actions like that are too plain. As the first force in the exile, it is not an exaggeration to say that they have done nothing. Xianxia waved his hand faintly, go and add some programs to those disciples who have joined the world in the Supreme Ninqing Palace. The man in the blue robe took the order to leave. The plan is good, but if the strength is not enough, everything is a dream. The ground where Xianxia sat cross-legged turned into a passage, and a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside her, looking at Xianxia tenderly. Come on, I will take you to see my secret. Xianxia smiled and took the woman's hand into the passage. Not long after, Xianxia's sorrowful cry came from the passage. Taishang Ninqing Palace, time-turbulent resident, in the wooden house. Why does this person explode with such a powerful strength again? Didn't he just explode once a day ago, desperately killing 2 Sandu godless grades? Furthermore, The power he exploded this time is stronger than the last time. He has reached the Wudu godless level, and he has killed a Sidu godless level. Who is this person and why is it so weird? Zhan Taiching looked at the bright red spots on the chessboard, his eyes filled with surprise. He hasn't shown such emotions for a long time, but in the past few days, he has been shocked by the mysterious and strange person many times. Chapter 1605, Kiran by Yi Rin. Zhan Taiching continued to observe the chessboard, but not far from the bright red dot representing Su Lang, an equally not weak red dot followed. The latter one should be Jing Yuanbai from the blue blood sky. Is this person staring at the weird person? It seems to be unkind. The overall strength of the place of exile is worrying, and it can't be killed like this. Hey, the actions of the little boys below are still a little slower, and they haven't spread to the south. Otherwise, it might be possible to stop that battle and save the 4 crossing godless grade. He took out the special communication Jade Pendant and issued an instruction. Contact the Master of Jade Blood Heaven, Bai Yi Rin, and ask her to restrain her subordinates. Now is not the time to start. When the War of Reincarnation begins, there will be opportunities to fight. Zhan Taiching continued, his gaze spread across the chessboard. However, 3 more red spots appeared on the chessboard, which were the old monsters of the last reincarnation era that crawled out of the ground. 9 already. The War of Reincarnation has not yet begun, and there are 9 godless level resurrections. According to the records circulated in the last reincarnation era, when the War of Reincarnation begins, there will be more godless level revivals at once. It seems that this time the Battle of Reincarnation will call out the coffin of 9 dragons more often than before. Of course, the most important thing is to gather enough humane will, otherwise the number of people will be useless. Zhan Taiching sighed, his lifespan is running out. Had it not been for a turbulent flow with a slower time flow, it would be stable and safe, he would have died of old age. This time the War of Reincarnation was his only chance to step on the coffin of the Kowloon. Zhan Taiching believes that stepping on the coffin of 9 dragons will definitely not only return to the boundless universe, but also gain greater good fortune. Just as Zhan Taiching sighed, the people of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace also contacted the Master of Bai Shuidian, Bai Yi Lin. The power of Jia Shuidian is completely different from the other powers of exile. Because this is a force composed of monsters, spirit beasts, fierce beasts, divine beasts, and other beasts, it is the force that all beast powers in the exile are most yearning for. Basically, strong beasts with a certain strength will go to Bishuidian to ask for help. Bishuidian almost refused to come, and gradually gathered the beast powerhouses from the entire exile. As the master of Jia Shuidian, Bai Yi Rin was the strongest. She is a blue-blooded unicorn from Tianting continent of the boundless realm. She was living here at the beginning of the reincarnation era and gradually developed the blue-blooded sky. The number of strong men in Jiashuidian is very large. Leian Temple and Longan Temple are not comparable, and Teibaihai and Ryushin are even more difficult to achieve. Only Taishang Nine Qing Palace can compare with Bai Shui Tian in the number of strong people. However, the members of Bishuidian are mixed with dragons and snakes, with mixed good and bad. Although it was a bit too much to say that it was a mob, it was not much worse. And the top powerhouse of Bishuidian is not as good as Taishang Nine Qing Palace. Therefore, the Supreme Nine Qing Palace can sit firmly on the throne of the first power in the land of exile. Bishuidian Resident. A cluster of floating buildings surrounded by blue clouds obscured the sky. A large number of powerful birds and beasts shuttled among them, or swallowed aura. The aura of recklessness was very strong. Bai Yi Rin's cave mansion is at the top of Bai Shui Tian's resident, carved and refined from a large piece of godless jade. In the cave, message from the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Who came from it? A pretty and cold-looking young woman with long hair and high bun and cloud hair asked lightly. She has dark green eyes, a black tights, a heavy battle armor, and a crimson cloak on her back. She is heroic and energetic. This woman is the Lord of Jade Blood Heaven, Qilin Bai Yi Rin. At the gate of Bai Yi Rin's cave, a young man with a respectful look was kneeling down, with a hint of admiration in his eyes looking at Bai Yi Rin's divine light. This young man was called Qin Chengan, and he was also a supreme emperor. His body has the Mokan bloodline, and his strength has reached the Sidhu level, which is already very powerful. Chapter 1606. Long Hate Palace Chess Piece, Blue Blood Undercover. Return to the Supreme Emperor Qingting. It's a message from a quasi-godless class. The Supreme Nanqing Palace found that Jing Yuanbai was chasing and killing an Supreme Emperor. They hope you can restrain Jing Yuanbai and put the battle in the battle of reincarnation. Furthermore, the Supreme Nanqing Palace proposed that each force should reduce the situation of fighting each other, accumulate combat power and wait for the battle of reincarnation to begin. After Qin Chenggen returned the report, he used his spare time to see Bai Yelin. He wanted to take a few more glances, because there was really not much chance of seeing Bai Yelin. The proposal of the Supreme Palace of the Nine Qings is good. I will restrain Jing Yuanbai. After you go down, investigate the quasi-no-god level person who is speaking. Although I am more relaxed and undisciplined in Bishuadian, I cannot tolerate such people who privately have intimate relationships with other powerful forces. In addition, kill the people who contacted here in the Supreme Nanqing Palace. If you don't come to visit in person to pass the news, no matter what the reason is, it is defiant. Bai Yelin waved faintly, without much anger on her face. Qin Chenggen took the order and turned to leave. War of reincarnation, can it really bring me back to the boundless world? If I can go back, will I appear in Tianning continent, or somewhere else? Bai Yelin half closed her eyes, and there was a monstrous hatred hidden in the faint divine light. Pause briefly. Bai Yelin took out a treasure for transmission and sent the restraining order to Jing Yuanbai. A place close to the border in the southeast. Jing Yuanbai rode on the colorful sky star dragon and chased him in the direction of Su Lang. Bai Yelin's message, with a look on his face, he took out a piece of jade slip, swept across it in an instant and read the information. Let me stop the hunt and put my grievances in the battle of reincarnation to resolve. If it is normal, even if I am unhappy with that person, maybe I will die. But now, Lord Palace Master has taken the lead in giving instructions to capture that person alive, and it doesn't matter if his identity is revealed. In that case, dear Bai Yelin, please forgive Jing Yuanbai for not being able to live anymore. The one who killed my prey, I will hunt down and kill him. After catching him, I will torture him severely. I hope that Lord Palace Lord will leave this person to me to deal with. I want his life too much. In other words, it's kind of interesting that the person who intercepted my prey could let Chonghen Palace and Bai Shuadian convey orders to me at the same time. After Jing Yuanbai saw the jade slip, he suddenly sneered and showed disdain. He is the high-level undercover agent of Chonghen Palace hidden in the blue blood sky. Not long ago, he received an order from the Palace of Long Hatred to hunt down Su Lang, which coincided with his idea. Did not expect. Only dozens of breaths passed. Bai Shuadian also sent an order to stop chasing Su Lang. Of these two completely different orders, Jing Yuanbai naturally chose to execute the first one. Because he was originally from the Palace of Long Hatred, black, blue, red, and white are just the four confidants of Chonghenzi. And he, the white-robed Jing Yuanbai, is the strongest of the four passing godless peak, and the 5 passing strong. It's time to restore your identity. Jia. Jing Yuanbai showed a grim smile, and the robes on his body flashed brightly and suddenly turned white. Su Lang didn't know that Taishang Nanqing Palace, Chonghen Palace, and Bai Shui Tian had already focused on him. If you knew it, you probably couldn't help but twitch at the corner of your mouth, then sighed again. After all, with his current strength, it is not a good time to deal with those big forces. Su Lang is still rushing to the southern border, preparing to explore the turbulence of time and space, trying his luck to find the lost Xuanwu. It's almost the place, so be it. In a bare mountain range, Su Lang stopped and entered the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Although the level of soul-chasing Emperor Palace is a little lower, it can also avoid most Xiao harassment. After all, the only one who could see through the hidden barrier of soul-chasing Emperor Palace was the godless grade. But where are there so many godless grades? Even if it is here, it won't do it for no reason. I was hit twice before. This time the 4 dragon seas are completely destroyed. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to hit the door. Su Lang sat cross-legged in the quiet room with a confident smile on his face. Chapter 1607. This person is not easy to mess with. Taishang Juqing Palace, time turbulent in the resident. Weird, it's so weird. After the end of the secret technique this time, this person's cultivation has stabilized at the Urdu godless level. He has repeatedly exploded the secret technique, but there is no side effect at all, and even the cultivation base is constantly rising. Could it be that it is not difficult for this person to burst out that powerful force? And the reason can only be, This person's peak cultivation has far surpassed the voodoo godless level. I underestimated him before. Zhan Taiching looked at the red dot on the chessboard that represented Su Lang, his eyes flashed with deep surprise and fear. Previously, he speculated that Su Lang might be the godless level of the 4 deuce and woodoos of the last Samsara era, or the godless level of the 6 deuce. But at this time, Zhan Taiching overturned his previous guess. In his current view, Su Lang's peak strength should be Kidu godless level. Kidu, this is already at the top level in the godless level. 1 to 3 crossings are the entry level of the godless level, the 4 to 6 crossings are the senior godless level, but the Kidu and above are the top godless levels. Such an existence, even some weaker reincarnation eras have not appeared. This person is not easy to provoke. I must restrain those who are 2 in the 9 Qing Palace from provoke him. However, having such an opponent is also lucky for me from another perspective. Silently thinking, Zhan Taiching, the boss of the Supreme 9 Qing Palace, regarded Su Lang as his opponent at the same level. After Su Lang entered the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, he immediately began a hard-working day. With the number of super-humanoid weapon parts approaching 120,000, his passion for refining parts has increased a lot. After the avatars had cooled down, he did not forget to send them to the time turbulence to find the lost Xuanwu. But just when Su Lang thought that this day would pass so plainly, suddenly a system prompt came. Ding! The sea of repair is full, do you break through? The cultivation base is enough. Su Lang was surprised. His cultivation level was finally enough to be promoted from the quasi-no-god level to the true no-god level. This will be another huge leap. Immediately give me a breakthrough. Su Lang thought, and gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Breaking through. Following the system prompts, countless cultivation bases merged into Su Lang's body. In the sea of knowledge, the countless golden mists disappeared rapidly again, and they continued to merge with the universe of life in Shifeng. With the rapid increase in the degree of integration, Su Lang also feels that his ability to control the Shifeng life and universe is getting stronger and stronger. More and more unfamiliar rules that he had never touched were naturally mastered by him, as if they had become instinct. The soul fusion degree has reached 100%. Su Lang has perfectly mastered his 10 directions of life universe. Even if you don't use any means, as long as your mind moves, you can see every corner and everything in the universe of life in the 10 directions, even a particle. Before Su Lang entered the Shifeng life and universe to do things, he would usually send a clone first, and then use leaning or perception sharing. But now, he can appear anywhere in the 10 life universes with just one thought. Now I can finally perfectly control everything in the universe of life. In the Shifeng life universe, apart from the time rule, I am an omnipotent god, do whatever I want. In the boundless universe, I also control countless rules and authority, and I can even say that I am the condensate of the boundless universe's rules. Su Lang looked inside the 10 life universes and clearly saw the 10 life universes operating in his body, which contained immense power. At this time, his mastery of the rules has reached the limit, far exceeding the previous number of 3,900. He has already controlled all the rules in the boundless universe, except for the rules of time. Chapter 1608. Breakthrough, the Supreme Emperor. It is not that the previous efforts have taken a detour. Every rule that Su Lang has worked so hard to comprehend has laid a solid foundation for the universe of life. It created better conditions for the fusion of soul and universe. Otherwise, even with the assistance of system functions, he would not be able to complete 100% soul fusion so easily. The breakthrough is not over. Su Lang could feel that a very strange change was taking place in his body. Follow that wonderful feeling. Su Lang quickly found the reason. In the Dantian, a soul-body fusion cell is fusing with every part of the Dantian universe. This is exactly the way of godless cultivation, embodied in the world. Even with the help of system functions, the fusion of a cell in the Dantian universe is so slow. The other Supreme Emperors don't know how long it takes to integrate a soul-body fusion cell with the life universe. Su Lang sighed, and immediately continued to look inside at that cell. This cell is slowly fusing with about 1/1000th of the Dantian universe. A singular force in cells fused with the space avenue as the main body and surrounded by the power of other avenues gradually crystallized it. Ding! Successful breakthrough. As the system prompt sounded, that cell completely merged with a part of the Dantian universe. In Su Lang's field of vision, this cell had become a small frontal dodecahedron crystal. The surface layer of the cell integrates the space avenue and its subsidiary rules, forming a perfect space barrier. Although small, this kind of space barrier is at the same level as that of the Dantian universe, and it is perfect. The space inside the cell has also become very large, and all the substances inside are perfectly integrated with various regular avenues. Those cell structures produced through cultivation and the sublimation of the essence of life are necessary for the storage and release of the martial artist's power. At this time, all cell structures are integrated with the rules of the avenue, and the power of the rules of the avenue can be stimulated with the most perfect efficiency. Only, with such perfect efficiency can the conventional avenue be distorted, forming a twisting force that transcends all the regular avenues. Now I can use my own twisting power without using weapons. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately his mind moved, and countless energy poured into that special spatial crystal cell in the Dantian. These forces formed a twisting force in the spatial crystal cells. Su Lang snapped his fingers, and an extremely weak twisting force appeared between his fingers. Under the influence of this twisting force, hundreds of thousands of miles around instantly broke out a terrifying vision of rules. Gravity disorder, rivers flowing backwards, mountains floating in the sky, and strange clouds formed distorted colorful colors, just like oil paintings with thick ink. This space around it seems to be a completely different world. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. If I want to, even the rules of space can be twisted and changed. Realm level 1 crossing without God level. Attack level Sandu Supreme Emperor plus. Defensive level Sandu Supreme Emperor. Shenfa level Sandu Supreme Emperor. Endurance level Sandu Supreme Emperor. Mastering the exercises Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 laws into 1, Infinite Profound Righteousness, number God level, founding. Chapter 1609, the one here is Jing Yuanbai. All aspects have improved to a small level. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, moreover, his attack level has almost increased by 2 small realms, not bad, not bad. Finally breaking through to the Supreme Emperor, Su Lang's heart was too beautiful. There is no censored level. This is a powerhouse that the entire Star Sea area does not have. Once you return to the Xinghai realm, you will be invincible directly. All the void sects in the Palace of Origination are all scum. I really want to find some lost Xuanwu. The time here is almost turbulent, and there is still no tortoise hare, so I can only change places. Thinking of the difficulty of returning to the Xinghai region, Su Lang began to feel uncomfortable again. Su Lang took the clones back, and then took the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, ready to explore the past in a clockwise direction to the west. In the colorful sky, which is like a thick oil painting, a different kind of colorful light flashed. Immediately afterwards, the endless visions of rules were all calmed down. Ho, censored, ho ho. It came with a scream of terrifying Longwei. However, he saw a white-robed man stepping on the head of a colorful dragon, looking proudly at the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. This person is Jing Yuanbai, the Palace of Long Hatred who chased and killed all the way. A very powerful godless grade. Looking noisy, can you encounter such an existence in this remote place with no grass in a radius of 1 billion miles? Su Lang looked at the white-robed man with his nostrils upright, and there were 10,000 grass mud horses running wild in his heart. He immediately opened the opponent's property panel. The name is Jing Yuanbai, the race of the sun-devouring Tengu. The realm of the 4 crossings is no god, and the fighting power is close to the Wudu Supreme Emperor. Sun-Eater Tengu, this is a dog monster. Su Lang stared at Jing Yuanbai's race dumbfounded, stunned, and continued to look at the messages below. This Jing Yuanbai mastered a godless-level exercise, Heaven and Earth Hunyuan Ju, with a very common name, and a series of great emperor-level exercises and secret methods. Moreover, depending on the name of the exercise method, it is basically the exercise method exclusive to the monster beast, just like Yumei's, resolving the demon axis. Su Lang knew at a glance that the colorful dragon. At Jing Yuanbai's feet was the colorful sky star dragon. Salonghai, the 3 great dragon godless soldiers have all fallen into my hands, and this is the 7-color sky star dragon. I thought that Liang Xiaofei didn't have it on his body, and probably would never be found again, but I didn't expect to see it here. This Jing Yuanbai looks a bit unkind, and he is carrying a colorful sky star dragon, perhaps the helper of Salonghai. If you really are Salonghai's helper, come to me for revenge, that would be great. Su Lang looked at the domineering and invincible Jing Yuanbai in the sky, and he had already regarded it as a feast. And while Su Lang was looking at Jing Yuanbai was also looking at Su Lang. This realm fluctuation is, there is no censored level. However, the intensity of his breath has reached the Sandu godless level, which is a bit strange. Perhaps this person used some secret method to kill Lu Mingxuan, causing the current state to be abnormal. HMPH, this is just right, it is better to solve this guy easily than to fight hard. The thought in Jing Yuanbai's mind flashed, and immediately stepped on the colorful sky star dragon to fly directly above Su Lang, looking down from the top of Su Lang's head. Right now, he really aimed at Su Lang with his nostrils. Is Jing Yuanbai the one coming? Su Lang's faint voice spread throughout the world, even tens of millions of miles away. But this sentence is the magical power displayed by the Great Emperor Sutra, and there is also the bonus of the twisted power before, which can be described as a hidden murderous intention. Jing Yuanbai smiled disdainfully, and was about to threaten Su Lang to make him kneel on his own, when he suddenly felt a crisis coming. I saw an invisible strange breath falling on him, causing his skin to crack. The avenue of cause and effect. I didn't even do it, you dare to do it, it's just looking for death. Jing Yuanbai was furious, the twisting power of his whole body exploded, and the twisting power of Su Lang was cancelled in a short time. Court death. You are aggressive and domineering, the way to die. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Although his move did not work, it caused Jing Yuanbai to suffer a small loss. Chapter 1610. The cosmic fire devours the sun and the sky. A mere trash with sequelae after secret surgery, dare to shout in front of me. Jing Yuanbai snorted heavily, his eyes gradually cruel, his complexion gradually grim. Today I will let you taste all the pain. It's really uneducated. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, well, some idioms, such as dying to live, not to live, to die, not to bear to see. Noisy. I want to tear your stinky mouth. Jing Yuanbai's face was blue and red. He stretched out his right hand, turning into a giant palm that covered the sky and squeezed it towards Su Lang. Return this sentence to you. Su Lang smiled coldly, and also stretched out his right hand. Not only that, his body suddenly became a giant of tens of thousands of feet, and he burst into a 5-do godless aura. There are also the 4 godless soldiers, Yutian sword, godless dragon terrace, hard without edge sword, and bright sword, all together, condensing countless twisting powers. The world trembled wildly, and it was riddled with holes in an instant, as if it was about to disintegrate. Countless regular anomalies spread all over the sky and underground, almost turning a radius of hundreds of millions of miles into chaos. 5. Wudu has no god level. He clearly fell to a level of godlessness. How can such a terrifying force erupt from such a severely injured and weak state? Jing Yuanbai's pupils shrank suddenly, horrified, completely puzzled. Strong combat instinct and rich combat experience made him an immediate response. Originally, his palm was just to capture Su Lang, not a killer move, and it was not powerful. At this moment, in front of the powerful attack of Su Lang Wudu godless level, it was simply not enough. The sun bites the sky flame. In an instant, a large amount of twisting power burst out, covering Jing Yuanbai's huge palm. There are countless black and gold flames lingering around, like dancing flame-shaped black holes, as if they could swallow everything. The change of Jing Yuanbai's moves was completed in a single thought, and his power instantly rose to the peak of the Sidu godless level. Su Lang's giant palm and Jing Yuanbai's giant palm collided fiercely. The terrifying shock wave like a galaxy explosion exploded and spread from the center, and the surrounding world was torn and destroyed like paper. The sky turned into a gray and black misty void. Countless messy and fractured spatial rhythm lines were everywhere, and countless spaces were raging turbulently, turning all the surrounding places into a strangling hell. In this terrifying battlefield, the two figures flew back hundreds of thousands of miles at the same time, and they were not the same. Normal power really can't compare to twisting power. I only have a godless cell, and the quality of the twisting power is too low. The ranks of the Supreme Emperor's soldiers such as Yutian Sword and Emperor Longtai are not very high, and the quality of the twisting force is also not good. And that kind of black-gold flame can actually swallow the power of twisting. If it weren't for my twisting power to far exceed Jing Yuanbai, I would be at a disadvantage in the first round. Su Lang revoked the world of law and turned into a normal body shape. His eyes were fixed on the black-gold flame named Sun-Devouring Sky Flame. It turned out to be a very high-level strange fire. Universal fire. Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow, among the 8 levels of the universe, the 7th level of Strange Fire. Through the ability to recognize treasures, Su Lang saw all the information of the strange fire in his eyes. Unexpectedly, I would encounter a strange fire in this exile. It stands to reason that such things as different fires should only be available in Blue Star and Infinity Realm. It is impossible for this strange fire to come from the Blue Star, which has only 4 different levels of heaven, earth, black and yellow. Obviously, this cosmic fire must come from the boundless world, and this kind of alien fire, called sun-sweeping sky flame, possesses the ability similar to godless dragon stations, dragon nest, and endless dragon sweep, that is, devouring energy. And, because the different fire is beyond the boundless universe, it can swallow the power of distortion. And just when Su Lang's mind was full of thoughts, it's just a paper tiger, obviously possessing the power of Wudu godless grade, but unable to gather the corresponding twisting power. If it wasn't for those few godless soldiers, I could make you kneel down with one move. Jing Yuanbai's face was full of disdain and arrogance. He sneered. The colorful sky star dragon disappeared under his feet, and there was an extra long knife with a narrow blade in his hand. Chapter 16:11. The quality is not enough, the quantity comes together. The sacrificial blade. There is no censored soldier in the 4 crossings. When Su Lang saw the long knife in Jing Yuanbai's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart tightened. It was the first time he saw Sidhu godless weapons. And Jing Yuanbai holding this sacrificial blade is tantamount to adding wings to a tiger, and can definitely burst out even stronger power. Never mind, the quality is not enough, the quantity will come together. As long as you can't kill me in seconds and fall into my rhythm, then you will be finished. A light flashed in Su Lang's eyes and directly activated all his whole cards. The firepower of the universe of life in the 10 directions is full, and the power of all the world is surging out. Reincarnation, eternal green, censored moon, sky, broken world, and other explosive secret methods have Su Lang squeeze every cell to the extreme. Dari Haotian's profound meaning enveloped the Dantian universe and sun, like a long whale sucking water, absorbing the energy of the sun wildly. The number of minutes incarnates the stars and clouds together, turning into a terrifying existence with the fighting power of the Wudu Supreme Emperor. More godless pills appeared, surrounding Su Lang and the clone, as if turned into a star field. This person can actually break out. Moreover, he actually has a Wudu Emperor level clone. And, godless pill, so many godless pill, oh my god, am I dazzled. Jing Yuanbai saw the continuous eruption of Su Lang, looked at the Wudu powerhouse who appeared out of thin air, looked at the dense pill that surrounds Su Lang. Stormy waves rose in his heart. Horrified, he wouldn't just stop like this. Sacrifice to the world, kill the enemy. The sacrificial world blade in Jing Yuanbai's hand was raised high, one sword at a time, condensing a substantial twisting force, and severely slashed at Su Lang. The world is dead, kill. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and all his strength was poured into Yudian sword, Emperor Dragon platform, and Shinju Wufeng. Doppelganger is the same action. He didn't have any reservations at all, and directly used the universal annihilation profound meaning to infuse all his strength into the bright sword, and the target to be cut was Su Lang's deity. Jing Yuanbai's substantive twisting power rushed into Su Lang's overwhelming, vast torrent of twisting power like a galaxy. This is a pure twisting power confrontation, without a trace of conventional power. The normal rules of heaven and earth around were squeezed out hundreds of thousands of miles away. The world is upside down and collapsed, mountains and rivers are broken, and the torn space grid is scattered in countless spatial turbulences. But I saw that Jing Yuanbai's distorted force was like a broken bamboo, rushing forward fiercely. But Su Lang's twisting power, as vast as the Milky Way, was indomitable, entangled Jing Yuanbai's twisting power. During this period, the twisting powers of both sides are being consumed wildly. Especially Su Lang's twisting power, almost every millisecond collapsed by 1%. Chihuahua dog, vulnerable. Today I will defeat you, even if you are killed by the Palace Lord's order, I will never regret it. Sacrifice to the world, kill. Jing Yuanbai's eyes were red, and he once again waved the sword of sacrifice in his hand. In an instant, another twisting force that seemed to cut through the turbulent flow of space and slew Su Lang. You can't cut me with a single blow, so never want to cut me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the 4 godless soldiers condensed a twisted power galaxy to join the battle group. His twisting power blocked Jing Yuanbai's first blow and gave him time to recover. Su Lang possesses a large number of body-building exercises, profound meaning, 10 directions of inner boundaries, solar energy, and a large number of pills. Coupled with the fact that there is no god-level avatar holding a bright sword behind him, his energy almost recovered to its peak in the blink of an eye. The godless-level clone and Su Lang's deity are only behind the inner world, and although the recovery ability is far inferior, it is far beyond the same level, and the clone does not need to directly participate in the battle, just use the bright sword to assist Su Lang, and the pressure is much less. All kinds of trump cards and all kinds of methods made Su Lang abruptly block Jing Yuanbai's second cut when the quality of the twisting force was insufficient. That guy clearly used the most thorough explosive secret technique. How could his energy suddenly recover to a full state? It's simply impossible. Jing Yuanbai looked at Su Lang, who broke out again, and his whole body was dumbfounded, like an ordinary person who had seen a ghost. However, although Jing Yuanbai felt unbelievable, he still believed that he would win. Because he still has a whole card. Chapter 1612, the strongest form of the Sun Eater Tengu. Almost turned into chaos in the battlefield. The two twisting forces blasted together, madly vanishing each other. Let you see my true strength. Huatian demon. Jing Yuanbai sneered, his whole body suddenly arched. Moreover, his head and face are elongated, his tail is long behind him, and countless white hairs emerge from his skin. Immediately afterwards, Jing Yuanbai's figure swelled crazily, and in an instant he transformed from a human form into a 30,000-meter Sun Eater. The Tengu's body is so huge, from the ground, the sun and the moon seem to be held in his mouth, ready to be swallowed. Even the blade of the Sidhu godless soldier sacrifice realm soared into the sky, flew into the Tengu's mouth and turned into one of the fangs. The endless terrifying demon power turned into twisting power in the mouth of Tengu. The energy spilled unintentionally made his white hair fly like a tsunami. At this moment, the Tengu that Jing Yuanbai transformed was almost like the innate gods and demons that existed in the legend, mighty and domineering, mysterious and unpredictable. This is the first time I have seen such a big Samoyed. This breath is infinitely close to the Wudu godless grade, and the body is the strongest form of the Sun Eater Tengu. Su Lang looked at the terrifying Tengu, which could set off a storm of dozens of levels with a slight move, and his eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He felt a dangerous breath from the Tengu that Jing Yuanbai had transformed. This is not his final whole card. Su Lang squinted his eyes. Next, I'm afraid I can't resist, I must use some tricks. Several thoughts flashed. Su Lang immediately took action. All kinds of medicinal pills are simply plugged into the import without money, and they are instantly refined under the action of the one key practice function. Coupled with other various means, it was finally turned into a twisted power galaxy through 3 godless soldiers, blocking the front. Even more clone replacement has been started, it only takes less than half a second to complete. A more terrifying twisting power has been condensed in the mouth of the Tengu that Jing Yuanbai has transformed. You should be honored and proud to let me do my best to use my ultimate talent. Jing Yuanbai's Tengu looked high above Su Lang, his eyes disdainful and indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. He launched the final whole card. Sudden Stream Lore. The 30,000 Zhong White Tengu has a huge mouth, and the world has changed. A group of vortex-like twisting force burst out fiercely, and instantly hit the twisted force galaxy condensed by Su Lang and the clone. This whirlpool-shaped twisting power unexpectedly expanded suddenly, enveloping Su Lang's twisting power galaxy. Not only that, the twisting power of the vortex actually engulfed Su Lang's twisting power, forming a tornado-like terrifying torrent, and directly smashed in front of Su Lang. My twisting power was held up by him and used it. Su Lang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was shocked for a moment. He and the godless soldiers tried their best to control those twisting forces, but there was no effect. The twisting power they condensed has become Jing Yuanbai's power. We must know that the twisting power of each supreme emperor or godless soldier is unique and completely different. Because the rule avenue is almost infinite, the twisted rule avenue based on this is truly endless. This makes it impossible for the two twisting forces to be the same, let alone fusion. Even though Su Lang alone seems to merge into a galaxy with the twisting power of 3 godless soldiers, there is still a clear distinction between the 3. If they touched together, these twisting forces would cancel each other out and annihilate. But now, the twisting power that Jing Yuanbai used with the biting flow lore has actually wrapped up his twisting power, strengthened himself, and killed him. Originally, Jing Yuanbai's twisting power was infinitely close to the godless level, and the number was much more than before. At this time, all the twisting power of Su Lang was also wrapped up, and its number instantly reached the Wudu godless level. The most important thing is that Su Lang here is tantamount to being defeated by his own power. And when it is unprepared, it is impossible to use defensive methods. Chapter 16:13. It seems that your lore has a false name. Fortunately, I have left a counterattack. Su Lang was shocked for a moment, the expression on his face turned into a sneer. Next millisecond, the clone replacement is complete. The position of Su Lang and the position of the godless clone were directly switched. Rumble, the twisting force of the swirling tornado shape directly enveloped the godless avatar. Even if the conventional power of the godless avatar has reached the Wudu level, it has used a lot of defensive methods. For example, Emperor Hua Chengxing, Zhenyu Emperor Jing, Aotian God of War, and so on. And the clone itself also condensed some twisting power, forming a shield to block it in front. But in the face of that terrifying, sweeping lore, he still looked extremely vulnerable. The shield of twisting power that bears the brunt of it is instantly cancelled out and annihilated. Immediately afterwards, the clone's skin, which was so tough that Yudian sword could not cut it, gradually lost its defensive power under the force of twisting. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the skin of the clone began to fester, and the musculoskeletal body was wiped out. The whole person spent only 1 second in the power of distortion, and was completely erased from the world. The twisting force of the vortex tornado that has not been consumed continues to rush into the distance, instantly passing 10 trillion li, trillion li, trillion li. All the rules of heaven and earth are distorted and squeezed out, and the mountains and rivers of the earth are directly broken, forming countless floating rubble. All the creatures living in these places died out immediately. These affected creatures were countless times more than those killed by Lu Mingxuan with endless dragon bite. The center of the battlefield. The Tengu transformed by Jing Yuanbai suddenly changed back to its human form, and its breath was weak. How could he teleport to behind the clone and let the clone help him stop the catastrophe? Tomorrow's rules have been completely distorted, the space rules no longer exist, and all the distortions in the battlefield belong to me. How did he teleport? False, it must be false, there can be no terrifying force beyond the power of distortion in the world. This is impossible. Jing Yuanbai stared blankly at Su Lang, who had escaped the catastrophe. With endless disbelief and amazement in his face and eyes. It seems that your lore has a false name. Su Lang spread across the battlefield with a faint smile. Then, he held the Yudian sword in his right hand and the godless dragon terrace in his left. The Shinju Wufeng sword circled around 6 times and flew slowly over Jing Yuanbai. No, I won't lose. Jing Yuanbai showed horror, turned around and ran. The twisting force surged out from the 3 godless soldiers, forming a cage, completely blocking all Jing Yuanbai's retreat. In fact, even if Su Lang didn't do this and just used the most basic conventional power, Jing Yuanbai had no possibility of escape. Biting the flow lore is Jing Yuanbai's most terrifying talent. Without going through any process of absorption and transformation, you can directly engulf and control the enemy's power to counter-kill. If the opponent is stronger, the bitter stream will kill the stronger. Even facing a higher-level enemy, it is possible to kill with 1 blow. But this talent method also has extremely terrifying side effects. First of all, this talent cannot be used at any time. It must take a long time to condense enough special twisting force, bag flow, before it can be used. Secondly, when performing the biting flow lore, it will definitely consume all the energy, and the mental power and physical chi and blood will also be consumed a large part. The remaining energy is only enough for the caster to maintain the most basic ability to act in an unsatisfactory mental state. In this state, there is no resistance at all in front of the same level. Although Su Lang's power of distortion is weak and inferior, his conventional power is a real Wudu godless level. Jing Yuanbai didn't have the ability to use twisting power anymore, so what would he use to fight Su Lang? With Su Lang's twisting power isolating everything, he now has no chance to pass information outside. Chapter 16:14. I don't like unfaithful dogs. Jing Yuanbai, I want to ask you a question. Su Lang smiled faintly. If you answer truthfully, I will give you a good time. You can ask questions. But you can't kill me, you must let me go. Do you know that I am a member of the Palace of Long Hatred, and the first confidant of our palace master? And I'm still a member of Bishwadian, one of Bai Yelan's most trusted people. If you dare to kill me, Chonghen Palace and Jade Blood Heaven Do will definitely come out and smash you into pieces. Jing Yuanbai heard Su Lang's words, and a glimmer of hope rose in his desperate expression. He immediately began to negotiate terms with Su Lang, and moved out of his backstage to threaten. In Jing Yuanbai's view, Su Lang would be shocked when he heard what he said, and then tremblingly apologized, hoping to turn the fighting into a jade silk. Because Chonghen Palace and Bai Shui Tian are both superpowers second only to the supreme Nanqing Palace. Moreover, Chonghenzi and Bai Yiren are both the top powerhouses in the exile, and they have the qualifications to conquer the world and set foot on the coffin of Kowloon. What happened next made Jing Yuanbai feel incredible, and was shocked. You turned out to be from the Palace of Long Hatred. And you are also from Bishwadian. What's the matter? The so-called one dog does not recognize the two masters. You have abandoned the wonderful qualities that a dog has innately possessed. Are you still a dog? By the way, the question I want to ask is the origin of your identity. Before you said, even if I was killed by the Palace Lord's order, I will never regret it. I wondered what palace you came from. Su Lang looked at Jing Yuanbai with contempt and sarcasm, as if looking at one of the stupidest silly road deer in the world. Unexpectedly, I didn't even ask, so you hired it yourself. You mess. You dare to insult me. After hearing Su Lang's words, Jing Yuanbai's body first shook, thunderously, and then his face was blue and red as if he was painted. You are too stupid, and you blame me for insulting you. Su Lang disdainfully smiled. Forget it, too many people die from talking too much. I don't want to talk too much nonsense to you, you can die. The surrounding twisting force rushed to the center, as fast as a black hole collapsed instantly. You dare. Ah, how dare you? No, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me, I am willing to be your dog. I am a member of the Palace of Long Hatred, and I have entered the Jade Blood Heaven as an undercover agent. I know them well. You must have infinite benefits if you accept me. Ah, please raise your hands high. Jing Yuanbai screamed in the vast and turbulent power of the Milky Way condensed by Su Lang. The force of twisting constantly destroys his body and spirit. Twisting deprives him of the power of rules, and annihilates everything about him from the root. He hissed for mercy, heartbreaking, abandoning all dignity and arrogance, just begging to bow down and become Su Lang's dog. It's really rare to have someone like you who can kneel down and beg for mercy at any time at the godless level. Su Lang looked down at Jing Yuanbai, whose half-body had been destroyed, and his eyebrows were slightly raised, with a hint of playfulness. Please. Give me a chance. I am Sidhu Godless. I would like to be your dog. I will bite whoever you let me bite. Jing Yuanbai was so painful that his face was twisted and his expression was hideous. His current fate is the most complete delay. Sorry, I don't like an unfaithful dog like you. Su Lang's voice was cold, and his thoughts moved, and more twisting forces surged out, surrounding Jing Yuanbai into a twisted cocoon hundreds of meters in size. No. Jing Yuanbai howled miserably in the giant cocoon formed by the twisting force, and finally died completely. Ding. You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Sidhu Godless Soldier Sacrifice Realm Blade 1, Urdu Godless Soldier Colorful Sky Star Dragon 1 Flowing Heart 1, Sun Eater Skyflare 1, Sun Eater Soul Body 20,000, Godless Grade Material, Sun Eater Tengu Bloodline 1, Sun Eater Tooth 20, Sun Eater Claw 20, Sun Eater Bone * 4900, the Lower Emperor Source 155,856, the Superior Fairy Source 1132165541. Chapter 1615. Long Hate Sun is Heartbroken. The system prompt came, and Jing Yuanbai, who declared his incompetence, was completely shrieked. In fact, if there is a way to completely control Jing Yuanbai, Su Lang might accept this guy. After all, this guy is not only powerful, but also has a different fire, which must come from somewhere in the boundless world. Jing Yuanbai was much younger than the bright sword weapon spirit Asafel, and he had a clearer understanding of the current situation of the boundless world. However, Su Lang was not sure that he could control this guy. The soul body and soul space of the godless grade have been fully integrated, and only the last soul source is left. There is no soul fire. And the method of Mingguang 10,000 realms is still useful for the quasi-no-god class without the power of distortion. But for the true godless class, the existence with the power of distortion is very unsafe. And Su Lang didn't want to waste time slowly torturing Jing Yuanbai. In order to prevent accidents, he could only behead it quickly. Jing Yuanbai's death will definitely attract the attention of Chonghen Palace and Bai Shuitian. Bai Shuitian is just in the southern wilderness of exile. Maybe someone will come over soon. Although Jing Yuanbai said that he was an undercover agent in Jia Shuitian, I knew it, but Jia Shuitian definitely didn't know it. It's difficult to make this clear. Most of the time, Jia Shuitian will not trust me. Looking at the messy world, Su Lang thought silently in his heart, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. I have to leave. Before I leave some information. Su Lang used special means to leave a line of text, which explained Jing Yuanbai's dual identity. When you see someone from Bai Shuitian, your expression will definitely be ugly. Su Lang smiled faintly, turned around and replaced it with a clone, and directly reached the place where Zhang Wenshan and Che Chunghua were killed. Here in the extremely difficult place of the southern wilderness, it is also far away from the Palace of Sorrow in the central wilderness, and it is impossible for anyone to find it temporarily. And just when Su Lang settled on the northeast border of exile, in the wasteland, in the Palace of Long Hatred, Chong Henko, who was practicing asceticism in the underground space, spewed blood without warning. Scarlet blood spilled on the body of the woman in front, adding a trace of cruelty. Jing Yuanbai, fallen. How is this possible? He broke out, and even Wudu godless grade will be killed if he doesn't pay attention. Who is it? Who killed Jing Yuanbai? Who killed my henchman? Chong Henzi looked up to the sky in pain and roared. His face was terrifying and distorted, and his blood-stained mouth was extremely terrifying. A godless confidant who can be completely trusted is very, very precious. Because the godless grade is simply difficult to control, Chong Henzi can control Jing Yuanbai and others by relying on a more demanding godless grade secret method. Although the use of this secret method can completely control the godless level powerhouse, once the controlled powerhouse dies, Chong Henzi will be backlashed. The reason why Chong Henzi spouted a mouthful of blood just now was because of the backlash from Jing Yuanbai's death. And not only was he injured, but the fruits of these years of penance have also vanished. I must kill you, I must kill you. Chong Henzi roared very resentfully, and his trembling voice was like a beast that lost his mind. He took out the eye of the 9 yin candles, the black bowl, and the turbulent Emperor Yuan poured it into it as if he did not want his life. The water in the black bowl was rippling. The ripples continued for dozens of breaths, and finally gradually calmed down. The messy water surface became very calm, like the most clean and transparent mirror surface. A vast godless battlefield appeared on the surface of the water. Everywhere was the mountains and rivers, and even space destroyed by the force of distortion. The battlefield is in the southern barren land. Jing Yuanbai has even used it to kill the stream. Even so, he was killed. Who can do this besides Bai Yilin? However, it is impossible for Jing Yuanbai to reveal his identity. He is the veteran of Jia Shuitian. Chong Henzi's eyes were shocked and his face changed uncertainly, and then continued to infuse Di Yuan. After all, the Emperor Yuan of his whole body was exhausted. The scene in the water started to retreat as if he had pressed the slow retreat key. Chapter 16:16. Now I can bear it. But the picture went backwards too slowly, and the two warring parties did not appear for a long time. Chong Henzi was ruthless in his heart, swallowing a large amount of pills, and struggling to maintain the picture's regression. He saw a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The figure has a stout figure, fair complexion, beautiful features, and a faint indifferent temperament exuding all over his body. The eyes are a bit deep, as if thinking, this person is Su Lang. This feeling is a bit familiar. Yes, he is the one who killed Lu Mingxuan. However, this person clearly killed Lu Mingxuan after a bitter battle. It stands to reason that it is definitely not Jing Yuanbai's opponent. What happened? What method did this person use to kill Jing Yuanbai? Chong Henzi stared slightly, filled with shock and disbelief. He wanted to see how Su Lang killed Jing Yuanbai, but the eye of the 9 yin candles had reached its limit, and the picture could no longer go back. Is it a powerful weapon? But, at most this person will urge the 4 crossing godless soldiers, right? Chong Henzi frowned and was puzzled, completely wondering how Jing Yuanbai could be killed so easily. No matter how Jing Yuanbai died, the murderer knows who it is. The fierce light in Chong Henzi's eyes flickered, and the killing intent was raging. Now I will bear it. I will return it 100 times before the day of the War of Reincarnation. For the Battle of Reincarnation, for the coffin of 9 dragons, for the great dream of going to the boundless world. Chong Henzi once again curbed his murderous intention and stopped the impulse. I don't do nothing. Anyway, Jia Shuidian still doesn't know the identity of Jing Yuanbai. After Jing Yuanbai's death, Jia Shuidian will definitely shake him. If this is the case, let Yuanbai Shuidian also establish an antagonism. In the battle of reincarnation, everyone will have a hysterical battle. Chong Henzi gritted his teeth, but there was a twisted smile on his face. Taishang Juqing Palace, time-turbulent resident, in the wooden house. Bai Shuidian didn't stop Jing Yuanbai. The two sides fought together, and Jing Yuanbai was killed. Jing Yuanbai is a strong man with the ability to fight the Wudu godless level, a rare strong man in the land of exile, the main force in the battle of reincarnation, just died. Zhan Taiching looked at the disappearing red dot representing Jing Yuanbai on the chessboard, and could hardly believe his old eyes. The death of Jing Yuanbai made Zhan Taiching heartbroken. Although he is not a long-hate son, and has a master-servant relationship with Jing Yuanbai, in his opinion Jing Yuanbai is also a stepping stone. All this is caused by that mysterious existence. Since he appeared, the land of exile has been fighting continuously, and there is almost no rest. In just a few days, his strength quickly recovered, and at the same time he went from the quasi-no-god level to the Sidhu-no-god level. It stands to reason that such an old man in a place of exile can't care about the war of reincarnation. How could he wantonly slaughter the Supreme Emperor? What on earth does this person think? No, I have to send someone personally. No, just send a clone to talk to him. Zhan Taiching held his forehead with one hand, his face full of sorrow and perplexity. After making up his mind, he put down his hand and looked at the land of exile, Nanwang. Then, Zhan Taiching was stunned. What's the situation, people? Still there just now and disappeared so suddenly. Could it be that after killing Jing Yuanbai, he also died? No, this person is not inferior to me. How can he be dragged to death by Jing Yuanbai? How come there is a red dot here in the northeast, and it looks very powerful, reaching the Wudu level? This person ran from the extreme south border of the exile to the northeast border in an instant. Zhan Taiching's eyes widened suddenly. Such a fast transfer speed, if he were to come, he would definitely not be able to do it. Chapter 16-17, Bai Yelan's suspicion. It's not just that I can't do it. Even someone who is stronger than me can never do it with my own ability. By the way, isn't this place in the northeast where this person killed 2 Sandu godless level battlefields? Perhaps this person has arranged some great teleportation array beforehand to return here directly. Yes, it is absolutely true. Otherwise there is no explanation at all. Zhan Taiching quickly made up for Su Lang's transfer method, with a trace of admiration on his face. Under the blue blood sky, under the blue clouds, Jing Yuanbai is dead. How could he die? Who can be his opponent in the southern wilderness? Who has hatred against him? Could it be that he was chasing and killing the godless? But didn't I let him stop? Bai Yi Rin stands against the wind, and the surrounding wind and clouds are running in a regular rhythm, as if it contains the world's best principles. Although the expression on her face did not change much, she could feel her anger. This was when the envoy of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace was ordered to be killed before. It had never appeared before. Enlighten the Lord of Qing Ting. The subordinate immediately sent your order to Jing Yuanbai after he went down. But Jing Yuanbai didn't reply to me. I thought that although he accepted the order, he was at a loss and deliberately didn't reply to me, so I didn't think much. Who would have thought that before long, he fought with people in the south near the turbulent border of time and was also beheaded. According to our surviving spies near the battlefield, Jing Yuanbai used his unique skill to kill the stream, but he was still killed. Lord of Qing Ting, shall we issue a wanted for the person who killed Jing Yuanbai? Qin Chenggen, who had the blood of Ink Kun, knelt down not far from Bai Yelan, and explained to Bai Yelan with embarrassment. When Jing Yuanbai did not reply to his confirmation of the order, he should have reported to Bai Yelan. But because Jing Yuanbai's servant was very arrogant, in Qin Chenggen's opinion, it was very possible that he would not reply deliberately. In addition, under Bai Yelan, who are also 2 godless big monsters, Qin Chenggen always regarded Jing Yuanbai as an opponent, and a little disgusted. Therefore, Qin Chenggen's treatment of Jing Yuanbai's instinct was relatively perfunctory, and after conveying Bai Yelan's order, he didn't care about anything. At this time, Jing Yuanbai was dead, and Qin Chenggen was a little happy immediately. Of course, he would not have any good impressions of the mysterious murderer. No matter how you say it, Jing Yuanbai is a man of blue blood. You are also responsible for the death of Jing Yuanbai. Bai Yelan's faint voice came, go, investigate this matter clearly and redeem the merits. Yes, the Lord of Qingting. Qin Chenggen bowed to take the order, then turned and left. Jing Yuanbai, why didn't he obey the order and insisted on chasing down that strange godless grade? Although he is arrogant, he has always obeyed my orders 100%. Bai Yelan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, gleaming suspiciously. What that censored is there in this incident? Just as Bai Yelan had doubts about Jing Yuanbai, Qin Chenggen started to investigate, and Chong Hengong secretly tried to provoke the relationship. The turbulent border in northeast time. Su Lang was flying to the north continuously. Since the clones and avatars are almost consumed during the battle, it is impossible to use clone dispatch and replacement to hurry. Although this is slow, it also has benefits. For example, you can count the harvest this time while enjoying the scenery. The system, deposit all the Diwan Shanyuan in my storage space into the balance. Su Lang shuttled among the vast sea of clouds and gave instructions with expectation. Ding! All have been saved in the system. The balance of the subordinate Diwan in the mysterious space suddenly increased to 178,757. Approximately 200,000 lower Emperor source. Another system feature can be upgraded. It's a pity that the one key empowerment function can then be upgraded to level 20, but it will cost 1 million lower Emperor sources. Su Lang licked his lips, scanned the system functions he had mastered, and found that only the one-click martial arts function could be upgraded. Chapter 1618. 41 Level 1 Key Martial Arts Function. In addition to the one-click martial arts function, all other functions require 1 million to be upgraded. Although there are more gains, this system function improvement is too costly. 1 million lower Emperor Yuan, I have to kill 7 or 8 Jing Yuanbai to get together. Oh, forget it, the system, give me a one-key martial arts function upgrade. Su Lang uttered a few words silently, and immediately issued the system instructions again. One-click martial arts function doubles the speed. It seems that it won't take long for my practice to be finished again. Su Lang felt a sense of excitement when he thought of those awesome godless level techniques. He is now the right Supreme Emperor. Even though he is just a crossing of the Supreme Emperor, his life level is completely different from before. The previous exercises, whether it is an Emperor level exercise or a Great Emperor level exercise, will gradually lose their effect. So Su Lang must now master the new godless level exercises earlier. Only in this way can you maintain your leapfrog combat power against the enemy, so that you won't be reduced to the point where everyone is confused. Of course, Su Lang still has a solution to the problem of exercises. This solution is one-click enhanced function. One-click enhancement function claims that all non-living objects can be enhanced. Even the Yudian sword, a weapon with its characteristics against the sky, can be strengthened by a small level at a time. If it is used to strengthen the exercises, it may be able to improve those useful but low-level exercises. Well, let's see if the materials are enough first. Jing Yuanbai shouldn't be very poor, right? After all, he has 2 boats on his feet, and the 2 forces are like a fish in the water. While thinking about it, Su Lang began to count all the newly obtained materials. The first is the materials obtained from Jing Yuanbai, this dog monster. This is a very rare monster who has cultivated to the godless level. Every inch of his flesh and blood is actually a treasure of heaven and earth. What teeth, claws, hairs, bones, all are Sidhu godless grade materials, which can be directly used to create godless soldiers. For example, the blade of sacrifice is a Sidhu godless grade built by Jing Yuanbai with a lot of his fangs. Secondly, Jing Yuanbai collected all kinds of materials. This product is worthy of being a guy who has 2 forces on both sides. The material on his body is more than the material on the 4 dragons and the 4 brothers combined. Of course, among them, the 4 dragons and the 4 brothers consumed too much in the last reincarnation era, and this reincarnation era has just revived and there is no time to collect treasures. But no matter what, Jing Yuanbai can be said to be the fattest opponent Su Lang killed. Previously strengthening the Yudian sword consumed most of my materials. The materials now obtained are 10 times the ones before. With these materials, the Yudian sword can definitely be strengthened again. Furthermore, the weapons obtained from Jing Yuanbai have to be disassembled, so that there are more materials. A look of excitement appeared in Su Lang's eyes, and then immediately took out the blade of sacrifice and the colorful sky star dragon. Buzzing. As soon as the blade of sacrifice appeared, it immediately began to struggle. But at this time, the time limit for Su Lang's swallowing clone had not yet arrived, and the blade of sacrifice, which was not under the control of his master, was not his opponent at all. It's easy. Su Lang firmly suppressed the blade of sacrifice world. This long sword was made by Jing Yuan by using his own material, and it was considered a magic weapon for his life. Its ability is to block the opponent's life universe after killing the enemy. Then in the battle, the energy of these life universes was consumed to exert a stronger attack. This is why this knife is called the Blade of Sacrifice. Chapter 16:19. Wagging like a dog's tail. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor level consumes its own life universe. This knife can store and consume other life universes, and perform powerful attacks. This is the equivalent of multiple woody great emperors and even godless emperors exploding the power of the world at the same time. It is really terrifying. The heroes of the world can't be underestimated. Su Lang sighed, and then directly used the one-key decomposition function to decompose the Blade of Sacrifice. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 100, the soul of the Quasi-Supreme Emperor 500, the soul of the Supreme Emperor 8000, the Godless Grade Material Sun Eater 10,000, Sun Eater Tensile 10,000, Sun Demon Blood Jade 10,000, Supreme Qishao Jade 10000. Great Emperor Grade Material. The system prompt sounded for a long time before stopping. The more Su Lang listened, the brighter his eyes. He didn't expect that Jing Yuanbai would spend so much material in refining this sacrificial blade. The soul of the Supreme Emperor alone has a full 500 shares, and I don't know where he got so many godless souls. Moreover, I don't know how Jing Yuanbai used his own power to create the four-crossing godless soldier. You have to know that his own strength is only the godless grade. However, Su Lang soon found the answer. He found a large amount of materials that had nothing to do with Jing Yuanbai from the list of materials obtained by decomposition. These materials are much more than that of Jing Yuanbai himself. It is easy to distinguish from the refining skills of the primordial level. These materials can create a very good godless soldier. In other words, the Blade of Sacrifice was made by Jing Yuanbai on the basis of a long-inherited godless soldier, adding materials from himself to it. That makes perfect sense. There are not many godless levels in one reincarnation age, but many reincarnation times come down, let alone 100 godless levels. 1 million godless levels are probably all out. Even if the probability of godless souls being condensed at the godless level is ridiculously low, the power of time is still too terrifying. No matter how low the probability is, a large number of godless souls can be accumulated. Accumulated from generation to generation, a godless soldier is tempered and promoted in each generation, and it becomes a senior godless soldier over time. All the godless soldiers in this exile, except for me, are all handed down from the previous reincarnation times. While thinking about it, Su Lang pulled the colorful sky star dragon from the side. This Urdu godless soldier was also handed down from the last reincarnation era. At this time, the colorful Tianxinglong witnessed the tragic death of the sacrifice blade, and immediately frightened his soul to dissipate, and his liver and gall were torn apart. Roar! The colorful Tianxinglong roared surrenderly in front of Su Lang. The tail of the dragon is wagging like a dog's tail, and I don't know who I learned from it. Colorful sky star dragon. The 4 godless soldiers of Salonghai have all fallen into my hands. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and then asked with a smile at Chi Kai Tian Xinglong, "Tell me, what exactly is Jing Yuanbai's identity? Why is it that someone from the Palace of Long Hatred is so related to Bai Shui Tian?" "Return your lord, I don't know this. Jing Yuanbai is the first time he has exposed his identity as the Palace of Long Hatred. In the past, he has always walked the world as the veteran of the Jade Blood Heaven." The colorful sky star dragon tremblingly replied cautiously, where there is still a bit of what a dragon should look like. "Oh, I see. Jing Yuanbai's call from the palace lord is extremely smooth. I am afraid that Chang'an Palace is his original home. As for Bishuitian, it is estimated that he joined it behind with a different purpose. Simply put, he is the undercover agent of Chang'an Palace in Bishuitian. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect someone to play infernal affairs in this place of exile." Su Lang listened to the words of the colorful Tianxinglong, and analyzed Jing Yuanbai's identity as soon as his head turned. "My lord is wise. His eyes are like a torch. Qi Kai Tianxinglong immediately began to flatter Su Lang. No matter how nice it is, you can't escape this disaster. Su Lang smiled coldly and directly activated the one-key decomposition function. Chapter 1620. Sidhu Godless Dragon Terrace. Being big, the colorful Sky Star Dragon's voice begging for mercy stopped abruptly, because it had been broken down into materials. Ball battle. Su Lang heard the last scream of the colorful Sky Star Dragon. He was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled brightly again, seeming to remember some good memories. He looked at the decomposed material of the colorful Sky Star Dragon. Like the Zishao Sky Star Dragon and the Promise Sky Star Dragon, the 7-color Sky Star Dragon has decomposed 10 godless souls, 100 quasi-godless souls, and various materials related to the gods. The material decomposed by the colorful Sky Star Dragon is the most suitable for the Godless Dragon platform. It's a pity that the guy with the blood of Shenlong in this place of exile can reach the level of Salonghai again. I'm afraid there will be no more. My Godless Dragon platform can only evolve with ordinary materials in the future. I don't know if it will damage its domineering image. Whispering this, Su Lang put aside all the materials related to Shenlong. In fact, in addition to the materials obtained from the decomposition of the colorful Tianxinglong, there are also some materials related to the Shenlong in the materials collected from Jing Yuanbai. No need to think about it and know that Jing Yuanbai wanted to improve the colorful Sky Star Dragon. After all, this was just a second-duration godless soldier, which was not enough for him. At this time, these materials happened to be cheaper for Su Lang. You have the greatest function in this war, so I will give you a promotion first. Su Lang took out the Godless Dragon Terrace with a satisfied smile on his face. Ao Bing kowtowed thanks to the Lord. Serve the Lord without regrets until death. Godless Longtaiki Ling Ao Bing knelt at Su Lang's feet, bowing his head respectfully to thank you. Su Lang nodded slightly. Before giving an order, the system, activate the weapon evolution function, and evolve the Godless Dragon platform into the 4-crossing Godless Soldier. Ding. Consume Godless Soul 50. Quasi-No-God Soul 200, Great Emperor Soul 5000, Heavenly Dragon Remnant Soul 1, Heavenly Dragon Remnant Body 1, Dragon Phoenix Cold Spring Jade 100, Dragon Evil Broken Yu Gold 100, Zishao. Dragon Blood Jade 100, Supreme Dragon Tears Gold 200, Longyuan Supreme Cream 1000. Godless Dragon Platform has evolved into the 4-crossing Supreme Soldier. A mysterious brilliance flashed, and the life-like Godless Dragon Tower suddenly became more vivid. And Longwei, who has no God Dragon Terrace, has become more terrifying, and is majestic and upright. Like a sea, ordinary creatures will kneel down and worship when they see the instinct. This Godless Soldier really looks more and more like a dragon. Even Su Lang would regard the dragon button on the Jade Seal as a really alive dragon if he hadn't observed it carefully with the method of micro-mystery. After the evolution of the Godless Dragon platform, of course not only the appearance and temperament have been improved. Its characteristic is to specialize in the field of energy attack. Not only does it possess cross-border combat capabilities in terms of conventional forces, but in terms of twisting power, the amount and quality of condensed forces far exceeds the same level. At this time, the limit of its conventional power has reached the Wudu level. Moreover, the quality and quantity of twisting power have also changed dramatically, which is more than 100 times stronger than before. Of course, the energy consumed by urging the Godless Dragon platform also increased sharply. Even Su Lang, who has practiced a lot of bodybuilding exercises, still has 10 inner circles in his body and a sun as an energy furnace, can only be able to continue to drive. If Godless Dragon platform has reached a higher level, I am afraid that Su Lang uses the profound meaning of the world's death to consume the energy of the whole body in one breath, and he can't let it perform extreme attacks. In this regard, Su Lang was not disappointed. After all, it makes no sense to ask the horse to run and not to eat the grass. It seems that I still have to get promoted quickly. The body should continue to exercise too, it can't fall down. I will try to see if the Yudian sword can evolve or strengthen, and then I will go to see Jing Yuanbai's technique. While thinking about it, Su Lang took the Yudian sword in front of him. You finally think of me. Xiaoyu misses you so much and wants to talk to you. The disgustingly beautiful Xiaoyu ran out of Yudian sword and plunged into Su Lang's arms. Seeing this scene, Ao Bing, who was next to him, instantly looked invisible and inaudible, and immediately returned to the Godless Dragon Terrace. Chapter 1621, I never deny this. You really haven't said much lately, have you been suffocated? Su Lang smiled blankly, then patted Xiaoyu's delicate back. Wow, master, you actually hold me and don't let go, you really are a pervert. Xiaoyu raised her head to look at Su Lang, her pretty face full of cunning and playfulness. A man's censored as a hero. I never deny this. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. You always tease me in front of me, are you afraid that I will fight you with a real gun? I'm waiting for your words. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and Su Lang was taken aback by the words in her mouth, this girl. You finally said something like this. I must tell Beckham to them, hee. Xiaoyu said excitedly, and glanced at Wuxian Longtai, don't give false testimony to a certain insect. Godless Longtai trembled all over, and his heart said that I have been affected by such an inexistent person. If you want to tell them, then go. Will I be afraid of them? I'm not here to pack one by one, and one pair to pack one pair. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. Oh, wouldn't it be that 6 or 7 came and cleaned up together? Xiaoyu still stared at Shui Yingying's big eyes. Master, you can have fun. Yeah, I will have a good time. Su Lang twitched his mouth and waved his hand to close Wuxian Longtai. Xiaoyu, do you want to try now? How long have I been born now? Xiaoyu exclaimed, pretending to be scared, pushing Su Lang away. According to the age of human beings, it is less than 2 months. Master, you, don't hide, as long as there is true love, age is not a problem. Su Lang hugged Xiaoyu tightly, with a serious expression on his face. Tell you, I like you like this. Xiaoyu stagnated, and a trace of crimson appeared on her jade-like porcelain face. Haha, skin with me, and see if you are still skinned. Seeing this scene, Su Lang's serious expression could no longer be stretched, and it turned into a strong playfulness and pride. HMPH, you won. Xiaoyu's face was even redder, and she stomped her feet before disappearing into the Yudian sword. It's been less than 2 months. It's really too much. Seeing Xiaoyu hiding in the sword body, Su Lang's face didn't move, and his heart was a little complicated for some reason. It's just getting up to business. Su Lang's eyes are clear and his tone is calm. Is my current material enough to evolve the Yudian sword while retaining the specified characteristics? Ding. The host currently has enough materials. Immediately retain the designated characteristics and evolve the Yudian sword. Before the sound of the system fell, Su Lang gave the instructions directly. Ding. Consume Godless Soul 1, Quasi-No God Soul 10, Great Emperor's Soul 1000, Woody Soul. The Yudian sword has evolved into a second crossing Godless Soldier. With a flash of gloomy light, Yudian sword's appearance did not change much, but its aura suddenly skyrocketed. Coupled with the strengthening state, the true level of this Godless Soldier has reached the Sandu Godless Soldier. There is no censored soul or something completely sufficient. It's just that the other materials are not enough, and the place of exile is really barren, otherwise the Yudian sword might evolve twice. Su Lang looked at the Godless Soul left in the storage space, feeling a little regretful. He took out the 8-sided shield again. Although evolving the Yudian sword and Godless Dragon platform consumed a lot of materials, there was still a lot left. At this time, the remaining materials are enough to evolve the Quasi-No God Soldier Tianju 8-sided shield into a non-God soldier. When I saw the 8-sided shield, I thought of Broken Dream Knife. Hey, Broken Dream Knife, it's a pity that it cuts out its immediate perverted attributes. Su Lang thought of the Broken Dream Knife sealed in the Abandoned Life universe, and shook his head helplessly. His gaze immediately fell on the 8-sided shield of the sky. Qi Ling Ajia ran out and knelt at Su Lang's feet, extremely humble. Ah, you are going to evolve into a godless soldier. From the quasi-no god level to the non-god level, even Ao Bing's minor mental retardation can be cured. I hope you can change your cowardly temper after evolution. Su Lang muttered a few words, and then gave the evolution order. Ding. Consume no censored soul 1, quasi-no censored soul 8, the soul of the Emperor 100, empty cicada supreme gold 20, 3 life peach blossom jade 50. The 8-sided shield of heaven has evolved into 1 cross no censored soldiers. Chapter 1622, Godless Grade 8 Round Shield. When the system prompt falls, Tianjia's 8-sided shield instantly takes on a new look and is promoted to 1 level. After upgrading to a large level, the appearance of Tianjia's 8-sided shield has undergone some changes, but the changes are not significant. The original 8-sided celestial shield was A black circular shield the size of a pan with an unusually conspicuous white circle on it. At this time, the shield is still the same, but the color has changed. The black background of the shield has become darker, and the white circle is more conspicuous. If a quasi-godless class sees this shield, I am afraid that the white circle will attract all the attention. The appearance changes at the same time. Kneeling at Su Lang's feet, he was covered in black mist, shrank like a coward, Ajia, who was also a creature with real flesh and blood. But I saw Ajia looks like a man in his 20s. His skin is fair, his hair is messy, he wears an ordinary black robe, and his eyes are dark circles, and he looks terribly deteriorating. Albing and Li Qiwei both look extraordinary. How come it's your turn to still be so bad? Su Lang smiled speechlessly. Could this be the so-called birth from the heart? I'm afraid, probably. Right. Ah Zhang replied uncertainly with a cautious expression. Looking at how you look now, it's a lot better than before. It is estimated that if you evolve a few more times, you will not be affected by nature. However, you have to make progress yourself, and your temperament can be restrained through hard work. Send you a word from Mr. Shuren. True warriors dare to face the bleak life and the dripping blood. Su Lang smiled and relieved Ajia a few words, and then taught a few words with a straight face. I am looking forward to seeing you shouting come on, censored me, in the battle. Warrior. A true warrior, a bleak life. Come on, censored me. Ah Zhang trembled all over, and if he realized something, he repeated Su Lang's words and returned to his body. This guy won't have an epiphany, right? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Wait a while and take him out to see if there is any change. Put away the eight-sided shield of Tianzhao. Su Lang's gaze fell on Xin Ju Wufeng's sword and bright sword. These two weapons also had many functions in previous battles. Every twisting force they gathered was the reason for Su Lang's victory. Now I have almost used my materials. But I have written down your functions, and I will be promoted for you next time. Su Lang flicked the two long swords with his hands and carried them around his waist. The Yutian sword next to him also censored Su Lang's hair obediently at this time, acting as Su Lang's hairpin. Although there are a lot of poems, but the nature is still very good and cute. Su Lang touched the Yutian sword that looked like a hairpin, and a happy smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He continued to count the remaining gains. I have to say that Jing Yuanbai still has a lot of things on his body. Now 3 weapons have been upgraded, but the refining materials are almost consumed. Su Lang hasn't had time to look at some more valuable things. Looking around in the storage space, a group of black and gold flames floated slowly, quite mysterious. This flame is exactly the sun-devouring sky flame that Jing Yuanbai used in the battle before, the cosmic fire. Different fire. Su Lang's heart moved, and the sun-biting sky flame suddenly appeared in his hands. Ding! I found that the different fire is consuming the sun and the sky. Is it refining? Just like when it got the Qinglian dragon pattern fire, the system detects the abnormal fire and prompts it immediately. Su Lang issued an order. Ding! The sun-devouring sky flame has been refined. The system prompted that as soon as it fell, the black and golden flames melted into Su Lang's body and disappeared. Su Lang spread his left hand, and a black and gold flame appeared in the palm of his hand. This is a kind of flame that can swallow energy, including twisting power. Chapter 1623, Fusion of Cosmos-Grade Different Fire-Devouring Sun-Sky Flame. Colorful Burning Heaven. Su Lang spread out his right hand again, and a group of colorful flames appeared in the palm of his hand. This is a special fire formed by fusing 88 different fires with Burning Heaven Great Emperor Jing, possessing various strange characteristics. Fen Tian, turn, Su Lang thought, and the colorful flame in his right hand suddenly turned into a ball of colorful envelopment. Immediately, the black gold flame on the palm of his left hand suddenly looked like iron filings attracted by a magnet, and it rushed straight towards the entanglement and blended into it. Immediately, Yin Yun began to rotate slowly, like a grinding disc-shaped nebula. The sun-biting heavenly flame was completely integrated into the colorful burning heavenly flame. The endlessly spinning Yin Yun also stopped spinning, returning to the previous colorful colors. At this time, the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan had swallowed the sun-devouring heaven flame, and he was immediately promoted from a Wuxian-level heterogeneous fire to a Supreme Emperor-level heterogeneous fire. It contains 88 kinds of flames, such as Green Lotus and Dragon Pattern, Xuanyan Pure Moon, Crepe Myrtle Indefinite, Rock Blood and Dark Death, and forbidden spirit of heaven. Its characteristic level has also been raised to the godless level, which is suitable for the battle of godless level. Unexpectedly, a cosmic-grade alien fire can actually improve all the characteristics of the alien fire. These strange fires all have the characteristics of transcending the universe, and can resist the existence of twisting power. With these flames, facing a godless opponent, I have another terrifying whole card. Su Lang looked at the brand new colorful burning heaven Miaoyan in his hand, and his eyes were full of surprises. Just this colorful burning sky magic flame has the characteristics of attack, concealment, defense, amplification, trapping enemies, etc., which can be regarded as a twisting power with distinct attributes. In the battle, it can definitely play an unexpected role. I knew it was extraordinary. It now appears that the potential of alien fire greatly exceeds my prediction. I don't know if there is still a strange fire in this place of exile. If there is, you must get it. Su Lang licked his lips. He who tasted the sweetness wanted to melt into more strange fire now. Make bricks without straw. There is no other strange fire in his hands, and Su Lang can only temporarily shelve it. Taking the colorful Fenchen Miaoyan back into his body, Su Lang took out the heart of devouring flow. The mental arithmetic of Qi Lu is a special transcendent organ in Jing Yuanbai's body, which is used to condense the special twisting power of Li Lu. After condensing enough heart of the flow, you can perform the flow of the lore. Su Lang had personally experienced the horror of sweeping the flow lore. This move can directly engulf and control the enemy's power to counter-kill without going through any process of absorption and transformation. Whether it is conventional power or twisting power, it will be directly engulfed, a counterattack. The stronger the force being entrapped, the stronger the flow of devouring lore, which will often exceed the enemy's own strength and carry out leapfrog counter-kills. If it weren't for Su Lang's system function, he could switch positions with the clone instantly when the space rules collapsed. He would definitely lose in this trick. However, this trick is mine now. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a faint smile. The heart of devouring flow is completely preserved by the system, just like the Supreme Emperor Dao Jing, forming a special hole, which can be used directly. Of course, the Supreme Emperor Dao Jing was a tasteless one for Su Lang. The heart of phagocytosis is different. This thing can be put into the universe of life, instilling various energies to cultivate the destructive force of phagocytosis. This thing can also be used to refine tools. If it is refined into a godless soldier, the effect will be better. Although Su Lang did not have a complete refining formula, if he refined it randomly, he would not get the desired result. But he has a key decomposition function. If the refined weapon does not meet expectations, it will be decomposed directly without losing any material at all. It's a pity that the refining materials are too scarce now. It's better to put it in the cubic universe to absorb energy first, and then use it to refine godless soldiers when you have the materials. Su Lang made a decision while his thoughts flickered. Chapter 1624. Then you will be meat dogs. When he thought about it, he put the heart of devouring flow into the cubic universe. Not only that, but also makes it revolve around the sun's surface, absorbing the sun's energy. The sun in Su Lang didn't look big, but it was a part of the sun in the boundless world, and its energy could not be used up. So there is no need to worry that the heart of the stream will absorb the energy of the sun at all. After releasing the heart of devouring flow, Su Lang took out a life universe. This is the life universe of Jing Yuanbai's Sidu level, the most perfect life universe that Su Lang has obtained, and it is even more advanced than Lu Mingshuan's. After all, Lu Mingshuan had just broken through Sidu, but Jing Yuanbai was a senior Sidu godless. The life universe in Su Lang's hands is much better than Lu Mingshuan's life universe. Because Jing Yuanbai lost the courage to struggle at the last juncture, and did not have the will to smash jade instead of tile. So he didn't completely sacrifice his life planet, but squeezed the creatures inside to almost death. The reason why it is said to be almost, is because there are still some creatures living in it. Su Lang dispatched his clone to enter this universe of life. It was found that the planet of life was split everywhere, full of cobweb-shaped rift valleys. Countless smoke and dust filled the sky, earth and even the void of the universe, making a gray scene in front of him. The broken ground is full of creatures that have turned into dry corpses. The wind blows gently, and they turn into fly ash, dissipating between the sky and the earth. Woo-hoo! On the top of a huge mountain, a pure white tengu wailed to the sky. It was seriously injured and died soon. This is a quasi-godless sun-eater, the pure blood offspring of Jing Yuanbai. It knows that the reason why the life universe is like this is because the ancestor has fallen. In addition to this sun-eater Tengu, there are other sun-eater Tengu living. Probably it was Jing Yuanbai who couldn't bear to swallow them so that they survived. If Su Lang did not obtain this life universe, they would develop and grow on this life planet. Until the barriers of the life universe were eroded by the force of space in the exile, everything was exposed and everything was restored to freedom. At that time, the inheritance of the Sun-Eater Tengu will reappear in the land of exile. But now, Su Lang controls this universe of life. The lives of these Sun-Eaters are all in the hands of Su Lang. A dog is a good dog, but unfortunately, I don't know if he is loyal. Since it is a creature below the godless level, you can use Mingguang 10,000 realms to try to assimilate it. Su Lang thought in his heart, and immediately entered the universe of life, unfolding the luminous world, trying to assimilate these Sun-Eaters. Even with Su Lang's godless power at the Wudu level at this time, the displayed Mingguang Tengu could not assimilate the Sun-Eater Tengu. Even the other creatures on the planet were all assimilated and surrendered to Su Lang's feet. Those Sun-Eaters did not have any tendency to surrender, but were full of mortal hearts, and would rather die than surrender. It is the first time that Mingguang 10,000 realms has failed to a creature below the godless level. Su Lang frowned slightly. Perhaps, the sun-devouring Tengu is a special case. They have the heart of devouring flow, and they are born to condense the terrifying and twisting power of devouring flow, so they can resist the Mingguang world. After guessing the reason, since you don't want to surrender, be my lackey. Then you will be my meat dogs. Su Lang sneered again and again. He planned to refine a super powerful weapon, but the more things like heart of flowing devour, the better. These Sun-Eater Tengu did not want to surrender, so they were raised, and when they grew up, they killed them and took away various materials from them. Since I have decided to breed, you have to put some feed in. Many of these Sun-Eaters have reached the pinnacle of the quasi-no-god level, because Jing Yuanbai deliberately suppressed it and did not break through. As long as the resources are sufficient, they will have a godless existence soon. Chapter 1625, A Brand New Godless Pill. Su Lang smiled at the corner of his mouth, and a large number of godless pill appeared in the wave of his hand, and it fell into the hands of racial powerhouses other than the Sun-Eater. In addition to a large number of pills, there are also some sun-devouring soul-body fragments, obtained from Jing Yuanbai. Presumably, these pure-blooded Sun-Eater Tengu got these Sun-Eater soul-body fragments, and they will definitely increase their cultivation base. And now, all races other than the sun-devouring Tengu had become Su Lang's slaves. Su Lang gave these treasures to these racial powerhouses, just to use their hands to indirectly send them to the hands of the Sun-Eaters. After all, the current Sun-Eater Tengu population is full of panic and vigilance, and will never accept treasures of unknown origin. Su Lang collected this life universe into the pupil of 10,000 worlds. Presumably, the sun-devouring Tengu will be attacked soon, and will kill the enemy and get a lot of resources. Then they will use these resources to break through to the godless level, and at the most exciting moment, they will be cut by Su Lang. This is the end of death rather than yield. Collect Jing Yuanbai's life universe. Su Lang also produced a large number of exercises classics. Among these exercise books, there are God-level exercises, Supreme Sutra of Devouring Sun, Supreme Demon Sutra, and some Great Emperor-level exercises. But these exercises are basically only applicable to the sun-biting Tengu, and the effect is ordinary. Because the Sun-Eater Tengu mainly relies on its own monster talent to fight. For example, minions, or natal weapons refined by minions, and the heart of devouring flow. The exercises are not very helpful to them. For Su Lang, the biggest gain of these exercises is the two non-synthetic godless level exercises, which can be used to synthesize Taichu exercises. Of course, these exercises are just a spare. After all, some exercises are not suitable for integration. Sometimes the high-level exercises of chicken ribs are not as good as the lower-level exercises. In addition to the exercises, the classics made Su Lang's eyes bright. The sun-devouring Tengu clan are indeed very good at refining weapons. This is their ethnic heritage. Through these inherited knowledge, they can refine their minions into natal weapons. For example, the Blade of Sacrifice is one of them. Of course, the refining classics still had little effect on Su Lang. But the alchemy classics are different. Su Lang found a godless alchemy book among the spoils. At first glance, this book is not the book of the sun-chewing Tengu clan, but Jing Yuanbai obtained it from other places. Because it records many high-end godless level pill prescriptions, as well as the corresponding alchemy techniques, profound meaning. There are a total of 98 kinds of alchemy, including various kinds of cultivation, healing and so on. Although Su Lang also has many godless pills, but almost all the medicines in his body are synthesized with one key synthesis function. Although the synthetic pill has reached the godless level, it still has some flaws in nature. Just like when Su Lang made healing pills for Chu Xiaobei, the effect of the low-level pills synthesized was not very satisfactory. With regard to the pill, Su Lang finally truly entered the stage of godlessness. The godless grade pill that is refined through these pill recipes can even be used to synthesize 2 low-level pill. Of course, I don't know how terrifying the ratio is. It just so happens that my refining materials are exhausted, but there are so many alchemy materials. Especially the alchemy materials without censored level, because there is no pill, all are piled up there to eat ashes. A hint of excitement rose in Su Lang's eyes. Now these alchemy materials can finally come in handy. After reading the pill prescription, Su Lang immediately ordered, activate the one key alchemy function to refine taken immeasurable pill. Ding, successfully refining, you will get the godless grade pill taken Wuliang Dan 5. Ding, successful refining, you get. The system prompted a scream, and Su Lang received 100 taken immeasurable pills in a short time. You know, a godless alchemist is already extremely rare. Most of the godless pill that they refined were of low quality, or even inferior pill. And Su Lang refined the godless pill of perfect quality, its value is simply inestimable. Chapter 1626, by Yelin's confidant girl Niu Niu. Tycoon Wuliang Dan has run out of materials. Su Lang heard the system prompt to stop, so he ordered again, refine the supreme void pill for me. Ding, successfully refining, you will obtain godless grade pill, supreme heaven void pill 5. The system prompt rang again. Seeing that the materials accumulated for a long time in the storage space turned into perfect quality godless pill, Su Lang's face burst into laughter. Su Lang looked at the classics about the formation. It's a pity that Jing Yuanbai didn't collect any powerful formations, and the most advanced formations were only at the emperor level, so there was nothing to say. Hey, this makes my thoughts go into a rush and can only continue to sit on the bench. Su Lang sighed and stuffed all the spoils into the storage space. The harvest from Jing Yuanbai is completely counted. In the censored sky, Qin Chenggen is conducting a series of investigations on Jing Yuanbai's death. Soon, a large amount of intelligence was transmitted back from places near the battlefield. According to the investigation, the person who fought against Jing Yuanbai secretly planned a plan to destroy Bishuadian. Moreover, it seems that he has some vicious means against the blue-blooded unicorn in his hands. And his purpose is to kill the Lord of Qingting and obtain the blood of unicorns for his breakthrough. Jing Yuanbai originally planned to leave, but after learning some clues, he was afraid that the person would succeed in planning, so he would disregard the command of Qingting Lord and act boldly. The result is that Jing Yuanbai lost the battle, and would rather die than surrender, be killed. Qin Chenggen frowned slightly as he watched the messages gathered in his hands. He did not question the authenticity of this comprehensive information. Rather, he felt that it was really uncomfortable for Jing Yuanbai to suddenly change from a fellow who did not obey orders and died to a heroic sacrifice. What qualifications does that arrogant fellow have to be a hero? Unhappy and unhappy. Qin Chenggen reported this information to Bai Yelin. Of course, he didn't know that this information was simply not accurate. With Jing Yuanbai's efforts, Bishuadian's intelligence system has long been eroded by the Palace of Sorrow, and it is too simple to do it. The top of the blue blood sky. The top floor of the vast floating building is in the Imperial Jade Hall. Bai Yelin put down the jade slip in her hand. She looked at the information, her face was indifferent, and she couldn't see the idea. There should be no problem. Qin Chenggen knelt beside Bai Yelin, his face calmly replied. Then you send someone to chase the murderer. Remember, the murderer is very powerful, don't do it rashly. After getting the trace of the other party, you immediately report it to me and I will deal with him personally. Bai Yelin said faintly, and gently pinched in her hand, the jade slip that recorded the information will fly to annihilation. Follow the order of the Lord of Qingting. Qin Chenggen knocked on the commander's orders and immediately turned and disappeared from the same place. After Qin Chenggen left, Bai Yelin snorted coldly, Mo Lu, go to confirm the authenticity of this matter and investigate Qin Chengen by the way. However, sister, Qin Chengen should be fine. Accompanied by the voice of a young girl, a woman with a big waist and bulging muscles, but with a delicate head, walked out of the dark. This girl named Molu is not a deer demon, but an antler longicorn with a special bloodline. Yes, a longhorn beetle. At the same time, she was also a four-crossing godless grade powerhouse, and she was Bai Yi Lin's most trusted person, not one of them. The girl Molu controls the intelligence network that Bai Yelin secretly arranged, which is very different from the intelligence network on the bright side. Although Bishuatian is too loose, the two intelligence networks inevitably overlap, but the level of penetration of the secret intelligence network is much lower. His loyalty may be fine, but it's only possible. The main reason is that I have a little doubt about his ability, for fear of him being deceived. Bai Yelin looked at Molu with gentle eyes. Go, investigate in secret. The girl Molu nodded heavily, and immediately disappeared into the curtain. Chapter 1627. Zhan Taiqing's Clone. The far north border of the land of exile, the edge of the residence of the supreme palace of the Nine Qings. An old man with a beard longer than his hair appeared out of thin air, and then flew towards the east. This old man is a clone of Zhan Taiqing. His real name is Yuan Qing, and he has the cultivation base of the four-crossing godless level. Of course, Zhan Taiqing did not have Su Lang's perverted clone ability. This clone was not split by himself, but was created by a supreme emperor in various rare materials with special methods. At this time, the reason why this clone went to the east was because Zhan Taiqing sent out to find Su Lang. Zhan Taiqing was shocked by Su Lang too many times, and he was afraid that Su Lang would continue to slaughter godless grade everywhere, which would greatly reduce the overall strength of the exile. So I sent a clone to get to know Su Lang and talk about the battle of reincarnation by the way. In fact, if only sending a clone to go, there is a slight suspicion of negligence. After all, in Zhan Taiqing's eyes, Su Lang was a big boss at the same level as him. But when Zhan Taiqing left the retreat, his lifespan couldn't help but toss, otherwise he would go to see Su Lang himself. Of course, even if he dispatched a clone, he also brought enough sincerity. Su Lang went all the way north, and the time limit for swallowing the clone had arrived on the way. When the clones and avatars were all reunited, Su Lang began to use clone dispatch and clone replacements. This is much faster than flying on your own. In a short period of time, Su Lang continuously replaced the clones and appeared near the far north. Because he knew that the supreme palace of the Nine Qings was in the far north, Su Lang didn't plan to go to their residence. Taishang Juqing Palace. Time is turbulent. The deity Zhan Taiqing looked at the light spots on the chessboard and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. This fellow Taoist can actually span such a long distance in an instant. The shortest leap spanned 300,000 light years. This isn't the teleportation array laid out in advance, is it? Is it possible that his teleportation array is spread throughout the exile? Is this possible? Zhan Taiqing's face was uncertain, and then quickly issued instructions to the clone Yuan Qing to rush to Su Lang's direction. Finally, it's here. Just stay here for a day or two. Su Lang stood on the top of a huge rocky peak, overlooking the turbulent time border in the distance. I don't know if I can find lost Xuanwu here, Su Lang thought, and 40 avatars suddenly appeared around his body in one drink. A total of 80 clones with the normal combat power of the Supreme Emperor Sandu came to this world, and the pressure on their bodies distorted the space. A huge teleportation array burst out with fierce rays of light in an extremely hidden mountainside in the distance. The strong light almost pierced the mountain and came out, very conspicuous. There is a teleportation array over there. Su Lang sensed the light of the teleportation array for the first time, and immediately turned his head to look. Su Lang found an old man with a long beard flying out of the giant mountain and flying towards him. But this person suddenly stagnated and stopped. A full 80 clones, and all of them are Sandu godless grade, and the aura of the deity is exactly the same. I must be dreaming. Where is there such a terrifying avatar in the world? Yuan Qing stared at the avatar next to Su Lang dumbfounded, and his whole body was dumbfounded. He even rubbed his eyes and pinched his arms to rule out his broken eyes or dreaming. When he found that everything was true, Yuan Qing suddenly doubted life in the world. It is hard for him to imagine that there is such a mysterious avatar in the world. Su Lang was also looking at the old man who suddenly appeared. The old man was thin and weak, with a white beard and longer than his hair. The breath that escapes inadvertently on his body represents that he is a powerful Sidhu Supreme Emperor. Chapter 1628, What's so strange? Sidhu Supreme Emperor is already a strong man who is not weak in the exile. Suddenly there is a Sidhu Supreme Emperor, why is it? Su Lang squinted and opened the attributes panel of the bearded old man. Name, Yuan Qing, clone of Zan Taiqing. Race, Ring Gallery. Realm level, Sidhu No, censored, level. Attack level, Sidhu Supreme Emperor Plus. Defensive level, Sidhu Supreme Emperor Plus. Shenfa level, Sidhu Supreme Emperor Plus. Endurance level, Sidhu Supreme Emperor Plus. Mastering the exercises Taisheng Heart Sutra. No God Sutra of Ring Corridor, no God level. Shaocheng Qingshu Dangshuantian Map, no God level. Entry level, Qingxin Shangyu Jing, Great Emperor. Level, Perfection. Yuanqing. Zan Taiqing clone. Zan Taiqing. Could it be that he is the boss of the 9th Qing Palace? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. I was spotted by someone from the Supreme 9 Qing Palace. Yuan Qing seemed to suppress the shock and disbelief in his heart, took a deep breath, and flew to the vicinity of Su Lang. Yuan Qing, what are you doing? Without waiting for the old man to speak, Su Lang took the lead to ask questions, his voice indifferent, and he refused to be thousands of miles away. Dao you. You know my real name. Yuan Qingjung wanted to say hello to Su Lang, but at this time the words in his mouth turned into shocked words involuntarily. Yuan Qing can be 100% sure that he has never seen Su Lang. And the name Yuan Qing is known only by his deity Zan Taiqing. Usually outside, he always calls himself Shang Yuan Emperor. But now, Su Lang actually revealed his real name in one go. How could this make him not frightened? How could he not think about it? What's so strange about this? There is no one in the world whose name I can't recognize. Su Lang smiled faintly, staring at Yuan Qing. You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing in this place where birds don't shit? With that said, Su Lang pointed at the mountain under his feet. This is the edge of the land of exile. The nature is extremely barren, and most of the vegetation is withered. Friends, don't be nervous. The old man is the clone of Zan Taiqing in the 9th Qing Palace. Yuan Qing solemnly bowed to Su Lang 90 degrees, and took out a space ferry. The old deity has heard of the name of the public for a long time, and specially prepared a small gift to visit the Dao friends. After seeing Su Lang's 80 avatars of the Supreme Emperor of Sandu and his real name being called out by Su Lang, he has completely determined that Su Lang is a super boss. Therefore, Yuan Qing did not dare to neglect at all. Zan Taiqing knows my deeds. Yes, the Supreme Palace of the 9 Qings is the biggest force in the land of exile. I made a lot of noise, and it's not surprising to be known. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and immediately said, let's talk. You come to visit me, what is the matter? Yuan Qing smiled, and handed out the Space Immortal tool. I also ask the fellow Taoists to accept the gift first, and forgive the sin of the old without telling them. Okay, then I will accept it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and directly took away the space ferry. Through treasure identification, there is no problem with this thing. Even if there is a problem, the most serious consequence is nothing more than triggering death replacement. Zan Taiqing is really generous. Even to give me 10 godless pills, as well as various treasures of heaven and earth. Su Lang looked at the Space Immortal tool. There were 10 godless pills of no low level lying in it, and they were piled up with all kinds of heavenly materials and earth treasures, all of high level. The treasures contained in this Space Immortal device are already equivalent to the entire wealth of a godless class. A modest gift is no respect. Friends of Taoism don't dislike it, so you can rest assured. Seeing Su Lang's satisfaction, Yuan Qing immediately smiled. By the way, I don't know the name of Yuzun. You can say your purpose now, right? Su Lang flipped his hand to put the space ferry into the storage space, and asked lightly. Chapter 1629. Oh my god, this is too precious too. Of course, fellow Taoist Su Lang. The deity sent the old man to visit fellow Taoists to discuss the battle of reincarnation with fellow Taoists. Yuan Qing looked straight, and said seriously, I don't know what your friends think about this war of reincarnation. Is the strength of the exile land enough? Excuse me for not knowing the strength of the exile, so I still don't express my immature opinions. Su Lang's heart moved. Zan Taiqing actually sent an avatar to ask him this question. This is to treat him as a strong man of the same level. But the strongest opponent he killed was also the 4-crossing Supreme Emperor Jing Yuanbai, and he still won by a narrow margin. With this kind of strength, can it also be regarded as a powerhouse of the same level by the big brothers of the Supreme Nine-Qing Palace? Does Zan Taiqing understand some other things and misunderstand me? Su Lang thought so in his heart, but on the surface he looked still, as steady as an old dog. Yuan Qing was not surprised when he heard Su Lang's words. Because in the eyes of him and his deity Zan Taiqing, Su Lang is a gangster who has just recovered, and of course he doesn't know much about the forces in the exile in this world. And the reason why Yuan Qing asked so was of course to bring up the following topic. It's no wonder that fellow Taoists didn't know that the strength of the exile land was not optimistic, and they gave a dead hand to those godless. Yuan Qing said with emotion, "It's too difficult to bring out the coffin of the 9 dragons in this war of reincarnation. One less godless class will reduce the possibility of success." Yuan Qing's oblique words were to tell him that godless grade cherishes the place of exile, and for the battle of reincarnation and the coffin of 9 dragons, please don't kill people again. Friends of Yuanqing Taoist, my principle is that people do not offend me and I do not offend others. If anyone offends me, I will kill them. I also have a motto with only 4 words, and that the world has no enmity. What's more, I kill people who offend me first, and those who chase me. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Su Lang said indifferently, the battle of reincarnation, the coffin of 9 dragons, is indeed a very important goal, but before pursuing the goal, I have to save my life. The old man understands. It's an old man who didn't think about it well, so wrong. Fellow Taoist has just recovered, and his strength has not yet recovered. It is the best choice to make a full shot. Those who covet Taoists are really guilty of death, more than guilty. Yuan Qing listened to Su Lang's explanation, and suddenly bowed and apologized with shame. Friend Su Lang is probably not fully recovered yet. He added, it's better to enter the Supreme Nine-Qing Palace, where you can not only avoid xiao harassment, but also recover to the peak faster. Yuan Qing wanted to invite Su Lang to join the Supreme Nine-Qing Palace. I'm used to being free, and I don't have the habit of sending someone under the fence. Su Lang didn't even think about it, and smiled faintly, so, let's forget it. The old deity doesn't mean that. Yuan Qing smiled bitterly, I just want to provide a safe and stable place for Taoists to ensure that Taoists are restored to their peak and participate in the battle of reincarnation. Still not. Su Lang smiled, I understand Zan Taiqing's kindness. What a joke. With such a powerful force as the Nine-Qing Palace, Zan Taiqing has lived for so long, who knows what twists and turns and pits and traps inside. If you get yin after entering, you will suffer even if you don't die. Su Lang said, I will not go. Then you won't force it. The regret on Yuan Qing's face flashed past, and he blessed him, I wish fellow Taoists to restore their peak state as soon as possible, and to a higher level. Su Lang nodded, and immediately took out a taken immaculate pill and handed it to Yuan Qing, come and not go indecently, this pill is a gift to fellow Taoist Zan Taiqing, please accept it. This is taken Wuliangdan, a godless pill that specifically promotes the integration of soul and soul. And this is a perfect quality pill. The expression on Yuan Qing's face instantly became unstable, and his eyes were full of horror. God, this is too precious. Chapter 1630. It's just a pill that I refined. Compared with this perfect quality taken Wuliangdan. The godless pill that Zan Taiqing gave to Su Lang was simply scum. Although the pill that Zan Taiqing sent was not low in grade, it only had the effect of restoring treatment, and the quality was also very low. However, Su Lang's medicine can assist the cultivation of godless level, not only of high level, but also of perfect quality. Just this one taken immeasurable pill is 10 times more rare than those 10 godless grade pills combined. This is just a pill that I refined casually. In addition to this taken immeasurable pill, I also have 98 kinds of godless pill, such as the Supreme Heaven Void pill. If Taoist Zan Taiqing needs it, he can use treasures to trade with me, such as Shanyuan Diwan, Tiansai Dabao, and Gongfa Classics. Of course, you can also come to me for alchemy with enough materials, and I will charge a certain fee. It would be better if there is a pill that I haven't seen before. My favorite thing is to study the pill. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and a faint smile appeared, I can guarantee that every pill is of perfect quality. Yuan Qing was dumbfounded. Su Lang's words are like unrealistic dream talk, but Yuan Qing knows it must be true. Friend Su Lang, you are a godless alchemist. No, your alchemy attainments, I am afraid you have reached the primordial level, if not, it is absolutely infinitely close. After a few breaths, Yuan Qing was so excited, his beard flew up when he spoke, and even used honorifics involuntarily. You guessed it roughly right. Su Lang smiled faintly. Anyway, as long as there is a pill, there is no pill that I can't make. Yuan Qing exclaimed, in countless times of reincarnation, you must be the one with the highest alchemy attainments. It is my blessing to meet you. Friends of Taoist are serious. I can't make alchemy without materials. Su Lang shook his head humbly and smiled. I would also like to ask fellow Taoist friends to bring medicinal pills back and ask fellow Taoist Zan Taiching, it would be great if he needs medicinal pills. No more questions. The old deity has already learned of this, and is preparing the resources, alchemy materials and alchemy for trading. Yuan Qing said quickly, if it is not for the old man to have no materials, he must ask a fellow Taoist to refine it now. Su Lang laughed, Taoist Zan Taiching is really quick and resolute. It's so tempting to be a fellow Taoist medicine. Yuan Qing couldn't laugh or cry, and immediately showed a trace of apology. The old deity can't help but want to come in person, but there is another thing at a critical moment, so I can only send my disciple Yu Qing to come. It's all right. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and pointed to the soul-chasing emperor palace. For Su Lang, whether it was Zan Taiching or Zan Taiching's apprentice, it was completely fine as long as he brought the materials. Yuan Qing solemnly arched his hands and followed Su Lang into the palace of soul-chasing emperor. As for those clones, of course they were all put away by Su Lang. Yuan Qing had seen these 83 duration avatars, which had already exposed a whole card. Su Lang wouldn't let these clones use buying clones to become a full 8,000 Supreme Emperor, and then throw them into the turbulent flow of time without fear of loss. What's more, it seems that Yuan Qing has come with good intentions. And Zan Taiching is also preparing to send people to refine alchemy and trade. But who knows if this is true? What if it is an old fox with a knife in his smile? Su Lang took out some spiritual tea to entertain Yuan Qing, and then chatted. Because Yuan Qing was a member of the Supreme Palace of the Nine Qings, and even Zan Taiching's clone, his understanding of the situation in the world exceeded that of Guangming's sword. Through Yuan Qing, Su Lang learned how many godless powers there are, who the strongest is, how strong they are, and what weapons they have. Chapter 1631. Zan Taiching's disciple, Yu Qing, for example, the Palace of Long Hatred. The cultivation base that Chong Henzi revealed 500 million years ago was the Wudu Supreme Emperor, who possessed the Ludu godless soldiery of the 9 yin candles. There are 4 godless confidants in his command, white, black, blue, and red. In addition, there are 8 weaker Supreme Emperors. In other words, the power of Chong Hen Palace plus Chong Hen Zi has a total of 13 godless grades. Of course, at this time the white-robed Jing Yuanbai had been killed by Su Lang, so there were only 12 godless statues in the Palace of Long Hen. But this is also the strength on the surface. Secretly I don't know if there is any hidden strength. Let's talk about Bishuadian. Bai Yi Lin, the boss of the Blue Blood Sky, is known as the Lord of the Qing Ting, and his strength reaches the peak of Ludu Peak without God. There are more than a dozen godless powers under his command, all of them powerful monsters. Then there is Lei Yin Temple. This Buddhist inheritance from the boundless realm to the exile has a Ludu godless monk named Wuhai Master. There are also 4 King Kong, 9 Arhats, a total of 15 godless classes. Teibaihai, Jingquanzong, and Ryushan were also roughly understood by Su Lang. These 3 forces are stronger than the rising star Fatianjiao, and generally possess 2 or 3 godless level combat power. In addition, a resurrected godless grade will occasionally emerge from the entire exile. For example Salonghai, such as the black-hearted old man killed by Lu Mingshuan, such as Su Lang in the eyes of Zan Taiching. According to Yuan Qing, because Su Lang slashed 5 godless statues in succession, and the black-hearted old man died, Zan Taiching had formulated countermeasures for this and sent people to respond to those who had recovered. Even those who recovered, like Su Lang, did not accept the proposal to enter the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Zan Taiching will also give some resources to help them recover quickly. It can be said that Zan Taiching was broken for the battle of reincarnation. Time spent in small talk. Failing to refine the fairy-level parts of the superhumanoid weapon during this period of time, Su Lang felt uncomfortable. But when he thought of Zan Taiching bringing a lot of materials to the door, Su Lang's unhappiness was relieved. Said Cao Cao arrived. It's really a blessing for Yuqing Sansheng to meet today. There were a few laughs like silver bells outside the palace of soul-chasing emperor, but it was Zhan Taiqing's apprentice Yuqing who arrived. Yuqing is here. Yuan Qing smiled slightly and stood up. Taoist Yuqing is here, if you miss a long way, please come in. Su Lang also smiled and got up, opened the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, and invited Zhan Taiqing in. Excuse me. Yuqing entered the palace of soul-chasing Emperor and came to the main hall with a kind smile on his face. This is an extremely beautiful woman, with a fairy air all over her body, like a pure and innocent fairy who does not eat fireworks. I don't know if Zhan Taiqing sent this woman to the transaction, whether he had other careful thoughts. Su Lang ignored the woman's outer skin, and directly called up the attribute panel. Name: Yuqing. Race: Wei Yong. Realm level: Sandu No, censored level. Defensive level: Sandu Supreme Emperor Plus. Shenfa level: Sandu Supreme Emperor Plus. Endurance level: Sandu Supreme Emperor Plus. Master the exercises Taishang Heart Sutra. Taishang Wuya Delu No, censored level. Shaocheng Taishang Tianjiaotu No, censored level. Entry level Qingshan Dangshuantian Map No, censored level. Entry level Qingshin Shangyu Jing Great Emperor level, consummation. Wei Yong. The word Wei Yong is so familiar, I'm afraid it has something to do with the boundless world. Su Lang thought silently, on the surface full of enthusiasm. Taoist Yuqing, please sit down, this is my exclusive formula of godless spirit tea. Try it, thank you Su Daoyu. Yuqing smiled back and took a sip of the spirit tea with Su Lang's exclusive formula, randomly synthesized. This is the best tea I have ever had. Yuan Qing smiled and said, I am afraid that I will never drink it again. What is there to worry about? I have a lot of this tea, so I will send some Taoists later. Su Lang waved his hand, smiled arrogantly, and immediately looked at Yuqing. I wonder if your friend has brought a godless pill. Chapter 1632. The Big Business of Millions of Diwan. It seems that fellow Su is really obsessed with Dan Dao. Seeing that Su Lang was not interested in him at all, Yuqing felt frustrated. She is the dream goddess of countless men and even women in the Supreme Nine-Qing Palace. Of course, this frustration is impossible to show, Yuqing said jokingly, and took out 2 spatial jade bracelets from the universe of life. Both jade bracelets are of the Emperor Soldier level. When holding the bracelet, Yuqing's small hands trembled slightly. Because for Yuqing, the treasures in the bracelet are too precious, and there are too many. As a godless class of the Supreme Nine-Qing Palace, and even a disciple of Zhan Taiqing, Yuqing is relatively abundant in cultivation resources. But she has never seen so many Shanyuan Diwan and godless heaven and earth treasures in a bracelet in her life. This blue jade bracelet is the alchemy material and prescription prepared by the master. This red jade bracelet is the source of the Emperor Shanyuan that master plans to use to buy finished medicines, as well as some heavenly materials. Yuqing was a little nervous and handed the jade bracelet to Su Lang. I don't know what the price of the pills in the hands of Su Daoyu. Please ask Su Daoyu to make alchemy. How is the price calculated? The price of the finished godless level perfect pill is between 500 lower Chengdiwan and 3000 lower Chengdiwan. For example, this taken immortal pill is a decent pill in the godless grade, and it is worth 2000 under the Emperor source. The value of this Supreme Heaven Void pill is even higher. It is worth 3000 and can be used to break through the bottleneck of the small realm. In addition, there are 96 kinds of elixirs here, and each one is clearly marked. Su Lang took out one of the 96 pill that was refined by the system, and put it on the table in front of him. Suddenly, the table above seemed to become a dazzling galaxy, with 98 dazzling planets. The Taoist rhyme they emit causes various regular anomalies, forming strange nebulae. Yuan Qing and Yuqing were shocked when they saw this scene, and they almost couldn't move their eyes. This is just a sample. No one knows how much Su Lang's inventory is. Yuqing couldn't help but glanced at Su Lang, only to feel that this person was probably even richer than his master. But she didn't know that Su Lang was very poor now and couldn't even upgrade the system functions. Friend, Su. Yuan Qing on the side took a deep breath and solemnly said, we need each of these pills. How much? Su Lang smiled faintly. Now I have more than 30 pills of every kind of pill in my hand. Hi. More than 30. The average price of these 98 kinds of pill is 1,500. If you buy only one of each type, you will cost 147,000 to the Emperor Yuan. If you buy 30 pills for each kind of pill, that would be 4.41 million yuan Chengdi. Yuan Qing took a cold breath while talking. Such a huge figure, I am afraid that all the lower emperor sources accumulated for countless years in the entire Supreme Nine Qing Palace are barely enough. If Diwan is not enough, you can also use materials to pay. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. As I said before, all kinds of heavenly materials and earth treasures, even exercises and classics, and even finished pills and weapons are all right. If this is the case, it would be great. There was a touch of excitement on Yu Qing's pretty face. Master just prepared a lot of materials. Please ask fellow Su to check. Then let me see. Su Lang nodded slightly, then glanced at the red space jade bracelet. This is a space emperor soldier. The space inside is very large, but it is almost filled with various items of heaven, material and earth. But there are many things, but they are not chaotic, and they are arranged in different categories, which is clear at a glance. The first is a kind of energy crystallization that contains perfect Taoist rhyme. It is the source of the Shacheng Emperor, totaling 1 million. Next is the Supreme Immortal Source. The number is more, there are more than 12 billion, worth more than 1.2 million lower Immortal Source. In addition, there are various levels of alchemy materials, refining materials, exercises and classics. Su Lang has various functions such as treasure identification, and can recognize the grade of each material at a glance and calculate the specific value. Chapter 1633, Bargaining is a must. Eliminate some things that are not needed at all, such as the exercises classics that are very tasteless to Su Lang. Su Lang calculated the value of all the items inside. Except for the ready-made Shanyuan Diwan, all other treasures are worth 2.3 million under the Shanyuan Diwan. Of course, Su Lang would not report this number honestly. For business, bargaining is necessary. Plus this space jade bracelet. All the items added together are worth 4 million yuan. I can't use some of the main exercises and classics, I haven't counted them. Su Lang put the jade bracelet in his hand on the table and directly chopped off the 500,000 lower Chengi source. However, what he didn't expect was 4 million whole. This number is fair. Yuan Qing even nodded very cheerfully, and said, then, how do you calculate the cost of asking fellow Taoists to act? Forget the shot fee. In this blue jade bracelet, there are a total of 30 kinds of godless pills and 120 rare emperor-level pills. These pills alone are valuable, so if you make alchemy, it's free. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a shallow smile. He can refine 5 medicinal pills with 1 ingredient, and save the most treasured main ingredient. Even if he didn't charge labor fees, Su Lang earned more than 4 times the profit in vain. Of course Yu Qing and Yuanqing didn't know this. The two of them immediately became so impressed by Su Lang's boldness. Friend Su is really kind. Yuanqing said gratefully, if there is something for Taoists in the future, Taishang Juqing Palace will not stand idly by. Hello, I'm good, everyone is good. Su Lang smiled lightly, it shouldn't be too late. I want to study the pill recipe as soon as possible and start alchemy. You can choose the finished pill. Yu Qing and Yuanqing nodded, and then selected a medicine that was worth 4 million yuan from the source. Su Lang readily took out the corresponding pill and placed it directly in front of the two of them. A total of about 2,700 immortals of godless perfect quality were piled directly on the table like the most ordinary objects. Yu Qing and Yuanqing were dazzled, and Yuanqing accepted all the pills. This time I am so grateful. It's true that the old deity needs these medicines, so I must return to the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Yu Qing will stay and disturb fellow Taoist for 1 or 2. If Taoist Su needs it, just call this girl. Yuanqing received the pill, suppressed the ecstasy and excitement in his heart, stood up and said goodbye to Su Lang. This shows how impatient his deity Zan Taiching is. Friends of Yuanqing Taoist have a good journey. Su Lang stood up and gave Yuanqing a calm expression. Yu Qing also stood up out of politeness, her face flushed. She could see it, Master really intended to make her and Su Lang get along well, and it would be best to achieve a marriage. Yu Qing has no repelling psychology. Unfortunately, Su Lang has no interest in her. Yuanqing's previous sentence was not a reminder to take the initiative. Yuanqing took the godless grade pill with a value of more than 4 million yuan, and went back violently. Only Yu Qing and Su Lang remained in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. I'm going to refine pill now. Next, let the insiders, disciples and friends entertain the Taoists. Please forgive me for any irregularities. Su Lang smiled, and then released Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian, Yuji, Su Linger, Xiaomei, and Yumei from the universe of life. Brother Su Lang, is this Guliang Yuqing? Guliang Yuqing. All of a sudden, the beauties in the hall were like clouds. Either Chen Yuluyan, closed moon and shameful flower, or Allure, charming, or white teeth and starry eyes, looks like a fairy, or slim, beautiful and intelligent. Seeing this scene, Yu Qing's heart suddenly stagnated, her face stiff. Chapter 1634. Give all the work to the alchemy villain. Although these women are not high in cultivation, each of them is particularly beautiful and has its own characteristics. Regardless of the cultivation base, no one is inferior to her, even better than her. Originally, she planned to take the initiative to help Su Lang start to see if she could talk more with Su Lang and build a relationship. Now it seems that it is wishful thinking. Yuqing Guliang, who was full of thoughts, was soon surrounded by Chu Xiaobei and others, Ying Ying Yan Yan, twittering. Yuqing smiled bitterly and interacted with Chu Xiaobei and the others. Su Lang has entered the quiet room. Said it was studying the alchemy recipe, but actually just glanced at the alchemy recipe, and then gave all the work to the alchemy villain. But see inside the mysterious black space. The pill furnace in front of the pill-making villain burned with a godless colorful sky-burning flames. The material in the storage space disappears instantly, transforming into a perfect quality pill. Ding. Successfully refining, you will get the godless grade pill Juan Taishang Baodan 5. Ding. Successfully refined. The pill is refined like flowing water. Zhan Taiching prepared a total of 30 kinds of no-god level pills and 120 kinds of emperor's pills. But there are not so many materials to prepare, and the ones that can be refined are 11 kinds of godless level pills and more than 90 kinds of emperor level pills. The main reason is that some of the materials are really hard to find. Even if it is too high for the Juqing Palace, it can't be collected. These pills fell into Su Lang's hands, and the probability of collecting all the materials was much higher. One-click synthesis, work. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and he began to use the one-key synthesis function to try to synthesize the required alchemy materials. If the composite is unsatisfactory, just decompose it directly. In a short period of time, many materials that were not available in the Supreme Nanqing Palace were synthesized by Su Lang. Su Lang was naturally very happy about this. However, what Su Lang paid the most attention was not the synthesis of alchemy materials, and his attention had been put on the ready-made sources of immortality and emperor early. In this transaction, Su Lang received more than 2.2 million subordinate Diwan cash. In addition to the nearly 80,000 left over from the previous upgrade of the system's functions, all of the Shanyuan Emperor Yuan was deposited into the system, and the balance suddenly soared to 2.3 million. So many subordinate emperor sources are enough to upgrade system functions. And now all system functions need 1 million to upgrade. So pick a good wave. After some deliberation, Su Lang chose the one-key enhancement function and the one-key empowerment function. The former has a particularly large increase in combat power, while the latter will be at level 20 immediately. According to the system's practice, it will definitely come with a bonus function. Maybe, you will get activation permissions for new features. I don't know what brand new features will be after the one-click enhancement. System, upgrade one-click to strengthen the function. After making the decision, Su Lang issued an order. Ding. Consume 1 million lower multiplier source. The one-click enhancement function is upgraded to level 2, which can consume all resources to perform level 2 permanent enhancement on all non-living objects. Almost half of the system balance is consumed. But the perversion of enhanced functions is obvious to all, and it is totally worth it. System, upgrade the one-key empowerment function. Su Lang licked his lips and gave instructions again. Ding. Consumption of 1 million lower multiplier sources. The one-key empowerment function has been increased to level 20, the current empowerment efficiency is 100%, and the number of daily empowerments has been increased to 40. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-key empowerment function to level 20. You have received the new bonus functions, Great Ways Initiation, and Teachers Tirelessly. Away Initiation. You can choose a condensed avenue to initiate the designated target. The current initiation efficiency is 100%, so that the target can fully understand the avenue. Teachers Tirelessly. The current number of initiations has doubled, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 80. There were 4 prompts from the system, and Su Lang was taken aback. He didn't expect to get 2 bonus functions, and he was a little surprised. With this function of instructing people, he can train Chu Xiaobei and the others faster. The function of avenue empowerment is also very important. Without it, after Chu Xiaobei and the others were promoted to quasi-emperor, they would have to consolidate a great road alone, which would take countless hours. With it, Chu Xiaobei and others at the Emperor Wu level and the Great Emperor level will no longer have to worry about condensing the Tao. Chapter 1635. Promoted 14 godless soldiers at the same time. The only pity is that there is no unlock prompt about the next system function. Perhaps, my function level is too low to trigger the alert condition. Well, it's possible, after all, my one key enhancement function is only level 2, which is too low. While whispering, Su Lang sorted out the various natural treasures in the storage space. Except for alchemy materials, the rest will be used for refining or strengthening. Su Lang finished all the materials. The materials for evolving Yudian Sword, Godless Dragon Terrace, and Heavenly 8-round shield were not collected. At present, the materials needed to evolve them have been concentrated in a certain corner and will not be used temporarily. The upgrade materials for the Bright Sword, Shinju Wufeng Sword, Moon Constructing Mother Nest, Luoyu Mirror, Soul Chasing Emperor Palace, Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath, 5 Elements Emperor Soldier, Space Rubik's Cube, White Jade Emperor Palace, and Heavenly Repelling Wall are all collected. In addition to the materials required for these upgrades, there are more materials left, which can be used to strengthen. The Supreme Nanqing Palace is fat. I got so many materials all at once. Su Lang smiled happily, and then immediately ordered the system to upgrade all weapons such as the Bright Sword. The sound of the system is endless. A burst of dim light flashed, and each weapon was promoted instantly. Bright Sword, Shinju Wufengjian, and Guyu Brood were promoted to Urdu Godless Soldier. Luoyu Mirror, Soul Chasing Emperor Palace, Slaughter Sky Scabbard, 5 Elements Emperor Soldier, Space Rubik's Cube, White Jade Emperor Palace, and Judean Wall are all promoted to Yidu Godless Soldier. Su Lang owns a total of 17 Godless Soldiers. After being promoted, the healing power of the Bright Sword has greatly increased, and an ordinary Urdu Supreme Emperor's milk can be filled with blood and blue in one breath. Shinju Wufeng Sword's damage to the soul has also increased sharply, and it can destroy the enemy's fused soul body and soul space, annihilate its soul power, and damage the flesh and blood in the universe of life. The ability to form the mother's nest has also been greatly improved, the number of spores produced is greater, and the evolution of spore creatures can also be accelerated more. The characteristics of Luoyujing to nurture dead souls and preserve living souls remain unchanged, but the dead souls nurtured can reach the godless level more easily. If Su Lang throws the soul of the Supreme Emperor into the Luoyu Mirror, under the action of a large amount of incense, he will soon be able to urge the dead soul of the godless level. Of course, the low-level godless dead souls were of no use to Su Lang, and it was more straightforward to use them to refine weapons. In addition, the ability of Luoyujing to absorb the enemy's attack power and simulate the opponent's magic means to conduct rebound attacks has also been greatly improved. It can almost perfectly rebound all conventional attack methods below the Sandu godless level. After Slaughter Sky Scabbard, 5 Elements Emperor Soldier, Space Rubik's Cube, White Jade Emperor Palace, and Judean Wall were promoted to the Supreme Soldier, their abilities have also undergone qualitative changes. Soul Chasing Emperor Palace was also promoted to Godless Soldier, and its concealment ability was greatly increased. And just when the Soul Chasing Emperor Palace was promoted, with the flashing of Guanghua, the huge Soul Chasing Emperor Palace expanded dozens of times again, becoming a continuous group of palaces. These dark, mysterious and vast palace complexes are not simple, but are arranged in a mysterious structure. The huge movement naturally alarmed Chu Xiaobei and others in the palace in Yuqing. This is weapon promotion to godless level. How can this quasi-god soldier be promoted to a godless soldier in an instant? Yuqing felt the godless breath escaping from her surroundings, and she was shocked. Of course she has seen the Supreme Soldier, and she has also seen the quasi-no-god soldier promoted to the true no-god soldier. But a quasi-no-god soldier completed the promotion process in an instant. This was something she had never seen or imagined. This kind of unthinkable thing, I am afraid that even Master has never seen it. Yuqing couldn't believe it, a small mouth couldn't help but open slightly, showing a strong expression of gaffe. Yuji was also a little horrified. She had seen Su Lang refining the quasi-no-censored soldiers in an instant. But it was the first time I saw the quasi-no-god soldier promoted to the non-god soldier in an instant. Chapter 1636, Yudian Sword Level 2 Enhancement. Chu Xiaobei and others were the most calm in the hall. Su Linger and Xiao Mei couldn't feel the terrifying changes because of their low level. And the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei didn't have to think about it and knew that Su Lang was promoted to this Black Imperial Palace. When he was on Candlin Star, Su Lang was able to refine the Imperial Weapon at will and promote it directly. At that time, they were equally shocked. But if you see too much, it's natural to be surprised. Aunt Yuqing, please don't panic. It's just that my family Su Lang has just promoted this Imperial Palace. Well, it's not surprising that brother Su Lang often does such things. Guliang Yuqing, let's continue drinking tea. Under the comfort of Chu Xiaobei and others, Yuqing felt that she had been hit 10,000 times. She is also very interested in the way of refining tools. But until now she has cultivated, and the highest level weapon she has refined is only a quasi-no censored soldier. In this quasi-no god soldier, but it took her a lot of hard work and countless wealth to gradually build it over the long years. Originally, Yuqing thought that his refinement attainments could be considered very powerful in the land of exile. Because the godless soldiers are basically inherited from the last reincarnation era, and few are built in the current reincarnation era. But now, seeing the scene where Su Lang instantly promoted the quasi-non-god soldier to the non-god soldier, Yuqing suddenly felt that his refinement skills were scum. Yuqing realized that Su Lang was not only a godless super alchemist, but also a godless super alchemist. With this method of instantaneous promotion of weapons, their refinement skills are definitely not weaker than alchemy skills. Friend Su Daoist is not only unfathomable in alchemy, but also in refining tools. How good a person's talent is to push these two difficult roads to the limit at the same time. Yuqing's eyes widened, and Su Lang's image in her heart became bigger and magnificent, mysterious and unpredictable. While the appreciation for Su Lang surged, a trace of worship grew in his heart. You must know that Yuqing is very arrogant, and she only respects her master and rarely worships. Because in her opinion, the master is just a little bit higher, and there is no eye-catching feature. If given a certain amount of time, she is sure to surpass master. However, Yuqing is clear about the difficulties of the way of alchemy and the way of refining tools. She knows that even if she learns to die in old age, she cannot reach 1/10 of Su Lang's. Suddenly I really want to change the door, and visit Senior Su Lang's door. Yuqing looked at the women around her. Their cultivation skills were mediocre, but they were able to accompany Su Lang at all times, which really made her envious. Su Lang didn't know that his move to promote the soul-chasing Emperor Palace had made Yuqing think so much, and her mentality had also changed tremendously. Because after the promotion of various weapons, there are still many materials left. He is now strengthening Yudian sword. System, strengthen the Yudian sword for me. Su Lang took the Yudian sword in his hand and gave instructions. Accompanied by the sacrifice of countless materials, system prompts resounded in my mind. And Yudian sword once again merged into a light blue mysterious power, its power skyrocketed. Only the Urdu godless grade Yudian sword has been strengthened for the second time, and its power has reached the Sidhu godless grade. This level is already the same as godless dragon Terrace. However, the consumption of the Yudian sword is far less than the godless dragon Terrace, because its true level is still the second crossing godless level. Of course, Yudian sword and godless dragon platform are two different weapons, both of which are very useful and cannot be replaced by each other. Cool, Xiaoyu. Su Lang held Yudian sword in his hand and waved it gently, with a faint smile on his face. Of course it's cool. Xiaoyu's extremely excited voice came from the sword. Master is the best, Xiaoyu still wants it. Haha, the materials are not enough. Su Lang smiled and said, next time when the materials are sufficient, I will continue to strengthen it for you. Okay, then it's a deal. Xiaoyu's voice is full of expectation. Su Lang smiled brilliantly. Of course, I like you the most. While speaking, he thrust the Yudian sword on his head. Xiaoyu turned into a hairpin very obediently and censored Su Lang's hair. Chapter 1637. Then try the strengthening technique. Su Lang looked at the remaining materials in the storage space. After being promoted to 14 godless soldiers and strengthening the Yudian sword once, 90% of the treasures accumulated in the mainland have been consumed. However, even if there is only 10% left, it is many times better than the resources searched from the entire Wushuang building site. Strengthening function claims to strengthen all non-spiritual objects. Since there are some left, then this time, let's try the strengthening technique. Su Lang's eyes lit up, and the various secret techniques he had practiced appeared in his mind. One thought confines the sky, Zihua Hengsha, Kunlun is invisible, independent of the world, and the world is dead. There are also the Great Emperor Sutra, drinking Xinghai, breaking a sword, no shackles, blood moon in heaven. As well as Dari Hao Tian, Emperor Hua Shen Xing, Fa Shang Tian Di, Hidden Lin Qisho, Zhou Ji Wei Shen, Xian Tian Yi Qi, Aocean War God, Earth Burst Tian Xing, Wanxiang Tianying. Lying down, so much. I can't count it. Su Lang recalled the secret methods one by one, and he was speechless. He began to choose the secret technique that he wanted to strengthen. It's an awkward thought to seal the sky, right? But innate anger is fundamental and indispensable. The profound meaning of annihilation in the universe is the most powerful, you should choose this one. Unfettered as the most powerful explosive secret method, this must be strengthened. Su Lang felt that there were countless quarrels in his mind, and they were about to fight. To be honest, basically each of these secret techniques is very useful. It is precisely because of these secret techniques that Su Lang can kill the enemy beyond the terrifying realm of godless grade. I always feel that everyone can't be less. There is a saying that children make choices. Su Lang licked his lips, his eyes flickered. As an adult, you should have it all. So it was such a happy decision. Su Lang intends to strengthen all the exercises again. But new trouble has come again. How should the order be arranged? After a more intense ideological struggle, Su Lang finally decided to strengthen innate qi first. After all, the foundation is more important. Su Lang quickly issued instructions in his heart: activate the one key strengthening function to strengthen the exercise, Shantian Yiki Dijing. Ding. Strengthened successfully, Shantian Yiki Dijing, +1. As the system prompt came, Su Lang immediately felt that the profound meaning of the innate qi imprinted in his soul was sublimated, and it became even more mysterious in an instant. Under the influence of the brand new tall and profound meaning, the innate qi in his body has become more dense and pure. This technique has reached the emperor level, and the materials consumed are not a lot. Su Lang closed his eyes and felt it carefully, then opened his eyes violently. System, once again strengthen the innate Yiki Emperor Jing. It was another sublimation of profound meaning, which made Su Lang's mind dizzy. Because the sublimation this time was even more terrifying, the Shantian Yiki Emperor Jing was directly promoted from the Great Emperor level to the Godless level. All the innate qi in Su Lang's body has been further purified, and the number has risen further. Both the quality and the quantity have been improved dozens of times. And it also has very strange characteristics, making it easier and more efficient to transform into twisting power. The enhanced function is awesome. This is much more refreshing than directly practicing the godless level exercises. Su Lang felt the innate breath surging in his body, his eyes brightened with excitement. Looking at the materials consumed, it doesn't take much to strengthen twice, and the rest can strengthen new secret techniques. Next, let's strengthen a thought to seal the sky. As long as the level is high enough, this secret technique is simply unsolvable. Su Lang thought for a while and gave the order again: the system, activate the one key enhancement, and continuously strengthen the secret eye of one thought sealing the sky. Ding. Strengthening is successful, one thought seals the sky secret eye, +1. Ding. Strengthening failed, insufficient materials. It failed the second time. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and quickly went to check his storage space, only to find that the materials were really not enough. Chapter 1638, It is poverty that restricts me. At least, it wasn't enough to strengthen Yin Yen function to the godless level. However, if the other emperor level exercises were strengthened to the emperor level, it could still be done. System, strengthen the Kunlun invisible step, strengthen the emperor number beginning sutra. Following Su Lang's order, the system prompt sounded again. Reinforce continuous success, without fail. After all, even if Su Lang is poor now, the materials needed to strengthen from the emperor level to the great emperor level are completely affordable. Su Lang raised various emperor level secret techniques to the emperor level. And many of these secret methods are for bodybuilding, so Su Lang's blood becomes more vigorous and surging. The materials in the storage space are finally almost consumed. A wave of strength enhancement seems to have improved my strength a lot. Su Lang squeezed his fist, and the terrifying power circulated in his body, and one punch could explode a dark star. He quickly checked his property panel. However, the property panel has not changed much, and the 5-dimensional properties are still the same. It's not that I have been promoted too little, but that the gap between the godless levels is too big. Moreover, most of the exercises strengthened this time are emperor level exercises, which is not very helpful to my godless level combat power. If all of these techniques are raised to the godless level, then my combat power will probably soar several small realms immediately. Unfortunately, it is still the word poor. It is poverty that restricts me. Su Lang only felt that he was so poor that he was distressed. Su Lang's attention shifted to a pile of exercise books. Although many of the exercises Zhan Taiching gave were tasteless, there was still one that caught Su Lang's attention. Why would this exercise be godless? Red Underworld and Purple Qi Zhan Gong is the name of this godless level technique. This technique is very popular just by looking at the name. The special effects are so amazing, and its effect is also very powerful. As we all know, the godless class possesses the unconventional power of twisting power. The twisting power is divided into ordinary twisting power and special twisting power. For example, Sweep Stream is a special twisting force, and Red Underworld Purple Qi Profound Art can cultivate another special twisting power, Red Underworld Purple Qi. However, although the characteristics of Hongming and Purple Qi are not metamorphosis of sweeping flow, they are also very scary. This is a special twisting force that can be preserved and accumulated in the body. The general twisting force is condensed and used on site and cannot be stored. But the red and purple qi can be condensed and stored in the special space created by the exercises the red. When it comes to fighting, you can skip the cohesion step directly, and the enemy will take the first step to take the lead. Moreover, the accumulated red and purple energy can burst out at once, crushing the opponent in quantity. If the opponent is at the same level as your own, you can already declare the opponent's defeat. Even if you are facing a higher level opponent, if you have enough accumulated red and purple energy, you will most likely be able to leapfrog and kill. It is impossible to condense infinitely, because the capacity of the special space, Red Ming, is limited. Depending on the proficiency of the exercises, the capacity is also different. The higher the proficiency, the greater the capacity. As for the specific limit, you can only know after practice. This technique is good. I can practice directly to the founding level, and the capacity is estimated to be terrible. Once the red nether space is filled, it will be absolutely terrifying when it bursts out instantly. Su Lang happily put this exercise on the one-key martial arts villain. Soon his eyes fell on the rest of the exercises. These exercises are all at the Emperor level, a total of 11, among which there are many incense-type exercises. The incense technique is absolutely impossible to practice. It can only be used to synthesize, and it can't be randomly synthesized. It just so happens that I have a lot of incense-type exercises, plus these books have made up 10. Su Lang flipped through his storage space and found 6 incense-type Great Emperor level exercises, plus Zhan Taiching's, and it was exactly 10. Chapter 1639, Do 9 places and cut 13 dead bodies. The remaining Great Emperor level techniques can be combined once. Su Lang took out several Great Emperor level exercises again, and after a bit of piecing together, 2 piles of exercises appeared in front of him. A pile of Great Emperor level exercises, a pile of incense-type exercises. Use these exercises as raw materials to synthesize godless level exercises. Su Lang gave the order, but didn't have much expectations. Ding! After the synthesis is completed, you will get the godless grade, 9 places. Ding! After the synthesis is completed, you will get the godless level technique, 13 corpses. The 2 exercises originally appeared in front of Su Lang. Dao Li 9 places, 13 corpses. I've heard of slashing the 3 corpses, I'm afraid it's a bit awesome. And 9 places of Taoism, the name is a bit weird. While complaining, Su Lang picked up 2 original exercises. The method of 9 places of Taoism was originally a piece of colorful clay, and it looked like plasticine. It exudes a very strong avenue power. Su Lang read it, and his eyes suddenly brightened. The function of this exercise is actually to urge ordinary land into 9 treasures with different attributes with the power of the rules of the Great Tao. Under normal circumstances, for a piece of ordinary land to become a treasure, it must be cultivated for countless years in the body of a powerful person above the Great Emperor level. But 9 places of Taoism can greatly shorten this time, and it is possible to turn a person into a treasured production machine. The more things there are, the better. My life universe is so big, just a lonely planet of life, how lonely. With this technique, I can not only make the planet of life bigger, but also make some other planets out to enrich my universe of life. When my avatars are free, they can be sent to do these things. It's better than putting them in a mysterious space and getting moldy. While thinking about it, Su Lang put the book, The World of Taoism, on a martial arts villain. Su Lang brought the original technique of the second, 13 corpses, before him. This exercise was originally an illusory villain, with long and short palms, translucent and colorless. From this point of view, there is nothing special, because many of the exercises that Su Lang synthesized were originally villains. But the technique of 13 corpses was originally a villain, but it was the most strange. Because every time you look at it, you have a different expression. For a while, the eyebrows are good, the other is fierce, the other is bitter, and the other is joyful. What a weird thing. Su Lang curled his lips, then leaned out his spiritual mind, trying to read the information inside. As soon as he saw the result, he was stunned. This exercise is synthesized by various incense exercises. Therefore, this is also a godless incense technique. Moreover, this is exactly what Su Lang has been waiting for a long time, which can protect people from incense. Although, Void Dragon Vessel Heaven Realm is also this kind of exercise, Su Lang is still essentially not in contact with incense in his body and soul. Whatever comes into contact with incense at any time is something like incense dragon veins. But this, 13 corpses, is completely different. This exercise can be practiced to a high level, and it can cut out the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the incense aspiration power, making the incense aspiration power the purest power, and can no longer erode the practitioner's mind. In addition, the 7 emotions and 6 desires cut out can form 13 powerful clones. The clone completely obeys the command of the practitioner, and its strength depends on the strength of the indoctrination. The less the wish, the weaker the clone, the more the wish, the stronger the clone. The upper limit is the level of the deity, and different clones have their own special moves, each useful in battle. If the clone is killed, it can be condensed again through exercises. If the deity is killed, it can also be resurrected from the clone, but the price paid is extremely terrifying. Finally waiting for you, the incense technique of your dreams. Furthermore, this exercise can actually produce 13 upper limit clones of the deity's level. This is simply a super weakened version of the clone dispatch function. Su Lang looked at the 13 corpses exercises with an expression of excitement on his face. Chapter 1640. Ha ha ha, I really earn blood. He soon calmed down. This exercise is definitely regarded as the most treasured exercise for other godless levels, but for Su Lang, it can only be considered icing on the cake at best. In terms of incense, although this kind of power possesses the omnipotent nature of being against the sky, it is incredible. But after all, it is still within the framework of the rules of the universe, and the road of incense rules is its limitation. As long as it is in the avenue of rules of the universe, then this kind of power is even a conventional power, not comparable to the power of distortion. In terms of clones, Su Lang has the function of clone dispatch. There are 80 clones and avatars in total, and they have the same level of strength as the deity at birth. It can even transform into 100, become 8,000 godless avatars, and can also converge with stars and clouds to become stronger existences. The 13 clones formed by slashing 13 corpses require a lot of incense to have sufficient strength. A warrior who cultivates from nothing to the godless level requires countless time and resources. An incense clone from weak to strong, how much incense aspiration power should it require? It's scary to think about it. Therefore, spending a huge amount of incense to cultivate incense clones is too low cost effective for Su Lang, and it is not worth doing. Of course, this exercise is still useful. First of all, Su Lang does not have to be afraid of incense infestation, and his ability to control incense willingness can reach the perfect level in a true sense. Secondly, the incense aspiration force can be regarded as the second conventional power besides the innate chi, which can be used as the second reserve energy. The key is that there is no limit to the reserve of incense, and it can be stored indefinitely. This is very promising. Finally, the incense clone is better than the one that didn't come. Even if it is not cultivated, it can be used as a teleportation coordinate. If Su Lang falls to desperation, all the clones are killed, and the substitution fails, perhaps the xianxia clone is also a way out. Of course, this possibility is too low to be ignored. This exercise is indeed possible. Moreover, After I practice, I can pass it on to Chu Xiaobei and the others when the time is ripe. Once the incense is contaminated, it is bad, but with this technique, you can sit back and relax. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and with joy, he placed this exercise on the villain Shiwu. He counted the exercises the martial arts villain was practicing. They are 13 corpses, Dao Li Tiandi, 4 dragons' treasures, withered wood condensation of origin and fate, and Taishu Universe Dragon Ju, Wanhua Promise Nirvana Sutra, chaotic darkness, eclipse. A total of 7 godless techniques. There are still 2 martial arts villains who have nothing to do, so just put 2 more exercises. Su Lang's eyes turned and he chose the King Kong Hu Tu Di Lu, and the great Zhou Tian Xing Yuan Jing, and placed them on the 2 free martial arts villains. At this point, the 9 martial arts villains all started to work. It's finally over. Finally I can refine my super humanoid weapon. Su Lang let out a sigh of relief, and immediately took out the cauldron and the materials reserved in advance, and began to refine the fairy level parts. What he didn't know was, outside the quiet room, Chu Xiaobei and others were taking Yuqing to read the novels of women's channels. This female frequency novel book was completed by the 7 of them together, and it was wonderful. Yuqing, a genius woman who only knows about cultivation, was immediately attracted like the original Yuji. 8 women were surrounding a piece of jade slip, staring intently, with excited and strange expressions from time to time, just like cats sucking mint. Among them, Yuqing, who had just come into contact with this novel, was the most intoxicated, and she was almost in a fantasy. Make a lot of money, I really make blood. Bursts of terrifying laughter spread throughout the time turbulence station. Some disciples of Taishang Juqing Palace who were forced to come to the resident to attend to Tiansai Dabao were trembling with fright. Among the extremely luxurious palaces of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, some powerful godless powerhouses also raised their heads suddenly, looking at the turbulent location of time in amazement. Chapter 1641, You have to remember a name. This. Master, what's wrong? Uncle Shi has been silent for a billion years. Recently, he has moved a lot more frequently. Today, I laughed wildly. I always feel bad. What did the master say that you made a lot of money? Could it be that it extended the lifespan by tens of millions of years? Or, it broke the realm? I'm afraid it's not good news about the battle of reincarnation to make my senior brother so gaff. More than a dozen powerful men from the supreme palace of the 9 Qings couldn't help coming out of the retreat and converging towards the turbulent place of time. On the way, these strong men of different generations converged, and then rushed to the wooden house while discussing. Uncle Master, what is going on with Uncle Master? Master, he must have broken through the realm. I don't know either. Brother smiled so happily, it should be a good thing. Why didn't junior brother come? That something big happened to Master, but he didn't even move. Your junior is about to break through to the Sandu godless level. It is understandable at the critical moment. Yes, but, what about Uncle Yuqing? Why is she not here? I don't know, there should be something else. A total of 15 godless grades gathered together, and the shouts of the masters, uncles, and brothers made people dizzy, and it sounded that everyone hadn't gathered yet. However, it can also be seen from this that the supreme palace of the 9 Qings is really full of talents and talents. Everyone took a safe road and passed through the turbulence of time to the retreat of Zan Taiching. They saw in the wooden house with the door open, Zan Taiching looked at the storage ring in his hand, smiling like a sunflower. Senior brother has such a side. It's over. I actually saw Master's expression on such a gaff. Wouldn't he clear the door to me? I closed my eyes, I didn't see the expression of Uncle Shizu at all. Don't think I didn't know that you were watching secretly with God's mind. All the Supreme Emperors saw Zan Taiching's demented smile. Although they were different, they all looked strange. Are you here? Zan Taiching found his junior and disciple and his disciples and grandchildren. Seeing them with weird faces and hesitating expressions, he suddenly felt stagnant and said that my multi-billion-year coercion might have collapsed. He straightened his face immediately and said coldly, just so, you guys haven't greeted me for a long time, come over and kowtow to me. Senior brother, see brother. The disciple knocks on Master. Apprentice son knocks to see Master Zhu. More than a dozen godless grades salute Zan Taiching respectfully, finally letting him relax. Good, very good. Come here, is this the pill for rewarding you? I have all collected. Zan Taiching nodded in satisfaction, and then chose some not-so-good rewards for the pill that he bought from Su Lang. Bright pill after another appeared in front of the Supreme Emperor, it was almost blinding them. Brother, this is a godless pill of perfect quality. This pill is exactly the pill I need for a breakthrough. Master, this is the most treasured treasure you have given me in your life. Master, why do you want to reward us with such treasures, is it? Are you going to drive to Hexi, Master? No, Master Uncle, I can't bear you. All the Supreme Emperors were shocked, and never expected that Zan Taiching would actually give them these infinite medicines. Some pessimistic disciples even thought that Zan Taiching was about to scream, so they took out the things at the bottom of the box as inheritance to share with everyone. Lei Qing, your servant cursed me to death. Give me the medicine back. Chong Qing, you dog stuff. Was the stuff I rewarded you bad? Zan Taiching was speechless and scolded them one by one. Uncle Master, don't you want to leave? The Supreme Emperor named Lei Qing was pleasantly surprised and wondered, then you are. Why do you want to distribute such a good treasure to all of us? This question can be regarded as a point. More than a dozen godless grades looked at Zan Taiching, waiting for him to answer. Want to know the answer? Zan Taiching looked straight, his face was solemn and respectful. Then you must first deeply remember the name of a strong man, Su Lang. Chapter 1642, Can't even carry shoes for Senior Su. Su Lang. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes flickering, and they were surprised. What kind of person would he make a strong man like Zan Taiching so solemn? I know you must be very curious about this Taoist Su Lang. Zan Taiching looked around at the disciples. This Taoist Su Lang is the #1 alchemist in exile, and these pills were purchased from him. The first alchemist in the exile. It's no wonder that a god less perfect quality pill can be refined. A Supreme Emperor wearing a green shirt and full of pill incense said with emotion, although I can also refine a godless pill, I have already talked about the elixir, and I am afraid that it is not worthy to give Su Lang Taoist friend shoes. This is too scary. A slightly younger Supreme Emperor was horrified. Uncle Third Master, we are the #1 alchemist of the 9th Qing Palace, so we can't carry shoes to Senior Su Lang. You only know about taking pills, but you don't know the difficulty of the pill. The emerald green-clothed Supreme Emperor coldly snorted. Taoist Su Lang can refine so many godless level perfect pill, his alchemy attainments may have reached the realm of the beginning. The primordial realm. There is no primordial realm above the god level. Another Supreme Emperor was shocked. The alchemy attainment reached the realm of the primordial beginning, and his cultivation must be terrifying too. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately looked at Zan Taiching. Taoist Su Lang has just recovered. Even if he cut 5 godless grades, these 5 people are not general. Although I sent an avatar to visit Taoist Su Lang before, his breath is only Sandu godless. But I know, that is definitely not his true strength, and his true strength is probably not worse than mine. By the way, when my clone just left, I saw Taoist Su Lang's 80 clones. Zan Taiching raised his head to look in the direction of Su Lang, with a hint of horror in his eyes. Do you know what level of combat power the 80 clones are? What level? Lei Qing was surprised. Could it be possible that all of them are godless? All the 80 clones of fellow Taoist Su Lang are Supreme Emperor. And all of them are Sandu level. Zan Taiching's face was solemn. Even my avatar Yuan Qing saw him. There is no certainty that I can kill one of them. The 15 Supreme Emperors all stagnated, their expressions freezing for a moment. How can Senior Su Lang have so many godless clones? A total of 80 Sandu. Godless grades. The total number of godless grades in the 9 Qing palaces of our supreme being is only 20. Chong Qing said in disbelief, we are the #1 power in the exile. Huh, the frog at the bottom of the well. How big is the world? The godless level exercise books are even more encompassing in the universe, even jumping out of the universe, not in the avenue. Zan Taiching reprimanded, Taoist Su Lang's clone technique is indeed terrifying, but it is real, you must not doubt it. Senior brother is right, the place of exile is still a corner of the infinite universe, it's just a small well for the entire infinite universe. The technique of xianxia clone is seen with my own eyes, so naturally there will be no fakes. Zan Qing, the second master of the supreme 9 Qing palace, said, by the way, brother, with the 80 clones of Taoist Su Lang, will the probability of the battle of reincarnation led to the coffin of 9 dragons. Senior Su Lang has a total of 80 supreme emperors. This is comparable to the sum of all the godless levels of the Blue Blood Sky Leiyan Temple. Lei Qing was surprised. the strength of our exile is equivalent to an increase of 1.5, more than any previous reincarnation era. Chapter 1643, How can you eat both ways? Everyone nodded. I hope so too, but it can only be said that it is possible. If the avatars of fellow Su Lang have a relatively independent will, then the possibility is great. Zhan Taiqing's eyes flickered, but if those clones have no independent will and are completely controlled by the deity, then the effect will be much smaller. Better than nothing. Zhan Qing laughed and said, with Taoist Su Lang here, we really have encountered a great era of reincarnation. Zhan Taiqing nodded his head heavily, his eyes revealed excitement. He suddenly noticed that there was a message passing through a special channel. It's Yuqing's letter. Zhan Taiqing's expression moved, and he took out a special communication treasure, and when he saw it, he suddenly thundered, and he was dumbfounded. Master, what's wrong with you, Master? Master, what major event has happened? You have lost your mind again. The 15 Supreme Emperors looked at Zhan Taiqing, and each one was surprised. Do you know why Yuqing is not here? Because she is at the side of Taoist Su Lang, waiting for Taoist Su Lang to refine my materials into a pill. And just now, Yuqing sent me a message saying that she discovered that Taoist Su Lang is still a godless craftsman, and his attainments are very likely to be no weaker than Dandao attainments. Zhan Taiqing took a deep breath, but still couldn't calm his horrified mood. He has lived for billions of years, and the practice of self-cultivation has long been perfect, but at this time he really can't control his emotions. Senior Su Lang is not only a godless-level alchemist, but also a godless-level refiner. This is too incredible. Senior Sister Yuqing must be joking. Yes, you said, Master, this must be fake, right? Who can take the two paths of alchemy and refining to this level at the same time? All the Supreme Emperors were dumbfounded with surprise, standing there like penguins with open mouths. Unbelievable, unbelievable. I have been immersed in the alchemy Dao all my life, and spent countless efforts and time, but I can't give the Taoist Su Lang's alchemy attainments shoes at all. But now, Yuqing actually said that Taoist Su Lang's refining skills are not inferior to alchemy. A person's savvy, energy, and time are limited. How can we eat both ways? The Supreme Emperor in the emerald green clothes staggered back a few steps, his face was pale, and his eyes were somewhat distracted. It was obviously difficult to accept this fact. I believe what Yuqing said. She said that she saw with her own eyes that Taoist Su Lang's quasi-no-god level emperor soldier was promoted to a no-god soldier in an instant. With these methods, ordinary godless level refiners can never do it. Zhan Taiqing's face was left with unconcealed horror. Dao fellow Su Lang is so mysterious and scary. A Supreme Emperor hesitated, then shall we take advantage of. Without Taoist Su Lang, the chance that the battle of reincarnation will lead to the coffin of 9 dragons is too small. Zhan Taiqing shook his head and said, furthermore, Taoist Su Lang is proficient in alchemy Dao, and should be slightly weaker than the same level in combat. I still have a little confidence. In that case, then. Chongqing showed desire. Master, I just want to refine godless soldiers, can I go to Senior Su Lang for help? You want to refining weapons, I can tie the strings for you. Taoist Su Lang did not hesitate to refine alchemy for me, and he probably wouldn't refuse to refine weapons for you. Zhan Taiqing smiled, however, you must prepare enough remuneration, and you must not lose courtesy. Chapter 1644, I don't want to worship Senior Su as a teacher. All the Supreme Emperors were ready to move. Not every one of them has godless soldiers. Even if there is, I still want to get promoted, or I want to change weapons because of bad use. I must be prepared for enough reward. Chongqing was full of excitement. Senior Su Lang is really a good person. It's a pity that we are all born in exile. In the end, we will become enemies involuntarily. Hey, I really want to be a New Year friend with Senior Su Lang. Hey, junior brother, you are very interested in refining tools, don't you want to worship Senior Su Lang as a teacher? No, master, don't listen to his nonsense. More than a dozen Supreme Emperors are in a group, like a group of children in front of Zhan Taiqing. After a while, everyone had enough trouble, they began to prepare materials, embarked on the road to find Su Lang refining equipment. While refining the fairy-level parts, Su Lang extracted a trace of divine thought and threw it into Liang Xiaofei's universe of life. Because the war of Shura in this universe of life is over. The Battle of Shura was originally arranged to rebuild the order of the universe of life and make it develop better. After the Battle of Shura, the Shira realm should be transformed into the heaven, ruling and maintaining the entire world. What Su Lang had to do at this time was to turn the Shira realm into a celestial realm and select the first batch of celestial officials. Su Lang controlled a avatar descended into Liang Xiaofei's life universe. A very harmonious picture appeared before him. I saw that after the Battle of Shira, the intelligent races of the whole world had tacit understanding to change the territory based on the situation in the Battle of Shira. Because the powerful forces such as the colorful dragon race have already realized, they have released water for those weaker but very potential races. On the planet of life, many races have ushered in a beautiful and bright future. The powerhouses of the colorful dragons, heavenly dragon gates, and spirit warlocks also immediately began to do good things everywhere, accumulating merits, in order to enter the heavens and take charge of their heavenly duties. Then there appeared colorful dragons flying around, helping rain in arid land and controlling water in flooded land. By the way, preach on the altar to help wise creatures embark on the road of cultivation. The dragon fighters of the Tianlongmen punish the evil and become the incarnation of justice and drive away the evil. The emperors of the spiritual warlocks also walked around, preaching the idea of a community of shared destiny, treating patience, and purifying filth. It's really strange that a high-level and extraordinary world can become like this. Su Lang overlooked the scenes on the ground, with a satisfied smile on his face. He directly displayed the world and the earth, turning into a giant of tens of thousands of feet. It's a great existence. Great existence, you are the only one in the world, the master of the world, we worship you. Countless creatures knelt to worship, those powerful emperors were the most excited. Because the Battle of Shira ended, the appearance of Su Lang meant that the heavens were standing, and some of them wanted to hold their heavenly duties. This time comes to establish the heavenly realm, and to select the master of the heavenly realm. Su Lang overlooked the sentient beings and smiled faintly. Now, establish the heaven. Accompanied by Su Lang gently waved his hand. Suddenly, a group of newly promoted godless soldiers appeared and merged into the Shira world. For example, the Space Rubik's Cube without God level, the White Jade Emperor Palace without God level, and so on. They were originally the skeleton of the Shira realm, and at this time they naturally merged into it. The entire Shira world has undergone tremendous changes. The hazy and unreal world, as if turned into reality, stood in the sky, floating in the clouds. The endless horror aura fell, causing those quasi-no-god level emperors to tremble, panic, and at the same time full of desire. Chapter 1645, Puxin World Handicraft, Skyline. That is heaven. Oh my god, that's where we should stay. Recently, I helped the weak every day and accumulated merit. I didn't have any sin before. I don't know if I can be selected. Su Lang waved his hand gently, and the heavens became invisible again. Only an isolated giant gate remains, standing above the clouds and under the sun. This is the gate of the heavenly realm, a passage for those who hold the heavenly position to enter and leave the world. Su Lang's voice spread all over the earth. Now, the one I read the name, enter the heaven from the gate of the heaven. All creatures are tense. First, sorcerer, Ming Chao, is the master of the heavens, and he is in charge of the heavenly soldiers, treasure mirror of the world, and he can comprehend the supreme magic method of transformation. Su Lang selected the first person based on the intelligence reported by the great weapon spirit in the Shira realm. Ming Chao, the spiritual warlock, has upheld the principle that the world belongs to all living creatures since his birth, advocated the equality of creatures and races, and has done many good things. Therefore, Su Lang would let him be the first Lord of Heaven. Ming Chao thanked the Lord of the great world. Definitely live up to the expectations of the Lord of the world, monitor the world, and guide the world towards goodness. Ming Chao knelt on the ground with excitement, almost crying. He feels that his hard work for so many years has finally got the best return. After giving thanks, Ming Chao flew up to the gate of the heaven and entered the heaven. Immediately, a quasi-no-god soldier appeared in front of him. It was the treasure mirror of the heavens whole, capable of monitoring any person, thing, and event in the world. But in fact, this is just a mighty power of the godless soldier mirror. Ming Chao has become the Lord of Heaven. Ao Tang looked at Ming Chao's back, feeling regretful. I regret it, I regret not being a good person before. Su Lang continued to canonize the officials of the celestial realm. The second one, the colorful dragon clan, the dragon girl Cakeson, hold the post. Su Lang set up a series of celestial positions to guide the development of heaven and earth in accordance with the system of the ancient mythological heaven. The officials gradually filled up their positions, filling the empty world with prosperity. Finally, all positions are filled. Ao Tang unexpectedly entered the heaven as he wished. Although he was not high in position and could not control the heavenly soldiers, he was able to comprehend the supreme magic of the path of transformation, and he almost fainted with excitement. The heaven has been established. From today onwards, this world is Klapu Exen. The officials and the heavenly soldiers supervise each other, but there are those who dereliction of duty, who will immediately cut the human world away, and those who are serious will be escorted to the gods, terrace. Kill without mercy. Su Lang left a few words, and Zan even directly withdrew from the world of Pu Exen. For the creatures in this world, Su Lang is everything. But for Su Lang, this world of pure heart is just a whim of practice, accumulating experience in creating and governing the world. From the current point of view, the model of the Pu Xin world is still very good. However, it still takes a long time to see good or bad. While thinking about it, Su Lang checked the Netherworld Dragon Vein Heaven Realm and the Tai Sui universe. The development of both is normal. The Void Dragon Vein Heaven Realm has gradually possessed the inner flavor of the 7 Treasure Tree. In time, you will be able to build into the Void Realm 7 Treasure Tree and censor the enemy's weapons frantically. Tai Sui in the universe. Life elves and alien elves, fierce beasts and other races are in competition, civilization develops rapidly, and special training systems have been created. Of course, no matter how special the cultivation system is, it is also born out of the orthodox martial artists' cultivation civilization. Humanity has begun to accumulate. Moreover, many new races have appeared, filling the diversity of life and improving the ecosystem. Su Lang looked at Tai Sui Jupiter and nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Go Yu is still very serious at work. Chapter 1646. 5 Supreme Emperors are in a row. The soul-chasing Emperor's palace spirit appeared. Master, there are multiple Supreme Emperors approaching. What's the matter? Suddenly so many people are looking for me. Su Lang frowned, immediately unfolding his mental power, and suddenly saw the 5 Supreme Emperors quickly approaching the soul-chasing Emperor palace. With a thought, Su Lang opened all the 5 people's attribute panels. 2 Sovereign Emperors, 2 Sovereign Emperors, and 1 Sovereign Emperor, Sidhu. Then he saw some familiar information, such as Tai Shang Heart Sutra, Qingshu Dang Zan Tian Tu, and so on. Moreover, Yu Qing in the hall also spoke to Chu Xiaobei and the others with a serious face. When Su Lang heard it, it turned out that these 5 people were Yu Qing's brother and nephew. No wonder you practice the exercises of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, collected the cauldron and parts, and walked out of the quiet room. Puff. It happened that a delicate and soft body threw into his arms. It turned out to be Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang, why did you open the door suddenly? I didn't pounce on you on purpose. Chu Xiaobei's face blushed slightly. Oh, that's right, Guliang Yuqing's friend came to visit us. Su Lang smiled and patted Chu Xiaobei on the head, and then led her into the hall. Friend Su Lang, I really disturbed. Yu Qing bowed to Su Lang with apologetic expression. It was she who had revealed that Su Lang's skill in refining was so awesome, that's why the brothers and nephews came uninvited, which is really embarrassing and rude. Su Lang smiled faintly. It happens to have a rest after refining the pill. At this time, a neat voice came from outside. Junior Changqing, Lei Qing, Yunqing, Yangqing, Weiqing, in the name of the master ancestor, I would like to thank the seniors for the grace of alchemy. The 5 Supreme Emperors lined up in a row, standing respectfully outside the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, not daring to take a step beyond Lei Kai. Don't be polite, please come in. Su Lang waved his hand to unlock the Imperial soul-chasing Imperial Palace. His expression was indifferent, his tone could not be heard. Guliang Yuqing, let's go to other places to read. Chu Xiaobei and other women took Yuqing and ran to the side hall with the novel. Chongqing and the other 5 also entered the hall, and once again bowed deeply to Su Lang. This is not the first time Su Lang has dealt with the Supreme Emperor. But it was the first time that several Supreme Emperors came to visit so respectfully. Sit down, everyone, this is my exclusive secret tea, taste it. Su Lang took out an exclusive secret, randomly synthesized, spirit tea to entertain the 5 people. However, although this tea is randomly synthesized, it is also a godless panacea and is of great value. Chongqing and others were immediately shocked by Su Lang's handwriting. Thank you, senior. The 5 people saluted and took their seats, showing good education. After a courtesy between the two sides, Su Lang asked the 5 people's true intentions. After all, Yuan Qing has already done so, so there is no need to send another person. The juniors have heard from the master about the refining skills of Senior Su Lang, so we are here to ask Senior Su Lang to refining. Ow, and the younger generations also want to ask seniors to refine alchemy. The more talkative Lei Qing offered his intentions with embarrassment. Look for me for refining. After hearing Lei Qing's words, Su Lang was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood everything as soon as his thoughts turned. It must be the upgrade of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace that did not avoid Yuqing, which would cause his refining skills to leak out. No wonder Yuqing was so twitchy just now. Su Lang was thinking about it, but he was not annoyed at all in his heart. On the contrary, he was extremely happy. The 5 people in front of me are here to trouble him, they are all here to send materials. Chapter 1647. It's all in vain. In the panic of Lei Qing and others, Su Lang laughed and said loudly, "Okay, since I am a disciple and grandson of Zhang Taiqing, I will help you." Really? Oh my god, that's great, my godless soldier is finally hopeful. Senior Su Lang, you are really the best person in the world. Lei Qing thanked Senior Su Lang, you have worked hard, Wei Qing will pour tea for you. The 5 supreme emperors stood up in a hurry, bowed and poured tea to Su Lang. They were extremely diligent. Haha, not bad, not bad. It makes me want to accept apprentices. Su Lang laughed, enjoying the courtesy of the 5 supreme emperors. The supreme emperor suddenly began to introduce his relatives and friends who hadn't been a teacher. Su Lang smiled and said, "Well, what kind of weapons you want to practice, please describe to me." Senior Su Lang, I want to refine a 7-star sword. Lei Qing was the first to say with excitement, it is refined with 7 life planets and various precious materials. After completion, it will go down to heaven and earth to death. Senior Su Lang, I want to refine a supreme feather coat. Chongqing squeezed Lei Qing away, and then said, with the white phoenix feather as the main material, the road will not be occupied after refining, and the defense against the twisting force is very strong. Senior, I want to upgrade my godless soldier. The 5 spoke of the godless soldiers who wanted to refine or upgrade. The impatient Lei Qing and Chongqing directly squeezed all the imperial soldiers with materials to Su Lang. Su Lang glanced at the 2 imperial soldiers, which contained a huge amount of materials. Although Wanwan is not as good as Zhang Taiqing's batch, it is also very much. The key is that I refining weapons, which consumes far less materials than a normal refining division. Su Lang hit Xiao Juju in his heart and got an exciting result. I can make at least half of these materials. Senior, as for weapons, we are not in a hurry. Please help the master to finish the alchemy, rest well, and then refine the weapons for us. By the way, Senior Su, we also want to refine alchemy, you see. The 5 supreme emperors smiled graciously and made a request for alchemy. If you want to make alchemy, just give me the alchemy and the materials, and you will soon get it out. Su Lang waved his hand with great arrogance. By the way, you are not in a hurry to get your weapons, so I can arrange the time when you come to get them. Thank you Senior, thank you Senior. Lei Qing spoke on behalf of everyone. As for weapons, 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Su Lang suddenly looked surprised when he heard Lei Qing's words. Senior calm down, Senior calm down. 1 million years, 1 million years we can afford it. The 5 supreme emperors were taken a big jump by Su Lang's reaction, and quickly apologized with embarrassment. Su Lang instantly became calm. However, his heart was so excited that he wanted to shout. At the beginning, Su Lang forgot that it only takes a moment to refine weapons, and others need to take care of the cauldron for years and months to refine them. Therefore, he was suddenly surprised. When he came back to his senses, Lei Qing Changqing and the 5 people misunderstood again and thought he was angry. So, the time was directly changed to 1 million years. And 1 million years may not be very long for the Supreme Emperor Lei Qing Changqing and others who slowly cultivated. But for Su Lang, it was an astronomical figure. Do you know that it has been less than a year since he entered the road of cultivation? After a million years, the ghost knows what level he will be and where it will be. Look for me again in a million years. I don't earn half of these materials, but all for nothing. Su Lang couldn't help but want to laugh a little, took a sip of xianxia inside, and then popped out 2 words to the 5 people, yes. Chapter 1648. God, you deserve to be Senior Su Lang. It really troubles Senior Su Lang. Senior Su Lang treats us as kindly as the master. Yes, yeah, Senior Su Lang, just now the younger generation suggested, do you want to accept the 18 beautiful Taoist friends as disciples? Senior Su Lang, juniors also have extraordinary talents. Lei Qing, Chong Qing, Wei Qing and others thanked him, and then they began to recommend their relatives and descendants to Su Lang. If it is really successful in apprenticeship, then it is equivalent to an instant blast. I'm just joking. A thick smile appeared on Su Lang's face. Well, any of you who still want to make alchemy, give me the elixir and materials. So, our juniors are not lucky. The Supreme Emperor sighed with emotion, alleviating the embarrassment, and then quickly took out the alchemy materials and prescriptions he had prepared. The five knew that Su Lang was very good at alchemy, so they all prepared a lot of materials and prescriptions. They are also the godless level, and they are also people who go to the Nine Qing Palace, so they are much fatter than the other godless levels. Although their 5 medicinal materials combined were not as good as Zan Taiching's alone, they still accounted for a full 1/3. Moreover, this is still only the material used for alchemy. In addition, there are materials used as rewards in a large number of Shanyuan Diwan. Su Lang received the space weapons equipped with materials from the Supreme Emperor one by one, and he was a little embarrassed. This is all for nothing. Look, are these materials enough? Lei Qing said nervously, if it is not enough, we will immediately find a way to raise money. Enough is enough. Moreover, I have all the medicines you want to refine, so I will give it to you now. Su Lang coughed slightly, then used the system function to practice the pill and put it directly on the table. A stream of refreshing danxiang permeated. There are even more kinds of rhymes and rules anomalies appear, special effects burst, forcing the grid to be too high. God, you deserve to be Senior Su Lang. We have been longing for these pills for countless years, but there are so many survivors in Senior Su Lang. Ha ha ha, I finally got the pill I needed, I can break through. You 3 bastards, don't hurry up and worship Senior Xie Salong with us. Junior respect Senior Xie Salong, thank Senior Su Yi Dan for his kindness. The 5 Supreme Emperor Chichi of the Nine Qing Palace bowed deeply to Su Lang 180 degrees. Although the pill in front of him was hot after being refined. But they didn't have any doubts at all, thinking from the bottom of their hearts that this must be Su Lang's survival. Otherwise, can you still refine all the pills that everyone needs at once? But they couldn't imagine that Su Lang could do this. Well, you don't need so much courtesy. Su Lang waved his hand very kindly, letting everyone avoid the ceremony. After all, after eating so many materials and Shanyuan Diwan for nothing, his face can't get up even if he thinks about it. The 5 Supreme Emperors nodded respectfully, and then stood straight in a row. If you are all right, just stroll around. Su Lang smiled and said, your master's pill is being refined, and you have to look after the pill furnace, so I won't entertain you anymore. It's the juniors who disturbed the seniors, please forgive me. The younger generations should insist on practicing with disdain, so that they are worthy of Senior Su Lang's pill, and the younger generations will leave. The 5 Supreme Emperors panicked for a while, and then bowed their greetings. I'm serious, let's go after some fun. Su Lang couldn't help but smile, and let out Li Shenyang, the great Emperor Shanxi, and also invited Ao Bing and Ming Chao in Pu's mind. Emperor Li Shenyang and Shandi immediately bowed down and saluted Su Lang. When Ao Bing was recruited, Ming Chao looked dazed. Chapter 1649, Qin Chengan, what's the situation? Haven't we just entered the heavenly realm and held the heavenly vocation? The person in front of him seemed to be the great master of the world, and there were 5 terrifying powerhouses above the emperor's realm standing beside him. My God, the expressions of those strong men looking at the Lord of the great world are so humble. And there is an existence above the emperor kneeling to the Lord of the world. After some shock, Ming Chao and Ao Bing hurriedly followed Li Shenyang and Emperor Xianxia to bow down to Su Lang, and called their masters. Seeing this scene, Lei Qing and others stopped, staring at each other, at a loss. Li Shenyang, Xianxia, Ao Bing, Ming Chao. You accompany these 5 guests, play cards and play mahjong. Su Lang thought slightly, waved, and threw out a small box. Inside the small box are some playing cards and mahjong newly perfected by Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian and Yuji. Not only do they like to get together to write novels and read novels, they also like to play mahjong and play poker. But the traditional mahjong and poker on Blue Star are too simple. So they made it extremely complicated, very difficult for warriors, and even became a game that can stimulate understanding. The rules are in the box. Su Lang smiled faintly. Enter the 5 guests well, don't neglect. We will fulfill our mission. The 4 of Li Shenyang were extremely solemn and regarded playing cards and rubbing mahjong as their #1 event. You play slowly, I am going to practice alchemy. Su Lang looked at the 5 people including Lei Qing in the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, smiled and gestured, then returned to the quiet room. Dear guests, happy meeting. Li Shenyang brought Emperor Shanxi and Mingqiao Ao Bing to Lei Qing and the others. Mingqiao and Ao Bing were trembling with fright, they were terrifying figures above 5 emperors. However, after seeing Li Shenyang's calmness, they immediately calmed down. Isn't it the powerhouse with more than 5 emperors? They are so humble in front of our master. When thinking of Su Lang, Mingqiao and Ao Bing have the same backbone, and they are no longer afraid. Wei Qing smiled and said, Senior Su Lang is really kind and difficult, so those of us who are juniors, we will interrupt for a while. The 5 people including Wei Qing were also very surprised. They also did not expect that a Sandu-level godless grade would kneel to Su Lang, claiming to be a slave. If it is a clone, it will probably not be like this. In the eyes of the 5 people in Wei Qing, Li Shenyang was definitely not a clone, but a strong man who was subdued by Su Lang. The distinguished guest is too polite, please follow us. Li Shenyang had a housekeeping style, and took Lei Qing, Wei Qing and others to another side hall. There was a crackling sound of playing cards inside. The fantasy version of mahjong and poker designed by Chu Xiaobei's 4 girls is really good. After Lei Qing and the others got started, their eyes suddenly lighted up and they played enthusiastically on the card table. Su Lang watched the crowd playing cards in the quiet room, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. But just when he converged his mind and prepared to refine fairy-level parts. I didn't expect to be able to run so far. But where exactly is it? Look for it. Not far from soul-chasing Emperor Palace, a young man in a black robe flew around, whispering in his mouth, looking for something. This person turned out to be Qin Chenggen sent by Bai Yelan to investigate Su Lang. What is this stuff for? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and then opened the person's properties panel. Name, Qin Chenggen. Race, Mo Kun. Attack level, Sidu no, censored level. Defensive level, Sidu no, censored level. Shenfa level, Sidu no, censored, level plus. Endurance level, Sidu no, censored, level plus. Master the exercises Moken Heart Sutra. Taishang Moken Lu, no god level. Xiaocheng Taishang Mopeng Map, no god level, Xiaocheng. Mokun. This guy has Kunpeng blood. The powerful monsters in the place of exile or in the blue blood sky. This person is very likely to be a person of the blue blood sky, maybe it is because of Jing Yuanbai that he came to kill me. Su Lang frowned, however, Jing Yuanbai is clearly a member of the Palace of Long Hatred, and Bai Shuidian has been pitted. Chapter 1650. Try your fish meat today. Found it, found it. Qin Cheng'an outside suddenly showed excitement. There are even the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, which are hidden deep, While muttering excitedly, Qin Chenggen flew towards the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and quickly stopped in the air. I can only meet him. Su Lang curled his lips. He has a guest in the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, so he can't just put it away and leave. But Su Lang did not know. Qin Chenggen planned to evacuate after recording the coordinates. Because Bai Yelan told him not to confront Su Lang head-on. Just when Qin Chenggen planned to leave. Qin Chenggen, uninvited, still sneaky, what do you want to do? Su Lang appeared in front of Qin Cheng'an with a cold face and no emotion. You found me directly, I have hidden means. Moreover, this person actually called out my name. It seems that he really understands us Bai Shuidian. Qin Chenggen was startled, his figure stagnated, but he was not too nervous. Although Bai Yelan said that Su Lang was very powerful, he had to do it himself. However, in Qin Chenggen's view, Su Lang and Jing Yuanbai's strengths are similar. And it was a terrible victory in that battle, and he must have been seriously injured. At this time, he looked at Su Lang, and immediately noticed the fluctuations in Su Lang's Supreme Emperor level cultivation base, and the power of Sandu Supreme. He was seriously injured, his cultivation base and combat power dropped drastically. What's so terrible about such an enemy? Although Jing Yuanbai is indeed annoying, he is ultimately a man of Jade Heaven. This guy killed Jing Yuanbai and forged a deep hatred with Jade Heaven. Since this guy is seriously injured, I can handle it myself without the master of Qing Ting taking advantage of it. Thinking of this, Qin Chenggen showed a deep sneer on his face. Su Lang frowned. I ask you, are you here because of Jing Yuanbai? Just know, you kill me the veteran of the Jade Blood Heaven, I will smash your corpse to avenge you. Qin Chenggen sneered again and again, and instantly distanced himself from Su Lang, and the aura on his body exploded in an instant. The horrible aura of Sidhu godless class descended to the earth. Suddenly, the huge land as large as the continents collapsed, forming an endless basin. Come to me for revenge. You are ridiculously naive. I don't even know that Jing Yuanbai is the undercover agent sent by the Palace of Everlasting Hatred to you, Bai Shuidian. Su Lang had no fear in the face of the four-crossing godless Qin Chenggen. I killed Jing Yuanbai to clear the door for you, but you came to me for revenge. Undercover? Jing Yuanbai is our veteran of the Jade-Blooded Heaven, how can he be the undercover agent of the Palace of Long Hatred? If you kill someone, you kill, and you tell a little bit of a lie, you are really a strong man. Qin Chenggen showed murderous intent, and his whole person began to swell wildly, transforming into the giant Kun monster body. Today, I will let you know and provoke me to the end of the censored sky. Qin Chenggen became a giant Kun that covered the sky and the sun, surrounded by countless avenue rules, and the phenomena of heaven and earth flashed frequently, covering the sky and the sun. Since you don't listen to the explanation and insist on doing it, then I don't mind killing you. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. Cold light, I haven't eaten kunpeng yet, I will taste your fish today, court death. Qin Chenggen was furious upon hearing Su Lang's words, and a lot of twisting power was condensed in his body. His four-crossing godless class twisting power is about to burst out, attacking Su Lang. The low roar of several people spread all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, 6 godless auras soared into the sky, the heaven and the earth could not bear it, cracking like a rotten wall. Qin Chenggen was horrified, and the attack in his mouth was instantly held back. Because he felt that 2 of the 6 newly appearing godless classes were not weaker than him. If you continue to attack, you will surely enshroud the opponent. When the war is aroused, it will be difficult to extinguish. Qin Chenggen, you don't even know me. There was a crisp hum, but Guliang Yuqing flew out of the 6 and looked at Qin Chenggen coldly. Chapter 1651. Now, apologize to Senior Su. Yuqing, you are the people of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Qin Chenggen was shocked, he was defeated in Yuqing's hands. Seeing Yuqing at this time, all the pain he suffered at that time seemed to surface, making him startled. The thought of running away suddenly appeared in his mind. Eyes but no beads. Guliang Yuqing snorted coldly, do you know who you were going to shoot against? He is our enemy of Jia Shuidian. He killed our veteran Jing Yuanbai, why should I come for revenge? Could it be that you are too in the Nine Qing Palace to even care about this? Qin Chenggen's gaze fell on Su Lang, and after a while of uncertainty, he showed a strong sense of confusion. Lei Qing stepped forward, sneered again and again, Qin Chenggen, do you know that we are doing good for you? Good for me, interfere with my Bishuadian revenge, and say it's good for me. Qin Chenggen's pupils shrank abruptly, could it be that you two are going to the Nine Qing Palace to go to war with the Jade Blood Heaven, and you won't be able to kill it? I'm stupid, I don't know what to do. We stopped you, completely afraid that you would be killed by Senior Su Lang's fingertips. This is a loss to the overall layout of the exile. Chongqing stepped forward, looking at Qin Chenggen with a hint of contempt in his eyes. And he dared to say that, the 6 of them dared to stop the battle, naturally because Zhan Taiching and Su Lang had passed their anger and reached a consensus that they would no longer kill the strong at will. Otherwise, the 6 of them would dare not come out and take care of Su Lang's affairs. Qin Chenggen didn't believe Chongqing's words at all. I will be killed by his fingers. Can you not see my cultivation strength? He is a fellow who can kill Jing Yuanbai. He was seriously injured at this time and fell into the realm. Can he kill me? Qin Chenggen said with a hint of disdain, this is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Qin Chenggen, be careful when you speak to me. If you dare to be disrespectful to Senior Su Lang, don't blame us for leaving. Yuqing's face was full of frost, and the words in her mouth were like a cold wind blowing from the ice hell. Qin Chenggen, in front of Senior Su Lang, how can you allow you to be arrogant? Do you know that even my master, Zhan Taiching, talks with Senior Su Lang? I am waiting for the 6 people to be respectful in front of Senior Su Lang, what are you? A disciple of Zhan Taiching, Sidhu Supreme Emperor Ziqing was full of murderous aura, staring at Qin Chenggen. Do you know that Senior Su Lang is a strong man who recovered from the pre-reincarnation era? Wei Qing yelled angrily, can you guess the strength of Senior? You bug, don't apologize to Senior Su Lang. You guys. He killed my veteran Jia Shui Tian. It is also said that Jing Yuanbai is the undercover agent of the palace of Chonghen in Jishuitian, trying to provoke the war between Jia Xiatian and Chonghen Palace. Can't you see that he has a ghost in his heart? Qin Chenggen was angrily reprimanded by the people of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, and suddenly panicked, his heart beating so much that the whole world could hear it, and it was extremely embarrassing. However, he still thought his judgment was correct and insisted that he was right. Let me say one last thing. Senior Su Lang tells the truth. With the pattern and mind of Senior Su Lang, it is impossible to deceive. You, a stupid junior. Yu Qing stared at Qin Chenggen, his twisting force gathered, now, apologize to Senior Su. Qin Chenggen was very angry, but was speechless, so angry that he was about to smoke. He also believed the words of Yu Qing and others. Yu Qing and the 6 others are the disciples of Tianzhou from the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, the Supreme Emperor. Such characters are so humble in front of Su Lang, and more than once, apologize. Yu Qing yelled again, the twisting power on her body had been condensed to the limit. Lei Qing, Chong Qing, Wei Qing and other 5 people also began to gather the power of distortion, ready to teach Qin Chenggen. Su Lang on the side was a little speechless. If Qin Chenggen shot him, he would be able to slaughter Qin Chenggen with integrity. Chapter 1652, Qin Chenggen knelt down and apologized and got fucked. That's kunpeng. It can be eaten as a fish or as a chicken. How long will it take to meet such a good thing? But Qin Chenggen has been completely persuaded. Me. Qin Chenggen turned into a human form, his expression changing, Senior Su Lang, I was wrong. Your lord does not count the villain's past. Are you kidnapping me morally? Su Lang smiled coldly, I am better than you, so should I let you fail? Yu Qing and the 6 others suddenly showed fierce light, and the twisting power on their bodies almost burst out. That is not what I mean. Senior Su Lang, it's me who has no eyes and dashes against you. You do it well, you let me go, I will never dare anymore. Qin Chenggen trembled, his legs softened, and he directly knelt down to Su Lang. Although he felt extremely humiliated, he felt acceptable when he thought of Su Lang and Zhan Taiqing's peers. If you kneel down a step slowly, you'll have to die here. Su Lang snorted coldly, and then waved his hand like a fly, go away, go back and tell Bai Yellen, if she refuses to accept, I will wait for her to call the door at any time. I haven't rode the Qilin yet. Endless humiliation erupted in Qin Chenggen's heart, and his entire body was trembling with a green complexion. For many years, he has not been humiliated like this. And Bai Yellen, whom he admired so much, was unexpectedly uttered by Su Lang. This is simply a great humiliation. However, he did not dare to vent at this time, because he would die. Su Lang is dead, and the dog awful from the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. One day, I will swallow all of you and become my dung. Qin Chenggen roared hysterically in his heart, but on the surface he nodded eagerly, thank you, Senior Su Lang for his mercy, this junior is going to censored off. After the extremely humble Qin Chenggen finished speaking, he immediately curled up into a ball and rolled away. If it were before, I would have to grill him. Su Lang rolled his eyes, revealing a touch of dissatisfaction. Yu Qing quickly said, thank you, Senior Su Lang, for his kind-heartedness, for taking care of the overall situation, and for giving the Mo Kun who doesn't know the height of the sky. Just let him live a few more days. Su Lang curled his lips and flew straight to the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Yu Qing hurriedly chased him, one step behind Su Lang, and followed him closely. Lei Qing and others also flew up, but Yu Qing winked. Thank you so much today. You are going to make alchemy next, so the younger generations won't bother you, and come visit you another day. Lei Qing and the others smiled wryly and asked Su Lang to leave. You go back. Su Lang nodded lightly, without objection. Lei Qing and others thanked Su Lang again, and left together, embarking on the way back to the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Yu Qing still followed Su Lang. She had to wait for Su Lang to refine the medicine for her master. Yu Qing Guliang, are you done with things? Come on, we are waiting for you to read together. When Chu Xiaobei and others saw Yu Qing, they immediately pulled her away. Yu Qing glanced at Su Lang, and then joined Chu Xiaobei and the others. And Su Lang entered the quiet room and continued what had not been done before, refining the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Lei Qing and others flew on the road, their faces full of excitement, but there was a trace of regret. Haha, there is no censored soldier, I want to have it too. My godless soldier can be promoted to Sandu, I am looking forward to it. It's a pity that I haven't played enough with landlords, and I haven't learned mahjong thoroughly. The game created by Senior Su Lang is really interesting. Hey, I have memorized all the rules and walked around, we will refining a pair of mahjong and poker to play when we go back. Wow, don't you practice anymore? Master will clean up you if he knows. You know a fart, this is training your savvy. The noisy group of people gradually disappeared to the horizon, carrying forward the fantasy version of mahjong and poker that Chu Xiao and the others had made. Chapter 1653, Promote Yudian Sword Again. Su Langpan sat down and did not immediately start refining parts. Instead, he put away Li Shenyang, the great Emperor Xianxia and others, and then took out the Space Emperor soldiers handed over by Lei Qing and others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tisk tusk, just these 5 Emperor soldiers with materials are also valuable. However, Imperial soldiers can be regarded as lives, and those who have no grievances or enmities will not be broken down. Su Lang pondered silently, and then stored all of the Shanyuan Diwan into the system. These disciples and grandchildren are poorer than the ancestor Zan Taiching, and the 5 people contributed to the source of the Shanyuan Emperor, and there are only more than 600,000 under the source of the Emperor. Adding in the funds left by Su Lang to upgrade system functions, it was only 970,000. It's only 30,000. Su Lang rolled his eyes, feeling that he was angry. He sighed softly. Then he transferred the various alchemy materials and alchemy recipes contained in it to his storage space. There is another continent made of countless materials in the storage space. In addition, there are 2 supreme soldiers. One is the second cross without God soldier, the 9 suns, and the other is the first cross without God soldier, Starry Sky Hanhai Pen. When their master threw them to Su Lang, they had already warned them to obey Su Lang's orders. Therefore, Su Lang can use these 2 godless soldiers. Looked at the 2 godless soldiers. Su Lang began to sort out the huge amount of material he had just obtained. Previously from the materials given by Zan Taiching, he has already selected a large number of materials needed for the evolution of the Yudian Sword, Godless Dragon Platform, and Heavenly 8-Edged Shield. At this time, Su Lang found some materials from Lei Qing and other 5 people. The Godless Dragon Terrace and the Heavenly 8-Edged Shield are still quite different. But the materials for the evolution Yudian Sword will be complete immediately, only 3 kinds are left. Su Lang rummaged through the materials, and even if he started to use the 1-key synthesis function, he tried his luck to synthesize 3 lacking materials. After continuous decomposition and synthesis, Su Lang finally collected all the materials needed for the evolution of the Yudian Sword. You can upgrade again, happy or not. Su Lang pulled the Yudian Sword from his head with a trace of excitement on his face. The master is amazing. Xiaoyu can have such a master, and I don't know how many good things he has done in his life. Master, you quickly upgrade Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu can't wait. The beautiful girl Ling Xiaoyu emerged from the Yudian Sword, her eyes were full of brilliance, looking at Su Lang, her face was full of impatient desire. This will satisfy you. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and immediately issued an order to the system, retain the specified characteristics, evolve the Yudian Sword. Ding. Consume no censored soul 100, quasi no censored soul 1000, and the soul of the Emperor 10000. Godless grade material Tianxiao extremely cold jade 100, mountain destroying milk asterisk 1000, mysterious demon heaven and quiet gold 1000, vein sealing quiet lin bone 1000. The Yudian Sword evolved into a Sandu godless soldier. Guanghua flashed. A trace of majestic terrifying energy flows in the translucent white sword body, and the energy that can destroy the world can burst out at any time. Sandu has no censored soldiers. In addition to strengthening +2, Yudian Sword has reached the level of Wudu. The most important thing is that the consumption of urging Yudian Sword remains at the level of Sandu, far less than the consumption of Wudu godless level. Su Lang is holding the Yudian Sword, and the excitement on his face is hard to conceal. Master, I have become so strong. Those enemies before, now I can hack to death with 1 sword. Xiaoyu was also extremely happy, a trace of crimson appeared on her charming little face, which made people want to kiss her. Xiaoyu is the best. My favorite weapon is Xiaoyu. Su Lang encouraged Xiao Yu with satisfaction, and reached out and patted Xiao Yu on the head. Does the master move to Xiao Yu again? But Xiao Yu is not ready to do something like that. There was a trace of cunning in Xiao Yu's eyes, and a charming and pitiful expression on her face. Su Lang rolled his eyes. If you don't give me this set, I will be immune. Then I have to come a few times less. If the master is tired and doesn't like it, what can I do? Xiao Yu's expression changed, her eyes sorrowful and sorrowful. Master, I will return to my body first, and I won't disturb you. She got into the body. Chapter 1654, Qin Chenggen complained. This girl movie. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, then put the Yudian sword back on his head and inserted it into his hair bun. He looked at the remaining refining materials again. However, the number is quite large, and the level is not low. Try to strengthen the Godless Dragon platform. Su Lang thought about it, took out the Godless Dragon platform, and gave instructions to the system. The system, activate the one key enhancement function, strengthen the Godless Dragon platform. Ding. Strengthening success. No, censored, Dragon platform +1. A light blue mysterious power appeared and merged into the Dragon button and Jade seal. The breath of Godless Dragon Tower instantly rose a step, reaching the level of Wudu. The combat power has directly increased to a small level. One-click strengthening is awesome, and even one strengthening of the 4 crossing godless soldiers can improve that much. The corner of Su Lang's mouth grinned, and he couldn't help showing an excited smile. Wudu Longtai could have burst out of Wudu level conventional power. After strengthening +1 at this time, Ludu has been able to burst out the conventional power of godless grade. Moreover, it can also condense the twisting power of the Wudu level, and the quality and quantity are higher and more than the general Wudu godless soldier. Now I am equivalent to owning 2 Wudu level godless soldiers. In addition to this, there are more than a dozen godless soldiers such as Luo Yujing. The 2 godless soldiers alone are enough for me to create a force of the level of Bishuadian. Su Lang was very happy, because he finally didn't have to rely on his whole cards to live his life all the time. After so long, I don't know how the cultivation base has been saved. Su Lang looked at the cultivating villain, but saw that most of the villain had turned golden. It looks like we will break through in a while. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. After waiting so many hours, I can finally break through a small state of godless grade. I don't know if his words were heard by other Supreme Emperors, and would make those Supreme Emperors faint with anger. Waiting for the time to break. Naturally, Su Lang would not waste it, and immediately took out the cauldron and materials, and continued to refine the fairy level parts. Now the number of fairy level parts has reached a full 888,000, and it will soon reach 90,000. Just when Su Lang worked hard to refine parts, Qin Cheng'an suffocated his anger and humiliation and returned to the blue blood sky. As soon as he returned, he went to find Bai Yellen and pour out his shame. Jade Sky, the top floor of the floating building. It's so turbulent, and you still look confused, what's wrong? Bai Yellen sat on the tall throne, overlooking Qin Cheng'an who was kneeling on the ground. Return to the Lord of Qingting. Subordinates found the murderer who killed Jing Yuanbai. Qin Cheng'an was extremely indignant, and said with a sullen expression, this person simply deceived people too much and severely humiliated his subordinates. He also insulted you and insulted Bai Shuadian. Bai Yellen frowned and asked, didn't I let you investigate the murderer, but don't you confront him head-on? I don't want to confront him head-on. Qin Cheng'an looked bitter, but after I tracked down his place, I was about to leave, but he stopped me. He stopped you. You were discovered by him. Bai Yellen furrowed her brows deeper. Why are you so careless? The subordinate did not expect that he should be so sharp. The subordinate just got closer, and he found it. Qin Cheng'an replied, he stopped me without asking Cyan Hong'an indiscriminately, and questioned me sternly, completely not paying attention to the blue blood sky. He really hated Su Lang, so he instinctively started to add fuel and vinegar. Tell me carefully, what have you experienced? Bai Yellen felt disappointed when she saw Qin Cheng'an's irritable and uncomfortable look. This person's cultivation base is high, and his combat power is not weak, but his ability is really disappointing. Chapter 1655, Bai Yeren who knows the truth. That person's surname is Su, he seems to be Su Lang. The battle between Su Lang and Jing Yuanbai has already been severely wounded, and has fallen into a realm with only Sandu level combat power. But the subordinate upholds your order, and did not act on him, but prepared to leave. But he didn't follow and forgive. He not only asked me if I was here for Jing Yuanbai's affairs, but he also framed the veteran of Jing Yuanbai as an undercover agent sent by the Chonghen Palace. Furthermore, he also said that you are a chicken and shingle dog, vulnerable to a blow, you must grab you and ride under you as a mount. He even shot at me and kept saying that he would kill me, then he would skin me cramps and eat my meat. The subordinates were not angry, so they were ready to act on him, but suddenly 6 supreme emperors of the supreme Nanqing Palace appeared to protect him. Then Su Lang deceived others, relying on the supreme emperor of Lugan Taishang Nanqing Palace, to insult his subordinates in every possible way. The subordinates have forgotten the deep hatred for Bishuadian Nod and the supreme Nanqing Palace, and have been holding back without doing anything. But they actually forced me to kneel, and my subordinates have always kneeled only to you, the Lord of Qingting. Master of Qingting, you will definitely be the master for me. Qin Chenggen looked humiliated, resentful, and his hideous expression was as ugly as a ghost. I know about it, you give me the coordinates of where Su Lang is. Bai Yelin nodded after hearing Qin Chenggen's words. This is the coordinate where Su Lang is located. He should not leave in a short time. Seeing Bai Yelin asking for the coordinates, Qin Cheng'an suddenly handed over the coordinates with huge bright eyes. Master of Qingting, his subordinates want to deal with Na Su Lang with you. Bai Yelin must have been moved by what she said, and he is in the same hatred with him, so she is going to trouble Su Lang. Go down and meditate. Bai Yelin waved his hand faintly. Bishuadian can't be guarded by the strong. After I leave, look at it. Well, the subordinates must be optimistic about the Bishuadian resident. Although Qin Chenggen regretted that he could not avenge himself personally. But when she thought that Bai Yilin had actually handed Bai Shuadian to her own charge, her heart suddenly became excited. This is because Bai Yelin valued him, so she entrusted this important task to him. Bai Yelin stood up from above the throne and nodded to Qin Chenggen. Qin Chenggen lightly bowed, looked at Bai Yelin admiringly, and then retired. After Qin Chenggen left completely, Bai Yelin sighed slightly. Mo Lu, come out, sister. A woman with swollen muscles but with a delicate and beautiful head came out from the dark. It was the antlers longhorn beetle Mo Lu. How about the investigation against Qin Chenggen? Bai Yelin looked at Mo Lu with a gentle gaze. This was her rare expression. Sister. Qin Chenggen's loyalty is not a problem. However, he is indeed unfavorable. He is blinded by the paralysis below but does not know it. The information he collected is basically all false. Su Lang doesn't have any malicious intent against you. Any method against you to obtain the blood of your unicorn is completely random. The reason why Jing Yuanbai disobeyed your order and insisted on attacking Su Lang is because he was instructed by Chong Henzi. According to my repeated verifications, although Jing Yuanbai is the veteran of the Jade Blood Sky, he is also the supreme emperor of the White Robe under the seat of Chong Henzi. Jing Yuanbai doesn't have any loyalty to our Bishuadian. He is the undercover agent sent by the Palace of Long Hatred to us. In a long period of time, most of our Jade Blood Heaven has been penetrated by the Palace of Long Hatred, causing countless losses. Recently, our members of Bishuadian have gone from occasional struggles to frequent battles, entangled in grievances, and it is also the Palace of Chonghen. Mo Lu spoke out the results of his investigation in one breath, and Bai Yelin's expression stagnated. Bai Yelin didn't expect at all that her blue blood sky was more fragile than imagined. It was already riddled with holes, and it was about to collapse. As long as Chong Henzi is willing, I am afraid that in just a few days, he will be able to divide the huge blue blood sky, and make the flames of hatred and war ignite everyone. Chapter 1656, I'll meet Su Lang. Bai Yelin sighed and said to Mo Lu, next, I will leave you with the heavy task of cleaning up the Jade Blood Sky, Mo Lu. Yes, sister. Mo Lu nodded heavily. I will definitely try my best to clean other and strange people. Well, I believe you. Don't try too hard, don't work hard, just improve the situation. Bai Yelin nodded slightly and asked immediately, what do you think of Qin Chenggen's report just now? Obviously, it's adding fuel and vinegar. He goes to investigate other people, and he doesn't want to be careful about being found. Others will definitely question him. But unprovoked shame is almost impossible, because Su Lang knows the identity of Jing Yuanbai. He killed Jing Yuanbai and naturally stood on the same line as us. It is estimated that Qin Chenggen saw that Su Lang's realm fell and wanted to do it himself, but he did not expect that there were 6 supreme great emperors of the supreme Nanqing Palace behind Su Lang to support him. Qin Chenggen is also stupid. Ming Tai had passed on news about Su Lang before going to the 9th Qing Palace. It obviously has something to do with Su Lang. He didn't even think of this. Mo Lu whispered to Analysis, and he actually restored the truth of the matter in a few words, really a smart girl. You have a good analysis. A smile appeared on Bai Yelan's face, even if it's not the truth, I'm not far away. I can't guarantee it. Mo Lu stuck out his tongue, and his cute little face formed a sharp contrast with his exploded muscled figure. Bai Yelan smiled and said, go down, I'll go and meet that Su Lang here. Yes, sister. Mo Lu nodded with a smile, and immediately disappeared into the dark. Long hate palace. Long hate sun. You are such a good method. Bai Yelan turned and looked at the place where the palace of long hatred in the north was, with a trace of killing intent in her eyes. She is an arrogant unicorn who has let Chong Henzi play for more than 2 billion years. How can she lightly expose this matter? No matter how secretive a scheme is, it is useless in the face of absolute power. Bai Yelan murmured, and flew towards the place where Su Lang was. With the information she has now, Su Lang's fighting strength is good, and he has a deep hatred with Chang'an Palace. And also helped her to deal with Jing Yuanbai, the biggest undercover leader, for her Bai Shuidian, causing great loss to Chonghen Palace. She must meet this natural ally. By the way, let's see what is the relationship between Su Lang and the Supreme Ninqing Palace. In the northeast border of the Land of Exile, in the Palace of Soul-Chasing Emperor. Chu Xiaobei and the others took Yuqing to finish reading the novel, and then played mahjong again. The sound of shuffling cards continued to sound, and Ying Shengyan's words were endless, very cheerful. In the crisper soft sound, it seemed that even the fragrance of the girl was permeating. Unfortunately, Su Lang can't enjoy it now. Ding. The record of King Konghu Tuda has reached the founding level. Ding. The great Zhou Tianxing Yuanjing has reached the founding level. The system prompt came, making Su Lang, who was refining the equipment, stunned. Time flies so fast. Have you finished practicing the 2 great emperor level exercises? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Zan even felt 2 warmth flowing out of his body, blending into the flesh and blood of his soul. Su Lang felt that his strength had increased again. The added strength is not satisfactory. Su Lang curled his lips. His tone was a bit disgusting, but his movements were not slow. Soon he picked 2 more emperor-level body-building exercises and placed them on the vacant and rough villain. I don't know how long it will take for those godless exercises. Su Lang glanced at the other martial arts villains, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. He glanced at the cultivator inadvertently and was shocked. I saw that all the cultivators who were originally white had turned into golden immediately. Just the next moment, a series of hints caused Su Lang's refining device to suddenly stagnate. Can you break through without knowing it? This is a small state of no god. Others have to practice for hundreds of millions of years. Su Lang's eyes brightened, and immediately put down the work in his hands, and gave instructions to the system, give me a breakthrough immediately. Chapter 1657, Breakthrough, Second Crossing the Supreme Realm. Order issued. Suddenly, in the Dantian, beside that space crystal wall cell, the second soul body cell began to merge with a trace of Dantian universe. Soon, in the torrent of avenue rules dominated by space avenues, this soul body cell began to gradually become walled. In a short while, this cell becomes a small crystal of regular dodecahedron, with a huge space hidden inside. Promoting from the first duo godless level to the second dufu godless level is obviously not just a fusion of one cell. The second, the third, the fourth, the 100 million. When the breakthrough is complete, all cells in Su Lang's entire Dantian turned into crystal wall cells fused with soul body and soul universe. And the number is as much as 1G. What is the concept of a guy, a trillion? But this is only 1/100th of Su Lang's total body cells. Su Lang now completely controls his body, knowing that his body has 100 cells. This number is really terrifying, more than other supreme emperors. Because he has been practicing exercises since he entered the martial arts. From the lowest level, to censored level, holy level, immortal level, emperor level, and great emperor level. Every level has practiced a lot of exercise techniques. The profound meaning of those body-building exercises may be left behind because of Su Lang's improvement. However, some of the cells added after the forging have accumulated, and to this day, they have reached such a terrifying scale. These cells didn't have much effect at first, but stored more energy and provided some power. After fusing the soul to form the soul body cell, it can only perfectly control the contained energy power. But now, the moment when the souls are merged to form crystal wall cells, which can be used to condense the power of twisting. Their effect has increased countless times in an instant. Because at the same level, this means that the amount of twisting power that Su Lang can condense is dozens, hundreds, or even more times that of the enemy. Even for higher level enemies, Su Lang's condensed twisting power far exceeds. This means, while Su Lang's endurance of conventional power far exceeds the same level, the endurance of twisted force is also far beyond the same level. This is not as simple as addition, but multiplication. At this time, if Su Lang meets Zhong Wenshan and Che Chunghua again, you don't need to swallow the clone, you don't need the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, and you can stand invincible just by your own twisting power. Tisk, it's me. Su Lang couldn't help taking a sip from a pot of spirit wine, with a trace of pride hanging from the corner of his mouth. While drinking, Su Lang began to check his dantian. However, all the cells in the pubic area and nearby areas have become crystal wall cells. These crystal wall cells have been integrated with the dantian universe, which can be called independent small worlds. In the power of the pubic universe, including the power of the world of the blue star, the power of the sun and the moon, part of it spreads perfectly into these cells. It can be said that this part of Su Lang's cells has been fused with the dantian universe and turned into the tip of the iceberg of his own independent universe. Part of the dantian universe is integrated into my body, and the mass of my twisting power has skyrocketed dozens of times. The most important thing is that I'm now promoted to the Urdu level, which only incorporates a part of the dantian universe. Su Lang's eyes widened, his eyes gleaming with astonishing light, and I have a whole 10 life universes. In the realm of godless level, the other supreme emperors have only one universe of life. Every time those godless levels are promoted, part of their bodies will merge with part of the universe of life. When their soul body cells in the universe of life are completely integrated, they are in the quasi-primary realm. But Su Lang has 10 life universes. Moreover, the core of the life planets in these life universes are all infinite fragments. The degree of perfection of its rule avenue is definitely more than other godless life universes. The quality of the twisting power that can be condensed in the same level is definitely stronger than other godless levels. It is completely unimaginable how terrifying Su Lang's combat power will be when all these life universes are integrated into his body. Chapter 1658, All-Round 4 Crossing Godless Battle Power. When I reach the quasi-primordial beginning, I will be the first person under the primordial beginning. Even in the quasi-primordial realm, it is possible to fight the primordial realm. Su Lang's eyes flickered, sighing for his vast prospects. Of course, he will not fall into fantasy. Look at what level 1 have reached now. Su Lang took a deep breath. System, open the properties panel. Realm level Urdu no, censored level. Shenfa level, Sidhu no, censored level. Endurance level, Sidhu no, censored level. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 41, 1 key martial arts function, level 41, clone dispatch function, level 40, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 40, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refinement function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key empowerment function, level 20, 1 key enhancement function, level 2, 1 key decomposition function, no grade. Achieve the 4 crossing godless level in all directions. If you use all the whole cards other than Thea-swallowing clone, it is estimated that you can reach the pinnacle level of the Sidhu godless level. Su Lang's eyes lit up and he was obviously very satisfied with this improvement. He continued to drink a few pots of wine happily, and then went on to refine the fairy level parts of the super weapon. The land of exile is in the wilderness, in the palace of long hatred. Chong Henzi knelt down on the futon, and 3 people kneeled behind him. It was the 3 godless subordinates in the black robe, blue robe, and red robe. Chong Henzi raised his head with dissatisfaction in his eyes. The recent events in the place of exile have a faint tendency to get out of his control. On the Bai Shuidian side, it seems that the identity of the white robe Jing Yuanbai has been discovered. Now the people of Bishuidian are clearing the intelligence network we have buried, and some undercover agents have lost contact. Although the people of Bishuidian do more gentle and do not move much, but the subordinates guess that they must be shocked. The red-robed woman of the Supreme Emperor buckled her head on the ground. It is the incompetence of her subordinates, which made them realize in advance that many plans can no longer be implemented. You are really incompetent. Such a good chess, it's so messy. Chong Henzi heard the words of the woman in the red robe, instantly furious, her hair standing upside down, her complexion twisted. Without Jing Yuanbai, and without Bai Shuidian's intelligence network, his control over Bai Shuidian's movements will become extremely vague. Subordinates die. The woman in the red robe trembled. Please punish the Lord. Punish. There is no punishment for me, only death. Chong Henzi stared at the red-robed woman viciously. If you ask for punishment, I will let you enter my imperial palace. The red-robed woman's voice trembled with a trace of fear. She knew what kind of pain those people who entered the palace of Chong Henzi would suffer. Chong Henzi is a person who values love and righteousness, and the more important people in his heart, the deeper the feelings, the more intense pain he will suffer after entering the imperial palace. And Chong Henzi is very affectionate to her, just like a relative. For the sake of serving me for many years, go and redeem it. Chong Henzi gave a cold snort and glanced at the red-robed woman. Bishuadian's intelligence network must be preserved as much as possible. The red-robed woman immediately knocked on her leader's orders. Subordinates will not be insulting. Don't talk too much. Chong Henzi pointed to the outside of the hall and roared angrily, get out of here now. The red-robed woman was relieved, and instantly rolled out of the black hall. You too, what's the matter? Chong Henzi's gaze fell on the silent black robe and blue robe. Chapter 1659, It's impossible to think about it. There is something unusual in Lei Temple. The blue-robed man replied, they have 7 arhats suddenly leaving the temple and rushing to the extreme west. I see, continue to monitor. If you have major information, report it to me immediately. Chong Henzi nodded and waved his hand, go. The blue robe suddenly turned into a blue smoke and disappeared. How about you? Chong Henzi looked at the black-robed man. The subordinates in the Supreme Nine Qing Palace have found out that many of them have also suddenly left. The black-robed man replied, however, they are heading east, which is the opposite direction from Lei Temple. These people move frequently. What did they find? Chong Henzi narrowed his eyes. Could it be traces of the lost Xuanwu? Thinking of this, a strong light burst into his eyes instantly. His dream is to travel to the boundless universe, where he should exist in the big world. For him, the place of exile was like a well, extremely depressing. Chong Henzi was also very envious of Bai Yelin and other strong men who had flown from the boundless universe. He envied Bai Yelin and they had lived in the boundless universe and had seen a more exciting world. That kind of feeling is probably because the mud children in the countryside yearn for city life. Therefore, Chong Henzi very much hopes to win the war of reincarnation, and summon the coffin of 9 dragons in the battle of reincarnation. And every piece of information about the lost Xuanwu, he also cares very much. The black-robed man said cautiously, the subordinates are investigating their purpose. If there are clues to the loss of Xuanwu, they must report to the Lord as soon as possible. Okay, go ahead. Chong Henzi nodded, with a glimmer of hope on his face. Although he has been disappointed countless times in the long years, but every time he will keep looking forward to it, not letting go of any chance. The black-robed man knocked his head to lead his orders, and then disappeared into black smoke. The behemoth of Chonghen Palace has moved again. In the east, the west, and the south, people are all on duty. The seemingly peaceful place of exile is already undercurrents. Yu Qing is playing mahjong with Chu Xiaobei and others. She absolutely loves this game, and once she is on the table, she can't stop it at all. 99 tubes. Gang. Hey, sorry, everyone was playing with joy, and suddenly there was a burst of laughter. You guys are having fun. It turned out that Su Lang did not know when he came to this side hall. Brother Su Lang, hug. Your Majesty Su Lang, you are here, Xiao Mei pleases you. Su Lang, why are you here, do you want to play twice? Friend Su Lang, you are here. Seeing Su Lang, the girls stopped their movements and reacted differently. Su Linger's face was slightly restrained. Ji Rushui plunged into Su Lang's arms and acted like a baby. Yu Mei was very humble and performed a slave service. Xiao Mei worshipped Su Lang as a maid. Murong Shenxian smiled, like a virtuous wife. Chu Xiaobei looked surprised, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. He obviously wanted to play mahjong twice with Su Lang. Yu Qing looked at Su Lang a little shyly, wondering if the excitement he was just playing mahjong was seen. I'm not here to play mahjong. I have time to play with you in the future, good. Su Lang laughed, then looked at Yu Qing, I'm here to find Taoist Yu Qing, you and your master have already refined the medicine. Chu Xiaobei and others didn't respond. Yu Qing was shocked. This refining is complete. How can it be so fast? Shouldn't those pills be difficult to refine? Yu Qing held her mouth in surprise and said, a wave of horror rose in her chest. She really couldn't believe that those dozens of godless pills could all be refined in a day or two. Not only that, those pills must be of perfect quality. It's impossible to think about it. Shouldn't alchemy be practiced hard for 7 or 49 days, or 99981 days or even longer? Chapter 1660. Is it here to help Qin Chang'an? Su Lang, what are you doing so fast? Chu Xiaobei said with some dissatisfaction. Guliang Yuqing wants to play mahjong with us. Yuqing is a very strong supreme emperor, but he seems to be talented in mahjong. Chu Xiaobei often wins against Yuqing and feels a sense of accomplishment every time. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, I'll go back and get those pills back into the furnace again. Back. Return to the furnace. Yuqing almost choked with her saliva. That is a godless pill. How can it be said that it is the same as fried twice-cooked pork? Hot and sour. Let's give the pill to Yu Yuqing to cool it. Chu Xiaobei said with a small mouth, and then took Yuqing's hand. But Guliang Yuqing, don't leave, let's continue playing. Well, let me play a few more. Aunt Yuqing smiled. She really likes this kind of multiplayer games. Su Lang, where's the pill? Hand it over. Chu Xiaobei nodded heavily, and then stretched out his hand to Su Lang. Here it, friend Yuqing, take a look to see if there is anything missing. Su Lang smiled blankly, then took out the space ring that hit the pill and handed it to Yuqing. Yuqing nodded, swept away his spiritual thoughts, and then saw the godless pill of perfect quality. This kind of perfect quality godless pill, although she had seen Su Lang put out a lot before. But seeing here, the horror and shock in my heart are not a lot at all. Suck. Suck. Yuqing panted lightly, a small heart pounding. Because a small part of these pills belong to her. Exchange for so many treasured medicines with those long-standing treasures. Yuqing always feels that he has taken a big advantage, and there is a sense of surprise that a girl receives a gift that she really wants. Guliang Yuqing, seeing Yuqing not speaking, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and asked. Yuqing returned to his senses and said, there is nothing lacking, as if there is so much. Give you a few more. Su Lang smiled faintly, thank you for finding me to refine alchemy. It's the little girl who should thank Taoist Su Lang. Yuqing's complexion turned red, and immediately saluted Su Lang. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su Lang, for alchemy for the little girl and her teacher. You are too polite. Alchemy is going to happen in the future, just come to me. Su Lang laughed, and said with great pride. For him, even if he only had the ingredients. For refining the pill, he could make 4 times the pure profit. Yuqing was very surprised and said, in the future, we will go to the 9th Qing Palace. If there is a need, we must invite fellow Taoists to refine alchemy. Then you guys have fun, I'm going to retreat. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Zan even turned and left. Taoist Su Lang is really hardworking. It's no wonder that with success in cultivation, you can still hone such a high level of attainments on the path of alchemy and tools. Yuqing looked at Su Lang's back, a trace of admiration appeared in her eyes. Guliang Yuqing, continue playing mahjong. Chu Xiaobei's call came, and Yuqing quickly sat down. 72. No, 100,000. Touch. Ha. The girl's silver bell-like laughter rang again. Su Lang returned to the quiet room and continued to refine the immortal parts. From time to time, I would observe the martial arts villains in the mysterious space. Seeing them working hard, Su Lang was full of expectations. In a blink of an eye, another half-day passed. Just as Su Lang was rapidly refining fairy-level parts. Friend Su Dao is here. In the lower Bishuadian Bialan, I'm here to see you. A crisp voice directly passed into the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Bai Yelan, why is she here? Is she here to help Qin Chang'an out of anger? Yu Qing, who was playing mahjong, frowned, stood up and said to Chu Xiaobei and the others, everyone, wait a minute, I'll go and see. Chapter 1661, Bai Yelan's misunderstanding. Let's go together. Chu Xiaobei and other women also stood up immediately. They also want to see what Bai Yelan's background is, and what Su Lang wants to do. The immortal parts in Su Lang's hands were being refined to a critical moment, so he did not go out the first time. Chu Xiaobei and others first arrived at the entrance and exit square of soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Chasing the soul, open the ban. Chu Xiaobei snorted softly, taking his life from the soul, and immediately opened the defensive barrier and concealment prohibition. Suddenly, a heroic woman appeared in front of her eyes, wearing a black tights, heavy armor, and crimson cloak. Are you Bai Yellen? What are you doing to our Su Lang? Although Bai Yellen exudes a very powerful aura, Chu Xiaobei is not afraid at all. When Bai Yellen heard this, her face was shocked, and there was a hint of gossip in it. You're Su Lang. Bai Yellen looked at Chu Xiaobei and the others, especially focusing on Yu Qing's body for the longest time. Obviously, she has misunderstood. Regarding Yu Qing is one of Su Lang's women with the same identity as Chu Xiaobei and others. Don't get me wrong, the relationship between Taoist Su Lang and I is not what you think. Yu Qing understood Bai Yellen's expression, her expression was stagnant, her face blushed, and she immediately explained. You are so nervous, it seems I got it right. Bai Yiren raised her eyebrows and laughed. You who have guarded your body like jade for more than 1 billion years have a day of resuscitation. Congratulations. Don't talk nonsense, Yu Qing said eagerly. I don't want to explain it a second time. No explanation. Bai Yellen showed a look that I understand very well. I understand, don't ask. You, forget it, go ahead, why are you here? Is it because of Qin Chenggen's affairs that I'm asking Taoist Su Lang for trouble? Yu Qing rolled his eyes and said coldly, I can tell you, Taoist Su Lang is not something you can move. I didn't say anything, you just protected Su Lang like that. Bai Yellen had a surprised expression. It seems that I still underestimated the relationship between you and Su Lang. The Lord of Jade Blood Heaven, does he have such a nasty side? Yu Qing's expression recovered calmly. Tell you the truth, Taoist Su Lang is our highest standard guest of the Nine Qing Palace. Before the War of Reincarnation, no one should want to touch him. What a strong determination, Bai Yellen exclaimed, then smiled. However, I really didn't come to trouble Taoist Su Lang. Then, are you here to apologize? Chu Xiaobei stepped forward, her beautiful eyes staring at Bai Yellen closely. Quasi-immortal, courageous. Bai Yellen smiled, then nodded. Yes, I'm here to apologize, and Su Lang himself. Sorry, I'm late. A clear male voice spread all around, but Su Lang happened to arrive. As soon as he saw Bai Yilin, he immediately opened the opponent's attribute panel. Properties panel. Name Bai Yilin. Race Jade Qilin. Realm level Ludu has no censored level. Attack level Ludu Supreme Emperor Plus. Defensive level Ludu Supreme Emperor Plus. Shenfa level Ludu Supreme Emperor Plus. Endurance level 6 Deuce Supreme Emperor Plus. Mastering the exercises Green-Blooded Qilin Heart Sutra. Qilin Qingminglu No God level. Dacheng Qilin Wuming Book No God level. Dacheng Qilin Netherworld Sutra No God level. Shaocheng. Ludu has no censored class. Su Lang was taken aback for a moment. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful man. Bai Yellen was also observing Su Lang. However, he saw that Lang's cultivation level fluctuated only 2 times, and his aura was only 4 times without God. It really fell into a realm. His original cultivation base is probably not weaker than mine. Bai Yellen didn't underestimate Su Lang, and placed Su Lang high in her heart. Chapter 1662. I want to form an alliance with Taoist Su Lang. Master Jade Blood, Bai Yellen. At this moment, Su Lang looked at Bai Yellen and asked lightly. I came here today to apologize for the rudeness of my subordinates. Bai Yellen bowed to Su Lang straightforwardly, with a very correct attitude. Su Lang smiled. Any other things? I already know the identity of Jing Yuanbai. Thanks to fellow Su Lang for helping me get rid of this big hidden danger. Bai Yellen nodded, took out a ring, handed it to Su Lang in the air. This is an apologetic and thank you, please accept it. Su Lang simply accepted the ring. If it's okay, I will continue to retreat. One more thing. Taoist Su Lang killed Jing Yuanbai and has already forged a big feud with Chonghen Palace. Bai Yellen said immediately, it just so happens that Bishuadian and Chang'an Palace don't share the same sky, so I want to form an alliance with Su Lang Taoist. Alliance? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. What good is this for me? If he joins other forces, he will not agree, but if an equal alliance is formed, it is acceptable. A lot of benefits. First of all, we can work together to resist the Palace of Long Hatred. Secondly, the treasures of heaven, material and earth accumulated by Jia Shui Tian are not inferior to Tai Shang Nine Qing Palace. Because our members are mostly monsters, and they are not very good at refining alchemy and refining equipment. They have accumulated a lot of treasures for a long time. With the support of this wealth, Taoist Su Lang will surely be able to return to his peak strength as soon as possible, without fear of chasing by the palace of long hatred, and even going back. In addition, Taoist Su Lang and Bai Shuidian form an equal alliance, completely free, and I will not interfere with the relationship with the Supreme Nanqing Palace. Bai Yelin said slowly, her condition is very simple, that is, to form an alliance with Su Lang, and when Su Lang regains her combat power, they will deal with Chonghen Palace together and kill Chonghen Zi. As for the battle of reincarnation, we will discuss different things in the future. Not inferior to the wealth of the Supreme Nanqing Palace, the conditions are difficult to refuse. But how do I know if you are lying? Su Lang listened to Bai Yelin's words, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If your original intention is to deal with me, what should I do with these conditions to paralyze me? I can show you my sincerity first. Bai Yelin replied, this treasure of heaven and earth will definitely satisfy you. Then you give it to me now. Su Lang nodded, if I accept it, it means agreeing to form an alliance with you. Okay, I'll give it to you now. Bai Yelin worked vigorously and quickly put the various treasures she had accumulated over the years into a storage ring and handed it to Su Lang. Lying down, so much. This is almost as good as half of what Zan Taiching gave. Su Lang looked at the treasures and fairy sources in the storage ring, and he was shocked. This is only part. Bai Yelin smiled and said, as long as your excellency agrees to form an alliance with Bishuidian, there will be a steady supply of heaven, material and earth treasures. Su Lang exclaimed, your conditions are so generous, are you afraid that I will swallow the material and regret it? Do you think I'm afraid? Bai Yelin asked back, both her verbal expression and temperament revealed strong self-confidence and arrogance. Simply enough, okay, I promise your terms. Su Lang nodded, and accepted the storage ring, make an alliance with your Jade Blood Heaven, and deal with Chonghen Palace together and kill Chonghen Zi. Since the battle with Jing Yuanbai, Su Lang had already listed Chonghen Palace as a hostile force. It's just that his current cultivation base is not high enough, and his combat power is not strong enough. But Chonghen Zi is mysterious and unpredictable. Otherwise, Su Lang would have called the door to Xianxia to inquire. And now, after forming an alliance with Bai Shuidian, not only did he get a lot of natural treasures, but he also got a helper to deal with the Palace of Everlasting Sorrow. Why not? In this case, the covenant is established. Bai Yelin smiled brightly, please go to Jieshuidian to receive more treasures of heaven, material and earth, and restore the peak soon. Yuqing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. Chapter 1663, I'm afraid you are not as fast as me. Afraid that I will censored your Su Lang away. Don't worry, I just want to form an alliance with Su Lang, I don't want to marry Su Lang. Bai Yelin looked at the girls like Yuqing and Chu Xiaobei, with a hint of playfulness at the corners of her mouth. Of course we are relieved. Don't say you don't want to, even if you want to marry my family Su Lang, you don't have that ability. Chu Xiaobei snorted and turned back to Bai Yelin. Bai Yelin misunderstood that Yuqing was Su Lang's woman, which made her feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. At this time, Bai Yelin teased many times, and of course Chu Xiaobei couldn't help it. I gave up, sorry, I gave up. Seeing Chu Xiaobei angry, Bai Yelin apologized as Su Lang's smile gradually faded. Chu Xiaobei snorted and stopped looking at Bai Yelin. Then, Taoist Yuqing. Bai Yelin looked at Yuqing, do you have any objections? You Bai Shuidian had better not go to war with Chonghen Palace. At least, before the war of reincarnation, don't go to war, you know the reason. In addition, Taoist Su Lang needs a lot of heaven, material and earth treasures to recover from his injuries, I hope you don't break your promise. Yuqing said to Bai Yelin very seriously, finally, we are going to the Nanqing Palace too, and we will also form an alliance with Su Lang Taoist. Bai Yelin was taken aback for a moment, and said that Yuqing took Su Lang so seriously. But Yuqing has already turned to look at Su Lang, I want to form an alliance with you on behalf of the Supreme Nanqing Palace, okay. Su Lang nodded and smiled, as long as it doesn't let me join the Supreme Nanqing Palace. This is a token of the Supreme Nanqing Palace, please accept it. Yuqing also nodded, took out a sign from the universe of life and handed it to Su Lang. Su Lang took the brand and saw that it was a special communication jade brand made from godless materials. However, there is only one contact person above, that is Yuqing. After looking at it for a while, Su Lang put it in the storage space. Chu Xiaobei and the others had no objection to this. They also knew that Su Lang had gained countless benefits from the Supreme Nanqing Palace. So, how about going to Bishuadian now? Bai Yelin asked when Su Lang had accepted Yuqing's token. Su Lang nodded sharply, and then put the soul-chasing Emperor Palace into the storage space. Friend Su Lang, I have bothered you for so long, and I should say goodbye. Yuqing saluted Su Lang and said goodbye. Don't, Guliang Yuqing, our round of mahjong hasn't finished yet. Chu Xiaobei and others immediately gathered around, very reluctant to leave Yuqing. I also want to continue playing mahjong. Yuqing smiled, but master is already urging, I have to take the medicine back to him. Ji Rushui pouted, well then, we will come to Taishang Juqing Palace to look for you to play another day. Extremely welcome, the Supreme Nanqing Palace will definitely receive you with the highest standards. Yuqing smiled happily, then bid farewell to Chu Xiaobei and the others before leaving. Chu Xiaobei and others seemed to lose their interest in having fun, and they all expressed their intention to enter Su Lang's universe of life for retreat. Su Lang took them all into the Dantian universe. Yuqing has always been indifferent. I didn't expect her to have such a side. Bai Yelin looked at Yuqing's departed back, and was even more sure that Yuqing and Su Lang had an unusual relationship. Su Lang looked at Bai Yelin, I'll take you a ride. What, you take me a ride? Bai Yelin was surprised, with your current cultivation base, I am afraid that the speed is not as fast as mine. Su Lang smiled faintly, you will know in a moment, my speed is not fast. Then trouble you. Bai Yelin didn't ask much, and agreed directly. You go in. Su Lang was thrown out of the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and opened the restriction. Bai Yelin flew into the soul-chasing Emperor Palace without saying a word. Holding the soul-chasing Emperor Palace, Su Lang directly used clone dispatch and clone replacement to reach the extreme southern border of the exile. He shook the soul-chasing Emperor Palace in his hand. Come out, Bai Yelin. Chapter 1664, The Origin of Bai Yelin. That's it, how is it possible, I haven't sat down yet. Bai Yelin's unbelievable voice came. She had indeed just sat on a chair and hadn't settled yet. She still quickly left the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and appeared in front of Su Lang. Immediately afterwards, she was stunned. This is really the southern border. It stands to reason that this is also the territory of my Jade Heaven. Gosh, how did you do it? Is there such a far teleportation formation under the sky? Bai Yelin looked at the faintly familiar environment around her, stunned with surprise. Really? Otherwise, how did I come here? Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. No more, please lead the way. Bai Yilin is a straightforward person, and won't struggle with a problem for a long time. She did not procrastinate and led the way immediately. Su Lang immediately followed Bai Yelin to the south. The two flew at full strength occasionally and occasionally used some teleportation arrays arranged by the Jade. Blood Sky. After an hour, the two arrived at Bishuadian Resident. Su Lang saw the blue clouds covering the sky and large tracts of floating buildings. His style was crude but majestic and vast, giving people a sense of ancient and wildness. Some crude buildings make you laugh. Seeing Su Lang admiring Bai Bishuadian's architecture, Bai Yelin smiled. Very imposing building. Su Lang nodded appreciatively. It seems that you must have a master architect in the sky. That's not it, I built these buildings. Bai Yelin shook her head and said, but it was modeled after another building complex. Another building complex. Su Lang raised his brows. In the place of exile, a building suitable for monster groups, this should be top-notch. Not a building in a place of exile. Bai Yelin shook her head again. It's the architecture of the infinite universe, I come from the infinite universe. Su Lang was surprised now. Boundless universe. You come from the boundless universe. Su Lang was shocked. That's a coincidence, I also come from the boundless universe. Su Lang really feels like seeing fellow villagers. And it's that kind of well-meaning fellow, not Jing Yuanbai's kind of fellow who puts a cold gun behind his back. Bai Yelin also asked in surprise, where are you from? It was the first time that she saw Su Lang like this. While her cultivation base was unpredictable, she still came from the boundless universe. I am from Xinghai Deu. Su Lang smiled and said, that's a small place, not even a godless level. Xinghai Domain, I haven't heard of it. Maybe it's a small corner area. Bai Yelin thought for a while, there is no place like Xinghai Deu in his memory. How about you? Su Lang asked again, where are you from? Tianting continent. Bai Yellen said word by word, her mood seemed a little bad. Tianting continent. Su Lang smiled with joy, one of the 4 continents after the broken boundary realm. You came from there. Bai Yiren is different from Guangming Sword Asafar. She was in exile in this era of reincarnation, although she has lived here for more than 1 billion years. But with the timeline of the endless universe, only a few 100,000 years have passed. Bai Yiren must have a good understanding of the status quo of Infinity Realm. It is far better than the ancient existence Asafar, who lost most of his memories. I'm from the Tianting continent, I didn't expect you to know this. Bai Yellen nodded, yes, your cultivation level is so high, even if you were born in a remote place, you must be knowledgeable. My knowledge, I am afraid it is not as broad as you. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, can you talk about the current situation of the boundless realm when you lived in exile? I only know something about Tianting continent. Bai Yellen smiled bitterly, because I have never left the cage of Tianting continent. What do you say? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Tianting continent is isolated from the world, unable to travel to other continents. The Tianting continent is a real prison. There are many sacred beasts, unicorns are just one of them. Shenlong, Phoenix, Xuanwu, Bai Fang, Bai Zi, Kunpang, all are the materials that are nourished. Bai Yellen said lightly, but the content of the words was chilling. Chapter 1665. Yu Qing and I are innocent. Su Lang took a deep breath, a variety of incomparably powerful mythical beasts turned out to be nurtured materials. From Bai Yellen's body, one could see how powerful the strength of the Tianting continent was. The strength of those gods and dragons and phoenixes absolutely universally reached the godless level. But it is such a powerful existence, and the number is so large that it spreads across the Tianting continent, there is no resistance to it. And it is nourished. What kind of existence can have such a terrifying handwriting? Do you know who is raising the beasts? Su Lang couldn't help asking. There was a unicorn who had practiced secretly to the Judo godless level, but was found by a mysterious man and stripped alive in the cave. When Bai Yellen said this, her pupils shrank like needles, and her breathing became quicker. Judo has no god level, and it's as if it's a fish meat. If you can do such a thing, the mysterious person is at least the quasi-primary level. Su Lang was surprised, also, that unicorn, shouldn't it be yours, elder? Bai Yellen's voice was cold, after the elders died, I was banished here. I know this is actually a protection for me. This is an extremely sinister place of exile for countless creatures in the boundless universe. But for the Tianting continent, it has become a safer and better place. Su Lang couldn't help feeling, I understand how cruel the Tianting continent is. I will take revenge, in the name of the unicorn, return to the boundless universe, and take revenge. Bai Yellen looked up at the sky, with unimaginable hatred and war intent in her eyes. It's not easy to return to Tianting continent. Just returning to the boundless universe is very difficult. Su Lang sighed, these days, I have searched the turbulent flow of half a place of exile, and I haven't even found one of the curls of lost Xuanwu. You want to find lost Xuanwu? That thing hasn't appeared in many times of reincarnation. Bai Yellen smiled bitterly, I once hoped to find the lost Xuanwu, even if it was just a bone. Then you can fulfill your wish now. Su Lang laughed and took out a bone of lost Xuanwu from the storage space. The skeleton of lost Xuanwu was obtained from Qi Yun's hands. After refining the Gate of Exile, there are some left, and Su Lang has been keeping it in the storage space, hoping to use them when refining the Gate of Reverse Exile. But Bai Yellen looked at the bones in Su Lang's hands, and suddenly looked unbelievable. I have said that the lost Xuanwu has not appeared in many times of reincarnation. She smiled bitterly and shook her head, okay, don't use a broken bone to lie to me. This broken bone is really the skeleton of lost Xuanwu. Do you know why I appeared in the exile? Because I came on the initiative to find Chu Xiaobei and others. Su Lang smiled faintly, these lost Xuanwu skeletons are leftovers when I refined the Gate of Exile. You took the initiative to come to exile. To find your woman, oh my god, you are the first person I have ever seen to take the initiative to exile, and you are also the person I have ever seen with the most love and justice. Bai Yellen couldn't help but exclaimed, no wonder that cold woman Yu Qing is so protective of you. I and Yu Qing are innocent. The strong, no matter how many women are innocent. Bai Yellen smiled, and then took the lost Xuanwu skeleton that Su Lang handed over. As soon as the bones were started, she immediately felt a little strange. Bai Yiren has handled countless treasures of heaven and earth, but this is the first time she feels this feeling. Could it be the power of time? Bai Yelen's eyes brightened, and she immediately focused on investigating. However, she could only feel the breath of the rules of time, but she could not see, touch, or comprehend it. Su Lang asked with some expectation that if Bai Yelen understood the rules of time, she might be able to teach herself. Chapter 1666, When There Is Room for Your Beak. No way, the time rule is not something I can explore at all. Bai Yelen looked sad and returned the bones of the lost Xuanwu to Su Lang. You take it, I have so many here. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, not disappointed. The rules of time are so easy to understand. At the beginning, he used the burning soul to enter a state of enlightenment, and he didn't get any clues. Then I will accept it, thank you, Taoist Su Lang. Bai Yelen sincerely thanked Su Lang. Let's go to the Jade Blood Heaven Treasury and choose the heavenly materials and earth treasures you can use. Su Lang nodded, and followed Bai Yelen to a huge floating building in the sky. The two set foot on the ground of the floating building. My subordinates have seen the Lord of Qingting. I have seen guests. A group of quasi-god class guards of the treasure house saluted Bai Yelen and Su Lang. Get up, go to open the treasure house, I want to get things. Bai Yelen's expression and voice were very indifferent, like an ice queen. A group of quasi-godless subordinates immediately ran to open the formation and restriction of the treasure house. Su Lang glanced at him, and he could tell at a glance that these guys weren't human at all. All of them are monsters with extraordinary bloodlines, so they can cultivate to the level of quasi-no god. If this is killed, how much material must be obtained? Ahem, these are Bai Yelen's subordinates, forget it. Su Lang Duo glanced at the quasi-godless monsters, and automatically classified them into various materials in his heart. The formation and prohibition quickly opened a door. Bai Yelen stretched out her hand and invited Su Lang in. Su Lang smiled politely, then walked towards the door of the treasure house. Master of Qingting, wait a minute, an urgent shout came, and then a figure flew in front of Su Lang and Bai Yelen, blocking their way. Su Lang saw that the visitor turned out to be Mo Kun Qin Chengen. What's your business? Bai Yelen looked at Qin Chengen and asked faintly. Although she was disappointed with Qin Chengen, she was an old subordinate for many years after all, so she asked him too much. Master of Qingting, this person is the murderer who killed the elder Jing Yuanbai. Why do you treat him as a guest and bring him into the treasure house? Qin Chengen glanced at Su Lang with a bitter expression on his face, then looked at Bai Yelen with a puzzled face, his face full of disbelief. Before he had reported the evil case, he had been expecting Bai Yelen to kill Su Lang and avenge Jing Yuanbai and him. Qin Chengen never expected that he would wait for such a result. This kind of result, isn't it to tear his wound and then apply salt to it? He absolutely cannot accept such a thing. Hearing this, the surrounding quasi-no god level powerhouses immediately looked at Bai Yelen and Su Lang with shocked faces. Jing Yuanbai is one of their strongest veterans in the blue blood sky. That Su Lang killed the veteran of Jing Yuanbai, but he was regarded as a guest of honor by Bai Yelen, it is unreasonable. When will the decision I made have room for your beak? Bai Yelen frowned. Qin Chengen, I asked you to guard the station, why did you leave your post without permission? Master of Qingting, this Su Lang, he killed Master Jing Yuanbai and insulted his subordinates, let them kneel for him. Didn't you seek justice for your subordinates? Isn't this what is called justice? Master Bai Yelen, what's wrong with you, are you confused by his methods? Qin Chengen pointed at Su Lang, his face was full of resentment, and his mouth splashed with saliva, and he could not wait to rush to bite Su Lang. And he said these words. Those quasi-no god class were suddenly even more shocked. Then Su Lang killed the elder Jing Yuanbai and forced the elder Qin Chengen to kneel, while Master Bai Yelen was still protecting him. Is my eyes dazzled or my brain is broken? Why do I see some incredible scenes? I suspect I'm dreaming. The quasi-godless monsters looked at Qin Chengen, Su Lang, and Bai Yelen dumbfounded, and they were about to doubt themselves. Chapter 1667, Qin Chengen like a mad dog. Master Bai Yeren, it's okay for this son to humiliate me, but he killed our Jia Shuidian veteran, do you really want to be indifferent and even treat him as a guest of honor? Qin Chengen gritted his teeth and said, his whole body trembling with popularity. Qin Chengen, I know you are puzzled. Bai Yelen still looked indifferent, I can explain it to you after the incident. I want to hear now, why do you treat this son favorably despite the deep hatred? Qin Chengan stared at Su Lang with blood-red eyes, looking like a reluctant mad dog. The other quasi-no-god class also cast suspicious and curious eyes, and wanted to hear what was going on. Since you want to listen now, don't blame me for not saving you face. Qin Chengan, do you know that Jing Yuanbai's true identity is the undercover agent sent by the Palace of Everlasting Sorrow to Arbai Shuidian? Do you know that you have always been deceived, and you don't even know that the intelligence network you control has been completely infiltrated? Do you know that the information you submitted to me last time was all false? Bai Yelan stared at Qin Cheng'an with a cold look. Do you know that the last time you filed a complaint, I know everything about it? A series of rhetorical questions spread throughout the entire treasure house floating islands. Every time Qin Chengan heard a sentence, his whole body trembled fiercely, and his face was completely covered in horror and disbelief. And the surrounding quasi-no-god level listened, and looked at Qin Chengan dumbfounded. Qin Chengan, a veteran who they respected, worshipped, and regarded as a god, is so unbearable. Jing Yuanbai is the veteran of Jieshuidian, the veteran who existed when Jieshuidian was founded. How could he be from the Palace of Long Hatred? It's impossible, Master Bai Yelan, don't lie to me. Also, I know my subordinates so well, how can they fool me? They are just a bunch of rubbish. The last time I saw Su Lang, this asshole, I was really humiliated by him. I didn't add any oil and jealousy. Qin Chengan staggered back in disbelief, and defended himself heartbreakingly. If Bai Yelan's words are all true, Qin Chengan will be ruined immediately. At that time, no one can afford him in the entire Jade Blood Sky. Even if he remains respectful because of his strength, he will definitely despise him in my heart. Just take a look at the few quasi-no-god level monster guards around you. Their eyes have already flashed with sorrow and disdain. I don't want to explain it a second time. Bai Yelan didn't listen to Qin Chengan's excuse at all, and said indifferently, near you for years of hard work and no credit, I won't punish you, let's step back. Master Bai Yelan, you can't do this. How much I, Qin Chengan, did for Bai Shuidian, you said I didn't have any credit. Qin Cheng'an was full of humiliation, hideously twisted, and pointed at Su Lang tremblingly, is he more important than me, this mess? Snapped. An extremely loud slap in the face almost spread throughout the entire Jieshuidian. A group of quasi-god level guards stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. Qin Chengan was knocked to the ground by Bai Yelan's slap. Friend Su Lang is the alliance of Jieshuidian, and an existence that sits on the same level as the entire Jieshuidian. Bai Yelan looked at Qin Chengan who was lying on the ground, and said sharply, if you are rude again, don't blame me for not protecting you. Master Bai Yelan, you hit me. You also said, this dog Su Lang and Bai Shui Tian are on the same level. Just rely on him, can it be that he can kill me with a mere censored? That has fallen to the realm. Qin Chengan covered his hot face, looked at Bai Yelan for a while, and Su Lang for a while, his eyes were filled with incredible and endless shame. I said, don't be rude. Bai Yelan let out a sigh, slapped Qin Chengan's face again, and directly slapped him out. In fact, she didn't want to do it anymore. But Su Lang's face was obviously gloomy. Bai Yelan's slap meant to punish and protect Qin Chengan. Seeing this scene, Su Lang didn't care. However, Qin Chengan turned out to be reluctant and flew back like a mad dog. I'm not convinced. Master Bai Yi Rin, didn't you say that he is on the same level as Bai Shui Tian? I will tear down his skin today, let you see how fragile he is. Qin Chengan rushed towards Su Lang frantically, his twisting power was surging, and he looked like he was going to kill him. Chapter 1668, Capital crimes are forgiven, but living crimes are inevitable. Qin Chengan, do you dare? Bai Yi Lin raised her eyebrows, she must do it on the spot. Don't stop him, didn't he say that I am fragile? I'll let him see who is fragile. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and his tone was faint, and he didn't pay attention to Qin Chengan at all. Even if Qin Chengan is Mo Kun, the veteran of the Jade Heaven, and the four-crossing godless grade, then what? In Su Lang's hands at this time, it was a little fish. Qin Chengan was overjoyed when he saw that Su Lang would not let Bai Yelan make a move, and countless twisting forces condensed, and he was bound to kill Su Lang with one move. Seeing this scene, Bai Yelan's eyes flickered with cold light, obviously extremely angry. But Su Lang told her not to do anything, and she couldn't stop it either. Moreover, Bai Yelan believed that Su Lang's strength was definitely more than what it seemed on the surface. A weak coon, dare to yell at me to die. Su Lang didn't even bother to move at all. With a move of his mind, endless congenital chi poured into Yudian's sword. A large number of twisting powers of the Wudu level rushed out, like the 9-day galaxy smashed to Qin Chengen. The power of Wudu twisting. How is this possible? He has clearly fallen to Urdu. When Qin Chengen saw Su Lang's twisting power, he was frightened instantly. The previous arrogance and anger had long been thrown out of the sky, and a deep regret rose in my heart. However, it is too late to regret now. Su Lang's twisting power directly annihilated his twisting power. The remaining twisting force is like breaking a bamboo, like a sharp knife cut on Qin Chengen's body. Master Bai Yeren, help! Qin Chengen felt a strong life and death crisis. He knew that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would really die. Bai Yelen looked at Su Lang and only called out without saying more. I won't kill him, but the death penalty is exempt, and the living sin cannot escape. Su Lang wouldn't let Qin Chengen go so easily. This weak coon has been forcing Nana in front of him. If Yuqing hadn't stopped him, he would have killed the weak coon and roasted it. At this time, if you seize the opportunity to do it, how can you stop there? Bai Yelen nodded after hearing Su Lang's words and stopped intervening. But Qin Chengen was distorted in the torrent of twisting power, and could not hear the words of Bai Yelen and Su Lang. He could only faintly see that Bai Yelen only said a word and didn't care about anything. Suddenly, a more intense death crisis broke out, and even more intense hatred came to my heart. Qin Chengen was dazzled by anger and resentment. Su Lang, you bastard! Stop it! Bai Yi Rin, you bitch, I have followed you for so many years, you never look at me. When you go out, you will immediately bring back a waste, and keep saying that it is an equal ally. I am. My many years of credit are nothing in your eyes, and you want to indulge others to kill me today. You are all scumbags, men and women, die for me. Qin Chengen's face was savage, and his whole person was full of resentment. He howled loudly, cursed loudly, and spoke incoherently, making everyone stunned. The veteran Qin Chengen scolded the Lord of Qingting like this. How dare he be so rude? I thought he might make sense before I lost it. I also misunderstood this person, Qin Chengen, who is completely a villain. Yeah, they all said they wouldn't kill him, but they just taught him a lesson. He was completely torn apart. Haha, it's all right now. Even if he is killed by Senior Su Lang, Master Qingting probably won't say anything. The surrounding quasi-no-god class and some monsters who were around to watch the play were talking about it, and their eyes were full of contempt and pity at Qin Chengen. Bai Yi Rin, who was scolded as a bitch, was also completely angry. Since Qin Chengen ran over to find trouble, she endured it more than once and gave it back several steps. But Qin Chengen just refused to step down, and he turned his face completely at this time. Chapter 1669. Just not in good shape. Really, it's the opposite. Bai Yelen's eyes were cold, and she looked at Qin Chengen, who was screaming indifferently, without a trace of maintenance. Insult the Lord of Qingting. What kind of sin is it in your censored sky? Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, looked at the nearby quasi-godless monster beast, and asked lightly. It's a capital crime to tell your lord. A monster who had long seen Qin Chengen unhappy replied. Su Lang turned his head to look at Bai Yelen. Do you want to make an exception and let him go? Bai Yelen was silent for a long while, and said softly, spare him, I will expel him from Bishuadian, nothing more. Su Lang nodded, giving Bai Yelen this face. After all, Bai Yi Rinhao gave him so many treasures of heaven and earth unconditionally, and there are countless treasures waiting for him in the treasure house. Again, capital crimes are forgiven, but living crimes are inevitable. With a thought in Su Lang, more and more twisting forces poured out, wrapping Qin Chengen into a huge twisting cocoon. Qin Chengen screamed in pain. He couldn't help but transform into his original form, becoming a giant 50,000 Zhongyin dragon, covering the entire sky of the blue blood sky. Many powerful supernatural powers erupted from Qin Chengen's body. However, under the influence of a large amount of Wudu's twisting force, it is useless at all. Qin Chengen struggled constantly, but was imprisoned by the force of distortion. His soul and flesh were distorted, and even turned into blood and soul power to escape. This is simply the most terrifying torture for a godless class. You bastard, you must die. You have the ability to suppress your strength to Sidhu level and fight me. With the twisting power of Wudu to bully people, what a hero are you? Dog awful, let me go, men and women, you are all going to die. Bai Yellen, you bitch. Qin Chenggen was really incoherent, as if he was crazy, constantly verbalizing. Because he felt he was dead. Since you are going to die, let out all the unhappiness in your heart. Molu came to Bai Yellen's side at some point. Listening to Qin Chenggen's abuse, her brows furrowed deeply, and she wanted to close her five senses. Let him go. After today's affairs, he is no longer my censored person. Bai Yellen said lightly, if he dares to commit another crime, kill him. Molu nodded, meaning to say, that is. Su Lang. Bai Yellen nodded and smiled, our ally, Taoist Su Lang. The face looks good, it's just that the figure isn't very good, it's too delicate. Molu patted his muscled, thigh-thick left arm with his right hand, and shook his head regretfully. You look down on others, and they still look down on you. Bai Yellen said silently, look at your muscles, is it what a girl should have? This is strength. This is called aesthetic. Molu snorted, then very narcissistically touching his arms and abdominal muscles. Su Lang on the side is really speechless. When Molu appeared like that, he almost lost his interest in torturing Qin Chenggen. Say you must do it. At least let Qin Chenggen taste what life is better than death before letting him go. Under Su Lang's torture, Qin Chenggen, who turned into a giant coon, was rotten and cracked, as if he had become a dead fish with skin and bones. The terrifying power of blood filled the sky, but it made some monsters who watched the show pick up some cheap. Gradually, Qin Chenggen was dying, and no longer had the strength to struggle. He couldn't even say anything to swear. After more than 10 seconds, he will die. Su Lang monitored Qin Chenggen's state, and put his hand away in a timely manner. But seeing a large amount of twisting power dissipate, Qin Chenggen, who was covering the sky, also crashed down, blood falling from the sky like a waterfall. He didn't kill me. Qin Chenggen broke away from Su Lang's claws, and his remaining mentality was filled with disbelief. Chapter 1670. I want all these things. From then on, you have severed relations with Bai Shuidian, committed a few more crimes, and died. Bai Yellen waved his hand, a twisting force swayed out, and directly flew the horrified Qin Chenggen. Qin Chenggen was taken away for billions of miles, and fell to the ground, crushing the mountain range. In a moment, the flowing blood formed rivers, crisscrossing mountains and rivers. I really didn't die, ha 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 ha, I'm not dead, ah ha ha. Doggy Su Lang, censored Bai Yellen, if you don't kill me today, I will come back for revenge one day. Qin Cheng'an's disbelief turned into a surprise, and immediately with endless hatred, he struggled to fly to the middle of the wilderness. He is going to Chang'an Palace, and joins Chang'anzi. Seeing a veteran was tortured and expelled from Bishuidian. Countless monsters sighed and trembling at the same time, reflecting on whether they had done anything wrong. Those undercover agents from the Palace of Long Hatred, or spies from other forces shivered, for fear that they would be pulled out to tortured to death. The square outside the Jade Sky Treasury. I am sorry, let you experience such a thing as soon as you come. Bai Yellen took a deep breath and apologized to Su Lang. He has received his due punishment. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, then looked at Molu, this is. In fact, he had already checked Molu's information with the property panel. Knowing that this strange girl with a good-looking appearance and an explosive figure is an antler longus with the blood of a black dragon. This is Molu, my sister. Bai Yellen introduced, this is Su Lang, ally. I have seen Senior Su Lang. Molu bowed to Su Lang solemnly. Su Lang also smiled in return, and the two sides had met so simply. Let's go, it's time to look in the treasure house. Bai Yellen smiled, Molu, go ahead and lead the way. Yes, sister. Molu had a well-behaved expression. If it weren't for her figure to be too explosive, she was really sweet enough to be human. Su Lang and Bai Yilin followed Molu into the treasure house of the Jade Blood Sky. This is an independent space, the space barrier is very strong, comparable to the Wudu godless level life universe barrier. There are countless treasures of heaven and earth in the space. These treasures of heaven and earth are countless, suspended in a space without gravity, rotating slowly like a nebula. Something is messy, please don't mind. Bai Yellen pointed at all the treasures and said, if Taoist Su Lang needs anything, you can take it yourself. Don't you use these things? Su Lang didn't do anything immediately, but asked. We monsters' utilization of heaven, material and earth treasures is horribly low. Speaking of alchemy, you can do it, but there is no one who reaches the godless level. Speaking of refining tools, we can refining, but we are all refining natal emperor soldiers. The biggest effect of getting the treasures of heaven, material and earth is to integrate them into the emperor's army. But there are restrictions on the materials that can be incorporated into the real name emperor soldier. We have never used these materials. Molu answered Su Lang instead of Bai Yellen, so, please use Senior Su Lang. In that case, I want all of these things. Su Lang nodded, then with a big wave of his hand, he put everything into the storage space directly. The scene was silent. Bai Yellen and Molu were stunned. They thought that Su Lang would probably take a part, or a large part. But he didn't expect that Su Lang would take everything away in one go. Any questions? Su Lang looked at the two and smiled faintly. Molu looked at Bai Yellen, his eyes seemed to say, do you want it censored? Him, no problem. Since Taoist Su Lang can use it, that's even better. Bai Yellen stopped Molu with his eyes, then nodded to Su Lang. Chapter 1671, shocked Bai Yellen and Molu. I really can use all of these things, and I will never lie to you. In addition, if I took your things, I would naturally give back to you, or else I would have trouble getting through it. My alchemy and tool attainments have reached a very high level in the godless level. Any godless pill, as long as there is an elixir and materials, I can refine it, and so can weapons. Su Lang looked at Bai Yellen and Molu, and said seriously, if you have any needs, you can come to me at any time. Bai Yellen and Molu were shocked again. Friend Su Lang, you are a godless alchemist and tool refiner. In the godless level, there are no medicines and weapons that you can't refine. This is incredible. Bai Yellen and Molu were horrified and lost their attitude together. For monsters, whether it is ordinary monsters or sacred beasts, alchemy equipment is the most troublesome thing. Among the monsters, the alchemist who can refine the quasi-godless pill is the top of the top. If he could refine a godless pill, he would definitely be a super genius among the monsters. The refining equipment is better, but not much better. Therefore, Su Lang's sentence that any godless pill and weapon can be refined, directly shocked Bai Yellen and Molu. Can you really refine any godless weapons? After Molu returned to his senses, he asked nervously. Su Lang nodded, do you need to refine any weapons? My refining inheritance is missing, so I can't refine my life weapon. So, I want to ask Senior Su Lang to help me refine my natal weapon. Also, I want to build a heavy armor of War Dragon, can you help? Molu looked at Su Lang with a pitiful look. If it weren't for the muscles, it would have been completely beautiful, which was pitiful. You give me the materials you prepared. Su Lang smiled happily, patted his chest and said, I promise to make the best quality weapons. Really, thank you Senior. By the way, I still lack some pill, I want to ask Seniors to refine it. I have prepared a lot of materials, but I have failed tens of thousands of times when I refining alchemy, a lot of wasted. Molu looked grateful, then quickly took out a space jade pendant and handed it to Su Lang. Su Lang took a look at the space jade pendant. One contains a lot of refining materials, and the other contains a lot of alchemy materials. Those alchemy materials all belong to a kind of alchemy, the level is godless, and the level is relatively high. The whole set of materials of Wu God Dan directly wasted tens of thousands of sets. The violent thing, it's the violent thing, if I change it, I can refine more than 100,000 Supreme Emperor pill. Fortunately, these remaining materials met me, otherwise they will be ruined again. Su Lang glanced at Molu and labeled her the prodigal son. He looked at another space jade pendant. Among them, there are a large number of black and bright long horns that look like antlers and dragon horns, exuding a very powerful aura, which should have been shed by Molu from his head. In addition to this, there are other refining materials, which are basically godless, and the quantity is very large. So many materials are enough for me to refine 10 godless soldiers, right? However, we will use them together, and we will refine Molu the best weapon. Su Lang's eyes gleamed slightly, and then he put the space jade card into the storage space. He smiled at Molu, I will refine the pill and weapon soon, don't worry. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Molu whispered, I have waited for hundreds of millions of years. Su Lang smiled dumbly and looked at Bai Yellen. Then, Taoist Bai Yellen, how about you? I am the same as my sister. Bai Yellen smiled awkwardly before handing the 2 space rings to Su Lang. Chapter 1672, finally able to do business. Bai Yilin was very refreshing. Because she probably knew why Yu Qing valued Su Lang so much. Su Lang is exactly a sweet steamed bun, the alchemy refining device is incredibly powerful. Therefore, the talents of Yuqing and Taishang Juqing Palace will find Su Lang, and even Zan Taiching will have to talk to Su Lang as equals. Having figured this out, she naturally had no doubts about the ability of Su Lang's alchemy tools. He also became looking forward to the weapons he wanted to refine. Su Lang accepted Bai Yelan's 2 storage rings and opened them for a glance. It contains much more materials than Molu's. Unfortunately, neither of them gave Shanyuan Diwan. I have received the materials. I will build weapons for you soon. Su Lang put the ring into the storage space and said, it should not be too late. I am going to retreat now, let's go out. Bai Yelan nodded, took Molu, and left the treasure house with Su Lang. Come outside. Bishuadian still has many vacant buildings. Taoist Su Lang can choose one as a cave mansion at will. If you need it, you can directly contact my communication jade brand. Bai Yelan pointed to the floating buildings all over the sky, and immediately took out another jade card for communication and handed it to Su Lang. Okay, thanks a lot. Su Lang accepted the jade card of the communication, then I'll leave for now. Then, under the gaze of Bai Yelan and Molu, he flew into a vacant suspended building. This building is not bad, majestic, and a lot of aura. However, Su Lang does not intend to live here. He took out the soul-chasing Emperor Palace and directly entered the palace. When he arrived in the familiar quiet room, an excited smile appeared on the corner of Su Lang's mouth. This time, the harvest of Bai Shuadian was no less than the materials provided by Zan Taiching and others. Let's first refine the weapons that promised others. As for whether they can get these weapons, it depends on fate. Su Lang took out all the materials used by Lei Qing and others in the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, by Yilin and Molu to refining weapons. It also includes 2 godless soldiers, Urdu, 9 Sun Illusion Sun, and a Starry Sky Hanhai pen. Juyong Hanhai pays respects to seniors. 2 spiritless weapons, ran out to salute Su Lang. Wearing an extremely gorgeous golden robe, it is very flamboyant. The other hair is blue, very fashionable and trendy. No need to be polite. Go back to the body. I will use the supreme magic method to promote you. Next, no matter what strange things happen, don't make a fuss. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, with a high temperament and ethereal, like a heavenly man. The 2 spirits dared not disagree, and immediately returned to the body. Su Lang used the force of twisting to condense and transform into a special vessel that is constantly rotating. But the tripod was actually only shown to Juyong and Hanhai in a way, so as not to frighten them too much. Otherwise, even Qi Ding is useless, so they will be promoted, which is a bit weird. Su Lang put 9 suns into the storage space. Then he picked up the Xingkong Hanhai pen, directly put it into the twister cauldron, and used the weapon evolution function. A large amount of materials in the storage space disappeared. The Starry Sky Hanhai pen flashed a mysterious brilliance, and immediately it was promoted from the first duty godless soldier to the second duty godless soldier. God, what is this supreme magic method? It is incredible. Endless stormy waves rise in the spirit of the Xingkong Hanhai pen. However, no one will answer his question. Su Lang directly put this godless soldier into the storage space, and immediately took out the 9 sun magic sun and put it into the twister cauldron. The weapon evolution function is activated, and 9 sun magic sun is immediately promoted to the Sandu godless soldier. I'm promoted. Unexpectedly, the predecessor's refining technique is so against the sky. It is really lucky for me to be promoted by seniors. The spirit of 9 suns magic sun was also pleasantly surprised, but before he waited for Xie Salong to worship Xie Salong, he was thrown into the storage space. Finally able to do business. Su Lang pulled out the Yudian sword from the hair bun on his head and placed it in the palm of his hand. Chapter 1673. Evolve the Yudian sword again. There are many materials obtained from Bai Shuadian. Even after the promotion of 9 Sun Magic Sun and Xingkong Hanhai Pen, the remaining materials are completely enough for Xiaoyu to evolve once. It's a pity that the enhancement function is only level 2 temporarily, otherwise, maybe it can be enhanced once. Keep the designated characteristics of the weapon and evolve for the Yudian sword. Su Lang was holding the Yudian sword, his heart moved, and he gave instructions. Ding. Consumes no censored Soul 200, quasi no censored Soul 5000, the Great Soul 100000. Godless grade material. Tianxiao extremely cold jade 1000, mountain destroying milk *10,000, Mysterious Demon Heaven and U Gold 10,000, Vein Sealing Ghost Bone 10000. The Utian sword has evolved into a Sidhu godless soldier. Quote. With a burst of brilliance passing across the body of the Utian sword, a more terrifying aura immediately spread. The Utian sword that has reached the Sidhu level, plus the strengthening +2, already has the power of the Ludu godless soldier. Good expansion, good expansion, good expansion. Xiaoyu is going to be filled with powerful forces. Qiling Xiaoyu emerged from the body of the sword, and his whole body showed an infatuated expression of intoxication, as if he was too cool. Didn't you say that it was not enough last time? Look, less than this day, I will give you another evolution, this time should be satisfied, right? Su Lang looked up and down Xiaoyu and found that she seemed to be more beautiful. Satisfied. Master is awesome. Xiaoyu nodded heavily, holding Su Lang's arm, very grateful. I can't help it if I'm not satisfied, I don't have any stock. The main reason is that the soul of the Supreme Emperor is almost consumed. Although there are some left, it will definitely not be able to evolve you. Su Lang smiled bitterly and said, I guess your next promotion will have to consume 400 souls of the Supreme Emperor. That's how Xiaoyu is so powerful. Those guys who can be promoted casually, how can they be worthy of Master Yu? Xiaoyu grinned, and then patted over. Su Lang nodded in a dubious manner, well, you go back to the main body first, I have something to do. Xiaoyu nodded obediently, and then flew into the body, turning into a hairpin. Next, it's time to refine the weapons of Mo Lu and Bai Yi Rin. By the way, there is also a pill. The pill can now be done by the alchemy villain. While thinking about it, Su Lang activated the one-key alchemy function and began to refine the pill that Mo Lu and Bai Yelin needed. Two spatial treasures containing a large amount of materials were taken out by Su Lang and placed on the ground. I took one casually, which contained a lot of black and shiny antlers and a lot of other materials, which was exactly the refining material prepared by Mo Lu. The godless soul prepared more than 300 copies. There are so many, even if it is refining the 4 crossing godless soldiers, it can't be used up. Su Lang picked up the tip of his eyebrows and immediately activated the one-key mixer function. The system uses designated materials to refine the Supreme Emperor's soldiers. Ding! Successfully refining, you will get the 4 crossing godless Soldier breaking and breaking unicorn rod. Accompanied by the system prompt sounded. A supreme soldier appeared in Su Lang's hands. This is a 2-meter-long black and bright staff, which has the feel of a wizard's staff. But Su Lang knew that this weapon was not an illegal rod, it was an indestructible, extremely heavy black stick. Its usage can refer to mace. That kind of weapon is suitable for the muscular girl Mo Lu. The weird picture of Mo Lu holding hissy staff and knocking someone close to him appeared in Su Lang's mind. A group of radiant and singular energy flew out of the star-destroying rod, it was the spirit. Thanks to the master for the casting. Qiling expressed gratitude with his spiritual power and recognized Su Lang as its owner. Your master is someone else. I'm just taking care of you for her. This one is what your master looks like. When you see her, you can turn into flesh and blood according to her request. While smiling, Su Lang condensed the illusion of Mo Lu. Chapter 1674. Star-breaking universe rod and Tian Lin Fang. So this is my master. I can feel that she must be my closest person. Seeing Mo Lu's appearance, the Qiling of Deshing Po Yu's stick became excited. Most of the materials used to refine you are collected by herself. Su Lang laughed, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the weapon that fell from her. Yes, I fell from the master. Qiling asked, my lord, when can I see the master? Soon. Go back to the body first. There is only one chance for a godless weapon spirit to turn into flesh and blood. Su Lang said in a gentle voice, you better not go out at will if you haven't transformed. The spirit of the star-destroying rod immediately returned to its body. Su Lang put it into the storage space and took out the remaining materials in the space treasure. Mo Lu not only had to refine a weapon, but also a set of armor Kaldawar dragon armor. The formula of the battle dragon armor is specific, and the materials are also complete. Therefore, Su Lang directly uses Ding, successfully refining, you will get the Urdu godless Soldier dragon armor. A set of armor appeared in front of Su Lang. This armor is not hideous at all, but rather round. And it is colorful and black, from different angles, it is radiant, very extraordinary. The spirit of the dragon armor also ran out to pay respect to Su Lang, claiming his master. Su Lang had to explain it again to make it understand that his master was Mo Lu. He began to throw it into the storage space again, and placed it next to the star-destroying rod. It's time to refine Bai Yelan's weapons. Su Lang brought Bai Yelan's space treasure. Bai Yilin prepared more materials than Mo Lu prepared, especially the Godless Soul, with a total of 500 copies. I don't know where she got it. After Su Lang praised, he used the one-key refining function again to create a Wudu Godless Soldier. Named. I saw an emerald green light appearing on Su Lang's palm, scared him almost to throw it away. Lying down, this green light is really permeating, exactly the same as the light of Broken Dream Knife. Su Lang finally stabilized his hand, and then he didn't throw away the weapon he had just refined. He looked carefully. Then he was greatly relieved. This is a heavy-duty two-handed sword named Tianlinya, and the whole is emerald green. The handle is bone white, decorated with golden thread, and then there is a thick and hideous knife grid, like a dragon horn. Further down is the blade covered with scales, the black back contains endless power, and the translucent emerald blade exudes a sharp aura. Tianlinya, good sword. Su Lang grasped Tianlinya's knife handle, only to feel that he seemed to have mastered an extremely terrifying beast. Roar. A dull and heavy roar came, and a trace of twisting force dispersed, bringing a trace of pressure to Su Lang. Su Lang possesses the 6th duo-level Yudian sword, so it is naturally impossible to be shocked by this Tianlinfang. Come out, Qi Ling. Su Lang flicked his wrist slightly, and the blade was shaken with powerful force. You created me, you are my master. A translucent green unicorn appeared from the body of the sword, then knelt at Su Lang's feet and lowered his head. Su Lang smiled blankly and had to explain it again. Only then did Tianlinya understand that he was Bai Yelan's life weapon. Go and stay first, you will see Bai Yelan soon. Su Lang calmly threw Tianlinya into the storage space. There are too many godless soldiers refined recently, and he doesn't feel anything about the godless soldiers anymore, as if they were ordinary things. Next, there are still 3 godless soldiers in the Supreme Nine Qing Palace that have not been refined. Forget it. Since they can't get the weapon for a while, they won't refine it for the time being. Su Lang dispelled the idea of continuing to refine the godless soldiers and took out the materials and began to refine the fairy-level parts. Chapter 1675. The fact slapped him a few big slaps, beyond the blue blood sky. Qin Chenggen, who was severely tortured by Su Lang and expelled from Bishwadian by Bai Yelan, was stopped. Master Qin Chenggen. Several quasi-godless monsters blocked Qin Chenggen's way. Qin Chenggen saw that it turned out to be his former subordinates. Is it you? What do you come to do with me? I am no longer a person of Bishwadian, you appear in front of me, not afraid that I will kill you. Qin Chenggen really wanted to kill, he had just suffered a great humiliation, and no one was upset at this time. Nor are we from Jia Shuadian. We have never been. Qin Chenggen was taken aback by the words of a few monsters, his expression changed. This is his former subordinate. But at this time, these former subordinates actually said that they were never people of Jia Shuadian. Who are they? No matter who it is, Qin Chenggen knows that he has been deceived all the time. I can't be deceived, I am the Supreme Emperor of Sidu. Who dares to deceive me? Qin Chenggen couldn't believe it. He never thought he would be fooled by the people below. But at this time, the fact slapped him severely. Master Qin Chenggen, please don't get excited. In any case, the previous thing is over. Now that you are out of the Jade Blood Heaven, you are going to the Palace of Long Hatred. Please come with us, we are the people of the Palace of Chong Hat. With our recommendation, it would be more decent than you to be alone in the Palace of Longan, and to ask Lord Changgenzi to take him in. Several quasi-godless monsters sincerely sent out invitations to Qin Chenggen. You are from the Palace of Long Hatred. I really have been blinded all the time. Bai Yelan is right, I have no credit, not even hard work. I have never had any effect, and I have even been bringing losses to Bai Shuadian. Qin Chenggen trembled all over, his eyes were a little lost, and he was obviously hit by a serious mental blow. He quickly showed resentment. You can't blame me for all this. It's Bai Yelan, it's that censored who has to be the shopkeeper to push the mess to me. Now the mess can't be cleaned up, and I have to put all the responsibility on me. Ha 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 ha, I treat you sincerely, but you treat me like this. Qin Chenggen looked up to the sky and laughed, and immediately looked at the few quasi-godless big demons, lead the way ahead. The quasi-godless monsters immediately turned on the road. Qin Chenggen looked at them, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. In any case, he is the Supreme Emperor, and these quasi-no-god levels embarrass him and he must die. But not now. Qin Chenggen was taken to a barren desert. He saw an oasis in which a woman in a red robe was waiting for him. Sidu Peak. Qin Chenggen felt that the woman's cultivation level fluctuated, and her pupils suddenly shrank. This woman was better than him. Friend Qin, lucky to meet. I am under Lord Chong Henzi, you can call me Hongpao directly. Seeing Qin Chenggen's arrival, the red-robed woman got up and saluted him. Good meeting. Long story short, Qin Chenggen was straight to the point. I want to join the Palace of Everlasting Hatred to deal with Bixidian. The woman in the red robe smiled. I am here precisely for this. Bishwadian intelligence dark web was hit hard, she just didn't know how to make up for it. Unexpectedly, when he was worried, something happened to Qin Chenggen, but it was really dozing off to deliver a pillow. As long as Qin Chenggen can be absorbed into the palace of Chonghen, the loss will be greatly reduced, and Chonghen Zi will calm down. Qin Chenggen nodded and said, I am going to join the palace of long hatred now. The woman in the red robe smiled slightly. The fellow Taoist can heal his injuries first, tidy up his appearance, and by the way, that's Su Lang. Did not say. Don't pretend that name before me. Qin Chenggen violently interrupted the woman in the red robe, his face savage like an evil spirit. Chapter 1676, I'll send you to see Jing Yuanbai. Sorry, I understand. The red-robed woman smiled apologetically, but a trace of imperceptible contempt flashed in her eyes. She would not say that she and Jing Yuanbai had played with Qin Chenggen for countless years, playing around this incompetent generation. Qin Chenggen roared, I want to see Chong Henzi, please follow me. The red-robed woman smiled, turned around and waved, and countless yellow sands condensed into a teleportation formation. The red-robed woman took Qin Chenggen, stepped onto the teleportation formation, and was about to leave. A horrible twisting force fell from the sky, directly destroying the teleportation array. The red-robed woman and Qin Chenggen's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, they saw a well-behaved, muscular young girl descending from the sky. This woman is Molu. It turned out that after handing over the materials to Su Lang, she continued to do her own job, supervising and clearing the intelligence network of Bai Shuitian. For Qin Chenggen, she naturally wanted to monitor. This person is full of hatred, and it is easy to do detrimental things. But Molu underestimated Qin Chenggen's hatred of Bai Shuitian. This guy actually wanted to directly join the Palace of Long Hatred. It's not enough for Bishwadian to exile me, do you want to kill me? Qin Chenggen recognized Molu for the first time, and his pupils shrank, his face showing resentment. I thought you would have some regrets after being expelled from the Jade Blood Heaven. Unexpectedly, you actually gotten tougher and tried to join the Palace of Long Hatred, which is not good for Bai Shuitian. Molu's pretty face was covered with an arrogant sneer. In that case, don't blame me for obliterating your hidden danger. Kill me, who do you think you are? You are just a godless, censored, suitable for 4 crossings. Black Dragon is not Black Dragon, Long Beetle is not Long Beetle, a censored who has no memory of inheritance. Qin Chenggen cursed Molu bitterly. In his opinion, even though he was seriously injured, Molu could not kill him. He is pure blood Kunpang. Can you kill you? Try it and you'll know. Molu condescendingly looked down at Qin Chenggen, shaking his whole body, and suddenly transformed into a half-human half-demon form. 2 small black and bright dragon horns grew on her forehead, and a pair of transparent golden agate wings spread out behind her. The bulging muscles also turned into white carapace, graceful and full of power. Qin Chenggen, repent. With a low roar, Molu swooped down from the sky and slammed to Qin Chenggen. Little longhorn beetle, you seem a little arrogant. The woman in the red robe smiled coldly, and a wave of twisting force washed away from her body. When Qin Chenggen saw that the red-robed woman was going to make a move, his heart was even more determined. Hongpao, I will send you to see Jing Yuanbai. A clear voice came, and then a slender palm straddled the space, pinching the red-robed woman's neck. Bai Yellen. The red-robed woman's complexion changed drastically, her pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a look of despair and fear. She suddenly understood why Molu dared to intercept her and Qin Chenggen alone, because it turned out that Bai Yellen was watching after him. And facing Bai Yellen, who is godless great at Ludu, she is no match at all. The scared red robe was directly crushed to his neck. The twisting power of the Ludu level burst out, annihilating the red-robed woman's twisting power of the four crossings. Immediately afterwards, her soul body and life universe gradually collapsed under the influence of the twisting force. Even the power of the great Tao she mastered was distorted and she couldn't be autonomous at all. In the despair of Hongpao, in the fear of Qin Chenggen, the body of the red robe gradually turned into broken gravel, merged into the surrounding desert, and died completely. A four-crossing godless grade was so easily obliterated. Molu banged Qin Chenggen's chest with a fist, making a loud noise. The surrounding desert is like powder on the drum surface, all bounced, filling the sky. Qin Chenggen spouted blood fiercely, his eyes full of horror. Fighting against me even dared to distract, really looking for death. Molu muttered, and once again punched out. Chapter 1677. He was afraid that Su Lang would make a move. Bai Yellen, you promised to let me go. You don't believe it, you go back. Qin Chenggen relied on Kunpeng's talent to dodge and evade, while cursing. Bai Yellen shook his head and said, I am driving you out of Bishuadian, not to make you make mistakes again and again, and join the palace of long hatred. Qin Chenggen was frustrated and wanted to vomit blood. However, in the face of absolute power, the strong anger and resentment can only be swallowed. I know it was wrong. I won't join the palace of everlasting hatred again. I will live alone and practice in seclusion until the day of the battle of Samsara. Qin Chenggen gritted his teeth while avoiding Molu's attack. You have evil intentions, I won't let you off easily. But if you have worked so hard for so many years, I will not do it myself. If you can beat Molu, or leave Molu, I will let you go. Bai Yellen looked at Qin Chenggen, the last trace of complexity in her eyes disappeared. For Qin Chenggen, she was completely disappointed. Originally, she planned to take care of Qin Chenggen secretly after years of love. It seems that Qin Chenggen, a person who cannot tell right from wrong, is weak, narrow-minded, and cold-blooded, is not worth her doing. You have beaten Molu, or escaped, just let me go. Okay, this is what you said, I don't believe I can't beat her. Qin Chenggen really wanted to continue calling Molu a bastard, but Bai Yellen was there, he didn't dare. You insulted my sister and me many times and wanted to leave. No way, Molu shouted in a low voice, punching Qin Cheng'an one after another, each punch contained incomparably terrifying twisting power. Molu's twisting power seemed to be distorted mainly by the avenue of power, and its destructive power was astonishing. Qin Chenggen was already seriously injured, so he dared hardly resist, so he could only rely on Kunpeng's talent to dodge and flee to a distance. His speed is really fast. Kunpeng skyrocketed, speed talent is the top of all kinds of beasts. Although Molu kept restricting his speed with twisting power, he was still breaking through. After dozens of breaths, Qin Chenggen was getting closer and closer to getting out of trouble. Almost. Dodge for a while and you can escape. Qin Chenggen's face showed a hint of joy that he was about to survive. A long, handsome man flew in the distance, it was Su Lang. In his hand, a tall black and bright staff trembling constantly. When Qin Chenggen saw Su Lang, he was really hated and afraid, and at the same time a worrisome rose in his heart, he was afraid that Su Lang would take action. Friend Su Lang, why are you here? Bai Yellen looked at Su Lang with a little surprise in her eyes. It brought me here. This is Molu's natal emperor soldier. Su Lang raised the Hyliang long stick in his hand, it felt Molu fighting, so it was very anxious, so I came. Molu's natal emperor soldier. Wah! When did she have a natal emperor soldier? Bai Yellen looked in disbelief, didn't she just hand over the refining materials to fellow Taoists? This godless soldier is made from those materials. Su Lang laughed, fortunately, he has reached the Sidhu level, and the quality is the best among the Sidhu. This. How is this possible? Bai Yellen was stunned, it won't be time until Molu handed over the materials to fellow Taoists, and the incense sticks. The Molu who was fighting was also stunned. She could feel that the black staff was her own destiny, and the feeling of being connected by blood could never be faked. I have refined your weapon too, here it is. Su Lang took out the Tianlinya and handed it to Bai Yellen, it's called Tianlinya, Wudu level, and can be promoted if it has enough materials. Bai Yellen was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. She took the Tianlin Fang with a slightly trembling hand, feeling the feeling of incomparable closeness, like a limb extension, and a strong surprise came to her heart. Chapter 1678, The Regretful Qin Chenggen. Friend Su not only refined my natal imperial soldier, but also refined my sisters. Refining two such high-level godless soldiers in such a short period of time, how high is the refining skills of fellow Su Daoist? Mo Lu couldn't help but let out an exclamation, occasionally looking back at Su Lang. His eyes were full of admiration and admiration. Qin Chenggen, who was constantly trying to escape, also saw Su Lang taking out the black long staff and Tian Linfang. He was completely stunned, his face was completely occupied by an expression of disbelief and horror. Qin Chenggen knew very clearly, whether it's Bai Yi Lin or Mo Lu, they have been worrying about their life weapon. Although they can also refine lower-level godless soldiers to make do with it, just like him. But Bai Yelin and Mo Lu didn't like generals, so they never refined godless soldiers. But now, they suddenly have godless soldiers, and one is at the Sidu level, and the other is at the Wudu level. The scariest thing is, these two weapons turned out to be refined by that Su Lang. It's absolutely impossible. This is not an ordinary weapon, this is the godless soldier of Sidu and Wudu. Even the Urdu level godless soldier would take a full 50 million years to complete the embryo, and another 50 million years to complete it. It is by no means true that two such advanced godless soldiers were created in one day. Qin Chenggen stiffened, his pupils trembled, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. But that is the fact in front of us. Su Lang only spent 1 day, and even 1 day was not used up. He refined two godless soldiers. Who is he? How high is his refinement skills? Qin Chenggen screamed wildly in his heart. He found that he could not imagine Su Lang's refinement attainments. He also understood why the people of the Supreme Palace of the 9th Qing dynasty would support Su Lang so strongly. This person's craftsmanship can completely conquer everyone in the exile. Suddenly, a wave of regret arose. Su Lang joined Jia Shuidian. He could have settled his suspicion with Su Lang. Because of his own stupidity and jealousy in his heart, he chose to oppose Su Lang. Even, because of this, he broke with Bai Yelin, was expelled from Bai Shuidian, and even wanted to join Chong Henshin, and completely embarked on the road of no return. If he could be smarter, Qin Chenggen would not be deceived by his subordinates. Or if you can recognize your mistakes in time and accept criticism humbly, you won't fall into such a field. Even like Bai Yelin and Mo Lu, he will have the opportunity to ask Su Lang to help refine his natal emperor soldiers. Look at the godless soldier in Mo Lu's hands. If he could also ask Su Lang to refine weapons, his own natal emperor soldier would definitely be at least Sandu. There is no regret medicine in this world. Everything is a foregone conclusion and can never be done again. Since I can't regret it, I can only go one way to the dark. The regret in Qin Chenggen's heart gradually transformed into a stronger resentment. He vowed that if he could escape, he would definitely make Bai Shuidian and even the whole world pay an extremely terrifying price. The thought of fleeing appeared in Qin Cheng'an's heart, and he immediately tried his best to escape into the distance. Don't try to escape. Mo Lu was attracted by his own destiny emperor soldiers, and unexpectedly let Qin Chenggen slip away. Fortunately, Qin Chenggen has the twisting power attached to her, so Qin Chenggen will not escape so easily. Screamed. Mo Lu's figure flashed, and the tail was chasing after him. Want to catch me? No way. Also, Bai Yelin, remember your words, only Mo Lu can chase and kill me alone. You, and that Su Lang, can't do it. Qin Chenggen roared while running away. If Su Lang really makes a move, his appointment will be over. Don't worry, we won't make a move. Bai Yelin's indifferent voice reached Qin Chenggen's ears, with contempt and disregard. Qin Chenggen felt humiliated in his heart, but there was a hint of joy, and his complex mood was beyond words. Chapter 1679. The portal has been cleaned up. For Bai Yelin's face, I won't make a move. Su Lang laughed loudly. However, this star-destroying universe rod is Mo Lu's natural weapon, and she should use it. Su Lang threw the star-destroying Poyu rod in his hand. Hyliang's staff was attracted by Mo Lu, distorting the space and directly falling into Mo Lu's hands. The spirit of the device emerged, exuding an aura of incomparable closeness to Mo Lu. Wow, smart, so cute, my little cutie, come on, kill the enemy with me. Mo Lu was pleasantly surprised, immediately holding the star-destroying Poyu rod, and killing him towards Qin Chenggen. Obtained a natal weapon, Mo Lu not only increased his attack power, but also his speed. You can't do this. Seeing this scene, Qin Chenggen was frightened suddenly. If it was in the previous situation, although it would take a lot of time, he could always escape from Mo Lu's hand. But now, he can't do it at all. Because Mo Lu is faster than him. Why can't I be like this? This weapon is made with my physical material. This weapon is an extension of my body, a part of me, and one with me. Poor Qin Chengen, you will never be able to feel this closeness of blood. Molu snorted and continued to chase Qin Chengen. Qin Chengen was speechless and could only continue to flee forward with a grim expression. The two went one after the other, chasing and catching up, traversing the land of several trillion miles. Finally, Qin Chengen was caught up and blocked by Molu. Qin Chengen turned around and fled without thinking about it. Eat my stick. Molu raised the star-destroying rod and slammed it against Qin Chengen's back. The extremely heavy stick directly hit Qin Chengen's head. Qin Chengen spouted a mouthful of blood, his face was like golden paper, and his already serious injury suddenly worsened by half. He knew that he could no longer escape, and a deep despair appeared in his heart. Wow, haha, it works. Qin Chengen, take another stick. For the first time, Molu displayed the power of destroying the stars and breaking the universe, as happy as a little girl receiving a beautiful gift. Then she raised the staff high and smashed it down. Qin Chengen was directly hit on the ground, creating a super sinkhole of hundreds of thousands of miles. He lay in the center of the big pit, vomiting blood out of his mouth. Although Qin Chengen is still struggling with the force of urging distortion. However, Molu and her weapons can be regarded as two Sidhu great emperors, and their condensed twisting power far exceeds Qin Chengen. You can't escape, Qin Chengen. Molu came to the sky above Qin Chengan and raised his long staff again. Master Bai Yi Lin, Master Molu, Master Su Lang. Please, go around me, go around me. The reason why I wanted to go to the Palace of Long Hatred was completely seduced by the red robe. I knew it was wrong. Under the threat of death, Qin Chengen completely lost any resistance. The strong desire to survive makes him crawl on the ground like a dog begging for mercy, and there is no trace of the majesty of the Supreme Emperor. Your last chance has been used up, let's hit the road. Molu was not the kind of soft-hearted girl, so he knocked it down. It's like an asteroid hitting a planet. The violent shock wave exploded in all directions centered on Qin Chengen. The surrounding land and mountains are completely like tofu dregs, turning into dust in an instant, engulfed by the aftermath of terrifying energy, and rushing to distant places. Molu's control of power is very good. The land that was truly destroyed was nothing but a deserted desert with a radius of tens of millions of miles. As for Qin Chengan, naturally after Molu's blow, he disappeared and disappeared. Under the influence of the twisting force, he has no possibility of resurrection at all. Sister, the door has been cleaned. Friend Su Lang, the emperor soldier you refined is so strong. Molu killed Qin Chengan and immediately ran to Bai Yi Lin to ask for credit, and by the way, he madly praised Su Lang's weapons. Chapter 1680. Su Lang, I'm never finished with you. Well, let's go back. Bai Yelin nodded faintly. Su Lang felt sorry for Qin Chengan. It's not that Qin Chengan is pitiful, but it's a pity that Qin Chengan didn't have his own hands and missed a lot of fortune. Oh, by the way, they're a red robe. If given the opportunity, Su Lang would definitely kill Hongpao himself. This time he followed the star-destroying Poyu staff, and only killed a few quasi-godless Changgangong undercover agents, which was a huge loss. Bai Yelin, Molu. If there is war in the future, please let me know. Su Lang smiled and said, after all, I am Bishuadian's ally, don't let me stand by. Okay, definitely next time. Bai Yelin smiled, and then kept stroking Tian Linya, loving it. The three returned to Bishuadian all the way. Su Lang continued to retreat, while Bai Yelin and Molu continued to study their own natal weapons. In the land of exile, the residence of the Palace of Long Hatred. Chong Henzi sat in the middle of the Black Palace, looking down at the scene in the black bowl of water. Squeezing the hand of the black bowl, it shows that his mood is not peaceful. The scene of Red Robe being killed by Bai Yelin flashed in the black bowl. Then Su Lang flashed past and appeared, taking out two images of godless soldiers, Molu beheading Jing Yuanbai. Damn, kill me White Robe first, then Red Robe, Bai Shuadian, Su Lang, I will never end with you. Chong Henzi suddenly got up, his hair danced wildly, his hideous face was full of resentment. Just a few days, he actually broke the two most important henchmen. Not only that, but Bishuadian's intelligence network was also completely paralyzed. Those undercovers would die if they moved, and they would be picked up and cleaned up if they were not moving. Chong Henzi has controlled all the movements and intelligence of Bai Shuidian for more than 1 billion years, but at this time all of them were out of control. It was like a terrifying beast that had been in control for countless years, suddenly breaking free from the restraints, sneaking into the dark and staring at him. This feeling makes Chong Henzi extremely uncomfortable. Bai Shuidian is the most critical force in the battle of reincarnation. This force must never be out of my control. Since the conspiracy can't work, then I will use my strength to make you surrender. Chong Henzi turned his head fiercely to look south, a fierce twisting force rippling away. A little under his feet, his figure disappeared. Focusing on the place he stepped on, the aftermath of terrifying energy swept away, and all the surrounding palaces were razed to the ground. Even his own station was smashed, which shows how resentful Chong Henzi is. Jade Sky, in the Imperial Palace of Chasing Souls. Su Lang put down the newly refined fairy-level parts in his hand, and then began to choose the exercises. The reason is that the previously placed Emperor-level exercises have been completed. The gain of the Great Emperor-level exercise technique is already very low. This time, just pick a godless-level exercise technique. While whispering, Su Lang selected Supreme Sutra. This exercise was obtained from Jing Yuanbai. The Supreme Sutra of Devouring the Sun, as the name suggests, is a method of devouring solar energy. On the contrary, it can complement the Dari Hao Tian Tu to increase the rate of solar energy absorption by Su Lang. This exercise is the exclusive secret method of the Sun-chewing Tengu clan. But Su Lang possesses a melting pot of 10,000 magics and successfully got rid of all bloodline restrictions and talent restrictions. Su Lang placed this exercise on the martial arts villain, and all the 9 martial arts villains were all busy. With a glance, the exercises being practiced include Chaos and Eclipse, Deadwood Condensed Source of Life, Wanhua Wuji Nirvana Sutra, Taishu Universe Dragon Ju, Hongming Ziqi Mystery, Daoli 9 Earths, 13 Corpses, 4 Dragons, and Sunshine Supreme Through. The Taishu Zhoulong tactics and other exercises that I practiced earlier, counting the time, are almost finished. Looking at the 9 martial arts villains, Su Lang couldn't help but feel a trace of expectation in his heart. These are all godless techniques. Normally the Supreme Emperor practiced the 3 books very hard, and it was almost impossible to practice the exercises to the founding level. Chapter 1681, Broken Heart for the War of Reincarnation. Take Yuqing, the super genius of Taishang Juqing Palace. She practiced the 3 godless level exercises, namely, Taishang Wuyu Delu, Taishang Tianjiaotu, and Qingshu Dangshuan Tiantu. However, only one book has achieved a small success, and the other 2 are beginners. And once Su Lang finishes his training, he is directly at the founding level. After completing these exercises, my combat power will definitely be greatly improved. There is also a realm of cultivation base. Wait a day or 2 for another breakthrough. Su Lang smiled excitedly. By then, my combat power will definitely stand at the top level of godless grade. Intoxicated for a while, Su Lang continued to refine parts. So far, the number of parts has reached 98,000, which is only 22,000 away from the number of 120,000. Presumably, superhumanoid weapons will be available soon. And just as Su Lang continued to refine the parts, Chong Henzi rushed to the southern blue blood sky frantically. Taishang Juqing Palace, in the turbulent time resident, Zan Taiching frowned deeply. How come 2 supreme emperors died suddenly? Moreover, these 2 are also the Sidhu godless grade. This loss is too great. Look at the crimson light spot, reaching the level of Ludu. It should be by Yelan's hand. Hey, what hate or grudge, can't you wait until the war of reincarnation is resolved together? At that time, everyone will gather together, and there will be grudges and grievances. Isn't it beautiful? Zan Taiching looked at the chessboard on the table. His face was full of sorrow, and he was simply broken by the war of reincarnation. He saw a crimson spot flying toward the south, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Oh my god, Chong Henzi went south too. Could it be that it was his person who died just now? He is going to seek revenge on Bai Yelan. No, these 2 people are of the Ludu level, and they are already at the top of the exile. They must not fight, otherwise they will definitely spread to the entire exile and cause countless turmoil, so that the war of reincarnation will come early. The time is not ripe at all. If the war of reincarnation comes early, it will be impossible to draw out the coffin of the 9 dragons. I must stop them, but I just took the pill, and I am at a critical moment of breakthrough. Never mind, let Yuqing take my Supreme Emperor's soldiers on a trip. Zan Taiching's face was very ugly. He quickly called Yuqing to hand over his godless soldier to her so that she could go to Bishuadian as quickly as possible. The disciple obeys his orders and must fulfill his mission. Yuqing took over the godless soldier, and then hurried to Bishuadian through the super teleportation array arranged secretly. In fact, she also took the pills refined by Su Lang, and was reluctant to leave the closed room. But the master's order is hard to disobey, and she doesn't know why. She wants to see how Su Lang is doing in the Jia Shuadian, and see if Bai Yelin treats Su Lang badly. Taoist Su Lang's alchemy refining skills are already against the sky. He is the blessing of the land of exile. With Taoist Su Lang, over time, he will surely greatly increase the average strength of the exile. That way, the chance of calling out the 9-dragon coffin will greatly increase. I hope the monster Bai Yelin can recognize this and don't neglect Taoist Su Lang. Yuqing couldn't help but care about Su Lang's reasons, and pushed them all into the overall situation of the War of Reincarnation. Most of the day is like a flash, a new day has arrived. And this day is a very important day for Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. Because the number of 1 key empowerment functions has been refreshed, Xiaobei, after being stuck for so long, you should also be promoted. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and removed all the girls on Blue Star, including their mahjong table. 80,000. 21, are we here so suddenly? This is the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Brother Su Lang released us from the life universe, Yaoji. 39 tubes, who wants? Su Lang, what do you want? Chu Xiaobei and others asked while playing mahjong. Aren't you talking about practicing in retreat? Su Lang covered his eyes speechlessly. These girls were completely addicted to mahjong. Chapter 1682, Chu Xiaobei promoted to quasi-superior emperor. Sister Yuqing said, mahjong can exercise your savvy. Yeah, so we exercise our savvy from time to time, but we haven't lost our cultivation. Yes, I have understood the second rule alone. The girls argued that the mahjong in their hands did not stop. Su Lang glanced. Ji Rushui really understood the second rule, the rules of the water system. This is really a surprise. After all, Ji Rushui, strictly speaking, has only cultivated for 100 years. Rushui, good job. Su Lang praised Rushui generously, and immediately looked at Chu Xiaobei. I also understand half of the rules. By the way, this is another day, it seems like you can instill the rules. Chu Xiaobei put down the mahjong tiles in his hand, turned around and looked at Su Lang, his eyes dazzling. With the rules instilled in you today, you can break through to Wushan. Su Lang said with a smile, no, it should be able to break through to the quasi-no-god level. There is no censored class. All the girls exclaimed, and completely threw the mahjong out of the clouds, all surrounded by Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, Sister Xiaobei can actually break through to the quasi-no-god level. But Sister Xiaobei is only at the quasi-immortal level. From the quasi-Xian level to the quasi-no-god level, there are 3 big realms and 30 small realms in between. His Majesty Su Lang will never lie, I believe His Majesty Su Lang. We all believe in Brother Su Lang, but this is really incredible. The young girls were chattering, and the beautiful and charming faces were full of surprise and shock. Chu Xiaobei himself was full of expectations, even a little nervous. Well, hearing is fictitious, seeing is believing, you see clearly. Su Lang smiled faintly, then pulled Chu Xiaobei to her side and let her sit on the ground. Su Lang stretched out his hand to cover Chu Xiaobei's Tianling, and gave instructions to the system to instill rules. The system activated the rule empowerment function, and directly instilled the 80 rules specified by Su Lang into Chu Xiaobei. In addition to the 303 rules previously mastered by Chu Xiaobei, 380 rules were immediately reached. This number has surpassed the original 360 rules, creating a perfect foundation for martial arts. A lot of rules. Even if it is an ordinary wushan, I can blow it out with one punch. Chu Xiaobei was filled with a lot of power of rules, and his face was full of surprises. Now I will promote you to the realm of wushan. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, he activated the indoctrination function and instilled the 3 selected wushan level exercises into Chu Xiaobei's mind. These 3 exercises were carefully selected by Su Lang from his library of exercises, and they were most suitable for Chu Xiaobei's cultivation. In addition to these 3 immortal level exercises, there are 3 emperor level exercises and 3 great emperor level exercises. After instilling 3 immortal level exercises, Su Lang immediately activated the repair base and empowerment function and began to instill the repair base. A trace of the cultivation base was reduced, poured into Chu Xiaobei's body, and turned into extremely majestic energy. This energy is only a drop in the ocean for Su Lang, but for Chu Xiaobei, it is beyond imagination. In this majestic power, Chu Xiaobei rose from the rank of quasi-immortal, 1 calamity, 2 calamity, 3 calamity, to the quasi-emperor. Su Lang activated the Dadao empowerment function, and directly instilled 80 commonly used rules and avenues into Chu Xiaobei. Such as the avenue of space, the avenue of the 5 elements yin and yang, life and death. Chu Xiaobei's mastery surpassed 99% of quasi-great. Su Lang still did not stop, but began to repeat the process of instilling exercises and cultivation bases, directly raising Chu Xiaobei to the quasi-no-god level. Chu Xiaobei changed from being a quasi-immortal to quasi-superior. Of course, Chu Xiaobei has not yet condensed the planet of life, and his spiritual power is slightly weaker, and the power of the Great Tao is not as good as that of the senior quasi-no-god level emperors such as Shandi. In all respects, Chu Xiaobei is just a quasi-no-god level on the passing line. But, anyway, this is quasi-no-god after all. This kind of cultivation is one of the few in the entire Xinghai domain. What a powerful force! I am like changing from a drop of water to a sea of stars. Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes, with shock, confusion, surprise and joy in his eyes. Chapter 1683, Master Beckham. You who have suddenly mastered a powerful force need to adapt a lot. Su Lang smiled and placed a ban on Chu Xiaobei while waving his hand. Whenever Chu Xiaobei adapts to a part of his power, he can break part of the prohibition with his own power. I will definitely adapt to the power as soon as possible. Chu Xiaobei nodded solemnly. After I get used to it, you can raise me to the godless level, and I can help you fight Su Lang. She had never been reconciled to being a vase, and wanted to go back to the beginning and fight with Su Lang. Good, I look forward to that day. Su Lang nodded seriously, then looked at Ji Rushui and others. You too. Ji Rushui and others nodded quickly, full of expectations. Now that Chu Xiaobei has reached the quasi-no-god level, it will be their turn to promote next. Of course, they look forward to it but are not anxious. After all, it will only take a few days. By the way, Chu Xiaobei, give me Xiaobai. Since your cultivation level has reached the quasi-no-god level, you should also upgrade your weapons. Su Lang smiled and reached out to Chu Xiaobei. Well, here you are. Chu Xiaobei was so excited, he immediately handed Xiaobai to Su Lang. Xiaobai is a flying treasure made by Su Lang for Chu Xiaobei when he was in the holy city of Yaoqi. It can also be used for battle. Its image is a noble white phoenix, very beautiful. The system retains the characteristics of the weapon and promotes it to a quasi-no-censored soldier. Su Lang holds Xiaobai and directly evolves into a quasi-no-censored soldier. His current materials are even enough to evolve it into a godless soldier, but Chu Xiaobei is not able to grasp it, so he can temporarily be promoted to a quasi-godless soldier. Xiaobai thanked Su Lang. Master Qi. Master Xiaobai, Xiaobai is here. Ying. Qi Ling flew out of the body, bowed to Su Lang, and then flew to Chu Xiaobei's side. Qi Ling still maintained the appearance of a white phoenix and did not transform into a human form for the time being. And its main body is refined by Su Lang using a combination of parts. Although the parts are used less, it still has some influence. Therefore, it has become a grotesque, and it cannot be changed now. Of course, when you are promoted to the godless soldier, you can definitely change it. After all, even the great mental retardation of the godless dragon platform has been cured. Hey, Xiaobai, you have become more beautiful. Chu Xiaobei hugged Qi Ling and was incredibly cheerful. Come on, Xiaobai, I've helped you figure out the figure of the human figure, let's transform yourself. Chu Xiaobei used illusion techniques to create the image of a girl. Her long black hair is embellished with snow-white feathers, and the clothes on her body are also very cute snow-white feather coats. Yes, Master Xiaobai. Ying. The Bai Feng Qi Ling immediately began to change, but fortunately he was not affected by that little mental retardation, and smoothly became the girl Qi Ling that Chu Xiaobei wanted. Wow, so cute, I will have such a lovely daughter in the future. At this point, Chu Xiaobei suddenly became stagnant, and Ji Rushui and the others also stagnated, looking at Su Lang one after another. Why do you see me? Su Lang was a little strange, and said with a dazed expression, you will be born, and I will Before he finished speaking, he was also stunned there. Because he suddenly realized that he was already a godless boss. With this level of life, it is no longer possible to reproduce offspring in traditional ways. Am I forcibly ligated? The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, as if 10,000 grass mud horses ran across. Su Lang, I blame you. Let you give birth to us earlier, now it's alright, what should I do? Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with a smile, and there was a hint of playfulness in that smile. I can't blame me for not thinking about it. It's completely because I was promoted too fast. How long will it take? There is no god level, and I am very helpless. But don't worry, the pill I got from Zan Taiching before has a magical pill that can make 2 supreme emperors give birth to children. If I resynthesize it several times, it is guaranteed to be the most powerful pregnancy medicine in the world. Su Lang rolled his eyes, but immediately smiled again, and took out a pill, shaking his head to show his pride. Chapter 1684, Revisiting Su Linger's Distortion Power. That's good, in fact, we all know you have a way. Chu Xiaobei gave a sigh of relief, and then smiled grinningly. Ji Rushui and the others are still a little shy about this topic and dare not speak. But I also felt very happy, and there was a strong desire and expectation in my heart. Of course, Su Lang said, to have children, they must wait for them to also reach the godless level. Otherwise I'm afraid they can't bear the power of that pill. Stop this topic. Next, Su Linger, come here. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and immediately waved to Su Linger. Yes, master. Su Linger is Su Lang's name, so he called Su Lang his master. Su Lang also had no objection, letting her call so. Su Linger came to Su Lang and sat down obediently cross-legged. Today, I will help you detect the twisting force in your body. Su Lang said solemnly, look at what is going on with this twisting power. Yes, thank you, master. Su Linger's eyes lit up, full of splendor. Because of the twisting power in her body, her cultivation has never been able to improve, and she is still at the martial arts level until now. Even her maid, Xiaomei, is already a quasi-immortal, she still hasn't improved. At this time Su Lang has reached such a high level, and even the strongest in the exile must be treated with courtesy, perhaps, it can help her solve the problem. Relax, don't have any resistance. Su Lang said softly, and then used mental power to penetrate Su Linger's body. Su Linger's whole person turned into tiny particles in Su Lang's eyes. Even the soul and heaven and earth aura in her body turned into energy particles, and Su Lang could see the essence clearly. Su Lang's expression moved, and something strange was found in certain soul and body particles. All these particles have the aura of twisting power. I found you. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, tentatively exploring with mental power. But those twisting powers are like waking up, and they are directly transferred to other particles, so fast that Su Lang almost can't react. No matter how you can run, you can't get out of my disciple's body. Su Lang sneered, and immediately used a trace of twisting force to carefully dive into Su Linger's body. This twisting force is the highest quality twisting force Su Lang can use at this stage of cultivation. It is made up of nearly 1,000 twisted ways. Under Su Lang's control, these twisting forces caused no harm to Su Linger. They are advancing fast, surrounding all the particles with strange aura. Those distorted breaths can no longer be transferred. Su Lang smiled coldly and immediately mobilized the power of twisting, continuously compressing the space for the twisted breath. All the particles containing the twisting aura are wrapped in Su Lang's twisting power. These particles start to stir. Under Su Lang's observation, the twisted aura unexpectedly separated from the particles and merged with each other. Then a scene that shocked Su Lang appeared. After these distorted breaths merged together, it became an illusory figure, a bit like a ghost in a poor-quality ghost movie. And still a female ghost. This is alone. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and tried to approach the illusory figure with twisting power. But the illusory figure resisted desperately, and the twisted aura on his body became weaker and weaker. If this continues, it will be annihilated. And Su Lang discovered another surprising fact. That is the quality of the twisting power on the illusory figure far exceeds his. Just a tiny bit can offset Su Lang's massive twisting power. It is estimated that even the Ludu Yudian sword cannot condense the power of this kind of quality distortion. Who the censored is this woman, who has such a terrifying twisting power? I am afraid that her cultivation level has reached the 8 crosses or more. Su Lang frowned slightly, and temporarily stopped using the twisting force to persecute the phantom figure. Because if you continue for a while, it is estimated that you will really kill it. Chapter 1685, The Truth is Clear. No, you can't kill it so unclearly. After all, this may be related to the secret of the universal incompleteness of life planets in the Xinghai domain. I want to see where you came from, what happened to you, and why you made a son of the world like Su Linger. Su Lang looked serious, and then withdrew his twisting power and placed his palm on Su Linger's forehead. Su Linger felt Su Lang's jade-like palms, and his face turned red. Su Lang used the function of instilling the cultivation base and began to instill the cultivation base into Su Linger. He did this before at the Wudi level, but Emperor Wu's level of cultivation is obviously not enough, and at this time, he has reached the Urdu godless level, and the amount of cultivation is more than 100 million times more than before. About a second condensed cultivation base can make a quasi-emperor break through to the Wudi level. A large amount of cultivation base was instilled into Su Linger's body, and without digestion, it turned into Su Linger's own cultivation base. Immediately, Su Lang found that the twisted aura condensed into a humanoid shadow resembled a shark smelling blood, and immediately began to devour Su Linger's cultivation base. The cultivation base that should have raised Su Linger to the quasi-immortal level all at once was swallowed by the humanoid phantom. After swallowing these cultivation bases, Su Lang found that the humanoid phantom had grown significantly. Su Lang squinted his eyes. Anyway, this point of cultivation is harmless to him, and it will be accumulated soon. If he could figure out the secret of Su Linger's son of Twisted World, it would be considered to solve the doubts that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Su Lang began to instill cultivation skills continuously. These were enough to create countless Wudi cultivation bases. All of them were swallowed by the distorted humanoid phantom. The figure phantom also grew rapidly and became clearer and clearer. It's like a mosaic figure gradually transforming into a high-definition image. This is to be decoded. Let me see, what kind of face is hidden under your mosaic? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, continued to instill his cultivation, and continued to pay attention to the changes in the human form. The human figure is getting bigger and clearer. She was an extremely beautiful girl. Not only had her appearance perfect, her temperament was unparalleled. She just stood there, like a superpower who controls the universe and traverses the ages. She is still a phantom. Although he can instinctively continuously devour his cultivation base to strengthen himself, he does not have any emotions. Something's wrong. There are some twisted auras that exist in the original particles of Su Linger's soul. It stands to reason that this part of the twisted breath must have something to do with the soul. Now she is showing a state of no emotion, perhaps because the cultivation base is not enough. While analyzing, Su Lang continued to instill the cultivation base. By this time, the cultivation base he instilled was comparable to the cultivation base instilled for Chu Xiaobei. To him, it is still a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. The human form phantom continued to devour the cultivation base, and the figure became clearer, and it turned out to be like a real person. A gleam of divine light flashed in her eyes, as if to penetrate everything. Even Su Lang feels like being seen. She is awake. Su Lang immediately stopped instilling the cultivation base, and surrounded the girl's phantom with twisting power. The girl's phantom enemy and friend are unknown, so we should first figure out the situation. The girl phantom looked like Su Lang, and then separated a trace of twisting power, wanting to touch Su Lang's twisting power. Su Lang sensed that the woman's extended twisting power had no intention of attacking, so he used her own twisting power to contact her. He felt a lot of information. The truth is clear. Chapter 1686. Please don't hesitate. The girl ghost is a supreme emperor of Judu. She was defeated in the Battle of Shattered Boundary Realm, was dying, and fell to the Star Sea. Under the twisting power of a terrifying opponent, her death is almost irreversible. The moment of life and death. She transformed into thousands, shattering planets, causing them to burst out with endless twisting power, resisting the enemy's power attached to her body. However, the twisting power of the enemy is too strong. She used all the planets in the entire Star Sea as a tool to condense the twisting power together, and she couldn't stop death. The physical clones in each planet were annihilated. In the end, only the clone in Jingtianxing lingered. But if this continues, this last clone will also die completely. In desperation, she chose to cut all contact with the old body, and even the soul abandoned most of it. With the help of Jingtianxing's heavenly power, she successfully reincarnated and transformed into Su Linger. But due to various reasons, she only occupies less than 1/1000th of Su Linger's soul. And Su Linger also had a problem. When breaking through King Wu and sublimating his life, the cultivation base he cultivated would be directly swallowed by the twisted aura, strengthening himself. This abnormality has continued to the present and cannot be controlled. This woman, like a Sopher of the Light Sword, participated in the powerful existence of that cosmic battle. And now, this woman who has forgotten her name is part of Su Linger. No, this woman is just a fragment of memory, she has no will at all, everything she did before was caused by Su Linger's potential instinct. Su Lang kept thinking and carefully observed the girl's phantom, only to find that the divine light in the girl's phantom was very single, completely unchanged. He guessed right, this girl phantom was a part of Su Linger's characteristic of carrying memory fragments from his previous life. This trait is very scary. Let her directly practice the twisting power of Judo Godless grade. However, at Su Linger's level, only the martial commander's level, and even the sublimation of the martial king's life level was not completed. Her cultivation speed is simply too slow compared to the twisting power of the Judo Godless grade. It is as if an ordinary ant wants to crawl on its own and span tens of millions of light years. If you haven't met Su Lang, I'm afraid there will be no change until the lifespan is exhausted. Moreover, Su Linger couldn't control it at all, because she was completely unaware that she had such a trait. Su Lang's endless cultivation base allowed Su Linger to condense enough twisting power in a short time to activate that part of the hidden traits. From now on, Su Linger can already control this part of the terrifying traits. She can even use the twisting power condensed into the phantom of the girl. Regardless of Su Linger's current cultivation base, the martial arts commander, if she uses the twisting power of the 9 crossings, or Sandu's godless grade will definitely be unable to resist. Lie noisy. This is awesome. Su Lang's mouth twitched. When he was a martial artist, he could only fight Wu Zun, but Su Linger could fight the Supreme Emperor. Su Lang realized, Su Linger now is a humanoid 9-crossing godless soldier. Although her size is very small, but the level is there, as long as she instills her cultivation base, she can condense the twisting power of the Judo level. Unexpectedly, the super-humanoid weapon in my hand was not completed, but I accidentally harvested another. Humanoid innocent soldier. Ahem, you can't regard Su Linger as a weapon, she is my disciple. But it doesn't matter if I use the disciple's body occasionally. Just when Su Lang's mind was full of thoughts. I see, I was born to meet you. Only by being with you, I can play my value. Everything about the disciple is created by the master. If the master is useful, please don't hesitate. Su Linger looked at Su Lang earnestly, with excitement, like a girl who had been blind for more than 10 years and had suddenly recovered her vision. Chapter 1687. Chong Hate Zi Mu Yuji hit the door. Although she can see it, what is the difference between being blind and being unable to practice? The path of the brilliant warrior was cut off by life, and at the same time her dreams and hopes were cut off. Now. She finally recovered her hope and future. Linger. You are so good. However, as a last resort, I won't let you risk it. Su Lang smiled happily and stroked her head. Now you close your eyes. In order to improve my realm, only by becoming stronger can I better help the master. Although she really wants to try her own practice now and get back the original feeling. But she also knew very well that with her own cultivation speed, she couldn't keep up with the master, and it was even more difficult to help. Attention, I'm going to start instilling. Su Lang reminded him, and then activated the cultivation base and empowerment function. A large amount of energy appeared in Su Linger's body and began to improve her cultivation level. The trait that turned into a phantom girl instinctively swallowed the cultivation base, but was firmly controlled by her. Under Su Lang's indoctrination, Su Linger's cultivation realm broke through all the way to the quasi-sage. Had it not been for Su Lang that he had used up the number of regular empowerments today, Su Linger could rush to the same quasi-fairy realm as Ji Rushui and the others. Linger, congratulations. It's great, Linger, I won't have to be afraid of hurting you accidentally in the future. Every time Linger cultivates in secret, I feel very distressed. Now it is used to get out of trouble. Great. Chu Xiaobei and the others came over to congratulate Su Linger, with cheerful smiles on their faces. Thank you all. Su Linger's eyes were reddish, and she hugged Chu Xiaobei and the others, and wept softly. The grievances accumulated for years of patience broke out at this moment. Chu Xiaobei and the others immediately comforted Su Linger and calmed her emotions. Su Linger was affected by the residual traits of the previous life, and his will was unusually tenacious, and he quickly returned to smile. Get out of me, you two chores. An extremely angry violent drink spread throughout the entire Jieshuidian. What followed was suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura, causing all the floating buildings in the blue blood sky to tremble crazily, almost broken. Someone is asking for trouble. This breath is very powerful, who can it be? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and turned to Chu Xiaobei and the other women and said, you can enter my Dantian universe. We will fight later. Let's go in now. Master, if you need it, you must use me. While talking, the women walked into the space channel opened by Su Lang and arrived at Blue Star. I want to see who dares to trouble me. Su Lang looked towards the sky with a sneer, and rose straight into the sky. No matter who he is, I will chop off his dog's head. Xiaoyu yelled in excitement. There was a taste of Su Lang as a human-shaped mount. It was really skinny. Wait until I finish the fight and then clean up you. Su Lang rolled his eyes. Zan even came into the sky. In the sky, there was a thin young man wearing a black robe overlooking the sky and the earth, exuding an extremely terrifying breath. This person is the Long Hate who came for revenge. Bai Yellen asked with some worry. She arrived immediately and confronted Chong Henzi directly. She didn't expect Su Lang to come, and she didn't want to involve Su Lang, who was in fallen state, Andunheld. The other party named Dao surname, I will naturally come out to teach him. Su Lang smiled faintly, looked at the young man in the sky, and directly opened his attribute panel. Name, Mu Yuji. Race, Compassion. Endurance level, 6 Deuce Supreme Emperor. Mastering the exercises Compassion Sutra, Fallen Heart Sutra, No God level, Dacheng Jeksen Sutra, No God level, Dacheng Wish Heart Sutra, No God level, Dacheng Wandai Wansheng Volume, Great Emperor level, Consummation. Chapter 1688, Muyu Jiji, your appetite is really good. Long Hate Z Muyu Ji, why not add another G, how nice is Muyu Jiji? Su Lang looked at Chong Hen Z Muyu Ji's name, and suddenly showed a playful smile. What does Muyu Jiji mean? Bai Yellen glanced at Chong Henzi, then turned her head and asked Su Lang somewhat puzzled. She and Chong Henzi have been fighting for many years, and naturally they know Chong Henzi's real name. Nothing. Repetitive words are more cute, aren't they? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth raised, and the playfulness on his face became more intense. Su Lang chopsticks, what are you talking about? Chong Henzi is not deaf, and of course his face suddenly became ugly after hearing Su Lang's words. Although he didn't know what Su Lang meant, he could realize that it was not a good thing. Muyu Jiji, is there a toilet on your neck? Why do you always spray manure? Su Lang sneered, and went over without showing any weakness. Although Chong Henzi was extremely powerful, he reached the peak of Ludu Godless grade, even a bit stronger than Bai Yellen. Moreover, this Chong Henzi also holds the Ludu Godless Soldier, the Eye of the Nine Yin. These 6 crossing godless soldiers are 1 level higher than Bai Yellen's Tianlinfang. Su Feng won't be afraid anymore. He can now have Sidu level combat power without swallowing the clone, as well as Ludu level Yudian sword and Wudu level godless dragon platform. The strength is there, I am afraid of being a Harry. Su Lang chopsticks, and Bai Yi Rin, whore. Stop talking to Lao Su there. Chong Henzi stared at Su Lang coldly, I tell you, immediately kneel in front of me and let Bai Shuidian surrender to Chonghen Palace, otherwise you will eat shit. Su Lang appeared in a daze, and gave a thumbs up, Muyu Jiji, your appetite is really good. Puff. Bai Yellen next to him heard Su Lang's words and couldn't help laughing directly. Talking and talking, Chong Henzi's complexion was even more ugly, as if she was really eating shit. He was not talking to Su Lang, turned his head to look at Bai Yellen. Bai Yellen, surrender or die. You are all dreaming. Chong Hate son, don't think that your Chong Hate palace inherits countless times of reincarnation, you think you are great. For such a long time, your genre still exists in the place of exile, and it has not left. It completely shows that you are just like that. Bai Yellen smiled disdainfully, and you, Chong Henzi, you never want to see a ray of light in the boundless universe, shut up. I will definitely be able to go to the boundless universe and enter the truly vast world there. Chong Henzi shouted angrily, you, all will become dead bones under my feet, paving the way for me to the boundless universe. Mu Ujiji, if you kneel in front of me and recognize me as master, maybe I can take you with me when I return to the boundless universe. Su Lang smiled faintly, looking at Chong Henzi with a trace of pity. A mere rubbish, dare to make me kneel down. I have to let you taste all the pain of time today. Chong Henzi stared at Su Lang again. In addition to hatred, there was also a deep jealousy in his eyes. Because he heard from Su Lang's words that Su Lang, like Bai Yellen, came from the boundless universe. For all the people who came to the exile from the boundless universe, he was jealous and hated, including Jing Yuanbai, who was already dead. Chong Henzi had asked Jing Yuanbai to leave the palace of Cheng'an and become an undercover agent in the Bishui heaven. It was not because of these thoughts. Mu Ujiji, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, we will accompany you. If you don't fight, you will get out of here. Bai Yellen said coldly, and changed her name to Chong Henzi unexpectedly. She felt that the name was indeed a bit weird, which made people want to laugh. Fight. I am trying to convince you today. If you don't surrender, you will have only one end, and that is death. Now, Su Lang, Bai Yi Rin, and all Bai Shuidian, kneel down for me. Seeing that Bai Yellen and Su Lang did not have any intention to retreat, Chong Henzi suddenly understood that only force can solve the problem. Chapter 1689. Chong Henzi brazenly started, therefore. He did it. Along with Chong Henzi's horrible roar, the terrifying Ludu godless level aura fell to the ground. Bai Shuidian's protective array could not resist at all, and all shattered like bubbles. Those suspended buildings are already difficult to support, and at this time they are like asteroids falling to the ground. If it weren't for Mo Lu and others desperately resisting and defending, I'm afraid that Bishuidian's residence would fall apart and be completely destroyed at this moment. Mu Ujiji, you are looking for death. Seeing that the resident where she had been operating for many years was on the verge of destruction, Bai Yellen was instantly furious, and directly took out Tian Lin Fang. The godless aura of the same Ludu peak level spread, and Chong Henzi each occupy half of the sky. You have a censored around you is a burden, dare to fight with me. Chong Henzi sneered again and again, holding the Ludu godless soldier candle 9 yin eyes, and directly killed Su Lang. If he wants to attack the enemy, he will save him, causing Bai Yellen to reveal his flaws. When I am a soft persimmon. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and instantly activated the swallowing clone function, directly swallowing 37 clones. There are more than 40 avatars using Xing Quan Yun He to condense into one body, forming an extremely terrifying godless class. Su Lang burst out of a terrifying aura that was infinitely close to Kidu godless level. The avatar of Xing Quan Yun He also possessed the aura of Ludu godless level peak. Although there is no Shifang universe, it is slightly weaker than Su Lang, but it is no weaker than Chong Henzi. And Su Lang's strength soared to infinitely close to the Kidu level, and he also had a clone that was not much different, which directly caused everyone to be completely confused. Chong Henzi, who bears the brunt, is particularly shocked. What kind of secret is this? It has directly improved the strength of Sandu. Furthermore, he has a clone that is almost the same as Shilishang himself. How is this possible? Chong Henzi, who rushed towards Su Lang, was dumbfounded, completely afraid of his own eyes. He has been in charge of the Palace of Long Hatred for so long, and has never seen such an incredible thing. He still condensed the extremely terrifying Ludu twisting power, and slayed fiercely towards Su Lang. Because Chong Henzi had already seen that Su Lang's true realm at this time was Urdu godless level, and the quality of the twisting power was absolutely inferior. Although the conventional power level reaches Ludu, it is even higher than him. However, what is incomparable is the quality and quantity of the power of distortion. Chong Henzi's twisting power instantly wrapped Su Lang and Xing Quanyun's clones. Chong Henzi, you stop me. Bai Yellen's complexion changed drastically. Although he knew that Su Lang would not be arrogant, he was still a little worried. Holding Tianlin Fang, she slashed directly at the back of Chong Henzi. The same distorted power of the Ludu level, like a 9-day Milky Way falling down, directly kill Changgenzi. Wait until I kill this Su Lang chopsticks, and then I will beat you to the ground and become my mount. Chong Henzi not only turned a blind eye to Bai Yellen's attack, but sneered again and again. Buzzing. There was a dull hum. However, he saw that the eye of 9 yin in his hand suddenly ejected a powerful twisting force, like an underground fountain rushing into the sky, blocking Bai Yellen's attack. Although Bai Yi Rin and Tian Lin's teeth combined force to strike, Candle 9 Yin eyes couldn't fight for a long time, but supporting for dozens of seconds is completely no problem. And tens of seconds, for a godless class, it is simply incredible. Su Lang gossip, despair. Bai Yi Rin, stinky bitch, watch your companion die, be angry. Chong Henzi laughed and roared like crazy. Starting from Lu Mingxuan, to Jing Yuanbai, and then to Hongpao and Qin Chengan, he endured Su Lang 3 times. At this time, his vengeance was about to be paid. How could he be unhappy? Mu Yu Jiji, that's it. A disdainful voice came out of the twisting force entangled into a cocoon. Chong Henzi's expression changed, his voice can actually break through my twisting power. Could it be that he also has Ludu godless grade twisting power? As soon as this doubt appeared, Su Lang answered it. Chapter 1690. Bai Yi Lin Qing Ming Lin shattered. Yutian sword, cut. Su Lang's voice fell to Chong Henzi's ears like a bolt from the blue sky. An extremely sharp sword light envelops the twisting force of Ludu, breaking through the twisting force of Chong Henzi like a blue dragon going out to sea. In addition to this, the incomparably vast Wudu godless class twisting power rushed out, madly offsetting the twisting power of Chong Henzi. To what extent is the distortion of the Wudu level? It's exactly like 5 or 6 Wudu godless level shooting at the same time. Ludu has no censored soldiers. There is also a powerful Wudu godless soldier, whose condensed twisting power is close to Ludu. Chong Henzi looked at the larger and larger sword-shaped twisted air current in his field of vision, and was shocked. The Ludu godless soldiers are few in number in the exile, and in the reincarnation era, I don't think there are more than 5 fingers, and each one has a clear owner. But now, an unfamiliar Ludu godless soldier appeared, and it looks so powerful, and it is also the strongest among Ludu godless soldiers. Thoughts flashed in between. Su Lang's twisting power has broken his face with a little bit, and rushed to Chong Henzi like a bamboo. What if you have Ludu weapons? May the Heart Sutra, the power of Kidu. Chong Henzi suddenly burst out of a more terrifying twisting force, reaching the Kidu level. The twisting force of Ludu, spurred by Po Yi Jian's profound righteousness, directly blasted Chong Henzi's body. However, it was annihilated all at once. 7 crossing class twisting power. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and sneered, I think you can use it several times. I can't use it a few times, and you don't want to hurt my hair. Chong Henzi snorted coldly, and the twisting force he had previously displayed suddenly rolled back, like a stormy sea that killed Su Lang. The godless dragon platform in the hands of Xing Kuanyun clone turned into a dragon, madly spraying the powerful Wudu twisting force. It can draw out the energy of a Wudu godless level in one breath, and transform it into the vast Wudu twisting power. Xing Kuanyun He clone reached the pinnacle level of Ludu, and also mastered a large number of recovery type art secrets and godless level pill. It was able to maintain the energy supply of the godless dragon platform. Of course, the violent consumption has brought obvious effects. Chong Henzi's turbulent Ludu twisting power was directly overwhelmed by the twisting power of godless dragon Terrace thousands of times more. It's like a small wave being thrown into the bottom by a huge wave. A Wudu godless soldier can display such incredible combat power. Also, the pills taken by that Su Lang clone turned out to be the Supreme Emperor pill of perfect quality. Seeing that her twisting power was directly overwhelmed, Chong Henzi watched Su Lang's clone eating godless pill as jelly beans. She was shocked and angry. Mu Yu Jiji, as the lord of the palace of long hatred, do you have this strength? Su Lang sneered, hey, I haven't had a good fight with Jing Yuanbai yet. Following his voice, Yutian's sword once again condensed the terrifying Ludu twisting power, and slayed Chong Henzi with a broken sword. Arrogant, even if you have such a weird clone and Ludu weapon, today I will let you see what is meant by crushing level strength. Chong Henzi's eyes were red, full of endless anger and resentment. Fall in the Heart Sutra, hate forever. A weird twisting power containing endless hatred erupted from Chong Henzi's body, reaching the 8th duo level. This power is not owned by Chong Henzi himself, but is left over from generation to generation in Chonghen Palace. Su Lang, be careful. Seeing that Su Lang was exposed to the extremely dangerous Badu twisting force, Bai Yelin was immediately extremely worried. She did not hesitate to use the strongest secret technique of the Unicorn clan instantly. Qing Ming Lin broken. In Bai Yelin's roar, the skin on her body cracked, turning into countless stars. Not only that, but Tian Linya also turned into stars like a collapse. Chapter 1691. I'll use someone in a few minutes. A large amount of Kidu twisting power burst out of these star points, which is more than 1,000 times more than the Kidu twisting force that Chong Henzi burst out before. This majestic Kidu twisting force appeared in front of Chong Henzi's straight twisting space, blocking the burst of 8 twisting force. Su Lang was surprised. He didn't expect Bai Yellen to use this self-harming secret method to rescue him. But he doesn't need to be saved at all. Although Chong Henzi's trace of the 8 crosses power is extremely powerful. But Su Lang exploded with all mysteries, condensing massive Ludu's twisting power, and completely consumed it. If it doesn't work, you can still use the apprentice. Oh no, it should be possible to ask female apprentice Su Linger to do it. In front of the twisting power of Judo in Su Linger's body, Chong Henzi's twisting power of 8 ducts is nothing short of hairy. Bitch Bai Yi Lin, your relationship is really good. However, can you stop me once, can you stop me the second time? Chong Henzi recalled the eyes of the 9 yin candles and smiled grimly. Today, I will let you both fall, and Huang Quan will be your company. He once again used the third terrifying secret technique of the Palace of Long Hatred. Jeksen Sutra. In Chong Henzi's thoughts, the whole person suddenly became without a trace of emotion, and even the coldness disappeared completely, like a corpse, a stone. But his body suddenly exploded with more twisting power of 8 crosses. The twisting power of these 8 crossings quickly broke through the twisting power of Bai Yellen's 7 crossings, like a meteor piercing the sky, killing Su Lang. Where the meteor passes, all the rules of heaven and earth are distorted and collapsed. Anyone below the godless level who dares to take a look will be distorted and killed. Bai Yellen, Mo Lu and other Supreme Emperor Baby Shuidian looked at Su Lang, their eyes filled with worry. Chong Henzi, stop it. A sweet but extremely anxious voice in the distance went from far to near. Along with the sound, there is also an extremely powerful and majestic Kidu twisting force. Yuqing, ha 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 ha, do you want to save Su Lang's goblin? It's too late. Chong Henzi saw the visitor clearly and suddenly sneered. And the twisting power of his 8 ducts had reached Su Lang's front. Yuqing screamed, she didn't want Su Lang to die, whether it is because of Su Lang's alchemy skills or other reasons. However, she was really too late to stop Chong Henzi. She regrets that, although she has come with all her strength, if she tries harder, she might be able to arrive earlier. Just when everyone thought that Su Lang was too bad. Blood Moon Tianming, Dari Haoshan. The Emperor turns Shenxing, the world is dead. Break the shackles, break the sword. Su Lang and Xing Kuanyin combined most of the forces in their bodies, all rushing into the Yudian sword under the universal dying of the universe. The twisting power of Ludu, which is as majestic as the sea of stars, directly slashed the twisting force of 8 ducts of Changgenzi with the profound meaning of breaking a sword. Although Su Lang's twisting power is like cotton versus steel needles compared to Badu's twisting power. But Su Lang's twisting power is really too much. It's almost like hundreds of Ludu godless grades simultaneously cast the explosive secret technique, the twisting power of full concentration. Although these twisting powers are being madly consumed, tens of thousands of copies only offset a tiny bit of the twisting power of the 8 waves. But after all, it caused consumption, and this gave Su Lang a chance to fight back. Unexpectedly, I would use my apprentice so soon. Su Lang backed away while sighing. He said before that he wouldn't use it if he didn't use it. After a few minutes, he would use someone else's face. In fact, Su Lang still has the heart of devouring flow to use. But that thing is not absorbing enough energy now, and it took less than 2 days of solar energy to fully pay for it. If there is not enough phagocytosis, it won't work. At that time, Su Lang could only expose his ability to replace death. This is what Su Lang didn't want to see, and Su Linger's 9 crossing twisting power can be regenerated after using it, and it has no effect at all. Come out, Linger. Su Lang summoned Su Linger from the Dantian universe at the first thought. Chapter 1692. I don't care for you to surrender, Master. Su Linger looked at Su Lang excitedly. When she looked at Su Lang at each other, she knew that Su Lang would use her abilities. Su Linger directly urged her twisting power. A trace of the twisting force of the 9 crossing emerged, with a breath of suffocation, and flew towards Chong Henzi. The power of Judu's twisting. How is this possible? Who is that girl? She is just a quasi-sage, and she can use the power of Judu's distortion. Chong Henzi was dumbfounded when he saw Su Linger's twisting power. His eyes were about to fall out. You should know that the twisting power of the 8 crosses he used was only used for the transformation of all his own willpower left by his ancestors. He won't use such moves several times in his life. However, a quasi-saint censored, the other side used the twisting power of judo. This is comparable to a mortal who killed a supreme emperor with one punch. It was not only Chong Henzi alone who was shocked, but Yuqing, Bai Yelin, Mo Lu and others were all shocked. They knew Su Linger. That girl is Su Linger. Shouldn't her cultivation base be a martial commander? She suddenly became a quasi-sage and can still use the power of judo's twisting. Under the world, there is such an incredible thing. And just when everyone was shocked, between Su Lang and Chong Henzi, the massive Ludu twisting power was just penetrated by Chong Henzi Badu twisting power. This powerful twisting force of 8 deuce hits Su Linger's twisting force, and then, like a plume of blue smoke, it is directly annihilated. This scene directly made everyone stiff and their expressions frozen. That incredibly terrifying Badu twisting power was so easily annihilated. Not only that, the twisting power of judo is still missing, and the force is like a broken bamboo, and continue to kill Chong Henzi. No, it's impossible. Chong Henzi was extremely horrified and even felt a trace of despair. It's about to die. He violently blocked the eye of the 9 yin candles in front. And the body burst open, all flesh and blood and energy poured directly into the eyes of candle 9 yin. There was only a trace of flesh and blood that was invisible to the naked eye attached to a broken mirror surface, exploding at a speed that everyone could not match, and disappearing directly. The remaining twisting force of judo slammed into the eyes of Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin eyes used the last force left by Chong Henzi to condense the twisting force to resist, but the effect was low. There was a toothy shattering sound, followed by the painful and miserable sound of Qi Ling. The eye of the 9 yin candles was not completely broken. Because the remaining power of judo's distortion is too little, it is directly consumed. Perceiving this, the eye of the 9 yin candles was pleasantly surprised and immediately fled towards the distance. Where to escape? Little eyes. Su Feng thought. Xing Quan Yun He clone was dispatched directly to the escape direction of the eye of Ju Yin, intercepting it. Immediately afterwards, the two double-teamed over, instantly trapping the broken and severely wounded eye of 9 yin. I will never surrender. Seeing that he was trapped, the spirit of the eye of the 9 yin candles suddenly despaired. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to beg Su Lang for mercy. He passed on countless times of reincarnation, and was used by Chong Heng Zi Chong Heng NV, and never fell into the hands of others. Born in the palace of Chang'an, he will always be the weapon of the palace of Chang'an, and he will never surrender. It's not rare for me to surrender. Su Lang smiled disdainfully. I will kill you, and then refine another 9 yin candle eye. I want to refine another candle 9 yin eye, dream. Qi Ling roared frantically, I am unique, it is absolutely impossible to have a second candle with 9 yin eyes. Chapter 1693, The Soul of the Supreme Emperor. The frog at the bottom of the well. Su Lang shook his head faintly, stretched out his hand to firmly grasp the broken candle 9 yin eye, and completely controlled it. Start 1-click decomposition. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. A mysterious power descended on the body of the eye of Ju Yin. This piece of Ludu godless soldier, who had inherited countless times of reincarnation, crashed into pieces, and then turned into a torrent, digging into Su Lang's long sleeve. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 10,000, the eye of the 9 yin of the candle 1, the eyelid of the 9 yin of the candle 1, the eyelid of the night of the 9 yin of the candle 1, the tears of the 9 yin of the candle 1000, scales of the 9 yin candles 100000. Accompanied by system prompts, a large number of godless materials appeared in Su Lang's storage space. On the contrary, the materials of the Emperor level are very scarce, because not many Emperor level materials are qualified to be refined into Ludu godless soldier. A full 10,000 souls of the Supreme Emperor. Such a terrifying number. If I rely on myself to kill, I don't know how long it will take to collect. It's all right now. The number is 10,000. The next few weapon evolutions don't have to worry about the soul of the Supreme Emperor. That's right, I heard Yuan Qing said that Ludu godless soldier candle 9 yin eyes can observe great movements within 1 billion light years of vertical and horizontal. 1 billion light years, this is the scope of the entire exile, equivalent to a large area of the Sea of Stars. If I refine it, and if there is a big movement in other places that I don't know, I can observe it with the eye of the 9 yin candles. Su Lang looked at the materials in the storage space, and his mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly settled on the idea of refining the 9 yin eyes. He does not intend to refine it now. Bai Yellen, are you okay? Su Feng took the avatar of Xing Quan Yunhe, held Su Linger, and flew to Bai Yilin's side. In order to help him, Bai Yellen used the self-harm secret technique of their Qilin clan, and the loss should not be small. Nothing serious, I will recover soon. Bai Yellen shook her head, but touched Tianlin teeth distress-edly. You can take these pills and take them, and ask me if they are not enough. Su Lang smiled, took out a large amount of healing medicine from the storage space and handed it to Bai Yellen. Bai Yellen didn't refuse, but accepted it happily. If your weapon needs to be repaired, you can prepare enough materials. I will help you repair it, or even promote it. Of course, if you want to advance, you need more materials. Su Lang glanced at the damaged Tian Lin Feng and said to Bai Yellen. I have prepared the materials, so I will ask fellow Su Dao to repair the weapon. Bai Yellen nodded. Although she could also repair the weapon by herself, it would take too much time. The two had finished talking. The gaze fell on Yu Qing's body in unison. Yu Qing flew to Su Lang's side, with a trace of worry and shock still remaining on her face. Worry is naturally worried about Su Lang. The shock was naturally because Su Linger actually condensed the power of Judu's distortion. Thank you for helping me just now. Su Lang smiled slightly and thanked Yu Qing. It can be seen that Yu Qing had tried his best to stop Chong Henzi before, and also used a Kidu godless soldier. It was a real Kidu godless soldier, a purple gold long sword, held in Yu Qing's arms. Su Lang looked at the purple gold long sword with his peripheral light, and recognized its name through the weapon recognition ability. This sword is called the Ziqingxuantian sword, and its power is very terrifying. I didn't help before and put you in a dangerous situation. Yu Qing smiled and shook her head, and said, fortunately, you are fine, otherwise I can't explain to the master. Your master told you to come to me. Su Lang's expression changed. Why would he let you come to me? It's because he knows that Chong Henzi is going to hit the blue blood sky. Yu Qing hesitated for a while and said, Master, he doesn't want the high-ranking supreme emperors of the exile land to make hands with each other before the War of Reincarnation. Chapter 1694, Your master is reasonable. I know his mind. He is also to make this era of reincarnation successfully lead to the coffin of 9 dragons. Su Lang nodded and asked immediately, however, how did he know that Chong Henzi hit the blue blood sky? Master also has another Ludu godless soldier, named Xuanji Chessboard. This godless soldier can investigate the entire place of exile like the Eye of the 9 Yin candles, but the form is different, and each has its own merits. Yu Qing simply informed Su Lang about the mysterious chessboard. It is a great courage to observe all the strong players in the world with a chessboard and turn them into red dots suspended in the chessboard. Su Lang heard Yu Qing's explanation, and suddenly he was surprised. Zhan Taiqing deserves to be the strongest leader of the exile, and he has such a powerful treasure. Fortunately, the martial artist represented by the red dot cannot be directly observed on the Xuanji chessboard, and even no picture is visible. Zhan Taiqing could only deduce himself and figure out who a certain red dot represents. Otherwise, Su Lang's various secrets might not be kept. Master is also a last resort. He observes the world with a mysterious chessboard in order to determine the movements of the strong, so as not to cause a big battle. Yu Qing smiled, with a trace of apology on her face. No matter how legitimate the reason, secretly spying is something wrong. Su Lang nodded and said, but now that the war is over, and Chong Henzi is dying and fleeing, what are you going to do now? Go back and report it truthfully. Yu Qing smiled bitterly, this time I am completely responsible for the long hatred of my son. Taoist Su Lang and Bai Shuidian are not to be blamed at all. The master will not say a word. Your master is reasonable. Su Lang smiled, then, I will go to retreat now, and you should report back to the Supreme Nanqing Palace. I still have a pill that I want to invite Taoist Su Lang to refine. Was Yu Qing stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said, I will just send the news back to the report. Refining pills, okay, no problem. Su Lang nodded and looked at Bai Yellen again, I'll take Yu Qing to refine the pill. I will trouble you to clean up the mess. Well, it should have been. Bai Yiren naturally had no objections, and watched Su Lang holding Su Linger and flying towards Bai Shui Tian resident with Yu Qing. Thanks to the efforts of Mo Lu and countless Jade Blood Heaven monsters, Jade Blood Heaven's resident site had been lifted off again at this time, almost restored to its original state. Su Lang took Su Linger and Yu Qing directly to the floating building where he lived before. Linger, let me check for you first. Falling into the hall, Su Lang covered Su Linger's heavenly spirit with his hands. Su Linger immediately let go of all precautions and let Su Lang explore her body. Su Lang's spirit power entered her body, and soon found the girl phantom condensed by the twisting power. Used that trace of the twisting force of 9 crossing. The phantom of the girl suddenly became blurred, like a shallow mosaic. It's blurred again. Well, I'll decode it for you again. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and directly began to instill cultivation skills into Su Linger. Anyway, these cultivation bases would be swallowed by the girl's phantom, and Su Linger's realm would not rise like a rocket. Therefore, it doesn't matter if Yuqing is nearby. Su Lang instilled in Su Linger a quasi-godless level of cultivation, so that the girl in her body became clear again. It will be available again next time. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he patted Su Linger's head. Next, I'm going to make alchemy. It will take some time. Linger, you can take Miss Yuqing to play. Su Linger pulled Su Lang's clothes and acted like a baby. Why don't you take Yuqing Guliang into the universe of life with me? We want to play mahjong. Su Lang agreed unavoidably. When Yuqing heard this, he suddenly stopped talking. She was also going to say just now, I want to see Su Lang alchemy and learn some. But since Su Linger had already offered the invitation, and Su Lang had agreed, she could only go to Su Lang's life universe. Chapter 1695. Refining the 9 yin eyes of the candle. Ao Yu. Su Lang opened the universe of life and took Su Linger and Yuqing into the Dantian universe together. Although Yuqing is a 4-crossing supreme emperor, but Su Lang's Dantian universe is very stable, and it is no problem to accommodate her. Su Lang took out the soul-chasing emperor palace and entered the quiet room. Refining the eye of the 9 yin candles, Su Lang took out a large amount of materials from the storage space and filled the entire quiet room. It's a pity that I couldn't kill Chong Henzi. Otherwise, a Ludu Supreme Emperor can definitely provide me with a lot of wealth. Maybe, it's enough for me to upgrade the system functions, plus evolution to strengthen the weapon. With a trace of regret, Su Lang began to sort out the materials in front of him. 10,000 copies of the Soul of the Supreme Emperor are divided into half first and reserved for weapons such as the Evolution Yudian Sword. Anyway, he would never need 10,000 copies of the Soul of the Supreme Emperor to refine the eye of the 9 yin candles. He thought it was a bit too much to leave 5,000 copies. After all, when Xiaoyu evolves to Sidhu Godless Soldier, he only consumes 200 shares of the Soul of the Supreme Emperor. Xiaoyu is a super gold swallowing beast that eats materials, and has more materials than other weapons of the same level. In addition to the Soul of the Supreme Emperor, and many materials such as the Tears of 9 yin candles, Su Lang also divided some of them. Anyway, if the level of the refined product is not high enough, the evolution of the remaining materials is the same. Well, if I get richer, I don't have to be so careful. Finally selected the materials, Su Lang sighed, and issued a command. System, use the specified materials to refine the eyes of 9 yin. Ding. Successful refining, you will get the 6 crossing godless soldiers, the eyes of 9 yin candles. A black bowl appeared in Su Lang's hands out of thin air. Haha, it is still Ludu godless soldier. And the quality seems to be much higher than before being disassembled, reaching the limit of Ludu weapon. Su Lang happily placed the eye of the 9 yin candles in front of his eyes, but saw that there was a puddle of water inside, and the surface of the water was dangling white, and there was nothing to see. Where is the spirit? Come out. Su Lang knocked the edge of the black bowl with his hand. Accompanied by the girl's soft and innocent voice, a little dragon broke through the water from the bowl, flew out, and circled Su Lang very affectionately. This little dragon has a cold bone color, and its head, back and tail are covered with long white hair. Its 2 eyes are particularly conspicuous. Its appearance is like a candle 9 yin. The candle 9 yin is the top category of all dragon races, surpassing the dragons such as Bingyi, Yinglong, and 5-clawed golden dragon. When its eyes are opened, night turns into day. When its eyes are closed, day turns into night. Its strength is very terrifying. Since you are a dragon clan, I will name you Ao Yu. Su Lang teased the Juyin Qi Ling in his hand and gave it a name. Ao Yu, thank the master for giving the name. Xiaolong Ao Yu showed his gratitude, bending over to salute Su Lang. You have a chance to change into a human form, just follow this image. Su Lang thought, and a cute white-haired little dragon girl appeared before him. This is based on his metamorphosis based on the character in Blue Star's last game of Kings 2000 years ago. The character is called Yao Meet the Deer. Ao Yu immediately began to change and eventually became the image that Su Lang prepared for her. Yes, so cute. Su Lang looked up and down Ao Yu and smiled very satisfied. Ao Yu was very happy to see the master, and laughed herself. Ao Yu, Su Lang asked with a smile, can you observe events that are 1 billion light years away? Yes, master. The closer you are, the clearer Ao Yu can see, and you can see it directly. If it's too far away, you won't be able to see clearly, and the pictures you see are what happened before, not what happened now. In addition, if the observed target has a strong large-scale concealment method, it may not be seen. Ao Yu was very obedient and explained her abilities clearly. Su Lang nodded with a smile, and then asked, then now, is there anything major happening in the place of exile? Chapter 1696. The Great War in the West. Ao Yu stared at Su Lang. Please instill energy into Ao Yu, let Ao Yu take a look. Su Lang nodded, and immediately poured a lot of energy into Ao Yu's body. These energies enter the black bowl, like being swallowed by a black hole, completely disappearing. The calm water surface in the black bowl is no longer a piece of white shaking, but a brand new scene appears. It was a land formed by loess, with bare yellow mountains, ravines, and plains everywhere, with almost no plants in sight. And in this land, there is a big battle. One by one, the eminent monks with bright bald heads and serious faces, wearing red and yellow Buddha robes and robes, were suspended in the sky. Tens of millions of miles near every eminent monk are bright Buddha lights. The place where the Buddha's light shines is the light of the Buddha. All living beings are saved and become devout believers. Those eminent monks and great virtues are experiencing a terrible battle, and it is too late to protect their believers. In the godless battlefield, terrifying energy swept everywhere, and countless creatures flew into ashes and annihilated. Some monks with weaker cultivation bases are also falling one after another. Groups of bright rays exploded, leaving behind many translucent shining relics. Some of these relics disappeared into the void and disappeared, while others were destroyed again and completely fallen. Let's look at the objects of the great monks fighting. That turned out to be a bald monk, but he was wearing a black and white robes, his face was handsome and evil, and his cultivation was extremely terrifying. A burst of gloom radiated from his body, and all the irradiated creatures turned into censored evil spirits. Even the eminent monk who is fighting against him will be assimilated into an evil degenerate monk if he is not careful. This is Ludu level battle. These great monks and great virtues are not from Lei Yin Temple. Their practice is actually very similar to my Mingguang 10,000 Realms, which is dominated by Radiation Avenue. Even the power of twisting is mostly twisting in radiating avenues and ancillary regular avenues, forming a terrifying Buddha light. The person wearing the black and white robes is even more terrifying. Only for the moment, he is a bit more powerful than Chong Henzi, who has not used his whole cards. I don't know, what is the origin of this monk wearing black and white robes? Su Lang silently observed this battle, analyzing the power levels and techniques in it. In the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, Zan Taiching is also paying attention to this battle. On the chessboard, in the extreme west, red dots of light continued to dance around, besieging a crimson dot. There are at least 15 godless grades who participated in the war, among which there are many 4-pass and 5-pass strong. The foundation of Lei Yin Temple is much stronger than it shows. They Buddhism are good at prolonging lifespan and handing down to the world. There are so many old monsters left. However, who is the crimson light spot that suddenly appeared? Where did it come from? Why did it cause the strangulation of Lei Yin Temple? Is there a god level fallen? No, I must send someone over to see. Zan Taiching looked at the disappearance of a red dot on the battlefield in the west, and suddenly looked shocked, and immediately sent the clone and junior brother to check. 4-foot Chong Henzi attacked by Shuidian and was beaten almost to death. This kind of terrifying battle happened in the extreme west again on the back foot. It is really eventful. If this continues, can this era of reincarnation lead to the coffin of the 9 dragons? With a sigh, Zan Taiching took out a pill made by Su Lang, and put it in his mouth, very precious. Through the eye of the 9 yin candles, Su Lang kept watching the battle between the righteous and evil Buddhas in the west. In a godless battle, there is usually a difference between life and death in just a few breaths. But those righteous Buddhas and evil Buddhas have been fighting for a long, long time. The surrounding lowest land was beaten into deep pits, not inferior to the battle traces left by the original battle between Su Lang and Jing Yuanbai. However, the evil Buddha still faintly won. Not only annihilated a quasi-godless level orthodox Buddha, but also a godless level orthodox Buddha. Chapter 1697. Everyone, please pause for a while. Do you want to intervene? Su Lang frowned. After all, the place of exile was to save power and wait for the battle of reincarnation. And he was also very interested in those monks, and wanted to see if it was the same as in his impression. Su Lang is about to dispatch a clone directly. This is another benefit of the Eye of the Nine Yin Candles. For Su Lang, with the ability to dispatch the clone, it can directly cross the distance of 5 or 6 billion light years to send the clone to the place of observation. In the past, Su Lang couldn't do this, so he had to dispatch clones one by one and develop dispatch maps one after another. The extreme western border of the land of exile, a shining Buddha swayed countless Buddha lights, forming a lot of magical powers, and blasted at the monk wearing a black and white robe. The world is filled with terrifying twisting power. Heart, I advise you to put down the butcher knife immediately. The sound of a powerful monk at Ludu Peak is like Hong Zhong, as if to make people wake up. Wearing a red and white robes, this person is the contemporary abbot of Leian Temple, no Master Hai. He who became a right heart was naturally the handsome monk with an evil face in black and white robes. You so-called orthodox Buddhas are just running dogs who help the evildoer. My heart is upright, I would rather twist myself and fall into evil ways, and never get along with you hypocrites. Monk Xinzheng was completely unmoved by Master Wu Hai's persuasion, instead he showed disdain and sneered fiercely. Heart, we at Leian Temple have gathered all the resources to help you in your practice. Could it be such a result? Another old monk with a beard, wrinkled face, and no gloss on his bald head called out heartily. Help me practice. Fart, you just want to use me as a tool to explore the coffin of the Kowloon, explore the unknown, and explore the ultimate secret of the exile. I have already fully realized that the place of exile is related to the top level of the game in the boundless world. I will never let you succeed. The front face of the heart is distorted, and the eyes are full of pain. He faced the masters who taught him to raise him, but he suddenly knew one day that these masters had ulterior motives. These masters, and even the entire Leian Temple, have long been the tentacles of the terrifying existence that has invaded the infinite realm. They want to explore the ultimate secret of the exile. And Xinzheng is a Buddhist genius who has been reincarnated in hundreds of reincarnation times and has accumulated countless Buddhist wisdom. Every time he reincarnated, he would restore his innocent heart and lose all the memories of his previous life. Only in this way can he maintain the most transparent and pure Buddha mind. It was precisely this kind of Buddha's mind that allowed him to cultivate into an infinitely close to Kidu godless existence in this age of reincarnation in just 1 billion years. After seeing the true face of Leian Temple, Xinzheng didn't want to be the tentacles of the Black Hand, so he twisted himself and became what he is now. Then, he stole the Ludu godless soldier Daraming incense burner from Leian Temple, preparing to escape into the turbulence of Western time and end himself. But on the way, he was stopped by the strong men who were dispatched by Leian Temple, and the battle started. Heart is right, futility of resistance will only cause more tragedies. Master Wu Hai sighed, for the sake of countless creatures in the boundless world, come back. Gugo fly camper, get out. The heart was shouting sternly, like a ghost crawling out of hell. In that case, suppress him. Master Wu Hai took a deep breath, once again used the terrifying Buddhism's supernatural powers to kill the heart. The rest of the Leian Temple powers naturally also started together, using a special magical power to connect to each other, and perform stronger attacks. 2 powerful Ludu godless level auras descended from the sky, straight into the battle group. Everyone, please pause for a while. The person here is Su Lang and his Xing Kuanyin avatar, because the swallowing avatar is not over yet, so they are all Ludu godless level. As for Master Wu Hai and Monk Xinzheng, seeing that 2 Ludu level powers had suddenly come, their pupils suddenly shrank and stopped. Chapter 1698. It's pretty good, not bad. Who is this? Obviously they are 2 supreme emperors of the Ludu level, but why have I never seen it before? The weapons in their hands are so powerful, a Ludu level godless sword, and a Wudu level dragon Niu Yushi. I have never seen it. Could it be that they are the old monsters of the last reincarnation era that awakened from the long river of time? However, The records of our lay in temple betting on the reincarnation era and even the ancient reincarnation era are very clear. There is no such powerful weapon. Could it be that they could not come from the boundless universe? One by one, the Supreme Emperor and Zun Supreme Emperor Zhengfo looked at Su Lang and his avatar, his eyes flickered, and his heart was full of thoughts. Who are these two? Why should I suddenly intervene in my fight with Lei Yin Temple? Monk Xinzheng also frowned slightly, wondering where Su Lang and his clone came from. Everyone has stopped, it's pretty good, not bad. Seeing that Xinzheng and Master Wuhai stopped, Su Lang suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Dare to ask how the two donors are called and what is the purpose of coming here? Master Wuhai took a deep breath and asked, his voice loud as Hong Zong's roar. This problem came out. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Lang and his clone. Under the name Su Lang. This is my clone, no name. Su Lang smiled, and simply admitted Xing Kuanyan's identity as a clone. After all, he used his clone to deal with Chong Henzi before, but was seen by Bai Yilin, Yu Qing, and Bai Shuidian monsters. This matter will be announced sooner or later. So it's better to just admit it. But he admitted, but Wuhai and other monks did not believe it. Clone. How is this possible? The donor is joking. Yes, the donor himself is the Ludu godless grade. Could it be possible to condense the Ludu godless grade clone? Mage Wuhai and other monks looked at each other, flatly do not believe that a Ludu Supreme Emperor could condense a clone that was not inferior to the deity. Not to mention the Supreme Emperor, even at a weaker level, such a situation will almost never happen. Monk Xinzheng did not believe this either. If the other party can really condense an avatar of the Ludu level, then where do they put the faces of martial artists of the same level? I didn't lie, just forget it if you don't believe it. Su Lang smiled faintly, he also knew that his clone was so strong that it was a bit weird. Then, what is the intention of Su Lang's donor? Mage Wuhai glanced at each other with the surrounding colleagues, and looked at Su Lang solemnly. There are two Ludu godless grades on Su Lang's side. My own side and Xinzheng are on one side, 6 crossings without God, no matter which side Su Lang joins, he can beat the other side. No, it should be able to sling the other party directly. What is my purpose? That's it, I'm a guest in Bishuadian, and I see you guys fighting, so I'll come and have a look. Both of you are practicing Buddhism, why can't you sit down and talk about it? Su Lang still smiled, even if you don't agree, you can wait until the War of Reincarnation. Master Wuhai and others, together with Monk Xinzheng, were taken aback. What? Was a guest on Bai Shuidian, but saw a fight here. My God, the jade blood sky is in the extreme south, and here is the extreme west, the distance between the two is more than 600 million light years, can this be seen? However, shock is shocked. With the facts in front of them, they also knew that Su Lang had actually seen it. And not only did I see it, but also directly sent it over to persuade me to fight. What kind of heaven-defying tactics does this Su Lang donor possess? Is it the legendary Sky Eye Tong and Buddha Foot Tong? You can see any place you look at and go where you want to go. However, that kind of supernatural power can only be mastered by the real Buddha. And what realm is the Buddha? It's the real primordial realm. Can this Su Lang benefactor master the methods of the primordial realm? There were countless thoughts in the minds of Master Wuhai and Monk Xinzheng, and their eyes towards Su Lang became more solemn. Chapter 1699, The Buddha in the Myth Really Existed. I said, why don't you say anything? I'm here to make peace and things are getting old, you still can't fight, just say something. Seeing that Mage Wuhai and Monk Xinzheng didn't speak, Su Lang raised his brows and asked. Heart is right, let's stop here today. But you can't sit in the turbulent flow of time. Mage Wuhai took a deep look at Su Lang, then turned to look at Monk Xinzheng, with a firm tone. The reason why he gave up continuing to do it was completely afraid of Su Lang. After all, Su Lang had already said his intentions, if he didn't give face to Master Wuhai, I'm afraid he would be hammered. A group of hypocrites, Wuhai, you can't control me. I will not only sit and transform, but also bring the Dharamara incense burner into the turbulence of time, so that you will never find it. Monk Xinzheng was different from Master Wuhai. Although he was also afraid of Su Lang, he was not afraid of dying at Su Lang's hands. What he was afraid of was that the Dharaming incense burner fell into the hands of Master Wuhai. The godless soldier, the Dharaming incense burner, played a very important role in the exploration of the final secrets of the exile. However, the words of Monk Xinzheng stunned Su Lang. He grew up so much, It was the first time he saw a strong man who wanted to commit suicide, and he was also a six-crossing Supreme Emperor. The Master, what can't you think of? Or, what is your secret? It doesn't matter, I can help you, I am a very versatile person, maybe I will help you solve the problem. After a while of surprise, Su Lang still smiled slightly and persuaded him to be upright. Now that the power of Ludu level is very rare in the land of exile, how can you say that you die? Help me solve the problem. Okay, there are two ways to solve the problem I am facing now. Monk Xinzheng smiled coldly. The first method is to help me kill Master Wuhai and the others, and the second one is to kill me and destroy the Daraming incense burner. The expressions of Master Wuhai and others changed drastically. They extremely didn't want Su Lang to make a move, but now Xinzheng actually took the initiative to let Su Lang make a move. The reason, I want to know why. Actually, I am very interested in you Buddhism. You are the Buddhists that have flown from the boundless realm. I really want to ask, are there any powers such as Amitabha, Tathagata Buddha, Guanxian Bodhisattva, Saitagarbha Bodhisattva, etc. in the Buddhist gates of the boundless realm? Su Lang smiled faintly. A pair of curious eyes swept back and forth on Xinzheng and Master Wuhai. Amitabha, Tathagata Buddha, Bodhisattva, you. You actually know these titles, who are you? Is it possible that you are a great power who has flowed here from a certain continent in the boundless world? Did you fall here from the heavenly jade continent, Tianshao continent, or Tianmi continent? After hearing Su Lang's words, Master Wuhai was shocked and couldn't help asking. Those titles are extremely ancient, and for some reason, these titles are not allowed to be mentioned. Over time, fewer and fewer people remember. Even in Buddhism, only a few people know these titles. At this time, it is unbelievable that a person outside of Buddhism said these honorable titles. Su Lang was also shocked, although he had speculated in this regard before. But getting the exact answer from Master Wuhai was really shocking. Those familiar Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in myths and legends are actually figures in the boundless world. So what about the other characters? Sorry, I didn't come from infinity. Just came here from a remote star field in the boundless universe. Su Lang asked with bright eyes. Besides, I want to ask again, do you know that Buddha Shakyamuni, the ancient Buddha of burning a lantern, the fighting and defeating the Buddha, and the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Erlang Shen? One by one, the names came out from Su Lang's mouth, and Master Wuhai was taken aback by surprise. He has heard of a few of the names Su Lang said about Buddhism, and he has never heard of some of them. As for the other things that had nothing to do with Buddhism, he didn't know any of them. Chapter 1700. The reason why Monk Xinzheng wants to die. Su Lang looked around at everyone and asked, do you know these great abilities? Except for Master Wuhai, the other righteous Buddhas all shook their heads, obviously only Master Wuhai knew. Just when Su Lang was about to ask Master Wuhai, Monk Xinzheng spoke. I don't know where you heard these names. The powerhouses you mentioned have already disappeared in the long river of time. If I remember correctly, they are all strong men before the battle of the infinite realm, and they died fighting to protect the infinite realm. Monk Xinzheng looked at Su Lang and shook his head while saying that one of the respects appeared on Ziyi's face, which looked strange. Are you a character before the battle of Infinity Realm? Yes, Asafar also said that in that battle, the Western gods were all destroyed. The Buddhism close to the West must have been nearly devastated in that battle, and important people have disappeared. Su Lang listened to Monk Xinzheng's words and nodded while muttering. He looked at the Xinzheng monk again and asked with a smile, you haven't said the reason yet, the reason you want to die. It's okay to tell you. After the battle of the Infinite Realm collapsed into 4 continents. Among them are Tianshuan, Tianming, Tianting, and Tianmi continent. The remaining Buddhism has taken refuge in the culprit who invaded the Infinite Realm. They occupy the Tianmi continent, help the evildoers and enslave all beings. And the place of exile is actually the backhand of a certain superpower in our boundless universe. It is very important. The Layan Temple in the place of exile is a branch of the Buddhism of Tianmi continent, and the tentacles of the Black Hand behind the scenes. Its purpose is to explore the ultimate secret of the place of exile. My heart is right, it is a chess piece that they have spent 100 generations of reincarnation, prepared quietly, why I will resist you should be clear. Monk Xinzheng said lightly, a trace of anger emerged on that evil face. Buddha has taken refuge in the invaders. Su Lang looked at Master Wuhai and the others with a little shock. These people were bright and magnificent, and they secretly did that kind of contemptible thing. The heart is right, you have to recognize reality. The boundless world has failed since that battle. You, I, and he are all lingering and panting. In order to make more of the boundless creatures lingering, we can only give in. Everything we do is for the sentient beings of the boundless universe. Master Wuhai folded his hands together, his expression was serious, and the Buddha's light on his body became brighter. Absurd. Monk Xinzheng sneered again and again, to survive through struggle is the right way, and to survive through compromise, you are already dead. We really don't have our hearts anymore, we exist in name only. Mage Wuhai nodded without change, but those creatures who don't know the truth of the world, they are really alive, isn't that bad? Monk Xinzheng sneered and said, is it good to live ignorantly without even knowing the world you are in? In the universe, how many creatures can get out of the planet where they were born? How many creatures can get out of the star field they are in? How many creatures can touch the truth of the universe? With a right heart, you are in sight. Master Wuhai shook his head and said word by word. Monk Xinzheng snorted and continued. Su Lang was listening to the debate between the two monks. He probably also understood why Xinzheng and Wuhai were both Buddhism, but they were separated from each other and opposed each other. Because their true camp is already different. Although they are both practicing Buddha, the camp of the Xinzheng monk is the boundless universe, and Master Wuhai and others are the men of the invaders. However, Master Wuhai and others seemed to be in the heart of Cao Ying, who were thinking of the creatures of the boundless world. Of course, this is just what it looks like on the surface. In any case, Su Lang still appreciates the monk Xinzheng more. A strong man who had cultivated to the Ludu godless level and stood on top of countless creatures was willing to sit on his own in order to stop the invaders. Chapter 1701. Send me, let me destroy it for you. You don't have to argue anymore. Su Lang waved his hands to Monk Xinzheng and Master Wuhai. Mage Wuhai immediately closed his mouth, very afraid of Su Lang and his clone. Since no one was arguing with him, Monk Xinzheng closed his mouth and looked at Su Lang. I already understand things. Since the place of exile is related to the entire infinite universe, then your Layan temple's purpose is impossible to achieve. Monk Xinzheng, I'm on your side. You don't need to sit down if you have me. It's the right way to live and contribute to the boundless universe. Su Lang carried his hands on his back and looked around the crowd with a relaxed and indifferent expression. Master Wuhai's complexion suddenly changed. The rest of the Buddhas also looked at each other, their expressions fluctuating as if they were turning a book. Su Lang's two Ludu godless grades actually stood on the side of the monk Xinzheng. Their many years of preparations for Layan Temple have been put to waste. Su Lang donor. There was a trace of anger in Master Wuhai's eyes. This is a matter of our Buddhism, please don't interfere. Before, I still talked about the sentient beings of the boundless universe, but now I said it was a matter of Buddhism. The monk Xinzheng laughed. Could it be that the entire boundless universe is the Buddhism of your Tianmi continent? The faces of Master Wuhai and others went black, completely becoming ugly. It's about the entire infinite universe. I have to deal with it. Actually, you should be fortunate that the land of exile is completely separated from the boundless universe and cannot be connected. Furthermore, the battle of reincarnation also requires your contribution, otherwise I will kill you now. Su Lang shrugged, the smile on his face gradually turned cold. Kill us? What an arrogance. Master Wuhai's face was stiff. My Layan temple has all the details. Who will live and die is still unknown. Would you like to try it? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, revealing a touch of playfulness. Master Wuhai snorted coldly, and gradually backed away, followed by the others. A small smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he saw Master Wuhai and others leave without stopping them. Because he knew that Zhan Taiching had a mysterious chessboard, he would definitely discover the battle here and send someone to persuade him. Perhaps people are almost here. Hard as the monk, Su Lang turned and looked at Xinzheng, and asked with a smile, now Master Wuhai and the others have left, are you still going to die? In order to show that he was not hostile to monk Xinzheng, he directly put away the clone. Su Lang, you are right. I should live to contribute to the boundless universe. Monk Xinzheng nodded his head calmly. However, the Dharamara incense burner must be destroyed. I will bring it into the depths of the turbulent flow of time and destroy it with the power of time. Go to the turbulent time. That way you can easily die. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Well, anyway, you don't want the Dharamara incense burner. Give it to me, and I will help you destroy it. Why should I believe you, in case you are also that man's pawn? Xinzheng said with a sneer, what's more, the Dharamara incense burner is a 6-du godless soldier. Can you destroy it with your own power? I can destroy it in your presence. Su Lang smiled faintly and stretched out a finger, and it only takes less than a quarter of an hour. I know you are very strong, but it is absolutely impossible to destroy the 1-key 6. Crossing godless soldier in a quarter of an hour. Xin was shaking his head and didn't believe in Su Lang at all. In his opinion, unless the Supreme Emperor of the Kidu level made the move, it would take many years to wipe out the Dharaming incense burner. In addition, it can only be obliterated by the power of time turbulence. I really didn't lie to you. Su Lang shrugged helplessly, thinking quickly how to persuade monk Xinzheng to agree. Chapter 1702. He really admired Su Lang's name. The two shouts overlapped from far to near. Soon, the two came to escape the light and flew in front of Su Lang. This speed, 2 supreme emperors, look at their retreat, they should be the people of the Nine Qing Palace. When monk Xinzheng saw the visitor, his face suddenly became cold, ready to run away at any time. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Yuanqing. Are those pills delicious? Su Lang saw the incoming person clearly, suddenly his face was stunned, said hello to Yuanqing, and looked at the other person. It was a man with a long and thin body, like a bamboo pole, and a sick face, but his cultivation level had reached the level of Ludu. Although the aura was not strong enough, it was only the weakest among the 6 dudes, but it was also the Supreme Emperor of the 6 DUU, and he was able to sling and beat the Supreme Emperor of the 5 dudes. Don't talk about those pills, who in the world can make a pill that can compare with Taoist Su Lang's? Yuanqing laughed, and then asked, Taoist Su Lang, why are you here? I am going to the time turbulence to find the lost Xuanwu. Then there was a big fight here, and it stopped. Su Lang lied and said that he did not intend to expose his clone to replace this whole card for the time being. Yuanqing nodded, and asked pointedly, the blue blood sky over there. Over there is my clone. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately looked at the thin and tall man, smiled and asked, I don't know who this is. This is Yuanqing. Yuanqing stopped asking more questions and introduced to Su Lang, my deity's junior. I have seen fellow Su Lang below. Long admiring the name of Taoist Su Lang, we are fortunate to meet today, Yuanqing Sansheng. The last time I was going to visit Taoist Su Lang with Lei Qingyunqing, but unfortunately there are other important things that have caused me to see Taoist Su Lang only now. Yuanqing bends over to Su Lang, not only has a look of respect on his face, but also the joy of meeting each other late in his tone. Obviously, he really admired Su Lang's name for a long time. It turned out to be fellow Wanqing Taoist, so lucky to meet. Wanqing, why are you so thin? Do you want me to make some pills to make up for you? Su Lang was naturally very happy when he saw that Yuanqing's long admiration was true. Early in the morning, Huan wanted to cheekily ask Taoist Su Lang to do alchemy. After hearing Su Lang's words, Wanqing was so excited that he pulled out a space bracelet from the universe of life. Good guys. This fellow came prepared, and even the ingredients of the medicine were ready. Friend Su Lang, there are pill materials and prescriptions, and a little bit of caution, please. Yuanqing apologized, and when Su Lang smiled dumbly, he handed him the space bracelet. Don't worry, I will refine it for you soon. I think you know the speed of my alchemy. What is the Supreme Emperor's pill? It will be completed soon. Of course, Su Lang took the space bracelet unceremoniously, joking, and gave him a chance to earn money. Of course I know it. Yuanqing nodded excitedly. Taoist Su Lang has the best alchemy attainments in the universe, Yuanqing worships. Yuanqing on the side also nodded with deep conviction, looking at Su Lang with surprise. In the other side, the monk Xinzheng was confused. The people here are Zan Taiqing's clone and junior brother, they actually know this Su Lang. Furthermore, it seems that they admire Su Lang doubly, and they say that his alchemy attainments are the first in the universe. Is the description of the first in the universe too exaggerated? But Yuanqing and Yuanqing are not the kind of people who have never seen the world. Monk Xinzheng looked at Su Lang, looked up and down, his face and eyes were full of horror and suspicion. Taoist Su Lang, I don't know who this is. Before there were the powers of Lei and Temple fighting here, where did they go? Yuanqing looked at the monk Shang Xinzheng, and asked Su Lang with a look of doubt. Yuanqing was also full of suspicion. He obviously didn't know the monk with evil face and black and white robes. Chapter 1703. This is really a miracle. This is a monk Xinzheng, who practiced in Leiyan Temple before. However, he has now been separated from Leiyan Temple, and the previous battle was also the battle between him and Master Wuhai and others. Su Lang smiled and explained to Yuanqi and Huan Qing. This one is also a practitioner of Leiyan Temple. Unexpectedly, in addition to Master Wuhai, Leiyan Temple actually has a Ludu supreme power. Yuan Qing was surprised. Under the mysterious chessboard of his deity, the existence of a godless power could not hide Zhan Taiqing. But now, there is actually a supreme emperor who has concealed the exploration of the mysterious chessboard and has cultivated to the Ludu level. So this is Master Xinzheng. It's very different from the average Leiyan Temple monk. Huan Qing nodded to the monk Xinzheng, and immediately asked Su Lang, "By the way, fellow Taoist Su Lang, what about the other masters of Leiyan Temple? Under my painstaking persuasion, Master Wuhai and others have returned to Leiyan Temple." Su Lang laughed. "However, monk Xinzheng won't go back. He planned to go to the turbulent time to sit down, but I was persuaded to come back." This Master Xinzheng actually plans to go to the turbulent time to sit down. Yuan Qing was extremely surprised. Which Supreme Emperor didn't want to live longer? This heart actually wanted death. Fortunately, Su Lang persuaded him to come back. Taoist Su Lang is really amazing. The people of Leiyan Temple are best at debating. I didn't expect you to persuade them all alone. Huan Qing looked at Su Lang. The meaning of respect in his eyes became stronger. As the younger brother of Zhan Taiqing, the elder of Taishang Nine Qing Palace, he naturally dealt with Leiyan Temple and knew how difficult those monks were. A casual sentence may make you speechless. However, Su Lang not only persuaded Master Wuhai and others to leave, but also persuaded the monk Xinzheng who wanted to die to live. This is really a miracle. It's just about knowing it and moving it with reason and feeling. Su Lang said haha, he wouldn't say that he used force to make Master Wuhai and the others get out. It's easy to say, I know how difficult it is. Yuan Qing smiled and shook his head. Now that monk Xinzheng is not going back to Leiyan Temple, what are you going to do? Everyone's eyes fell on the monk Xinzheng. What do you want to do? Monk Xinzheng was always ready to run away. Only attracted by the attitude of Wanqing and Su Lang and their dialogue, they stayed in place temporarily. At this moment, seeing all three of them looking at him, their faces suddenly became jealous. Monk Xinzheng, we have no malice. Yuan Qing explained, originally, we were here to persuade you to fight. Before the War of Reincarnation, there was no need to fight violently. I haven't had a fight with Leiyan Temple now, let's go. Monk Xinzheng sneered, and immediately turned and flew into the turbulence of time. The heart is right, don't you believe that I can easily destroy the Ludu godless soldier? Taoists of Yuanqing and Wanqing know that I have profound knowledge in refining tools, and they can help me testify. Su Lang hurriedly stopped the monk Xinzheng, joking, this monk is holding the Dura Ming incense burner to die. It's a pity that the monk is dead, but it's even more pity that the Dharaming incense burner is gone. You can really easily destroy the Dharamara incense burner. Monk Xinzheng turned around, looked at Su Lang suspiciously, and then looked at Yuanqing and Wanqing. Destroy the Dharaming incense burner. Isn't the Dharaming incense burner the treasure of Leiyan Temple? This Xinzheng monk actually wants to destroy it. Why is that? That is Ludu godless soldier. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing looked at each other with shock. Even for Zhan Taiqing, Ludu godless soldiers are extremely rare things and should be regarded as good things for inheritance. Su Lang looked at the monk Xinzheng with a smile. Hearts, don't you mind if I explain to them? Monk Xinzheng nodded. The dirty face of Leiyan Temple, the more people you know, the better. Chapter 1704. I pledged 10 pieces of godless soldiers. Then I will say, Su Lang smiled, and then said the grievances between the monk Xinzheng and Leiyan Temple. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing are both figures at the top of the pyramid in the land of exile, and they naturally know the common sense of the boundless world. After learning the facts, I was immediately surprised. They never expected that Leiyan Temple, a magnificent and compassionate force, would turn out to be a gangster. This Leiyan Temple is really hateful. When I am a person of the boundless universe, I should stand in the camp of the boundless universe to the death and run to be a dog for the invaders. It is shameless. That is, if I meet people from Leiyan Temple, I must give them a severe lesson and let them know when they are lost. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing had the same enemy, cursing Leiyan Temple. When monk Xinzheng saw this scene, his face suddenly looked better. Yuanqing, Wanqing, Su Lang smiled and reminded, you haven't proved it to Monk Shang Xinzheng yet. Monk Xinzheng, I can assure you with my personality that Taoist Su Lang's refining skills are the first person in the exile. Yuan Qing patted his chest to ensure that he had seen the message sent back by Yu Qing with his own eyes. Su Lang had been promoted to a soldier of the Supreme Emperor in an instant. Furthermore, Taoist Su Lang's alchemy attainments are most likely the best in the universe. Taoist Su Lang not only has a high level of cultivation, but also has such a strong level of attainments as to guard against the sky. Such a character will never deceive you. Since fellow Taoist Su Lang said that he can help you destroy the Dara Ming incense burner, then it must be possible. Huan Qing also nodded solemnly, you don't have to hold the incense burner. Time is rushing to death. The words of Yuan Qing and Huan Qing immediately made the heart of the monk Xinzheng shaken. Just now he saw that Huan Qing asked Su Lang to refine the pill without saying a word. That trust was sent to the bottom of his heart. I will give you a piece of Ludu Supreme Emperor Soldier, and you will give me the Daraming incense burner. Then I will destroy the Daraming incense burner under your nose. If I go wrong, you can immediately take my 6 duty godless soldiers into the turbulence of time. While talking, Su Lang pulled out the Yudian sword that was used as a hairpin. You actually use me as a mortgage. Scumbag, scumbag, Xiao Yu's dissatisfied voice came from the Yudian sword. Su Lang couldn't laugh or cry. I just asked you to stay there for a while. This scene fell in the eyes of Yuan Qing, Huan Qing and others, and they were shocked immediately, and immediately smiled dumbly. Unexpectedly, Taoist Su Lang also has Ludu godless soldiers. Moreover, the weapon spirit of this emperor soldier is still very arrogant, must have been doted by Taoist Su Lang. And it looks absolutely top, close to the Kidu level of the Supreme Emperor soldier. Haha, I feel your sincerity, but I still can't fully believe you. After all, if your sword is struggling with all its strength, I might not be able to control it. Monk Xinzheng was startled, then smiled lightly, and shook his head again. Then, I will use the other 10 Supreme Emperor soldiers as collateral. Su Lang nodded, inserted the Yudian sword back in his hair bun, and then took out 10 godless soldiers again. The 5 elements series of godless soldiers, Judian Wall, White Jade Emperor Palace, etc., all appeared in front of everyone. These godless soldiers were originally the skeletons of the heavens in the world of Puxin, but there was no problem with using them occasionally. Although these godless soldiers are not high level, they are all first pass levels. But with such a large number, Yuan Qing, Wanqing and Xinzheng monk were surprised. 10 godless soldiers. All the godless soldiers in our Layan temple add up to only 8. Monk Xinzheng was stunned to himself. Moreover, that seems to be the existence of Su Lang's clone, and there is also an emperor soldier of the Wudu level. Taoist Su Lang deserves to be the existence of refining skills against the sky, and one person has so many godless soldiers. Even if it's only at the first crossing level, our Supreme Emperor of the 9 Qing Palace can't do it. Chapter 1705. Decompose the Dharamara incense burner. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing looked at the 10 godless soldiers surrounding Su Lang, and they regarded seeing as believing and completely admired them. How is it? Monk Xinzheng, Su Lang smiled faintly, I will give you these 10 godless soldiers temporarily, and you will return them to me when I destroy the Dharaming incense burner. I believe you once. Monk Xinzheng nodded, and then took out a small incense burner from his life universe. This incense burner has a golden tong color, only the size of a bowl, and the shape is simple and simple. However, this seemingly ordinary incense burner is exactly the Ludu godless soldier, the Dura Ming incense burner. The Dara Ming incense burner was constantly struggling in the hands of the monk Xinzheng, obviously knowing the fate he was about to face. It had been sealed heavily by the monk Xinzheng beforehand, otherwise it would not be easily included in the universe of life. Heart is right, catch it. Su Lang glanced at the Dharaming incense burner, and the 10 godless soldiers flew over with their aura. Monk Xinzheng solemnly collected the 10 weapons and sealed them with twisting power before handing out the Dharaming incense burner in his hand. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing stepped back to avoid misunderstandings, and Su Lang flew forward and caught the sealed Dharaming incense burner. Destroy this evil weapon. Monk Xinzheng fixed his eyes on Su Lang. If Su Lang regretted it, he would kill him as soon as possible. Don't look at me so fiercely, Nuo, look good. Su Lang waved his hand at the monk Xinzheng disdainfully, and then used the twisting force to create a large number of beautiful and eye-catching special effects. Under the cover of special effects, Su Lang uses the one-click decomposition function. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You will get the blood of the diluted beginning one, the soul of the Supreme Emperor 12,548, the Dara Underworld 15,623, the Dara Underworld Flower 5,866, the Dara Underworld Blood 20000. In the eyes of the monk Xinzheng and Yuanqing, the original Dharamara incense burner was wrapped in a dazzling vision, and then it collapsed, forming particles one by one. During the period, the horrible wailing of Qi Ling before he died. This really ruined it. With just a few breaths, it turned the 1-key 6 crossing godless soldiers into fly ash. This method is too terrifying. It is estimated that this is the twisting power of some kind of refining method, specifically for weapons. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing saw the ashes of the Dharaming incense burner, and their bodies were shocked and horrified. If anyone dares to fight with Su Lang with weapons, I am afraid that they will be destroyed by accident. Monk Xinzheng was also stunned in surprise. He also thought of countless ways to destroy the Nadara Ming incense burner, but every method was useless. Even if he went all out to kill with twisting power, it was completely ineffective. The Dharamara incense burner is like a mysterious power protection, it is impossible to destroy. In desperation, he will find ways to go to the turbulence of time and want to use the power of time to destroy this incense burner. However, now, he used the incense burner that he couldn't destroy with all his might, but was easily destroyed by Su Lang. Monk Xinzheng and Yuan Qing suddenly saw Su Lang holding a blood bead that was struggling dignifiedly. Exudes a terrifying aura. This kind of breath is far beyond the category of Ludu godless soldiers. Yuan Qing and the others looked at the weird blood bead in Su Lang's hand, and they all felt their creeps. I'm a little familiar with this breath. It is it that protects the Nadara Ming sensor so that I cannot cause harm to it. Monk Xinzheng couldn't help flying to Su Lang's side, a pair of evil eyes staring at the struggling blood drop. Do you know what this is? Su Lang asked lightly. Do not know. Monk Xinzheng shook his head. I just know that its level must be very high. Looking at Yuan Qing and Huan Qing, they also shook their heads, unable to recognize the origin of this thing. Chapter 1706. Diluted blood of a warrior in the early beginning. It just so happens that I know. Su Lang smiled slightly. This thing is blood that has been diluted many times by a warrior in the primordial realm. The blood of a warrior in the early stage. Monk Xinzheng and Yuan Qing both spoke in unison, terrified. The primordial realm is the realm above the godless level, the existence of the legend that controls the rules of time. With this kind of existence, a drop of blood can crash a galaxy. Of course, the drop in front of it has been diluted many times, without that kind of power, but with only a strange power. This drop of blood is very likely to belong to the mysterious existence that invaded the infinite universe and tore the infinite realm to pieces. Su Lang took a deep breath, and he didn't expect that the Tuoluo Ming incense burner would break down this thing. This kind of blood belonging to the superpower can also be regarded as a treasure against the sky, but it contains countless risks. Maybe someday, people will follow this drop of blood to come to the door. Friend Su Lang, why don't we throw it into the turbulence of time? Huan Qing said nervously, if the other party finds it, our entire area of exile will not be enough for his teeth. Looking at Monk Xinzheng and Yuan Qing again, the same expressions of approval. Then Su Lang's words surprised them. Don't put into the turbulence of time. Su Lang shook his head and said, the blood of the primordial realm, even if it is the turbulent flow of time, I am afraid that it cannot be wiped out in a short time. It is a period of horrible risk during this period. Monk Xinzheng said anxiously, don't let time turbulence, what shall we do? I happen to have a special treasure that can suppress it. Su Lang smiled, this treasure can't be shown to you, but I promise to completely isolate this blood, even if it's in the primordial stage. That so-called treasure is naturally the storage space that comes with the system. Although this space with unlimited storage has a single function, it is as defying as one key practice and other functions. Friend Su Lang, this can't be a joke. Monk Xinzheng looked serious. If you have greed and don't want to destroy this blood, I advise you to dispel such thoughts as soon as possible. I'm not joking. There is no greed for it either. Su Lang smiled faintly. If you don't believe it, you can take any item you promise to find, and I will isolate it. You can try to find it. As soon as this swearing word came out, the three Monk Xinzheng stared at each other. I choose to believe in fellow Su Lang. Huan Qing nodded. Presumably, With the refining skills that Taoist Su Lang can hardly guess, it should be no problem to suppress a refining material. Well, I think so too. Yuanqi also nodded in agreement. No, I still have to try. Monk Xinzheng resolutely refused to agree and took out a bright little bead. This is the relic, your relic. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and the treasure recognition function told him that this was the relic of the monk Xinzheng. But monks generally only produce relics after sitting. This is my relic. I have been reincarnated 100 times. Whenever I sit down, the condensed relic will be integrated with the relic of the previous life. It has been a whole 100 lives. Monk Xinzheng said with a serious face, this relic is closely related to me, so use it to verify the words of Taoist Su Lang. Then give it to me. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hand directly. Monk Xinzheng also gave the relic to Su Lang simply. You feel it, you can't find it yet. Su Lang put the relic of the century into the storage space, letting his heart look for it. However, before he finished his words, he saw Monk Xinzheng's complexion change wildly, with blood flowing from his mouth, as if I was about to die. Give it back to you. Su Lang was shocked, and quickly took out the relic of the century and stuffed it into the hands of his heart. The heart is recovering quickly, with a trace of lingering fear on his face. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing, who were next to him, were a little confused when they saw this scene. They never expected that their hearts would react so much. Chapter 1707. New ally, heart is right. How do you believe it? Su Lang looked right in his heart and asked lightly. I believe. I nodded emphatically. I ask you to keep that drop of blood. Don't take it out again. This thing is right now that there is a big risk. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer, but in the future, maybe I can refine it into a treasure to restrain that guy. Shin is hurriedly persuading, it is better to be safe and seal it. Yuan Qing and Huan Qing also nodded deeply, obviously not wanting Su Lang to take the blood out to take risks. However, they didn't know that Su Lang's refining skills had really reached the realm of the beginning. It is completely possible to refine weapons with a drop of blood from the primordial beginning realm that has been diluted many times. Of course, if he really wanted to use it to refine weapons, Su Lang would definitely be cautious, and would not do it even if there was a slight risk. If I'm not sure, I won't kill myself. Su Lang laughed, then said to Xinzheng, can you return my weapon to me now? Shin nodded, and immediately returned the 10 godless soldiers to Su Lang. Su Lang took the imperial soldiers and put them back into the world of Puxin, serving as the skeleton of the heavens. At the same time, he diluted the blood of the primordial realm in his hand and put it into the storage space. Now the Dharaming incense burner has been processed. Su Lang looked right in his heart. I don't know what monk you plan to do. Do you want to go with me? You want me to be your subordinate? Monk Xinzheng's face sank. Impossible, my heart is not going to be anyone's subordinate. I appreciate your temper like mine. Su Lang smiled. However, I want you to form an alliance with me and Bishuadian and become an ally and companion. Xinzheng's expression suddenly eased. Monk Xinzheng, promise fellow Taoist Su Lang. If you are alone, you will definitely be chased by Leiyan Temple, and then you will not be able to concentrate on practicing. Huan Qing said on the side, if you form an alliance with Taoist Su Lang, you can ask him to refine pills and weapons, isn't it beautiful? Yuan Qing nodded in agreement. Although he wanted to say let Xinzheng go to Taishang Nanqing Palace to avoid it, there are now sheltering many resurgent supreme emperors of the last reincarnation era. But, did Su Lang's station be demolished soon after this happened? Forget it, I'm ally with you. Xinzheng nodded and agreed and became Su Lang's ally. That's great, you won't regret this choice. Su Lang laughed loudly, and then said to Yuan Qing and the two, Xinzheng and I are now back to the censored sky. I will refine the Wanqing medicine as soon as possible, and let Yuqing Guliang bring it back to the supreme Nanqing Palace. It's really troublesome Taoist Su Lang. Huan Qing smiled, like a chrysanthemum blooming. No trouble. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, saying in his heart that I wish you would come to me more for alchemy. Every time you make alchemy, you earn blood. Thank you Taoist Su Lang, let's leave first. Yuan Qing also smiled, bowed with Huan Qing and left. I have a super long distance teleportation emperor soldier, you enter my mansion, and I will take you a ride. While talking, Su Lang took out the soul-chasing emperor palace and opened its restriction. Even the residence is a godless soldier. The heart was speechless in secret, and then entered the soul-chasing emperor palace. What he didn't know was that Su Lang had another White Jade Emperor Palace, which was also a godless soldier. It's just that the Imperial Soldier is temporarily vacant, and it is used as the skeleton of the world of Puxin. The heart is entering the soul-chasing Emperor Palace. Su Lang squeezed the Imperial Palace in his hand, activated the clone replacement, and immediately returned to Bishwadian. Chapter 1708. The Resurrected Long Hate. A ray of light flew in the distance. Layan Temple dispatched 7 Arhats first, and then dispatched a lot of powerful men later. What is it for? A Sidhu Supreme Emperor wearing a blue robe just rushed to the neighborhood, feeling the aura left after the war around him, and stormy waves rose in his heart. This person is one of the 4 confidants of Chonghenzi, Lan Pao. He didn't know, it was because he was too slow that he escaped. In the distant Middle Famine, a broken lens fell on the resident of Chang'an Palace, penetrating the earth and entering the ground. In the strange underground palace, the surrounding walls are sealed with corpses resembling living people. The broken lens was inserted on the floor, and a trace of blood flowed from it, spreading towards the corpses around. The entire underground palace was shrouded in lines of blood. A trace of weird aspiration followed the blood into the broken lens. A little flesh and blood grew on the lens. At first it was just a little bit of blood, but as time passed, the flesh and blood appeared faster and faster. A 3-meter diameter meatball appeared in the underground palace. The blood webs all over the underground palace began to wither, turning into black residuals. At the same time, the corpses that resembled living humans turned into terrible corpses one by one. Heartbeats came from the tall meatball. Even the meatball itself expands and shrinks with the sound of the heartbeat. The heartbeat suddenly disappeared, the meatball was torn in half, and a naked bald man walked out of it. Judging from its appearance, it is Chonghenzi. Damn it, censored it. It ruined my physical body and took away my weapons, so that I had to use the heritage that I had accumulated over 1 billion years. The most important thing is that I completely missed the 9-dragon coffin of the Battle of Reincarnation. Su Lang, you ruined my dream, I will make you pay. Chang'anzi's eyes are cracking and roaring up to the sky, heart-piercing, hoarse, like a censored beast. Although he escaped the catastrophe with the help of the fragments of the Long Hate Mirror, and reunited his body, he did not return to the peak, only to the state of Sidhu Godless. If he wants to recover to the top, he is not just taking pills, because his injury is too serious. Even with sufficient resources, Chonghenzi didn't have any certainty that he could return to his peak before the Battle of Samsara. These stored details are to be used to break through the Sidhu Godless level. At that time, with the addition of secret techniques such as the Jeksen Sutra, he will be able to continue to burst out of battle power of the 8th duo level in a short time. With the battle power of the 8th deuce godless level, it can almost crush the exile and stand on top of everyone. If the 9-dragon coffin appears, he is the most promising person. But now, everything is ruined. Since I have no hope of winning the war of reincarnation. So, in this era of reincarnation, no one wants to win. Chonghenzi looked at the blue and censored sky in the south with a grim complexion, and almost fell into madness and lost reason. He walked out of the underground palace step by step, with red hair growing on his head, which was woven into a scarlet robe to cover his body. Where are the blue and black robes? When he came to the surface, Chonghenzi took out the jade card for communication and summoned his men. His 4 confidants, Jing Yuanbai died in the hands of Su Lang, the red robe died in Bai Yelan's hands, only the black robe and the blue robe were left. There are 8 weaker supreme emperors in Chang'an Palace. But those people are completely useless in the struggle of the supreme emperor, and can only be used as slightly better pawns. The subordinate has just arrived in the extreme west. A large-scale godless battle has taken place here, and the atmosphere of Ludu godless grade has been left. Subordinates speculate that it is probably the old bald donkey Wuhai from Layan Temple who made the move. But now the battlefield is empty. I don't know why Layan Temple fought. Subordinates have arrived in the Far East, but the people of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace have already left. Subordinates speculate that they may have discovered the resurrection of the powerhouse of the last reincarnation era and brought them back to the Zongmin residence. Chonghenzi's jade card of transmission revealed the news of the blue and black robe. Chapter 1709. Destroy this pot of good soup ahead of time. Blue robe, black robe. You are really wasteful, it took so long to reach your destination. Forget it, you don't care about those things. From now on, you immediately start the war in the exile according to the established plan. Chong Henzi gritted his teeth and his eyes were blood red. I want the war of reincarnation to come now. The black robe and the blue robe trembled instantly, and their faces showed incredible color. Chong Henzi is always a person who takes one step and sees three steps. How could he suddenly be so impulsive? If you really start the war of reincarnation now, then it is very likely that you will not be able to lead to the coffin of 9 dragons. Lan Pao asked incredulously, are you really going to start the war of reincarnation now? Don't you want to call out the coffin of the 9 dragons? He Pao also asked in shock, I don't know what happened. Without further ado, go and execute my order now. Chong Henzi said in a bad tone, if you are lucky, you can live to the next era of reincarnation. The black robe and blue robe suddenly lost their voices. They have felt the determination to hate the child. Chong Henzi is going to destroy this pot of good soup in advance. He can't drink it, no one wants to drink it. The blue robe showed madness. Lord, I will accompany you to disrupt this world and make them panic and despair, ha ha ha. Haipao also made up his mind, although the black robe is useless, I hope I will follow you forever. The two quickly flew towards the Chang'an Palace. Along the way, they held the jade plaque for communication and kept giving orders one by one. The Palace of Everlasting Hatred has penetrated countless forces during the long years. From Chong Henzi's control of Bishuadian's intelligence network, it can be seen that their control of the entire exile land is almost second only to the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Moreover, the gap with the Supreme Nine Qing Palace is not very big. There are people from the Palace of Long Hatred among many forces. They took action secretly, planting blood feuds one by one, directly or indirectly involving the strong. Just wait for the battle of reincarnation to be revealed, let hatred permeate the whole world, and let everyone fight for hatred. Accompanied by the order of the black robe and blue robe, blood was triggered one by one, and a battle began. A certain plane in the place of exile. This plane is ruled by a great emperor-level power, and it hasn't changed for a long time. The power ruler received the exact news. His son was not born with him, but he was born by his most trusted brother and his wife. The ruler of this power is so angry that his lungs will explode. He immediately began to take revenge, mobilize all his forces, and fight his good brother. Among all the warriors, there are news that stirs nerves from time to time. For example, XX is actually XX's father and enemy. XX seized the opportunity of XX stepped on hundreds of boats, and even married a certain powerful master. People's hatred is no longer a simple one-on-one, but a hatred network that spreads to almost all the people who are named. In the world of warriors, it is customary to use force to solve problems, and a little contradiction may trigger a terrible war. What's more, it is the deep hatred deliberately guided by the Chang'an Palace, which is a great shame and shame. For revenge, for shame, the war cannot be stopped at all. And the great emperor-level power war somewhere in this exile is only a trivial part of the plan of the Palace of Long Hatred. In addition to these great emperor-level forces, there are quasi-no-god-level forces, such as the Wuxia and the like, also fought against each other. Hatred is like a dry straw house. The flames of war can easily ignite it and spread upward, quickly reaching the level of godless power. Even well-known godless forces such as Teibaihai, Jingquanzong, and Sun Yushan are gradually being dragged into the water. It is only a matter of time before the entire sectarian power is shrouded in war. Su Lang had just returned to Bishuadian with the monk Xinzheng. In the top hall of Bishuadian, Su Lang brought the monk Xinzheng to Bai Yelin. Chapter 17:10. Do you want me to refine it for you? Su Lang, this is the heart righteous. Bai Yelin looked at Xinzheng in amazement. She was not someone who had never seen a monk, but it was the first time she saw her with a wicked face and wearing a black and white robes. And she had never heard of the name of monk Xinzheng. He is the Xinzheng monk, who has an antagonism with Lei in temple, now he is practicing alone. Su Lang smiled faintly, I think his cultivation is pretty good, so I pulled him into our league. Monk Xinzheng is also a great power at the Ludu level. If you are willing to join our league, I naturally have no objection. Bai Yelin now has unconditional trust in Su Lang. Su Lang is now joining the group, and she raises her hands in agreement. Thank you Bai Yi Rin donor. Then, the heart is just arguing in the censored sky. Seeing that Bai Yelin had agreed, Monk Xinzheng immediately bowed to thank him. His politeness was incompatible with his evil appearance. It just so happens that I recently got some materials. This will help you repair the T-online teeth. Su Langxin said he was here, so let's do a favor before leaving. That's great, thank you Taoist Su Lang. Bai Yellen naturally couldn't ask for it. Before Su Lang asked her to collect good materials, she was worried. Unexpectedly, Su Lang didn't know where to get some materials in a blink of an eye. Excited and grateful, Bai Yellen handed Tian Lin Feng to Su Lang. It's fixed here. Anyway, it's just a small problem, there's no need for fanfare. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately condensed a peculiar cauldron with the colorful burning sky magic flame, and threw Tianlin Feng into it. Colorful burning heaven Miaoyan is a cosmic fire, with characteristics independent of the universe. Therefore, Monk Xinzheng couldn't see through. Is this flame formed by twisting force? No, it seems more peculiar than the flame formed by the force of twisting. It has completely jumped out of the boundless universe and is not restricted by any rules. Taoist Su Lang deserves to be the existence of refining skills against the sky, and the flames of refining tools are completely invisible. Monk Xinzheng showed admiration, and was deeply impressed by Su Lang's skill in refining. On the contrary, Bai Yellen saw that colorful burning heaven Miaoyan was a kind of strange fire, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Different fire. It is a peculiar flame that only the boundless world can nurture. Moreover, this strange fire was so advanced, even more advanced than the sun-devouring sky flame she had seen with Jing Yuanbai before. Su Lang put the Tian Lin Feng into the colorful pot of burning Tian Miaoyan, and then put in some materials to repair it. He did not use system functions. Because this kind of small problem doesn't need a system at all, his own refinement skills are enough to repair it. Repairing a voodoo godless soldier with the refining skills of the primordial realm is simply a breeze. It took a little half an hour. Su Lang completely repaired the Tianlin teeth and recovered the colorful burning heaven Miaoyan. There was no concealment in the whole process, allowing Bai Yellen and Monk Xinzheng to feast their eyes. Thank you Taoist Su Lang. After receiving Tian Linya, Bai Yellen and Qi Ling thanked Su Lang together. It's just a small effort. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately looked at the Monk Xinzheng. Hey, you just lack weapons right now, do you want me to refine one for you? He repaired the Tianlin Feng in front of the Monk Xinzheng. One of the purposes was to induce Xinzheng to take out materials willingly. There must be a lot of resources hidden in this genius disciple of Lei Yin Temple who has reincarnated for 100 times. Monk Xinzheng said in surprise, we just met, are you willing to refine a godless soldier for me? What is unwilling to do? Refining the Supreme Emperor's soldiers is nothing but a big deal. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, as long as you are willing to give me materials. Monk Xinzheng suddenly closed himself a little bit. Refining the Supreme Emperor's soldiers is not a big deal. He has lived for so many years, reincarnated hundreds of times, and this is the first time he has heard such words. Chapter 17:11. Can upgrade system functions again. Su Lang chuckled, opportunity is rare, you don't have to agree, don't look for me in the future. Monk Xinzheng finally nodded, I am willing to give you the materials. Besides, how much do you need? The amount of material is related to the quality of the weapon, so you can give more. Su Lang also nodded, as for the remuneration, you can figure it out. Monk Xinzheng neatly prepared the materials, put them in a space treasure, and handed them directly to Su Lang. Tomorrow you can get your weapon. Su Lang glanced at the contents of the space treasure and smiled suddenly. Tomorrow? Are you kidding me? When will it only take 1 day to refine the Supreme Emperor's soldiers? Monk Xinzheng was taken aback, and instantly felt deceived. Monk Xinzheng, Taoist Su Lang's refining skills are beyond your imagination. My Wudu level Tianlin Feng was refined by Taoist Su Lang in 1 day. Bai Yellen said in a timely manner, not only that, Taoist Su Lang also refined 2 supreme soldiers for my sister at the same time. Could it be that fellow Su Lang said he was humble after finishing refining in 1 day? Actually, he can refine 3 soldiers of the Supreme Emperor with no low level in 1 day. Monk Xinzheng heard Bai Yellen's words, and a stormy sea immediately rose in his heart, staying there with a shocked face, completely speechless. But in an instant, he suddenly felt that Bai Yellen was with Su Lang, would they lie to him together? Tell me now. Well, Bai Yellen, you can arrange a place for him to practice, I'm going to refining. Su Lang waved his hand at the two, then left with a smile on his face. Monk Xinzheng, we have many residences in the sky. Choose whatever you want, and I will warm up my weapons. Bai Yilin also smiled and waved her hand, then turned and left the hall. I'm not really cheated, am I? The monk Xinzheng was stunned for a while, and uncertain for a while. But everything is given, there is no way, wait and see. With full of anxiety, monk Xinzheng also left the hall, and then chose a floating building to live in. Su Lang returned to the retreat room of soul-chasing Emperor Palace. A big deal has been done again, good news. Su Lang sat down, took out the space treasure that Xin was giving, and then moved the contents to the storage space while counting. First of all, Shangyuan Diwan. Wow, so many, after Zan Taiching, someone finally gave me so many Shangyuan Diwan. Su Lang looked at a large number of Shangyuan Diwan, and immediately stored them in the system. After the storage was completed, the current balance suddenly became 2.7 million under the Emperor Yuan. Of course, these Emperor sources were not all provided by the monk Xinzheng, but also the respect of Lei Qing and others. That guy Wanqing asked me to make alchemy. I can't help but pay. Su Lang's inspiration flashed and immediately took out the space treasure that Huan Qing had given him. But seeing that there were a lot of alchemy materials and Shangyuan Diwan inside, they were almost half of what Zan Taiching gave. Worthy of being Zan Taiching's younger brother, one word, fat. Save another wave. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and deposited another wave of money, and the balance immediately rose to 410,000 under the Emperor Yuan. More than 4 million, you can upgrade system functions again. The system immediately raises the 1-key training function and the 1-key martial arts function to level 42. Su Lang's eyes shone, and his 1-key training function and 1-key martial arts function have not been improved for a long time. Ding! Consumption of 1 million lower multiplier source, the 1-key training function is upgraded to level 42, and the training speed is increased to 586,547.2 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Chapter 1712. A very prestigious name. In the mysterious black space, the movement speed of the cultivating villain and the training speed of the martial arts villain suddenly doubled. Continue like this. It is estimated that at most one day, I will be able to break through to a new level. Moreover, the few Supreme Emperor level exercises that I practiced first can also reach the founding level. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly. By then, my strength will definitely be able to reach another level. Raise a small level and add several godless level exercises to the founding level. It is possible for his daily combat power to reach 6 crossings. At that time, with the swallowing clone and various secret techniques, it will definitely be able to sling the entire exile. This is really looking forward to. Su Lang took a deep breath and finally moved his gaze from the mysterious space. He took out the pills that Huan Qing had prepared, and after reading them, he immediately mastered 3 brand new Supreme Emperor pills. One of them can increase soul power. Although this kind of pill is quite high level, it can be taken even without a god level. It just happens to be able to refine some more of this pill and give it to Chu Xiaobei. Her soul power is very weak. While thinking about it, Su Lang activated the 1-key alchemy function and began to refine the pill. Just when the alchemy villain was busy, Su Lang took out the refining materials prepared by monk Xinzheng. These materials are basically related to the light and sacred Buddhism, such as the Supreme Wei Nao root, the Supreme Bodhi seed, the Star and Moon Wisdom Heart Jade, the Bright Heart Spring and so on. Moreover, Xinzheng did not prepare the designated weapon blueprint formula. Xinzheng is now an evil Buddha. Is it possible to use these bright and stately materials? Forget it, since Xinzheng didn't raise this issue, it means that he must have a problem. Maybe he can do it with just one thought. I worry about it. Su Lang pondered for a moment, and then chose the material he thought was more suitable from these materials to prepare for the refining tool. As a refiner, he has reached the primordial realm and has practiced the existence of Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing. Su Lang's vision is very vicious. Even if he chooses the materials right, he can never pick out any flaws. Su Lang then prepared the refining materials other than godless soul. Then, he took out a small bowl, a bit like a purple gold bowl used by the Tang monk for alms, but very small, only the size of a fist. What's inside this small bowl is the soul of the Supreme Emperor prepared by the monk Xinzheng. Su Lang glanced at him, suddenly startled. It turns out that there are more than 3,000 godless souls sealed in this small bowl, and all the monsters, ghosts, and monsters are there. Bai Yelin asked Su Lang to refining weapons, but only took out 500 copies of godless soul. More than 3,000 copies of godless souls are really a big number. It must be a waste to use it all. 1,000 godless souls are probably the limit corresponding to these materials. Su Lang pondered silently, and then selected 1,000 of the best godless souls and put them together with the materials prepared before. The materials are completely ready. Next, we need to refine weapons with Buddhism characteristics. What kind of weapons should be refined? Su Lang propped his chin with his hands, and Buddhist artifacts began to appear in his mind. Such as Buddha bell, Buddha bowl, Buddha robes, Buddhist altar, incense burner, Zen stick. Although they are all classics, he always feels that they are not good enough. Su Lang straightened up fiercely, a ray of light appeared in his eyes. He thought of a very good weapon shape. First refine the prototype, then use weapon evolution to upgrade, so as not to make the system randomly look strange. While thinking about it, Su Lang condensed it into a cauldron with colorful burning heaven and wonderful flames, and poured materials into it. Not long, a majestic, black and golden hollow dragon flew out of the cauldron. This, Shenlong, is only at the level of a quasi-immortal weapon, just like a thin paper cutout. Of course, this is what Su Lang deliberately did, because what he wanted to refine was a tattoo. The appearance is complete. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and gave the command again. Next, the system, use these materials to evolve this weapon. Ding. Consume the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1000, Supreme Wei Now Root 698, Supreme Bodhi Seed 898, Xingyu Juxin Jade 998, Bright Hungxingquan 1998. Successful evolution. The black golden hollow dragon tattoo has evolved from the quasi-celestial level to the Ludu godless soldier. Its body exudes a dark golden light that is like light and fire, and people can be shocked by its awe-inspiring and seriousness at a glance. Hey, it's done. This meticulously refined godless soldier must have a very prestigious name. Su Lang held the Wujin dragon tattoo high, flashing memories and playfulness on his face. Well, it's called Dewei Tianlong, World-Honored Saitagarba, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Ba Makong. Chapter 1713. How do you make me believe you? The name is majestic, domineering and awesome. Su Lang nodded very satisfied, then lightly flicked this black gold tattoo-style Ludu godless soldier. The Qi Ling weapon flew out of the body. Its appearance was the same as the body, but its size was much smaller. I am your creator, but I am not your master. Your master has another person named Xinzheng. He is the best person for you. Su Lang gently stroked Qi Ling, smiled faintly. Let's go, I will take you to find Xinzheng now. Su Lang got up on the spot, flew out of the soul-chasing emperor's palace, and took out the jade card to contact the monk Xinzheng. The two had already exchanged contact information before meeting by Yi Lin, just to facilitate communication. In a floating building. I'm not really deceived, am I? The heart was sitting on the ground with a tangled expression on his face. Since coming back, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He always felt that he had been cheated, and he couldn't even calm down and cultivate. There is no way. The matter is related to the materials I have prepared over the years, and even the godless soul that has been accumulated only after the reincarnation of 100 generations. If this is really cheated, the loss will be too great. Wait, tomorrow I will go to Su Lang. While muttering, the heart was forcibly suppressing the impatience in his heart, preparing to sit on him for a day. Suddenly there was a movement in his jade card for communication. Who sent it to me? Could it be Bai Yellen? Monk Xinzheng is very strange, because now there are only the contact information between Su Lang and Bai Yellen among his jade cards for communication. Those people in Leian Temple who had different ideas, he had long cut off contact. Monk Xinzheng swept the communication jade card with his spiritual thoughts. He trembled all over, his eyes widened rapidly, his chin was falling, and he was shocked. My godless soldier has been refined. How is this possible? I just came back and sat for a while, the floor was not hot. Monk Xinzheng stared blankly at the message on the transmission jade card. It was the good news that Su Lang had sent him. In Xinzheng's view, this good news must be false news. How can it take such a short time to refine godless soldiers? This Su Lang, could it be that he not only lied to me, but also sent messages to tease me? Monk Xinzheng's face sank, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. There were waves of knock on the door from outside. It turned out that Su Lang followed the breath of the monk Xinzheng to find this place, and he was beating the restriction. Just open the door. I have refined the weapons you need. Are you unhappy? Su Lang was slapped outside, and he was a little surprised. He thought that the monk Xinzheng would rush to greet him. He actually came here. Monk Xinzheng twitched his mouth. Could it be that it's not enough to play with me with the jade card of communication, and come to laugh at me? Monk Xinzheng, I will come in by myself unless you open the door. Su Lang's shout came from outside again. What the censored is he going to do? If you are really teasing me, it would be too much to come in directly. He just formed an alliance with me. Monk Xinzheng stood up frowning and opened the restraint with a wave of his hand, revealing Su Lang outside. Huh, it's on. Su Lang was planning to use the array control to open the array restriction in front of him, but he didn't expect to open it suddenly. Is it fun to play around? Monk Xinzheng looked at Su Lang with his face like the bottom of a pot, and he meant to start a fight. Hi, why are you looking at me so fiercely? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. To play with you. When did I play with you? You said that you can refine the Supreme Emperor's soldiers in one day. I have a hard time believing you. Monk Xinzheng took a sigh of relief and muttered, but now you actually say that you have refined the Supreme Emperor's soldiers. How long is it until you get the materials? How do you make me believe you? Chapter 17:14. Not bad, it has an internal taste. Well, this thing is beyond your imagination. The so-called hearing is fictitious, seeing is believing, you will believe me after you read it. Su Lang thought to himself that he was indeed a little faster, and refining a utensil was faster than cooking. It was too much. He took out the newly baked black gold tattoo Ludu Godless Soldier. This weapon came out. Suddenly, the surroundings were full of bright and majestic but not losing the aura of strict laws. A 6-pass level of breath fluctuated around, and the suspended buildings where the two were located were constantly trembling, and it seemed that they might collapse at any time. This is really a godless soldier, and it's a level of 6 crossings. How is it possible? How can you refine Ludu Godless Soldier in such a short time? Monk Xinzheng was really stunned. He originally thought that Su Lang must be teasing him. If not, it is estimated that he can only refine a godless soldier at best. The facts almost stopped his thinking. There is no god soldier in Ludu, there is only one Layan temple he practiced before, and it has just been destroyed. But now, Su Lang actually took out another 6-crossing godless soldier, and said that he had just refined it. How about, believe it, and be satisfied? Su Lang smiled, with a slight smug on his face. The weapon is indeed real. But if you just refined it, I still don't believe it. Although you can destroy the Ludu Godless Soldier instantly and repair the Wudu Godless Soldier, it is absolutely impossible to refine a Ludu Godless Soldier out of thin air in such a short time. Monk Xinzheng took a deep breath and said, Su Lang, this must be the weapon you refined before. You don't believe this. I'm too lazy to explain to you, take it. Su Lang rolled his eyes and threw the black gold tattoo weapon directly to Monk Xinzheng. The tattooed godless soldier fell into the hands of the Xinzheng monk, and immediately made a resonance-like sound, like countless Buddhists chanting golden patterns in unison. This is a Buddhist 6-crossing godless soldier. Moreover, the effects are consistent with the materials I provided. Could it be that this weapon was really made by Su Lang just now? Monk Xinzheng personally touched the weapon, and was immediately shocked. At the same time, he also understood that this weapon was really made by Su Langgong. Although unbelievable and unbelievable, what else can be explained? Believe it. Su Lang looked at his heart and asked lightly. Su Lang donor, I used to be the frog at the bottom of the well, please forgive me. Monk Xinzheng folded his hands together and showed an apologetic face. Like Yuan Qing Wanqing, he completely obeyed Su Lang. Forgive you. Su Lang smiled. It's not a big deal, don't worry about it. Little monk ashamed. Monk Xinzheng smiled apologetically. By the way, what is the name of this weapon? The name is very prestigious, listen carefully. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a hint of playfulness. It's called Dui Tianlong World Venerable Jizo Prajna Buddha's Prajna Ba Makong. The monk Xinzheng said with a shocked look, Dui Tianlong Bhagavan Prajang Buddha's Prajna Ba Makong. There's something inside. Su Lang nodded very satisfied. Although this weapon belongs to you, it was refined by me. You can't rename it. This name is indeed very Buddhist. Monk Xinzheng has a strange face, but is this name a bit longer? Not long, not long. No one can change this name. Su Lang said solemnly, when using this weapon in the future, it is best to recite his name aloud, so that it can exert all its power. The monk Xinzheng nodded with enlightenment. Dui Tianlong Bhagavan Prajang Buddha's Prajna Ba Makong. Okay, good name. Go and think about the weapons, I have to leave beforehand. Su Lang smiled brightly, then turned and disappeared. Chapter 17:15. Evolve the light sword, big things happen. Thank you Su Lang donor. The little monk must remember the advice of the donor. Monk Xinzheng folded his hands together and bowed deeply in the direction that Su Lang was leaving. Then, he looked at the black gold Ludu godless soldier in his hand, and went straight into the Buddha Yuan. The black golden weapon made a louder sound of chanting, and immediately turned into a golden light, which was fiercely printed on the back of the heart. Monk Xinzheng was shocked and quickly took the black and white robes away. The next moment, that golden light was deeply imprinted on the skin on his back, forming a black golden dragon tattoo with teeth and claws. The powerful force is directly linked with the monk Xinzheng, the two are combined into one, and the combat power soars instantly, and it is infinitely close to the Kidu level. What an overbearing power! This weapon is several times more powerful than the power of the Dharaming incense burner. Unexpectedly, I would be able to possess such a weapon in my lifetime. It's really no regrets. Monk Xinzheng felt the mighty power, and stormy waves rose in his heart. Su Lang's image in his heart is even more elevated in an instant. Su Lang returned to the quiet room and took out the remaining materials after refining Thidawei Tianlong, weapon. The quantity of these materials is not enough for the godless dragon platform to evolve. But most of them are full of bright aura, just suitable to upgrade the bright sword. The bright sword is a special weapon with strong healing ability. It played a big role in the battle between Su Lang and Jing Yuanbai before. Su Lang intends to take precautions to upgrade it, and maybe it will be useful in the future. Moreover, he also planned to nurture Chu Xiaobei and the others into his own auxiliary. The auxiliary weapon of the bright sword was just right. System, use these materials to evolve the bright sword. Su Lang held the bright sword in both hands and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Consume no god level materials. No, censored, Soul 55, Light Lotus Tree Heart 50, Light Feather Forbidden Jade 50, Mingxiao Blood Jade 100, Mingjin Tears 500. Great Emperor Level Refining Materials. Quasi-Supreme Soul of the Great Emperor 2000, Soul of the Great Emperor 50,000, Mingling Heart Stone 10,000, Mingxie Shen Fengsha 200000. The Bright Sword has evolved into the Four-Crossing Supreme Soldier. The Bright Sword, originally at the Erdu level, directly crossed the Sandu and reached the Sidhu level. Asafar thanked the master for his reinvention. The spirit of Asafi emerged, kneeling at Su Lang's feet, and worshipping devoutly. Su Lang nodded slightly. What will be useful for you in the future? Asafar worshipped and knocked 3 times again before entering the ontology. Su Lang took the bright sword into the world of Puxin and merged it into the heavens, before he was ready to refine fairy-level parts. Master, something big has happened. Ao Yu suddenly sent a thought to Su Lang. Su Lang took out the eye of the 9 yin candles, and the beautiful girl Ao Ling immediately flew out of her body. The energy you poured into me last time has not been exhausted. Ao Ling said eagerly, with these energy, I can feel that there are big movements in many places in the place of exile. I will instill more energy into you, let's take a closer look. While speaking, Su Lang instilled energy into the eyes of Zhu Juyin. In the black bowl, the white water surface becomes a picture. On a certain plane, countless powerhouses were fighting. The emperor-level powerhouses are not as good as dogs. The emperor-level powerhouses are walking all over the ground. Only the quasi-god level power is the highest power. People attacked and killed each other on the plains. The horrible atmosphere of war made the nearby sun and moon dark, and the strong will entangled with each other, rushing straight into the sky, causing frequent phenomena of heaven and earth. And this is just one of the many big movements. The picture on the water surface of the black bowl was changed again, and it became a certain sea, where countless powerful men were also fighting, and the blood directly turned the sea red. In this battlefield, there are even 2 supreme emperors fighting each other, and they seem to have to fight to death. Su Lang frowned slightly, and asked Ao Ling to continue to change the place of observation. As a result, it kept changing. There were thousands of places of war. Emperor Wu who directly participated in the war was counted in units of billions. Chapter 17:16. How much hatred is there? How could this be? If there is a big battle in 1 or 2 places, that's normal. But now, wars are happening everywhere, just like the whole world is caught in the flames of war. Su Lang frowned slightly. Could someone deliberately start the war? Bone-eating jade-winged scorpion tribe, you secretly attacked my dragon and Mushi clan, today we are determined to annihilate you. Patriarch Jin Chandiao, you dare to insult my wife and daughter, I will kill you. A lot of shouting and killing sounded into Su Lang's ears, and it turned out that Jia Shuidian had also undergone a huge change. Countless monsters are fighting together for their own reasons, and a terrifying war breaks out. Stop it all. Bai Yelan's roar spread throughout the entire Bishuadian resident. The terrifying Ludu level power finally made the war a lot to be stopped. However, not everyone stopped fighting, and several godless monsters were still fighting together. It was like losing their minds. Not only that, but also the monsters who were suppressed by Bai Yelan, who were clearly crushed on the ground and unable to move, but they were still fighting with their eyes. You hate me and I give you a glance, it's so lively. If you don't stop it, all will die to me. Bai Yelan's eyes condensed, and the terrifying murderous aura immediately filled the world. However, it is still useless. Bai Yelan was suspicious, and she could see that those monsters were not being used by anyone. They are completely willing to fight for everything, seem to have a deep hatred of unshakable blood, and even their lives can be abandoned for revenge. Molu, go and separate them all. Bai Yelan frowned tightly and asked Molu to go up and clean up the Supreme Emperor. Wearing a battle dragon armor and holding a star-breaking rod, Molu rushed into the battle group, trying to separate those people. No one wants to. Everyone is fighting each other desperately, as if they are all gone. Some people even received Molu's obstruction, and even ignoring the difference in cultivation level, attacked Molu. At a loss, Molu could only retreat back immediately. It won't be separated like this. How much deep hatred is there between them? Why did it explode in an instant? Molu, suppress them all. Bai Yelan couldn't believe it. She was the master of Bishuadian, and her majesty was so majestic that she couldn't restrain the godless class who were fighting. The only way is to use force to suppress them all. Su Lang had already left the soul-chasing emperor palace and came outside. The heart just came out, and the two looked at each other, and they could see the dignity of each other. Monk Xinzheng, you should have a lot of clean and wise means. Su Lang said, if you can, let those people calm down first. Okay, I will try. Monk Xinzheng nodded solemnly, and then flew straight to the sky of blue blood. Overlooking the earth, resentment is everywhere. Always sober me up. Dewei Tianlong blessed earth Buddha Prajna Buddha's Prajna Ba Makong. Monk Xinzheng shook his whole body, and the black and white robes disappeared out of thin air to reveal his censored body. Endless light blooms from the tattoo on his back, blending with his breath, and then using it to show the supreme Buddhist magic. I saw countless golden petals falling from the sky, and countless golden lotus flowers rising from the ground. The whole world has become golden. At the same time, a refreshing breath diffused, making each monster gradually quiet. Including the few monsters entangled with the Supreme Emperor, they also stopped fighting. Great. Molu, who was about to suppress the audience, was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Master Xinzheng, for the shot. Bai Yelan also beamed, saying that the ally Su Lang had brought was really good, and she helped a lot on the first day. Don't be happy too early. The heart is falling from the sky, they are only temporarily restrained. If my means are withdrawn, they will fight and fight. Chapter 17:17. I knew I would keep one hand. Bai Yelan frowned and asked. Because the hatred between them can only end with the death of one party. Monk Xinzheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have seen too many resentments, and I deeply feel that their hatred has been carved into the soul. Resentment. They were so good, why would they suddenly resent and kill each other? Bai Yelan furrowed her brows deeper. Could it be that someone secretly provokes them and makes them hate? It's someone secretly provoking. Moreover, the power of this group of people is extremely terrifying, spreading across the entire exile. Now, not only by Yi Rin, but fighting is happening everywhere in the exile. Even the great forces such as Teibai Si and Ryushin have a large number of powerful people dragged into the water. Su Lang flew up from not far away, and directly cast out the screen that the eye of the 9 yin candles saw, so that everyone could see it. This is the eye of 9 yin candles. Teibaihai, Ryu Mountain, Jingchen Sect, 7-Star Palace, Freedom Gate. All have been sparked by war, and the extent is far more serious than Bishuadian. After Bai Yelan, Molu, and Monk Xinzheng were horrified, their pupils suddenly shrank when they looked at the scenes of the war. Those jade blood sky monsters who had temporarily settled down also saw the scenes of the battle, and understood that they had been provoked. However, this does not allow them to let go of their censored hatred. The war covers the entire land of exile. This has already begun to evolve towards the war of reincarnation. It must be someone secretly provoking it to trigger a war of this magnitude at the same time. Ha 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 ha, no matter who instigated it or not, the non-hyenas really killed my whole family, and I must slaughter them. Yes, the hatred in my heart, I won't let it go. As if affected by the atmosphere of war, those monsters were a little bit ready to move. The monk Xinzheng immediately folded his hands and recited the scriptures, and the monsters regained their hatred and hibernated. Sister, Su Lang, monk Xinzheng, I have received news that the reason why our Jade Sky people killed each other is because the undercover agents of the remnants of the Palace of Sorrow have announced various secrets. It was the things that were announced undercover that caused everyone to fight, and those things are real, and they are all hatred that will be remembered for a lifetime. Mo Lu took out a jade slip, which contained intelligence gathered by her subordinates. Looking at the information, she was really fortunate that she met Bai Yellen very early, otherwise, she might be guided secretly and forge a grudge against Bai Yellen. It turns out that Chonghen Palace is playing a ghost. With the energy of the Palace of Everlasting Sorrow, after more than 1 billion years of layout, it can indeed trigger a war in the entire exile. However, Chonghenzi is the one who cares most about the battle of reincarnation, the coffin of the 9 dragons, but he did so. Bai Yellen was puzzled. It stands to reason that it is impossible for him to make a move before the time has come. There was an awkward laughter. When everyone looked at it, it was Su Lang who laughed. You said, could it be that I beat Chonghenzi so badly that he lost hope? That's why he will launch the previously planted methods in advance to completely annihilate the hope of this reincarnation era. Su Lang smiled bitterly, touched his chin and analyzed, let us be like him, hopeless to see the coffin of the 9 dragons, and hopeless to travel to the boundless universe. Monk Xinzheng immediately twitched his mouth. Xin said that Su Lang was so powerful that he could beat Chonghenzi until he lost hope and his life fell into gloom. He is very attached to the boundless universe. Now that he has lost hope, he must pull everyone into the water and bury him in this age of reincarnation. Bai Yellen nodded with deep conviction, and then sighed, hey, Su Lang, if only you had acted lightly at the time. I knew I would keep one hand. Su Lang also sighed, although he was going to fight me desperately at the time, as long as I block him, if he doesn't make a mistake, he will probably leave. The monk Xinzheng on the side heard the corners of his mouth twitch again. Unexpectedly, Su Lang could be so relaxed and casual facing a character like Chonghenzi, just like a giant man dealing with Xiaogu Liang. Chapter 17-18. The War of Reincarnation is about to break out. Now the war has developed towards the War of Reincarnation, almost irreversible. Su Lang paused and looked around Bai Yellen and Xinzheng. I call Yuqing out and ask her to contact Zhan Taiqing. Let's discuss it. Bai Yellen, Mo Lu and monk Xinzheng nodded one after another. Su Lang then released Yuqing from the Dantian universe. 9. Where's the mahjong table? As soon as Yuqing appeared, he played the mahjong tiles in his hand, only to find that the front was empty and there was no mahjong table at all. The 3 monk Xinzheng looked at Yuqing with a dumbfounded look, their faces were full of puzzlement. It's nothing. Yuqing has seen the Lord of Jade Blood Heaven, who is this? Yuqing's expression turned straight, and the dumbfounded expression on her face immediately returned to indifferent, and her fairy-like temperament reappeared. I'm sorry, I should inform you in advance. This is the Xinzheng monk, the Supreme Emperor Ludu who broke with Leiyan Temple. Su Lang coughed slightly and introduced the monk Xinzheng. Xin said that this Yuqing is good, don't let Chu Xiaobei and others mislead the style of painting. Yuqing has met Master Xinzheng. Yuqing looked indifferently and leaned against his heart, and then instinctively walked to Su Lang's side and cast doubtful eyes. Guliang Yuqing. Now large-scale wars have broken out everywhere in the land of exile, and the war of reincarnation is coming soon. Look at those monsters, they are all provoked to produce hatred, and they have to fight desperately. If they were not suppressed, they would have been upset at this time. Look at these pictures again. This is the scene I saw with the eye of the 9 yin candles. Tabaihai and other forces have already fallen into the flames of war. Su Lang looked serious and introduced the current situation to Yuqing. Yuqing, who had just recovered indifferently, suddenly showed a trace of surprise again. She never expected that before she finished playing a round of cards, a world war would break out, and even the war of reincarnation would come. The battle of reincarnation, Shouldn't it be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years later? Through Su Lang's explanation, Yu Qing gradually understood that Chong Henzi was beaten by Su Lang to lose hope in life, and then activated various arrangements in advance, leading to the outbreak of the World War. Su Lang said sternly, "The situation is not optimistic now. I would like to ask you to contact your master and we will discuss it together." Yu Qing nodded, and then took out the Ziqing Xuantian sword. "Ziqing, contact master soon, the war of reincarnation is about to break out." "How can the war of reincarnation come so fast?" Qiling Ziqing was obviously taken a big jump too, but Zan Taiqing was quickly contacted. "However, I saw a phantom condensed from the sky above the Ziqing Xuantian sword, which was Zan Taiqing's illusion." Palace Master of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Su Lang, Bai Yelin and Monk Xinzheng saluted slightly. "Friend Bai Yi Lin, and this one, Master Xinzheng." Zan Taiqing also returned the courtesy one by one, without any arrogance. Su Lang looked at Zan Taiqing and wanted to call up the opponent's attribute panel, but failed. This Zan Taiqing phantom is not the deity. Now that the chaos in the exile land, I think fellow Taoist Zan also knows. Su Lang looked serious. "I wonder if Taishang Nine Qing Palace can deal with it." Yu Qing, Bai Yelin, Xinzheng and others looked at Zan Taiqing's phantom. "This happened too suddenly. I have no good way. Even my Taishang Juqing Palace was affected by the war, and there were civil unrest in countless sects below, and there was no way to mediate." Zan Taiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had already had a headache because of this. At this time, he found someone to talk about it, but he felt better. Even fellow Taoist Zan Taiqing can't help it. Su Lang frowned deeply. Chong Hen Gong's methods are so good. Chapter 17-19. Don't worry. The reason why the Palace of Long Hatred is called the Palace of Long Hatred is precisely because of their accomplishments in this respect, no one can match. After all, the Palace of Everlasting Hatred has gone through countless reincarnation times, and its history is even longer than that of the Nine Qing Palace. Zan Taiqing shook his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Now our only choice is to actively participate in and expand the war of reincarnation." "Is this useful?" Su Lang frowned slightly. "The battle of reincarnation that occurred in haste can't lead to the coffin of 9 dragons. Anyway, always give it a try. Friend Su Lang, Dao Bai Yelin, Master Xinzheng, and even you, Yu Qing. Next, in a sense, each of us is an enemy. Yu Qing, you and I don't have the name of a teacher and apprentice, and you don't have to go back to the Supreme Nine Qing Palace. Take Ziqing away. I will immediately help the flames and let the war of reincarnation come completely." The more Zan Taiqing said, the look on his face became more solemn, and in the end a terrifying fighting spirit and murderous aura appeared all over his body. The ghost of Zan Taiqing shattered like bubbles and disappeared completely. "Master." Yu Qing looked at the place where Zan Taiqing's phantom disappeared, and her body trembled slightly. She knew that this moment would come one day, but it was too sudden. The battle of reincarnation cannot call the coffin of the 9 dragons. "But your master Shoyuan is approaching and you have to fight to the death. We younger descendants can hibernate and wait for the next era." Bai Yelin looked at Yu Qing and solemnly sent out an invitation. "Now, let us work together to survive this war of reincarnation." "Okay, I will join you." Yu Qing held the Ziqing Xuantian sword and nodded, then moved a step closer to Su Lang. Bai Yelin smiled, but her eyes were dim. She also very much hopes to be able to return to the boundless universe. She still has deep hatred to repay, and she has to go to the Tianting continent to save her family. But now, it is almost impossible to accomplish this. Flowers bloom and thank you for a cycle. Why sorrow after a lifetime is gone? Monk Xinzheng put his hands together and closed his eyes. He did not want to leave the place of exile, to go to the boundless universe, to grow, to challenge the terrifying existence that covered the entire boundless universe. The whole audience was pessimistic. "Don't worry about it either. Even if the war of reincarnation cannot lead to the coffin of the Kowloon, it won't be long, even a year and a half, I can break the exile and take everyone to the boundless universe." The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a very confident expression, and even patted Yu Qing's delicate shoulders to show comfort. Everyone was surprised. The coffin of 9 dragons can only be brought out by the war of reincarnation. Monk Xinzheng asked with a weird look, "After a year and a half, the war of reincarnation is over. We have to wait for the next era. What should we leave this exile?" Bai Yelin also smiled bitterly. I can't think of any other way to leave this exile except the Kowloon coffin. Yuqing asked softly, you really have a way? Can you tell us? Of course I can tell you. This method is also very simple, that is to use absolute power to completely destroy this world. I don't keep it from you. After a year and a half, I don't know what I will become stronger. Su Lang raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes flashing. When the time comes, I will never be able to cover my eyes again. Su Lang's bold ambition and terrifying self-confidence represent that he really has the confidence of success. It is an exaggeration to reach the point where it can completely destroy this world in 1.5 years. You know, this world is very likely to be left over by a powerful person. How terrible is the power needed to destroy the world left behind by the powerful? Chapter 17:20. The Breath of the Primordial Realm. Can it really be done? It's not that no one tried to do this in countless times of reincarnation, but they all failed. Bai Yelin was shocked. Therefore, the Kowloon coffin will become the only way to leave this world. The little monk thinks that Taoist Su Lang will not talk nonsense. Monk Xinzheng sighed. However, it takes a year and a half to reach that level. It's too unbelievable and fantastic. Yuqing took a deep breath and said, Father Su Lang is sure of that. Yuqing will definitely try to help. Su Lang showed a calm smile. You all go and prepare, we will spend this war of reincarnation together. He speculated about his strength in the future. Even if he didn't comprehend the rules of time, he broke through to the early stage. With his quasi-primary level realm, coupled with various godless secrets and the horror of swallowing clones, not to mention that he will be able to compete with the primal boss, at least it will be no problem to break this world. After all, the place of exile is just a place of death left by one party for countless years, and there is no real primordial boss behind it. Let's prepare now. Bai Yelin and Monk Xinzheng finally decided to believe in Su Lang, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. West of the place of exile, where Lei Temple is located, a beam of light that spans hundreds of thousands of miles pierced the sky and fell from the sky. This golden pillar of light, like a pillar of heaven, is not high enough to reach the top, and even the turbulence of time is penetrated. Suddenly, countless black thunders and chaotic rules appeared in the sky, and a terrifying and vast atmosphere filled the whole world. Even a large number of rules and chaos appeared on the ground, and the existence below the level of wuxia was killed instantly, and I don't know how many billions. The whole world of exiled land began to tremble, and the horrible aura of palpitations became clearer. Su Lang, Yuqing and the others instantly thundered and looked up to the sky. It's definitely not a godless grade. Su Lang carefully felt the breath that filled the sky, his pupils shrank. Like needles, he felt a terrible life and death crisis. The power and various methods that he possesses now are simply not worth mentioning in the face of that kind of terror. This feeling of weakness, since Su Lang embarked on the road of spiritual practice, he had hardly felt it. And now, it has appeared. The primordial realm. Bai Yelin was horrified. It is the existence of the primordial beginning realm who is eyeing the place of exile. The vision started from Lei Temple. It must be that group of high-sounding people who have inspired the very basic existence. The heart was looking in the direction of Lei Temple, and his eyes were full of anger. Could it be because of the loss of the Dharaming incense burner? Maybe it's because of the Dharaming incense burner. At the beginning I destroyed the Dharamura incense burner, and that portion of the first diluted blood was exposed outside for a very short period of time. Su Lang squinted his eyes flashed with thoughtful light. Perhaps it was then that the owner of the blood noticed it. Then, what should we do now? A trace of panic flashed in Yuqing's eyes, and he took another step towards Su Lang. I hope that the primordial realm will not do it yourself. If he does, I can only escape by luck. Su Lang smiled at Yuqing. However, I will take you with you to escape. Yuqing nodded heavily. Bai Yelin and Monk Xinzheng looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and fled in the hands of the supreme beginning realm. Impossible. Come on, let's see what the Lei Temple is doing. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, pouring vast and boundless energy into the eyes of the 9 yin candles. A picture was transformed by the eye of the 9 yin candles, and it was exactly where Lei Temple was located. Because of the great changes in the world, the flames of war that permeated the entire exile were suddenly extinguished. Especially Taishang Nine Qing Palace. Because of sudden changes, Zan Taiching has not yet launched a plan to fuel the flames. Chapter 17:21. Hundreds of millions of powerful descended on exile. Too early. Is this the power of 2 elementary level? In front of this power, I can't resist a single bit. Zhan Taiqing stood in the turbulent place of time, and the scene he saw was even more frightening. Because he saw that the turbulence of time was affected, and he became more irritable and unstable. Facing the horrible variables, Zhan Taiqing made a decisive decision and suspended the plan of the War of Reincarnation, ready to wait and see the situation. The place of exile in the west. There are huge and splendid temples built on the snow-white mountains. A monk wearing a yellow robe and a red robe sat cross-legged on the ground, clasped his hands together, and kept chanting scriptures. One golden mantra emerged one by one, flying towards the golden light pillar above Leiyin Temple. Looking down from the sky, it is like countless raindrops falling from the ground to the sky of Leiyin Temple, quite spectacular and strange. Dora Ming incense burner is inexplicably destroyed. The blood diluted in the early days is also completely gone, and the people above can only send strong people by taking advantage of the last sensed coordinates. These powerful men will participate in the battle of reincarnation, and must call out the coffin of the 9 dragons in this reincarnation era to explore the ultimate secret of the exile. If you don't do this, the people above will have to find the next door of exile before they can establish contact with the place of exile again. Mage Wuhai whispered, and behind him, there were a group of supreme monks sitting on the ground. It was they who received the news from the boundless realm, and cooperated with the existence of the boundless realm to guide a famous and powerful person to this exile. Another breath came. Although this aura is far inferior to the terrifying aura that pervades the world, it is still very strong, reaching the level of Ludu. Mage Wuhai waited for the Leiyin Temple monk to look up and found a giant made of gold and iron descending from the golden beam of light. The giant was wounded and very weak. It seemed that coming from the golden beam of light to the place of exile, it caused him a huge consumption and damage. Master Wuhai could feel that this giant was supposed to be a powerhouse at the peak of Kidu, but at this time he fell into a realm due to serious injuries. And just when Master Wuhai was horrified, a strong godless level aura descended one after another: Kidu, Sixdu, Kidu, Wudu, Sidu. In a short period of time, hundreds of powerful godless statues descended. With the consumption of the golden beam of light, the strength of the people who descended gradually decreased. In the end, there were tens of thousands of warriors who fell from the godless level to the quasi-godless level. However, the moment the golden beam of light exists, there will always be warriors coming, and the strength gradually declines from the quasi-no-god level to a great emperor. Although the cultivation base of these warriors is not as strong as those of the previous ones, they are numerous, appearing in millions. The sky above Leiyin Temple. Within a short period of time, they were occupied by densely packed figures. They seemed to converge into black clouds, completely obscuring the sky of Leiyin Temple. These people stood without rules, and even each of them showed brutality, and looked at others around them with unkind eyes. The golden beam of light in the sky couldn't hold it anymore, trembling fiercely, and completely turned into a light spot and disappeared. The elementary aura that had stunned the entire exiled land disappeared. Where is no sea? A supreme emperor who fell from the Badu level to Kidu overlooked the entire Leiyin Temple. This person was shrouded in black armor and couldn't see his face at all. The poor monk is here. Dare to ask seniors what orders? The monk Wuhai rose from the ground and flew under the supreme emperor Kidu, not even daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. What he faced was actually an 8 duration class power, but his realm had fallen temporarily. The master said, "You are not doing business well. If you cannot redeem the merits this time, you will be at your own risk. In addition, my name Feng Ziu will lead the army to control the battle of reincarnation and lead to the coffin of the 9 dragons. From today, you, and Leiyin Temple, are incorporated into my army, waiting for orders." The Badu-level great power named Feng Ziu looked down on Wuhai, unceremoniously, as if Wuhai was just an ant. Chapter 1722, Fight, led to the coffin of the Kowloon. Wuhai would like to obey orders. From now on, Leiyin Temple will be dispatched by adults. Wuhai's knees softened, and he knelt directly in front of Feng Ziu, not as humble as the Supreme Emperor. Feng Ziu said indifferently, "Tell me, what is the situation in the exile now?" "Your Honor," Wuhai replied, "the situation in the place of exile is not good. Wars are erupting everywhere, and the war of reincarnation is already here. Has the situation you reported before intensified? In that case, let the war of reincarnation come now. You wait and listen. You must not torture the weak in the battle of reincarnation. You must find an opponent who is equal, or even stronger than you, and use your best efforts to defeat it. If anyone dares to violate the rules, I will be the first to eat him as a snack. Feng Ziyu frowned slightly and turned to look at the densely packed army of more than 100 million people in the sky, sending out a trembling reprimand. Hundreds of millions of powerful men above the emperor level took their orders, and the sound of their voices caused boundless chaos in the surrounding world. Now everyone listens to the order, spreads out, and fights the land of exile. Feng Ziyu quickly issued the order, and then flew north first. The only person he was looking for was Zhan Taiching. Hundreds of millions of people scattered in the sky. A supreme emperor tore through the space and flees away. The world is like a lake muddled by giant beasts, twisted and chaotic. After the supreme emperors left, they were the quasi-no god and great emperor level powerhouses. They are also fast fleeing far away, some to the east, some to the north, and some to the south. There are very few people who have not left. Shu Shao Dog Miscellaneous, I have tolerated you for a long time, come to fight. Ha ha ha, you think I'm afraid of you, I have to chop you into meat sauce buns today. The two quasi-superior emperors who fell from the godless class fought on the spot. The others also found opponents from the warriors who came from the same way, and fought desperately. No, see, right, you will be my opponent. Don't be too weak, you can't stand my 2 punches. A Ludu Supreme Emperor directly stared at Master Wuhai, his eyes flashed fiercely and rushed up. The rest of Leian Temple's monks also encountered their opponents one after another and fell into a fight. Even the other monks in Leian Temple started fighting because of the contradictions they had accumulated in the ordinary time. The vast world, the Supreme Emperor, the quasi-no god level, the great emperor and the powerhouse fought so hard to fight for their old lives, one by one, they got red eyes. From time to time, there is a mighty howl, and fell on the spot. The battle here in Leian Temple is just a corner of the battlefield. The scattered powerhouses crisscross the sky of the exile, looking for the indigenous powerhouses in the exile to fight. The flames of war started from Leian Temple and spread rapidly in all directions. The high-level powerhouses are generally fighting, and immediately let the signal of the chaos of the world be transmitted to everyone. The breath of war also infects all living creatures from top to bottom. During a war, negative emotions such as killing, panic, and fear are more likely to erupt, and countless people are unconsciously trapped and participated in the war. Su Lang, Yuqing, Xinzheng, Bai Yelan and Mo Lu witnessed the abnormal changes in Leian Temple with their own eyes through the eyes of 9 yin candles. They saw the hundreds of millions of powerful people scattered. I also understand the other party's mind and purpose. This is to inject new blood into the war of reincarnation, promote the development of the war of reincarnation, and led to the coffin of the dragon. The addition of these people greatly increased the probability of the battle of reincarnation calling out the coffin of the 9 dragons. This is undoubtedly a good thing for all those who long for the coffin of the 9 dragons. However, this good thing is a bit too much, because the new blood injected by the opponent is too powerful. As a native of the place of exile, the chance of final victory is very small. Close to 400 Supreme Emperors. Among these Supreme Emperors, there is no shortage of 5 pass and 6 pass strong, and they have fallen from a higher realm. Bai Yelan furrowed her brows deeply, her eyes horrified. How do we respond? War. Bring out the coffin of Kowloon. Su Lang's eyes gleamed. I want to see if it really only wants to carry me. Chapter 1723. I can't wait. War. Bai Yelan, the monk Xinzheng and others all showed horror. Facing such a severe situation, Su Lang is still going to fight. Su Lang nodded with a serious face. Fight first, but never fight again. He waved his hand. One avatar appeared around, and the strength of these avatars was different. From the Sidhu godless level, which is the same as Su Lang, to the ordinary Ludu godless level, there are. It was because Su Lang used the Xing Kun Yun He to make them merge with each other and became the current 7 or 8 clones. And these clones came out. Bai Yelan, Yuqing, and monk Xinzheng were shocked at the same time. They didn't expect that Su Lang could have so many clones besides having a 6 peak level clone. Look, 4 crossings, 4 crossing peaks, 5 crossing peaks, 5 crossing peaks, and 6 crossing peaks, at all levels. These clones alone are stronger than a complete Jade Blood Sky and can block a large number of invading powerhouses. Countless eyes fell on Su Lang, full of deep awe. Especially those monsters who had never seen Su Lang's avatar, almost stared out. This man, a person is stronger than a blue blood sky. What long hate child, compared to him is completely rubbish, licking shoes is not worthy. Su Lang waved his big hand again, and more than a dozen godless soldiers emerged and fell into the hands of each clone. Those monsters who had never seen before stared fiercely again, and their eye sockets were about to burst. Even the Xinjiang monk and others who had already met couldn't help but exclaim again. This man Su Lang not only has many and strong clones, but also has more weapons than he could imagine. Let's go ahead and fight. Kill all those guys who dare to hit the blue blood sky. Su Lang pulled out the Yudian sword on his head and slowly flew towards the west. His avatars also all held the Supreme Emperor's soldiers, followed closely behind, with high fighting spirit. Su Lang's eyes were full of warfare and excitement, because those strong men who suddenly came were all from the boundless world. These powerhouses definitely have wealth far surpassing the martial artists of the same level in the exile. Moreover, these guys have fallen into the realm one by one, and their wealth is more than their current strength, more than 100 times more. How could Su Lang let go of such a good opportunity for murder and treasure? Go, let's go too. Yu Qing gave a soft drink, and immediately followed Su Lang with the Ziqingshuan Heaven Sword. Seeing this scene, Monk Xinjiang and Bai Yelin didn't hesitate anymore, and followed with Molu and other Supreme Emperor-level monsters. Those monsters lost their suppression and immediately started fighting again. Emotions such as killing intent, fighting intent, hatred, anger, fear, excitement, etc. pervade between heaven and earth, which are unprecedentedly strong. Su Lang was holding the Yudian sword and marching forward in an unparalleled manner. The war and killing intent on his body turned into a variety of visions, like a terrifying beast roaring. His speed is not very fast, because the cooling time of his swallowing clone has not yet arrived. Moreover, it will take a while for the powerful who flew over from Layan Temple to reach this side. They did not say that Su Lang's avatar dispatch and avatar replacement can directly span the entire exile. Yu Qing and others followed Su Lang, looking forward to them. With Su Lang as the leader, more than 20 Supreme Emperors crossed the sky, and the terrifying aura pressed the creatures on the earth out of breath. After Su Lang's swallowing clone had cooled down, he had not yet encountered an enemy. I can't wait, so go ahead. You also look for your opponents. If there is an accident, I will support you immediately. Su Lang frowned slightly, arching his hands at everyone, even if he disappeared directly from the place. At the same time, his clones disappeared. Friend Su Lang is so anxious. Monk Xinjiang smiled bitterly. That's the battle of reincarnation. Why don't you want to be more cautious? Chapter 1724. I have to deal with this guy alone. Perhaps, only with the will of Taoist Su Lang, can it be easier to call out the 9-dragon coffin. If I wait to cringe and dare not let go of the fight, how can I bring out the 9-dragon coffin? Bai Yelin murmured if she had some enlightenment, and then smiled. I'm looking for an opponent too, see you guys later. As he spoke, he accelerated and left the crowd. Yu Qing nodded earnestly, then hugged the Ziqingshuan Heaven Sword to speed up, and disappeared at the junction of heaven and earth in a certain direction. In that case, the little monk also let go and went to fight for a while, although he did not regret it. With a smile on his face, Monk Xinjiang stepped onto the sky, his robe slipped down, revealing his dark golden dragon tattoo. Molu and other monsters of the blue blood sky also realized. Several monsters left the team to find their opponents. Su Lang directly used the clone dispatch and clone replacement, and came to a snow-white desert. Those Xing Kuanyan he clones also followed behind him. It just so happens that there are 2 Sidhu Supreme Emperors fighting. One is a native of the place of exile, wearing a white sea-tied robe, should be a person from Tabaihai. The other is the Supreme Emperor who just came out of Layan Temple. This person has a dark complexion, and his whole body is wounded. He is a strong man who has fallen from the 5th level to the 4th level. The two were inextricably fought, but as soon as he saw Su Lang and his avatars appearing, he immediately stopped and parted with fright, looking at Su Lang with horror. What is the origin of this 4-crossing godless grade? There are so many powerful people behind him. Look, even Ludu has the strongest, and they have a respectful appearance, which is really incredible. Su Lang did not care about these 2 people. Instead, he took out the eyes of the 9 yin candles and poured energy into it, looking at the place where the big movement occurred. Then he sent out all the clones behind him one by one, including Li Shenyang. Although Li Shenyang was rather special, he was also a clone and a slave. Su Lang would not put the cart before the horse and let him hide in a safe place. When the two Supreme Emperors saw the powerhouses behind Su Lang disappear, their expressions suddenly relaxed. Well, you are a local, let me go. Su Lang looked at the sky and the two of them waved to one of them. So senior, you are also from the exile. Underneath is Zhang Jin from Tabaihai. I have seen senior, please join me in slaying this dog. The Sidhu Supreme Emperor named Zhang Jin was overjoyed when he heard Su Lang's words, and invited Su Lang to deal with the Black Supreme Emperor. These two are in the same group. The black eyes of the Supreme Emperor shrank and immediately wanted to retreat. No, you can go. I want to deal with this guy alone. In addition, you have to remember that now is the battle of reincarnation. Su Lang waved his hand, if you don't leave, we are also enemies. Zhang Jin's expression changed, but he didn't expect Su Lang to be so shameless. But considering the godless class behind Su Lang before, he still resisted the attack and left without saying a word. And the Black Supreme Emperor changed his expression. That mysterious young Supreme Emperor is going to challenge him. After a while of uncertainty, the great Emperor Wu He squinted his eyes and looked at Su Lang carefully. It was discovered that Su Lang was permeated with Sidhu-level aura, but only the second Du-level realm fluctuation. This made him instantly startled, and said to his heart that this was a guy who fell from Sidhu to Urdu. You are a good opponent. Come on, let's fight a battle, not only the victory but also the life and death. Su Lang looked at the Black Supreme Emperor in the sky, stretched out his hand and hooked. A mere Supreme Emperor who has fallen to the Urdu level, dare to challenge me alone. In this war of reincarnation, even if your background is overwhelming, I will smash you into pieces. The great Emperor Wu He looked down at Su Lang, his disbelief dissipated, and a wave of disdain and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Holding his own Sandu-ranked Supreme Emperor soldier, he descended from the sky and killed Su Lang fiercely. Chapter 1725. Come get it if you have the ability. A guy who fell from Wudu, let me see if you have any interesting cards. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was hooked, and the Yudian sword in his hand was horizontally dashed towards the sky. That sword turned out to be Ludu's supreme soldier. The great Emperor Wu He recognized the level of the Yudian sword, and he suddenly showed horror, and instantly he thought of fleeing. Don't talk about him now, even in his peak state, he can't beat the opponent. It's too late to escape now. But seeing Su Lang rise into the air, holding the Yudian sword, he went straight to the front of Emperor Wu He. The Black Supreme Emperor desperately condensed his twisting power, his roar with a trace of despair. The next scene made him a little dazed. Because the power displayed by the opponent did not reach the level of directly killing him in seconds. It is equal to him. What? After the level has fallen, even the power of weapons can't be used. Su Lang furrowed his brows and struck again, slashing towards the Black Supreme Emperor. Because the godless dragon platform was used by the clone, he only had the Yudian sword available. However, he was worried that his Yudian sword would scare the opponent out of fighting, so he could only play it. This person cannot exert the power of Ludu godless soldier. Yes, he is a guy who fell from Sidhu level to Urdu level, how could he urge Ludu godless soldier? The great Emperor Wu He blocked Su Lang's attack. He was originally desperate when he survived a desperate situation, and he was pleasantly surprised when he heard Su Lang's sigh. The other party can't kill him, and if he kills the opponent, maybe he can get the Ludu godless soldier. Thinking of this, the mood of Emperor Wu He suddenly rose from the bottom to the peak. His fighting spirit skyrocketed, his whole body was dancing with twisted power, and he constantly displayed various methods to put Su Lang to death. In fact, the Supreme Emperor Wu He also suspected that Su Lang was playing a show, playing him. But he had no choice but to fight. In that case, he might as well make himself happy and happy. Is there a sense of war? Not bad, not bad. Su Lang was overjoyed and used various secret methods to fight with each other. This time he not only wanted to kill those strong men who came, but also used them to draw out the 9-dragon coffin. So he won't kill the opponent easily. The Black Supreme Emperor showed greed and attacked Su Lang frantically. The powerful methods of the various Sidhu levels are endless, no less than the original Jing Yuanbai. This person fell to Sidhu from Wudu no superior. Therefore, he can occasionally use the twisting power of Wudu level. Every time he used Wudu's twisting force, Su Lang would use a trace of Ludu's twisting force to offset it. I see how many times you can use 6 crossing. Godless soldiers, just your small body, it is estimated that you will be drained of work after 3 more visits. The great Emperor Wu He sneered again and again. His mind became more determined after Su Lang deliberately revealed his pale face. You coal spirit, I must kill you today. Su Lang pretended to roar into anger, and constantly waved his sword to kill him. Court death. Ludu has no censored soldiers, only I am qualified to use it, and I will offer it. The Black Supreme sneered, the worry and fear in his heart completely disappeared. There is only one thought in his heart, that is to defeat Su Lang and seize everything that Su Lang has. Labor and capital are not going anywhere today, come and get it if you have the ability. Su Lang mocked the Black Supreme Emperor with disdain, and from time to time showed fatigue, causing the other party to be excited and launch crazy attacks. In the attacks from time to time, Wu He Wu God's emotions became more intense, and his fighting spirit was surging. When he felt that the timing was almost the same, he immediately launched his own lore. Yu Ming Zan, accompanied by the black and godless roar. He launched the most peak attack, and the will and fighting will of the whole person reached the peak. In his opinion, this blow has even surpassed his peak without falling, and it can definitely kill the opponent. Chapter 1726. It's really a long way to go. Yu Ming Zan was blocked by Su Lang with a broken sword. A large number of twisting powers infinitely close to the Ludu level were annihilated by the twisting power of Yudian's sword. The pinnacle of the Black Supreme Emperor was completely resolved in one blow. This is the most terrifying attack in my life. You are a fallen, little or do Supreme Emperor who has been consumed by me until now, how can it be blocked? The Black Supreme Emperor was horrified with an incredible expression on his face. A ruthless look appeared on his face. One cut doesn't work, I'll take two. Today I don't believe that you can't be killed, you little crap. The swarthy Supreme Emperor raised his Supreme Emperor angrily, and slashed towards Su Lang continuously. Although his mood swings are strong, his will has fallen from its peak state. Today, if you cut me 100 knives, you can't kill me. Su Lang looked at Emperor Wu He with disdain, his whole body was still in the attack. You have been lying to me. From start to finish, I can't beat you, you are acting. The Dark Supreme Emperor was already suspicious, but at this time he recovered and immediately became sober. Yes, I'm just acting. So, do you dare to fight me? Su Lang stared at the Dark Supreme Emperor, a playful outline of his mouth. You die for me. The Black Supreme Emperor roared and raised his long sword, but what he was using was an escape technique. The whole person turned into black light and disappeared suddenly. Can you escape? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and instantly used the clone dispatch and clone replacement to directly reach the front of the Dark Emperor's escape. In the humane will, the purest will to fight is the will of the highest level. Secondly, there is the will to be brave, fearless, resourceful, compassionate, etc. The lowest are the negative emotions such as hatred, resentment, and anger. This Black Supreme Emperor has lost his intent to fight and has no spirit of being brave and fearless. It is probably of little use to eliciting the coffin of 9 dragons. Su Lang looked at the black light flying in the distance, and his tone became colder. If this is the case, kill it. The murmur fell to the ground. Su Lang raised the Yudian sword, and various secret arts in his body broke out, and he immediately approached the Wudu level infinitely without using the devouring clone. The terrifying energy far surpassing the same level is poured into the Yudian sword with the universal annihilation of the universe, urging a large amount of Ludu's twisting power. With a light stroke of the Yudian sword, a sword light ran across the world, instantly beheading the Black Supreme Emperor. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Sandu Godless Soldiers Tomb Knife 1, Dark Soul Body 20,000, Godless Grade Material Annihilation Weeping Rain 100, Kangale Withered Cicada 20, Blood Rainbow and Soul Jade 20. The Lower Emperor Source 1,855,856, the Superior Fairy Source 613216541. The sound of the system reminder represents the curtain call of the Supreme Emperor Black. The humane will that this guy contributed before has probably been absorbed by the coffin of 9 dragons. Or, together with the humane will of other creatures, it is accumulated in this world in a special way, and when it reaches a certain standard, it will lead to the coffin of the 9 dragons. Su Lang carefully sensed this world, and he could feel a faint, war-oriented will of humanity. And this will continues to strengthen with the selfless fighting of countless creatures. The coffin of 9 dragons, I really look forward to it. Su Lang touched his chin, his eyes fell to the storage space, however, Shangyuan and Diwan are equally exciting, the system will immediately deposit all Shangyuan Diwan. The Black Supreme Emperor deserves to be a fellow from the boundless world. The Shangyuan Diwan on him added together, it is dozens of times more than Jing Yuanbai. With the addition of the remaining 2,100,000 from the previous upgrade of the system's functions, the balance of the subordinate Diwan in the system immediately recovered to just over 4 million. A Wudu godless grade that has fallen to the realm can provide 2 million lower-level emperors. Then how many of me will be able to raise funds for the next upgrade of system functions? Of course, even 10 million yuan can only upgrade one system function. If you want to upgrade all one level, you need 60 million yuan. Hey, it's really a long way to go, I can't slack off. Chapter 1727. I'm afraid the coffin of Kowloon is stable. Su Lang felt a pain in his head when he thought of the astronomical figure of 60 million inferior Emperor Yuan. He immediately received all his thoughts. Then he took out the Eye of 9 yin candles and started to choose the next target. He once again selected an intruder who descended at Lei Yin Temple. This person is also the Sidhu Supreme Emperor who fell by the Wudu Supreme Emperor. He is now abusing food and frantically beating a Sidhu Supreme Emperor who wears a sun and moon crown. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and immediately used the clone to send a replacement and teleported over. In other places, his avatars are also fighting against the Invader Supreme. Although these avatars are relatively low-level soldiers, there is no living planet yet. But because of practicing various powerful techniques, the combat power is even higher than that of the warriors of the same level. From time to time, there is a clone to kill the opponent and reap a lot of loot. There are also avatars that have encountered hard stubble, and they have fallen. However, the fallen avatar will gather the godless soldier before it dies, and it will quickly condense. Therefore, there is not much loss. In addition to Su Lang's clone, Bai Yelin and others also encountered enemies one after another, and fought one after another. Bai Yelin has a Wudu level Tianlinfang, Xinzheng has a Ludu level Dewei Tianlong Tattoo, and Yuqing has a Qidu level. Ziqing Xuantian sword. When facing opponents at the same level, they almost always crushed all the way. As for more advanced opponents, although there are many invaders, the Supreme Emperor, only Feng Ziyu reaches the Qidu level. This person has found Zan Taiqing, and the two of them have turned upside down, and even the resident of the Taishang Nanqing Palace is directly erased. Although there were other Supreme Emperors who fell from Qidu to Ludu, the number was also small, and it was very difficult to kill Bai Yelin and others. This is in a one-to-one situation. If it is besieged by many people, it will be dangerous. However, Su Lang had been paying attention to his companions with the eyes of the 9 yin candles, and once they had something, they would immediately help. Wars are erupting in various places in the exile. From the Supreme Emperor to the martial artist, all were affected by the atmosphere, and they found their opponents to fight. A large amount of humane will soared into the sky, forming a thick golden-red dense fog above the clouds. These thick golden-red fogs are located at the highest point of the sky in the center of the exile. They slowly rotate and tend to form whirlpools. The station of Chang'an Palace happened to be in the middle of the wilderness, and it was the best place to observe the golden-red dense fog vortex. This is the will of humanity. Ha 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 ha, you have accumulated such a vast humane will. Chong Henzi looked up at the sky, laughing loudly in her mouth, but her eyes were bloodshot, bleeding and tearing. He really hates it. He was severely wounded by Su Lang and was dying. He fell to the realm and missed the battle of reincarnation. Desperate, he personally set off the war of reincarnation in the land of exile, hoping to drag everyone into the water and let this era of reincarnation abolish. However, he never expected it. An accident happened in Lei Yin Temple, and hundreds of supreme emperors had descended, which was stronger than the strength of the entire exile. With the addition of these forces, the situation is instantly reversed. This era of reincarnation, which was about to be abolished, has become the most promising era to call out the coffin of the 9 dragons. But he hates Sun for a long time, and is insulated from this huge hope. Everything in the battle of reincarnation has nothing to do with him, because he can't grab the coffin of the 9 dragons. Even if he goes to fight, he will make wedding clothes for others. We can hibernate. At your age, you can definitely wait until the next era of reincarnation comes. Lan Robe knelt at Chong Henzi's feet and said softly and relievedly. Haipao also agreed, using the means of the Lord, the next era of reincarnation is the Lord. For the present plan, there is only this. Let's go, let's hide, and don't be found by others. Chong Henzi wiped away the blood and tears, waved his hand frustratedly, turned and flew to the underground palace. The blue and black robes immediately followed, protecting their weak master, and disappeared into the underground palace. The Kowloon coffin is probably stable. The secret of the place of exile may also appear before my eyes with the appearance of the Kowloon coffin. Su Lang also saw the golden-red mist appearing in the sky of the exiled land, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 1728. Your opponent is me, come to fight. Although the vision has already appeared, it is obviously still far away. Those golden mists revolved very slowly and did not form a real vortex at all. Su Lang estimated that after the formation of the vortex, a channel must be formed in the middle of the vortex to allow the nine-dragon coffin to descend. Work harder, and the coffin of the Kowloon will appear. Faster. Su Lang retracted his gaze, staring at the golden mist, and turned to look at the two people who were fighting not far away. A big man with long hair, whose name Su Lang didn't want to look at, let him grow hair. An old man with a crown of sun and moon is named Fan Anming. The Supreme Emperor Changmao is beating Fan Anming. In fact, Su Lang had already come here. But because Fan Anming's fighting spirit was very surging, he refused to admit defeat at all, and blocked the attack of the Supreme Emperor Long Mao from beginning to end. Su Lang planned not to intervene for the time being, and waited until Fan Anming could not hold on to his death. He also took time to observe the battles of other companions. Bai Yi Rin, Monk Shinzheng, Yuqing, and Mo Lu can all hang and fight as a warrior of the same level. Now they also found the golden mist in the sky of the exile, knowing that it was a sign that the nine-dragon coffin was about to come. Everyone no longer aims to kill, but to condense the will of humanity, and strive to achieve the highest level and the strongest spirit. Not only Bai Yi Lin and others, but anyone who wants the coffin of the nine dragons to come will do so. In the entire land of exile, slaughter absolutely accounted for 99%. These people are the low-level warriors blinded by hatred and other reasons, including some quasi-no-god level. Most of them are in the layout of the Palace of Long Hatred, falling into a blood feud. It is difficult to extricate themselves. Countless creatures are fighting in the exile, and the creatures that die every second need to be counted in units of billions. And this cruel killing also urged a lot of low-level humane wills such as hatred, resentment, anger and despair. Although these humane wills are relatively low-level, they are huge. How big is it? When the golden mist reached the sky, a lot of black mist appeared, and these black mists were the low-level humane will mixed in it. They are also humane will, so they will not have a negative impact on the advent of the Kowloon coffin, but will prompt the advent of the Kowloon coffin. With the passage of time, the golden and black mist in the sky is getting more and more thick, and the speed of the vortex forming faster and faster. And where Su Lang is, Sun Moon Guan, the four-crossing Supreme Emperor, finally couldn't hold it, turned and ran. Little old man, wanting to escape from my hand as a dream. The Supreme Emperor Long Mao sneered again and again, and immediately pursued Fan Anming in Ryu Mountain. Your opponent is me, come to fight. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the Emperor Long Mao. In order to prevent the opponent from frightening, he used the Sword of Light this time. The Yutian sword is hidden in the hair, only using the twisting power of Ludu to resist the fatal attack at the critical moment. The Supreme Emperor Changmao was shocked immediately, and looked at the streamer that Su Lang had turned with great vigilance. The keen observation and induction ability made him aware of Su Lang's Sidu level aura and Urdu level cultivation base fluctuations. What's the matter with this person? Obviously, there is only the fluctuation of the cultivation base of the second pass, but there is the breadth of the fourth pass. It is impossible to use the secret technique to cross two godless small realms. It should have fallen from Sidu to Urdu. The dignity on the face of the Supreme Emperor Changmao turned into a relaxed, and finally turned into a sneer. Haha, I am so hurt and dare to come to me for trouble, really no brain. Su Lang had already flown in front of him. See how I abuse and kill you. The Supreme Emperor Long Mao abandoned the Ryu Mountain old man who was difficult to pursue, waved his long spear Wu God Soldier, and slayed Su Lang fiercely. Fan Anming in Ryu Mountain saw this scene and turned back without hesitation. He looked like he wanted to help Su Lang, and he didn't want Su Lang to die at the hands of the great Long Mao. Chapter 1729. Continue to play pigs and tigers. I think I am weak. Su Lang showed a strange face, and then directly used various secret techniques. The inner world of 10 directions, the broken world. Emperor Hua Chen Xing, Blood Moon Sky Ming. Kunlun is invisible, and the hidden scales break a sword. All the power of the Shifeng life universe burst out. Coupled with the terrifying qi and blood energy and innate qi, Su Lang's strength has directly reached the peak of Sidhu godless level. Even the attack of Sidhu peak could erupt. The Supreme Emperor Changmao was shocked, and immediately became disdainful. So what, I fell from the Wudu level. Fan Anming was equally surprised when he saw Su Lang's attack on Sidhu peak, and then frowned. He didn't think that Su Lang could defeat the Supreme Long Mao, and the best way was to escape the battle, or he would die sooner or later. And just between the two thoughts, Su Lang's Po Yi sword cast with the bright sword and the spear of the Supreme Emperor Long Mao slammed together. An air wave spreads around along with the terrifying loud noise. The surrounding land seemed to have turned into water, swelling and forming huge waves, rippling towards the surroundings. He can actually block my attack. The Supreme Emperor Changmao was horrified, and then raised his spear and swung it fiercely again. There was another loud noise. The more terrifying aftermath of the battle swept away, and even Fan Anming had to fight back, otherwise he would be injured. How is that young man? Couldn't it be shot to death by that crap? Fan Anming showed grief. He really didn't want the outstanding younger generation of the exile to die at the hands of the intruder. Supreme Emperor Long Mao, haven't you eaten? Su Lang's sneer passed through the aftermath of the battle and spread throughout the battlefield. Do you dare to insult me? Huh, I see how long you can block it. The Supreme Emperor Changmao grunted angrily, brandishing his spear and banging against Su Lang. He claims that the Wudu level has fallen to the Sidhu level, and he can use a trace of Wudu twisting power at any time. The opponent is just a second duration level Supreme Emperor. Even if the conventional power reaches the fourth duration, it is definitely not his opponent. What he didn't know was that Su Lang was able to slay the strongman Jing Yuanbai in the 4 crossings at the first crossing level. In the case of the Yudian sword, to ensure that the power of distortion will not suffer. Even if he didn't use the devouring clone, Su Lang was still invincible against the Supreme Emperor Long Mao. An extremely terrifying attack was blocked by Su Lang. This son's resilience is so amazing. Aside from other things, I can't match him at all in this respect. From Fan Anming's perspective, Su Lang swayed and seemed to be unbearable, but he stubbornly blocked the attack of the Supreme Emperor Long Mao. I don't believe you can stop it. The Supreme Emperor Changmao constantly attacked Su Lang. The more the opponent resisted, the more interested he became, and he was full of fighting spirit after the fight. Like the Black Supreme Emperor who was killed by Su Lang before, this long-haired Supreme Emperor was also given a routine and began to contribute a better humane will. The pure warfare of Sidhu level, one piece is comparable to the 10 million pieces of those mixed with humane will. Su Lang is also close to his current strength, and the Supreme long-haired Emperor who is equal to each other keeps fighting and fighting raging. Because of the delay in taking Su Lang, the Supreme Emperor Changmao's combat power began to decline, and his self-confidence began to decline. Suspicion inevitably rose in his heart, and his fighting spirit became thinner and thinner. How could he still resist? In his case, it stands to reason that the energy in the body should have been exhausted many times. But now, he seems to be shaky, but in fact every time he resists is very stable. This guy is acting. He is using me to generate a humane will. He is deliberate like this. Is it intended for the coffin of the 9 dragons? He even deliberately competes for the 9-dragon coffin. Is he a super strong with hidden strength? Chapter 1730. I'm so blind. The more Emperor Changmao thinks about it, the more he feels bottomless, and a trace of bad feeling fills his heart. After a certain trick confrontation ended, he immediately turned around and ran. Then I won't keep you. Su Lang smiled coldly, and the Yutian sword on his head instantly turned into a streamer, piercing the weak Long Mao Supreme Emperor. The distorted power of Ludu godless level burst out, and the Supreme Emperor Long Mao had no resistance at all and turned into fly ash. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Sandu Godless Soldier Crazy Sky Thunder Spear 1, Godless Soul Body 20,000, Godless Grade Materials The Invisible Ecstasy Jade 100, the Ever-Changing Golden Light 20, the Red Star White Flame Stone 20, the Lower Emperor Source 1,912,856, the Superior Fairy Source 5832166598. Although the Supreme Emperor Long Mao could survive, he could find other creatures to fight and provide humane will. But Su Lang didn't want to let go of the fat he got. Moreover, the vortex of gold and black in the sky is forming faster and faster, and it will probably not take long to be fully formed. So killing the Supreme Emperor Long Mao would not have much impact. He actually killed the Supreme Emperor who fell from Wudu to Sidu. I thought he was a junior before. I was really blind. Fan Anming looked at Su Lang dumbfounded, shock and ashamed bursts in his heart. You are from Ryushin. The coffin of 9 dragons still needs to gather more humane will before it can come. You take a break and go find someone to fight. Su Lang turned to look at Fan Anming. The old man didn't take the opportunity to escape before but turned back and wanted to help him. It was obvious that he was a good person. Su Lang didn't mean to fight him either. Change to the Zhang Jin from Teibaihai before, he will definitely find him to fight, and then decide whether to kill or not according to his mood. It is the old man's luck to encounter the birth of the 9-dragon coffin. After I recover, I will find someone to fight. Fan Anming nodded solemnly. With the invaders so powerful, Su Lang still has to compete for the coffin of the 9 dragons. The spirit is really rare. Even if the hope seems to him is slim, he is still willing to try his best to draw out the coffin of the Kowloon, so that Su Lang can participate in the competition for the coffin of the Kowloon. In his heart, he very much hopes that the strong in the exile will win the 9-dragon coffin. If the invaders were allowed to obtain the 9-dragon coffin, they might backhand kill everyone in the exile. If the local people in the exile land get the 9-dragon coffin, there is a high probability that they will not kill at will. In that way, people like them can survive more easily. I'm going to find another opponent, goodbye. Su Lang smiled faintly, his body disappeared out of thin air, and he appeared in another battlefield. The next moment, Fan Anming restored Emperor Yuan on the spot, and then set out to find the invaders. Because the scenes that the Eye of the 9 Yins of Candle saw were all very moving scenes, almost all of them were the battlefields of the 2 Supreme Emperors. And in these battlefields, people from the exile are basically fighting the invaders. If the people in the exile had the upper hand, Su Lang would not teleport over, allowing them to fight back and forth to provide humane will. He would only look for the invaders who had the upper hand and would beat or even kill the strong in the exile. That's it. After 4 battles, after killing 4 Supreme Emperors of Sidu and below, Su Lang encountered a special situation. The battlefield he found turned out to be 2 invading Supreme Emperors fighting. Moreover, these 2 people weren't hard work, but really beat you to death, and they didn't know what hatred or grievance they had. Su Lang glanced from a distance, and left without trying to persuade him. The war of reincarnation continues. Because he wanted the opponent to provide enough humane will, Su Lang's efficiency in beheading the opponent was not high. In many cases, you will have to fight slowly for an hour or 2 before beheading your opponent. After killing some opponents, a short time passed. 4 consecutive system prompts sounded in Su Lang's mind. Chapter 1731, 4 Founding Level Supreme Exercises. Ding. Chaos and Dark Eclipse has reached the founding level. Ding. Tai Shu Zhou Long Ju has reached the founding level. Ding. Wanhua Promise Nirvana Sutra has reached the founding level. Ding. Withered Wood Condensing Source of Life has reached the founding level. The system prompts the voice to fall. The 4 warm currents appeared in Su Lang's body, and countless exercise mysteries were branded in his soul. He has completely mastered the 4 Supreme Emperor exercises. The 4 godless level exercises have reached the founding level at the same time. With a change of expression, Su Lang temporarily put aside the idea of continuing to find his opponent, and began to experience the mystery of the technique he had just obtained. When he placed the exercises before, he didn't even know what these exercises were for because he couldn't see home. At this time, it was completely integrated, and he immediately understood the function of the 4 exercises. The function of the first book, Chaos and Darkness, is to swallow the chaos at the boundary of the universe of life, making the scope of the universe of life broader. Once the founding, Chaos and Dark Eclipse, is activated, it can at least double the scope of the universe of life. The larger universe of life represents a stronger world power. In the same level, if the universe of life doubles, it can completely beat the opponent to blood. Yes, this technique, other people's life universe has doubled, and the benefits are all leveraged. My 10 life universes are doubled at the same time. That benefit is simply abnormal. Su Lang nodded with gleaming eyes, and immediately began his exercises. At the edge of the Shifang life universe, outside the crystal wall of the universe, a large amount of chaotic air currents rolled. This is the chaos formed after the most thorough distortion of all the universe avenues. It is very difficult to open up a brand new space in this chaos, almost only when breaking through the small realm. Can you expand a little? Accompanied by Su Lang using chaos and dark eclipse. The chaos outside the crystal wall of the universe turned out to be like a white mist encountering violent sunlight, and it began to quickly dissipate. Not long after, a lot of blank areas appeared. The universe crystal wall took the opportunity to expand and swallowed all the blank areas. When the volume of Shifang's inner boundary all became twice as large as before, it stopped. After the expansion of the universe of life was completed, Su Lang could clearly feel that his world's power was much stronger. The world power of each life universe has increased by 10%. When 10 are added together, Su Lang is equivalent to an extra life universe. The space expanded by the Shifang life universe represents the expansion potential of the life planet. Su Lang's universe of life became twice as large, and the development potential of the planet of life was greatly enhanced. The expansion of the universe of life means that the fusion period of the soul body and the soul universe will be longer. But once fully integrated, Su Lang is definitely a leader in Quasi-Tai Junior High School. This is equivalent to raising the ceiling. If the ceiling keeps going up, maybe I can really fight the primordial boss in the quasi-primary state. Su Lang thought excitedly, and immediately looked at the second exercise. The second, Taishu Zhoulong Ju, is a peculiar summoning technique. Its function is to summon the Taishu Universe Dragon that died within 1 billion light years, and make it fight for itself. Taishu Zhoulong is a very powerful dragon family, whose strength generally reaches the Sandu godless level. After they die, because of the special twisting power in their bodies, they will form a kind of twisted true spirit, thus avoiding being completely dissipated in the endless universe. The twisted true spirit will hide in a special way and exist in the dead place. If the same race appears, summon them, and even have the opportunity to resurrect them. This technique is also okay. The light in Su Lang's eyes brightened. Summon the godless level dragon clan directly, and feel happy. If it were in the boundless universe, 1 billion light years would be the size of a large area of the star sea, and the probability of wanting to summon the Taishu Universe Dragon was very low. But in this place of exile, I don't know how many reincarnations have passed. Even if it was 100 times of reincarnation that only one Taishian dragon appeared, after countless times of reincarnation, the place of exile did not know how many Taishian dragons died. The power of time is terrifying, and the 2 old Taishu Universe Dragons' twisted true spirit will still be wiped out and eventually dissipated completely. Chapter 1732, Wake up hundreds of Taishu Cosmic Dragons. Try the power of this technique. Su Lang's eyes condensed, his hands clasped together to pinch out a strange hand technique. The Taishu Cosmic Dragon twists the true spirit and appears. A strange twisting force wave spread from Su Lang's body. This wave of twisting power has no offensive power, and other supreme emperors are even hard to detect. Even if it is detected, it is not easy to annihilate it. In a short period of time, with Su Lang as the center, the bizarre twisting power fluctuations enveloped the nearby 1 billion light-year range. We must know that the area of the exile is about 1 billion light-years in length and breadth, and the wave of Su Lang's dispersion has enveloped the entire exile. In this bizarre twisting power fluctuation, gray circles of illusion emerged one after another. If you look closely, you can find that these illusory rings are actually a little gray dragon biting its own tail, forming a ring of Ouroboros. This is exactly the twisted true spirit left by the Taishu Universe Dragon after its death. In the entire place of exile, there were more than 100 twisted true spirits summoned by Su Lang, which represented 100 dead ethereal dragons. Wake up, my dragon! Su Lang's eyes flashed, and another strange wave spreading across the entire exile area in a short time. The more than 100 tail dragon rings quickly absorbed these fluctuations, and the godless aura on his body gradually awakened. And it exudes its own twisting power fluctuations, echoing Su Langyao. Then another horrible suction appeared on them, and they began to absorb the power of the surrounding world and strengthen themselves. Each of the dragon rings seemed to become black holes, absorbing the power of heaven and earth crazily. And they were flying towards Su Lang while absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The power of the heavens and the earth dries up directly, turning into a dead place for cultivation. In normal times, this will definitely cause a huge shock. However, now in the battle of reincarnation, various battles occur frequently, and the tail dragon ring is not so conspicuous. Not many people have noticed these dragon rings that absorb the power of heaven and earth. Even if you noticed it, only those godless grades can intercept it. In the godless class, except for a few people who avoided the war, the rest were fighting, so almost no one intercepted it. Su Lang would not stand in place waiting for those tail dragon rings to slowly fly over. He directly used the candle 9 yin eyes to lock the place where the tail dragon ring was located, and then used the clone to dispatch and replace them to rush over, and secretly included it in the Dantian universe. Then the dragon rings on the tail, like the heart of devouring, began to continuously absorb solar energy to strengthen themselves. Fortunately, Su Lang's sun is a part of the sun of the infinite realm, and the energy is too much to be used up, and he is not afraid of being absorbed by the tail dragon ring in the heart of the stream. After these dragon rings have absorbed enough energy, they can be used to fight. Moreover, if a huge amount of resources are consumed, they can be resurrected by secret methods. Su Lang pondered silently, and while collecting the Taishu Universe Dragon's tail dragon ring, he checked the third godless level exercise technique. The third exercise is the Wanwa Promise Nirvana Sutra. This exercise was originally a tentacle ball, which is very different. At this time, Su Lang fully grasped it and understood its function. The abilities of Wanwa Wuji Nirvana Sutra are a bit similar to Wuboruo's Wuboruo demon body, but at a higher level. After using the secret method, the body of the caster can be transformed into various shapes at will, and even the cell structure can be changed to become the shape of other species. And not only can it become a variety of powerful creatures, but it can also absorb the unique blood of other creatures, turning that piece of flesh into that kind of creature from its root. For example, if it absorbs Bai Yelin's Qilin bloodline, Su Lang can use a portion of his flesh and blood to turn into a real unicorn, and even the memory of the beast can be inherited. If Su Lang didn't take back the piece of flesh and blood that turned into a unicorn, that unicorn would be completely natural and independent like other creatures. Finally, the absorbed blood can be removed at will, without affecting oneself at all. This technique is really different. However, the effect is too abnormal. It can be used not only in combat, but even in creation. Su Lang showed a slight smile. Since this technique can remove the absorbed blood at will, he can use it at will without worrying about being contaminated. Chapter 1733, Use dead wood to condense the source. He also looked at the fourth exercise, Deadwood Condensation of Origin and Fate. He had known this exercise before, and it could achieve the purpose of massively increasing lifespan by enhancing the origin of life and soul. In addition, there is also a secret method against the sky, which can slow down the passage of life. Lu Mingxuan, Che Chunghua and others used this technique to successfully go from the previous reincarnation era to the present reincarnation era. In fact, this technique can enhance the origin of life and soul, which has a very anti-sky effect on the foundation of the warrior. The life origin of a warrior increases, and the potential is bound to increase. This will affect various attributes of the martial artist, such as vitality, strength of chi and blood, and ability to resist beatings. Not to mention the origin of the soul, it is related to the most mysterious soul of the warrior. The enhancement of the soul origin has many benefits for the martial artist, such as the speed of cultivating the spiritual soul power will increase, and the bottlenecks encountered will decrease. It can be said that, withered wood condensation of the source of life, is a comprehensive secret method, which not only can forge the body but also enhance the soul, but also comes with a powerful secret technique. This exercise can consolidate and enhance the foundation, which is very useful. In addition, he himself has cultivated various body-building secrets and soul training methods. Whether it is the foundation of the body or the soul, he can definitely leapfrog other people. After mastering the Deadwood Condensation technique, the passive effect alone gave Su Lang many benefits. That warm current benefited his body and soul a lot. This exercise is actually an active exercise. Just like Drunken Dreams, and Soul Gathering and Splitting Jew, and other exercises, you must actively use an exercise after mastering them. Withered wood condenses the source. Su Lang thought, and the founding level of dead wood condensing source exercises quickly unfolded. Two special twisting powers appeared in Su Lang's body. These two distorting forces are formed with the Great Road of Wood as the core, supplemented by the Great Road of Life, Death, and Spirit, and formed by the Supreme Profound Meaning. The two twisting forces gave Su Lang a sense of dryness and glory. With the continuous circulation of the two twisting forces in the body, every cell that infiltrated the limbs, bones, muscles, and flesh was affected. Su Lang's body appeared to wither. It's like a young and energetic young man aging at a rapid rate. This was only formed when the life origin in Su Lang's body was further condensing, causing the external vitality to temporarily fail to keep up with the rhythm. It is not only the origin of life that is further condensing. The soul origin is also further condensing. However, in the sea, countless golden mists gradually became sparse, but the color of the mist became brighter. This is the manifestation of the enhancement of the soul origin. Su Lang's withered form did not last long, and soon returned to his youthful appearance again. He didn't stop working on this, but continued to run the deadwood condensing source of life. Su Lang's body became old again from the appearance of a young man, and then regained his youth. He went back and forth 49 times before he completely stopped. Because the exercise method has reached its limit, it can't help him gather a higher level of life origin and soul origin. This technique is really good. My life origin and soul origin have increased by at least 10 times. Not to mention ordinary warriors of the same level, it is estimated that the Supreme Emperor of Kibadu is not as good as me. Su Lang felt the new physical state, and a heartfelt smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He has already understood or used the 4 exercises he has just completed. Even without looking at the attribute panel, Su Lang knew that all aspects of his abilities had reached the pinnacle of Sidhu. If one were to use the Sutra of Nirvana to steal the blood of powerful creatures, it is estimated that they could reach the level of the 5 crosses. However, there are not many bloodlines that make me look good. Su Lang touched his chin, and then continued to collect the twisted true spirit of the Taishu Universe Dragon. All the twisted true spirits of the Taishu Universe Dragon have been collected by him into the Dantian universe and placed by the sun to absorb energy. Chapter 1734. Improve various system functions. It's time to continue fighting. Su Lang took out the Eye of 9 yin candles, began to select opponents, and continued to fight and kill. In a blink of an eye, another half-day passed. Su Lang killed a total of 10 godless levels of Sidhu and below. Those avatars that combined the stars and clouds also killed 4 strong men who fell to Wudu from Ludu, and 2 strong men who fell from Kidu to Ludu. The godless level below Sandu killed more than 50. If it weren't for worrying that killing too much would affect the arrival of the 9-dragon coffin, Su Lang would definitely kill more. He also saved many godless powerhouses in the exile. For example, Lei Qing and others in the Supreme 9 Qing Palace, the leaders of the Jingqian sect, and the 7-star Palace. Su Lang almost turned the whole place of exile in a big circle, and all the strong men who participated in the battle of reincarnation knew him. The Supreme Emperor in the land of exile, as long as he has no grudges or complaints with Su Lang, he will all have a deep respect for him. Of course, there were also some people who dared to provoke him. All of them were beaten in pain and then lost their lives. The war has lasted for a day. In the sky of the exile, a large amount of golden and black fog has completely formed a vortex. And it's still that kind of funnel-shaped vortex, with a thin channel in the middle. In the place of exile, as the 9-dragon coffin approached, the battle among a large number of strong men became more intense. Especially the battle between senior powerhouses. For example, Feng Ziyu and Zan Taiching are the most hopeful people to set foot on the coffin of 9 dragons. However, only one person can set foot on the coffin of 9 dragons. So they must win and lose, they must die. The approach of the 9-dragon coffin stimulated their emotions, making them more and more violent, and various hidden secret techniques were used wildly. The fighting became more fierce, and the speed at which the humane will condense became faster. There is even black mist and golden mist that are visible to the naked eye, soaring into the golden mist in the sky. Is that the channel through which the coffin of the 9 spirits descends? Su Lang raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes flashing. It seems that there is still a slight loss of heat, taking advantage of this little time. He looked at his storage space. In just one day, he killed a large number of godless grades and obtained countless Shanyuan Emperor sources and various materials. Deposit all Shanyuan Diwan into the balance. Su Lang took a deep breath. He didn't know how many Shanyuan Diwan he got. Ding! The storage is complete, and the balance 98,806,866 is lowered to Diwan. It's almost 100 million inferior Emperor Yuan. Su Lang showed ecstasy. With so many subordinate Emperor sources, he was able to upgrade all his various system functions to 1 level. System, immediately improve all system functions for me. Without hesitation, Su Lang immediately issued the system command. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower Emperor source, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 43, and the training speed is increased to 730,944 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower multiplier sources, the 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to level 43, and the training speed is increased to 11,730,944 million times the basic training speed of no lack of qualifications. Ding. Consumption. The 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to level 21, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 42. Accompanied by the appearance of system prompts. Su Lang's 6 system functions that can be improved have all been improved immediately. Cultivation speed skyrocketed, martial arts speed skyrocketed, the number of clones increased, the number of treasure hunt flying gliders increased, the number of empowerments increased, and the upper limit of 1 key strengthening increased. Just then, ding, the sea of repair is full, do you break through, breakthrough? Su Lang's eyes were bright, and he chose to break through. Su Lang's heart, where the second life universe appeared, had changed. A heart cell closest to the magic universe began to merge with the universe of life. The speed of fusion was very fast, and this cell changed from an ordinary cell to a regular dodecahedron space crystal wall cell almost in no time. A huge space appeared in the cell, like a small world, capable of containing even more terrifying energy. Chapter 1735. Breakthrough, 5 Pass Combat Power. Beside this space crystal wall cell, the second soul body cell began to confuse the universe with a trace of fusion. Then there is the third cell, the fourth cell, the fifth cell. All the cells in Su Lang's entire heart have merged with a part of the Yingzhu universe, becoming strange crystal wall cells. In this time more crystal wall cells were formed, the number reached a full 5. With the addition of the cells of the Dantian universe before, Su Lang's total number of crystal wall cells at this time has reached a full 6, which is 6% of his own. After these crystal wall cells appeared, they immediately began to absorb the energy in the life universe, filling their empty inner space. And part of the energy of the enchanting life universe comes from the enchanting planet, and a large part of it comes from the sun. Because the 10 life universes are connected to each other, the sun sits in the central Dantian universe, which naturally radiates all life universes in Su Lang. When the energy of the enchanting universe is absorbed, it can be replenished by the sun immediately, without worrying about exhaustion. In order to fill the newly created crystal wall cells with energy as soon as possible, condense a larger amount of twisting power. Su Lang began to use the secret technique. Dari Haoshan. Su Feng closed his eyes tightly, activated the Great Sun Haoshan Profound Righteousness, and began to take the sun's energy more actively. I saw that in the cubic universe, the surface of the sun rose up a series of corona, like a golden red dragon roaring to the sky. These coronas extend into the void, and then pass through the world channel of the Dantian universe and the luminous universe to be transmitted into the luminous universe. The enchanting universe, which had been absorbed by the entire 5 gaps crystal wall cells, was immediately replenished. Moreover, the efficiency of energy absorption by the 5 gaps crystal wall cells has also become higher. Su Langyang felt very clearly that his energy reserves gradually reached twice, 3 times, 6 times the original. Moreover, the increase in crystal wall cells means that the number of twisting forces that can be condensed has also greatly increased. Su Lang estimated that the total amount of twisting power he can condense now is about 300 times that of the Supreme Emperor Sandu. 300 times, too exaggerated, too crazy. Su Lang exclaimed, System, open my properties panel. Attack level Wudu no, censored, level plus. Defensive level Wudu no, censored, level plus. Shenfa level Wudu has no, censored, level. Endurance level Wudu has no, censored, level plus. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 43, 1 key martial arts function, level 43, clone dispatch function, level 42, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 42, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refinement function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key empowerment function, level 21, 1 key enhancement function, level 3, 1 key decomposition function, no grade. My daily combat power alone is stronger than the ordinary Wudu godless level. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but nodded again and again, saying that after waiting so long, he finally didn't wait in vain. Based on his current strength, if he uses the devouring clone coupled with various secret techniques, his regular strength can definitely reach the 8-pass level. Only the quality of the twisting power is a problem, and it can only be maintained at a relatively high level among the 3 crossings, even the 4 crossings can't match it. And this needs to rely on weapons to make up for it. There are more than 70 Supreme Emperors. If you want to talk about materials, it must be more than Emperor Yuandu. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly. Furthermore, I also captured more than 30 godless soldiers. Among the descending Supreme Emperor, on average 2 people have a godless soldier. Chapter 1736. They are all wrong, ridiculously wrong. Many of these godless soldiers were unremarkable, and even if they were a little brilliant, Su Lang would not be very attractive. He has enough godless soldiers now, no amount of use is of much use to him, and the loyalty of these godless soldiers cannot be guaranteed. Su Lang decided to decompose most of the imperial soldiers into materials. He also got some information from these godless soldiers. My captives. Su Lang waved his big hand, and suddenly 33 godless soldiers appeared in front of him. The higher the level of these godless soldiers, the fewer the number, and the least of the 6 crossings, only 2. I saw 33 godless soldiers floating in front of Su Lang. If you let a godless class see it, you will definitely be stunned and doubt life. The weapon spirits of these imperial soldiers were shocked by this. We have so many godless soldiers gathered together. This person killed my master and snatched me away. Are you too? This is too scary. This strong man at least killed more than 30 Supreme Emperors. It is really terrifying. Even the owner of the Ludu godless soldier has been killed. The weapon spirits of the godless soldiers secretly looked at Su Lang, and the turbulent waves in their hearts almost disrupted their thinking. You too, tell me about the origin of your master. Where do you group of Supreme Emperors come from? Who is the 2 junior powerhouse who let you enter the land of exile? As soon as Su Lang waved his hand, a twisting force of Ludu spread out from the Yudian sword, taking the 2 Ludu godless soldiers. 2 Ludu godless soldiers, one is a meteor hammer, the other is a mace. It seems that the style is very rough, but in fact the refining technique was also despised by Su Lang. If the refining materials of these 2 imperial soldiers fell into his hands, at least 5 Ludu godless soldiers could be produced. You asked us where we came from. We are enemies, don't you want to know? The weapon spirit of Meteor Hammer coldly snorted, and it's useless to tell you. Anyway, Master Feng Ziu will kill you all soon. The dying person still wants to know what information. Ridiculous. The mace's spirit disdainfully despised Su Lang. They call themselves precious godless soldiers, and Su Lang will definitely not kill them, but will show their sincerity to impress them and let them work for them. Moreover, they thought that even if Su Lang wanted to destroy them, he would definitely not be able to do it in a short time. Now that the 9-dragon coffin is about to come, Feng Ziu will kill everyone, and their emperor soldiers will be out of Su Lang's control. Based on the above reasons, they are so confident. Unfortunately, they are all wrong. Wrong, ridiculous. It seems that the master who killed you didn't scare you. If so, then I will kill you together. A trace of killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he pinched a godless soldier with both hands and the other. System, activate the 1-key decomposition function. 2 unimaginable mysterious forces fell on 2 hard-mouthed godless soldiers. In the eyes of the other godless weapons incomparably horrified. 2 pieces of Ludu godless soldiers who are extremely cherished and circulated for not knowing how many years screamed in pain. Immediately, they collapsed with a bang, turned into a torrent and disappeared in Su Lang's sleeves. 2 Ludu godless soldiers died and were destroyed in an instant. Devil, this person is the devil. Run away. The mysterious, weird and cruel method scared the rest of the godless soldiers into a shock. A few godless soldiers wanted to take the opportunity to escape. They were directly caught by Xiaoyu, and then they were easily broken down into countless materials by Su Lang. This person can kill godless soldiers instantly. You can't escape, you can only ask for mercy. Dear Strong, please accept me, I am very useful. Master, you will be my master from now on, I will be a cow and a horse for you. Chapter 1737. Destroy more than 30 godless soldiers. One by one, the godless weapon spirits who had been killed and frightened monkeys emerged one after another, kneeling down in front of Su Lang, and begging for mercy. Very useful, just you little tatters. And you Just call me master. Do you have that qualification to you? Su Lang looked at a group of godless soldiers begging for mercy with disdain, and stepped into the group of imperial soldiers. Suddenly, the godless soldiers looked at Su Lang in horror, for fear that they would be wiped out in the next moment. The one who should come is still to come, and the one who cannot be avoided is the one who cannot be avoided. Su Lang raised his hand and gently brushed a piece of useless godless soldiers to disassemble them all. For the weapons that the other Supreme Emperor treasured so much, Su Lang couldn't even blink his eyes when he destroyed it. Please, spare me, I know the messenger behind, I can say everything, please be merciful. Pieces of godless soldiers were panicked to the limit under Su Lang's death hand, and even a trace of despair spread. After Su Lang let go of a certain godless soldier, the other godless soldiers immediately resembled drowning men who had grabbed the straw, begging for mercy even more fiercely. It's useless to beg for mercy. Su Lang smiled coldly. He had already determined which weapons he wanted to keep, and all the rest had to be broken down into materials. With a soft sound, 33 godless soldiers were destroyed one after another, with only 2 survivors. 2 are Wudu-level godless soldiers, one is a golden bell, and the other is a dark red long knife. The bell without gods soldier is called Wuliang Miaoyan Bell, with powerful soul deterrent, hypnotic, deceiving, and illusion abilities. Although the Godless Dragon platform and the 5 Elements series of godless soldiers also have deterrent capabilities. But the so-called art industry has specialization, this bell is specially used for deterrence, and its power is even more terrifying. When confronting this master without a censored soldier, Su Lang almost triggered a death substitution. The dark red long knife is called the Spirit Knives. Its function is to steal the opponent's energy, blood, spirit and soul power to supplement oneself. And the extent of the theft is very terrifying and extremely difficult. The key is that after stealing it, it can not only condense the power of distortion by itself, but also feedback it to the owner after purification. When Su Lang dealt with the master of the Spirit Knife, if it hadn't had the sun as an energy source, the possibility of the ship overturning was very high. The abilities of these 2 weapons were pretty good, and Su Lang could use them. Moreover, they have a long history and come from the boundless universe, so they must know a lot of secrets. You 2 have good abilities, and begging for mercy is relatively timely, so let's leave your life behind. Su Lang left a few words coldly, but, if you let me know that you have the slightest dissatisfaction, the fate of those weapons before is your fate. Small is loyal to his master, please give him a name. Ling Ling Knife Chi Ling knelt at Su Lang's feet, wrapped in black cloth, like a black mummy. Small 2, pray for a name from the Lord, and serve the master wholeheartedly from now on, without a second heart. The Qi Ling of Wuliang Miao Yinling also knelt at Su Lang's feet, begging for his name extremely poorly. Her appearance is a beautiful woman, full of natural charm in every move. If it is a person with insufficient concentration, he will immediately fail to guard the house, and even lose his soul. The bell is called Wangyu. The long knife is called Stealing Life. Su Lang calmly named the 2 Wudu godless soldiers. Wangyu, Stealing Life, thank you for your name. The weapon spirits of the 2 weapons got their names, and they were suddenly grateful. They are finally safe. Su Lang pulled the Yudian sword from his head. Xiaoyu, it's going to evolve again, get ready. Chapter 1738. Badu no God Soldier, Yudian Sword. I'm ready, Master. Xiaoyu ran out of the Yudian sword and kissed Su Lang on the cheek with a chirp. Haha, really naughty. Su Lang smiled brilliantly and patted Xiaoyu on the head. Kneeling to the side, Wang Yu and Shilisheng secretly watched this scene, already knowing Xiaoyu's position in their hearts, and determined to behave like a dog before Xiaoyu. Go ahead, Master, I can't stand it anymore. Xiaoyu looked at Su Lang calmly, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Just enough. Su Lang smiled and coughed twice, and then issued a system command. System, immediately retain the specified characteristics and evolve the Yudian sword. Ding. Consume no censored soul 1000, quasi no censored soul 10000, and the soul of the Emperor 100000. Godless grade material Tianxiao extreme cold jade 1000, mountain destroying milky milk 10,000, mystic demon Tianyu gold 10,000, vein sealing bone 10,000, reincarnation pulse radiance 1000. The Yudian sword evolved into a Wudu godless soldier. A faint light flashed, an incomparably vast and majestic breath radiated from the top of the Yudian sword. That is the breath of Kidu godless grade. Kidu godless soldier, Yutian's sword was promoted to Kidu Godless Soldier in an instant. My god, what kind of refining method is this? It's horrible to help a powerful Godless Soldier raise the realm in an instant. I was born after the War of the Infinite Realm, and I have lived for billions of years. I have never seen such a magical method. With this method, even that mysterious 2 junior powerhouse can never do it. Kneeling aside, Wang Yu and Stealing Life saw Yutian's sword's promotion process, and their eyes were bursting with horror. As Wudu Godless Soldiers, they know that it is not easy for Emperor soldiers to be promoted. But now, a Ludu Godless Soldier is easily promoted in front of them, which is as incredible as a mortal being sanctified. What made them even more horrified happened. Su Lang didn't change his expression, and gave the order indifferently. This time, the material harvested was too much, and dozens of godless soldiers were also broken down. The materials obtained are completely enough to strengthen her again after the evolution of the Yutian sword. With the appearance of the system prompt, countless materials in the storage space disappeared suddenly. A strong light blue mysterious energy appeared out of thin air, merged into the Yutian sword, and started the third strengthening. Soon, the breath of Yutian sword began to skyrocket. The already extremely majestic aura, in just 1 second, it skyrocketed to the 8th duo level. Master, you are great, Xiaoyu loves it. Xiaoyu felt her powerful strength, her face flushed with excitement, and she was constantly fluttering around Su Lang. The worries and thief who were kneeling next to him were completely down, their heads blank. What's the situation? A 6 deuce godless soldier unexpectedly increased 2 levels instantly, reaching the 8 deuce level. Such a fantastic and unbelievable thing. Fake it, nice. You love it. In the future, I will help you upgrade to the Judo level, the quasi-primary beginning level, and even the true primal beginning stage. Su Lang let Xiaoyu bounce around in his arms, a bright smile on his face. With the 8th duo level Yutian sword, he is almost invincible in the exile. Master is the best. Xiaoyu seemed to be mad with joy, and the tighter he hugged, and he refused to let go. Wang Yu and Xianxia, who were kneeling next to them, gradually recovered, turning their stiff heads to look at each other. Endless horror and ecstasy broke out in the eyes of the two. Su Lang possesses mysterious means, which can promote the weapon instantly or even continuously. Where can I find such a master? Since the birth of the entire infinite universe, I am afraid that this one in front of you has appeared. The two of them are fortunate enough to serve such a master. I am afraid that even the next billions of years of good luck will be exhausted. Chapter 1739. Thoroughly convinced. So excited, so excited. Forgetting worry and stealing life can't be said at all. Before they worshipped Su Lang's feet, the more reason was that they were shocked by the cruel means. In short, it was forced to surrender. Although they did plan to follow Su Lang well, there was definitely some resistance in their hearts and subconsciousness. Forgetting worry and stealing life have the loyalty to Su Lang. This loyalty is stronger than their loyalty to the first master, and they will not regret it until death, because only by following Su Lang and gaining Su Lang's intimacy, can they get the hope of promotion and move towards a better future. When you get the credit, I will be in a good mood, maybe I will help you get promoted. Su Lang glanced at Wangser and Stolen, who was kneeling on the ground. Why couldn't they see what they were thinking? The reason why Su Lang was promoted to the Yutian sword in front of these two godless soldiers was also because he wanted to draw a big pie for forgetting worry and stealing life. Wang Yu, stealing life, thank you master. From now on, being a cow, a horse, or a dog for the master will never have a different mind. The 2 spirits and 5 bodies bowed to the ground, and then stood up cautiously and stood there respectfully. Tell me about your background. There is also information about that 2 junior warrior. Let's talk about it. Su Lang looked at Wang Worry and stealing his life, and asked in a flat tone. Return to the master. We come from the outer star field of the Tianting continent of the boundless world. Wang Yu opened her red lips and said softly, basically everyone comes from a different star field. After Feng Ziyu's reorganization, they were sent here. That 2 junior warrior is said to be a strong man who controls the Tianting continent. It is said that there are even stronger warriors above this strong man. The warrior in the early days is nothing more than doing things for others. But even so, we are not qualified to know the name of the original strong man, and other information cannot be obtained. Although we have lived for a long time, our level is too low and our location is remote. Many core things are not accessible at all. After Qianming waited for Wang Yu to finish speaking, he immediately started to add, with a hint of unwillingness to fall behind. Su Lang nodded faintly, "Go back to the body." Forgetting worry and stealing life, bowed to the ground, then returned to the body obediently, and was taken into the storage space by Su Lang. It is related to the Tianning continent. The two junior powerhouse who controls the Tianning continent. Before Bai Yellen mentioned that the Qilin clan has strong people who have cultivated to the level of Judo, but they are found to be stripped alive in the cave. It's probably the two junior powerhouse who can do such a thing, and it's also possible that there are quasi-two junior powerhouses under him. But in any case, the tragedy of the Qilin clan, the tragedy of the Tianning continent becoming a mythical animal farm, this person is definitely the culprit. It is said that there is a strong man behind him. Could it be the mysterious strong man who invaded the boundless universe and crushed the boundless world? Su Lang thought silently, knowing more about his future opponent in his heart. "Master, what do you think? Thinking about those enemies, we can definitely hack them to death." Xiaoyu, who was still holding Su Lang, saw that Su Lang was lost in thought, hugged him tightly, and said seriously, "Yeah, we must be able to defeat them." Su Lang smiled brilliantly, "But the most urgent thing is to get rid of that Feng Ziyu first and take the 9-dragon coffin. I must cut off the head of Baofeng Ziyu." Xiaoyu nodded heavily, and then obediently let go and entered the body. Su Lang felt the warm and soft touch disappear, and he was shocked for a moment. Xiaoyu is also a real creature. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he looked up to the sky. The sky of the entire exile was already covered with mist of gold and black. The thick mist in the sky has changed from a whirlpool to a funnel spiral, and an aura that makes everyone tremble reveals the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 1740, The 9-Dragon Coffin was born. Under this breath, almost everyone suffers from chest tightness, shortness of breath, and discomfort. This breath is estimated to have exceeded the Judo level, and it is very likely that it is the existence of Zhuan Tu Jr. Su Lang frowned slightly. Is this the level of the 9-Dragon Coffin? He squinted at the spiral funnel in the sky. That majestic breath became more and more terrifying, shaking the world, as if to crush the entire exile. "It's coming up. The 9-Dragon Coffin is out. Ha ha ha, the coffin of Kowloon, I can see the coffin of Kowloon." Countless strong men temporarily stopped fighting and looked up to the sky, their faces full of excitement. The land of exile is in the west. Where the Leian Temple is located, countless splendid temples have been turned into ruins. Even the extremely tall continuous snow-capped mountains collapsed countless. A famous monk stood in the sky, looking up at the golden and black whirlpool. An invading powerhouse around him also stopped his hands, his face was full of horror. In the land of exile, Chong Henzi and the two subordinates looked at the scene in the sky through a broken mirror, feeling the breath between heaven and earth, their faces were full of bitter resentment and unwillingness. The land of exile is in the south. In the battlefields not far from the Jieshuidian station, Yuqing, Xinjiang Monk, Bai Yellen, Mo Lu, and other strong men also distanced themselves from their opponents, and their eyes toward the sky were full of surprise and excitement. The sky above the station where the Supreme Nine Qing Palace has been erased. Feng Ziyu and Zan Taiqing stood opposite each other, looking up at the sky. At this time, Feng Ziyu has revealed his true appearance. He has a black armor and white hair all his life, and a face as sculpted as a sculptural line, with distinct features. His weapon is a 7-duration class short-handled broadsword, with the dragon's mouth spitting out the blade, surrounded by endless twisting power. Zan Taiqing, who was originally as thin as a wood, became much younger now. Not only the skin regained its luster, but the figure became straight and magnificent, like a middle-aged tough guy who has experienced countless winds and frosts. In his left hand, there is a chessboard floating on it, which is covered with chess pieces, which is the chessboard immediately. There are 2 small cups floating in his right hand, one black and the other white, swirling around each other like yin and yang fish. The black and white cups are just treasures for holding chess pieces. Originally, the level of the mysterious chessboard was not as good as the Ziqing Xuandian sword. But with these 2 chess cups, the level of the mysterious chessboard immediately soared to Kidu. It is precisely with this chessboard that Zan Taiqing can play with Feng Ziyu to get you and me. The breath of the Kowloon coffin became clearer. In the eyes of the entire exile, a dragon head drilled out of the spiral funnel. It was a lifelike white gold dragon head with a large number of horned dragon horns on its head, with supreme majesty. After this dragon head appeared, the golden black vortex spins more violently, and the channel expands further. Su Lang waited to see the dragon body behind the dragon head. This is an extremely large white golden dragon. The width of its body alone has reached a full 30,000 feet. At the beginning, Lu Mingxuan and the others heavenly star dragon god-free soldiers transformed the giant dragon into only more than 30,000 feet. The Taishu universe dragon summoned by Su Lang is only 100,000 feet long. How terrifying is the size of that bronze dragon? With the constant advancement of the white golden dragon, its entire body gradually emerged. It was a terrifying body with a length of 1 million feet, covered with countless dragon scales. 4 claws were huge and sharp, and could easily catch the moon and the stars. On the body of this million-foot golden white dragon, there is a white golden dragon with 8 heads in a smaller body. The 8-headed dragon intertwined, spreading teeth and dancing claws, full of shock. This is the 9-dragon coffin. Not a coffin pulled by 9 dragons, but a coffin made of 9 extremely powerful dragons. The million-meter-long dragon in the middle was definitely a terrifying powerhouse of the quasi-primary level. Su Lang looked at the coffin of 9 dragons, which revealed the whole picture, and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Chapter 1741. You just hit it. Through the weapon recognition function. He could easily recognize that the level of the 9-dragon coffin had reached the quasi-primary level, and even touched a higher level. The 9-dragon coffin. With you, you can learn all the secrets of the exile. Feng Ziyu looked at the coffin of 9 dragons in the sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The coffin of the 9 dragons, I will definitely win it. Feng Ziyu, I don't care what your background is, don't want to fight with me. Zhan Taiching stared at the 9-dragon coffin. His eyes were red. Since the establishment of the Supreme Nine Qing Palace, he has exhausted every effort to lay out and cultivate the strong, all for the coffin of 9 dragons. At this moment, the coffin of the Kowloon is right in front of him. How can he not be excited? Old trash in a place of exile, dare to censor me. When I kill you, I will kill all the creatures in the exile, and then board the 9-dragon coffin alone. Feng Ziyu looked at Zhan Taiching with disdain, and suddenly he rushed to Zhan Taiching with a big knife. Zhan Taiching's expression condensed, and immediately urged the mysterious chessboard to fight against Feng Ziyu. Do you think I did my best before? Tell you, I only used half of my power. Because I want to keep you dedicated to humane will, a strong man like you, 100 supreme emperors on top. Now that the coffin of 9 dragons is present, you have lost all use value, and there is only one dead word in the end. Feng Ziyu let out a wild laugh. A more terrifying aura and twisting power erupted from his body. You concealed your strength. Is there anything I have? You regard me as a tool to contribute to the will of humanity. Why am I not? Today, I, Zhan Taiching, must board the coffin of 9 dragons. Feng Ziyu, die. Zhan Taiching sneered again and again. His body revealed the fragrance of pill, and then suddenly broke through to the Badu godless level. The power of pill. Fu Ziyu was shocked, but had no chance to guess. Because Zhan Taiching had already killed him with a mysterious chessboard, 2 terrifying powerhouses collide together. The aftermath of endless battles disperses again and again. Each time it can make the earth vicissitudes of life. The appearance of the 9 dragons coffin also stimulated a large number of other strong men. One by one the strong were awakened from horror and absent-mindedness. Some instantly escaped into the ground, without whereabouts. Others fight with each other again, giving up their lives and forgetting their deaths, seeing death as home. Most people in the exile do not fight for the 9-dragon coffin, but for their own hatred. The appearance of the 9-dragon coffin represents that this era of reincarnation is about to end. Once the 9-dragon coffin is taken, the remaining people are very likely to be slaughtered by that person. Therefore, many people with deep hatred want revenge before they die. Even if the enemy only died one step earlier, but the enemy died in his own hands after all, it was a relief. There are a very small number of people who take the initiative to fight because they have the mind to fight for the coffin of the Kowloon. Su Lang is naturally one of them. Feng Ziyu and Zhan Taiching are both interested in the 9-dragon coffin. Although Zhan Taiching has an old relationship with me, he has to stand on the opposite side at this time. If that's the case, you should fight first. I'll have a snipe and clam to fight for the fisherman's profit. It's really beautiful. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, turned around and used the clone to dispatch and replace, and came to Yuqing's vicinity. Yuqing is fighting desperately with an invading Supreme Emperor Wudu. Although the opponent was the Supreme Emperor who fell from Ludu to Wudu level, he could actually use Ludu's twisting power. But Yu Qing not only holds the Ziqing Xuantian sword, but also has a large number of godless grade best pill. It is not difficult to resolve the opponent's offense. If it hadn't been for her cultivation realm to be at the Sidhu level and unable to exert the power of the purple Qingshan heavenly sword, the opponent would have belched long ago. I want to defeat you, and then imprison you and torture you fiercely. Your sword will also belong to me. The Supreme Emperor opposite Yu Qing showed a cruel and perverted smile, as if victory was just before his eyes. Chapter 1742, Su Lang, waiting for your good news. He seemed to use some secret technique, suddenly merged with his own weapons, and displayed extremely powerful 6 duo-level power. This force came very suddenly. In a hurry, Yu Qing could only block the Ziqing Xuantian sword in front. A little mess, dare to move my companion. A sneer came from the side, followed by a thick murderous intent. The Wudu godless grade face was frightened. But the next moment, a long sword smashed all his defenses very easily and cut straight through his skin. The Wudu godless grade only came to let out a scream, and fell directly. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, the Supreme Emperor Daojing 1, the Universe of Life 1, the 4 crossing godless soldiers pursuing the soul and killing the Emperor Flying Knife 1, the Yinhu soul body 20,000, the godless grade materials, soul locking crystal tiers 685, Bafang Shaolishi 220, Shabbing Mingshan Jade 212. The lower Emperor source 2,596,586, the superior fairy source 625489325. The system prompt appears. The arrogant Wudu Supreme Emperor was completely wiped out. Are you okay? Su Lang flew in front of Yu Qing and smiled slightly. The coffin of 9 dragons has appeared. Huh, your cultivation skills. When Yu Qing talked about it, he was suddenly startled, and pointed at Su Lang in shock. Su Lang, you are back to Wudu level. More than that, next I intend to compete for the coffin of the Kowloon. At that time, we will surely be upset, and it is possible that the entire land of exile will be scraped off. Su Lang said earnestly, so I want to take you into my life universe, where it is safer. Yu Qing agreed without hesitation. In her opinion, Su Lang is not stupid. Since he dared to compete in the coffin of 9 dragons, he must be sure. In the battle at that level, if you are unlucky, you will be hit by the fish pond, and you will be stunned. It is safer to be accepted by Su Lang into the universe of life. Su Lang opened the channel of life universe. I will find Bai Yelin and Xinzheng them. Su Lang, Ziqing will use it for you. Yu Qing did not enter the universe of life immediately, but handed the Ziqing Xuantian sword to Su Lang. Alright, I'll return it to you when it's used up. Su Lang nodded and caught the Ziqingshuan heavenly sword. One more weapon, one more strength, not to mention that the Ziqing Xuantian sword is a Kidu godless soldier with strong combat power, so it is just right for Xing Kuanyan he cloned to use. Su Lang, you will succeed. I'll go in and play mahjong with Beckham and others, waiting for your good news. Yu Qing smiled brightly, cheered Su Lang and entered the universe of life. Su Lang smiled at this. Immediately, he closed the channel of life universe and used his clone to replace Bai Yilin, Mo Lu, Xinzheng and others, and explained the situation to them clearly. Everyone also agreed and all entered his universe of life. When Bai Yilin and others fell on the blue star, they immediately discovered the difference in this planet of life. This is a planet built from the core fragments of the boundless realm. Could it be that Su Lang is a great warrior who existed before the battle of the boundary realm, and grabbed these core fragments when the boundary realm was broken? As a unicorn born and bred in Tianting continent, and with a complete memory of inheritance, Bai Yelin immediately recognized the identity of Blue Star. This is the core fragment of Infinity Realm. Monk Xinzheng was also horrified, and his whole person was going to be frightened. Don't be surprised, we happen to be short of people to play mahjong, come here and make another table. Yu Qing's voice came from a distance. Bai Yelin, Xinzheng and Mo Lu looked at each other, and then flew over. Su Lang naturally noticed the shock of Bai Yelin and others, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He set off again to kill the Supreme Emperor who had invaded. Anyway, there is no need to condense humane will anymore, so Su Lang moves quickly, and he can solve one in a few seconds. Ryu Mountain, Teibai Sea, 7-Star Sect, Ziziman, and Leian Temple, which has the largest number of people today, were all walked by Su Lang. Invaders everywhere, and mad dogs who didn't have eyes and dared to provoke them, were killed directly by him. Wu Hai and others in Leian Temple also came to a dead end because they resisted Su Lang. Feng Ziyu and Zan Taiqing fought, suddenly feeling something wrong. Looking at it with their own magical powers, there is no strong person above the censored level, no matter what level they are, all of them are constantly falling. Chapter 1743, 4 Level 1 Key Enhanced Function. Feng Ziyu and Zan Taiqing stood in 2 sections of the sky separately, with shock on their faces. Who is killing my subordinate? A large number of 3-inch villains appeared in front of Feng Ziyu, who were the supreme emperors under his command. At this time, these villains had all split apart, surrounded by fragmented pictures. In that picture, a young and handsome supreme emperor was holding a long sword, cutting vegetables and melons and slaughtering his subordinates like Feng Ziyu. However, all the subordinates above the godless grade were killed. Zan Taiqing is also looking at his mysterious chessboard. However, on the chessboard, a crimson light spot continuously teleported around in the chessboard. Every time you move the place, the crimson light spot will eliminate another light spot. Its killing speed is unprecedented. This method, could it be Taoist Su Lang? Yes, and in the entire place of exile, only fellow Su Lang makes me unable to see through. I didn't expect Taoist Su Lang to be so powerful, even a strong Kidu from the original realm can kill. I don't know if fellow Su Lang will participate in the battle for the 9-dragon coffin. If he wants to participate, I can only kill him. Zan Taiqing was surprised and his eyes were somewhat complicated, but he quickly returned to his indifference. Dare to ruin my major event. Feng Ziyu's complexion changed wildly, revealing endless killing intent. The subordinates he brought are not just for providing humane will. Those godless grades are still nailed to the land of exile, about to serve future plans. They not only have to detect the secrets of the exile, also seize this special world. But now, all the people have been killed. How do you play chess without the pieces, and how to execute the plan? Feng Ziyu simply hates Su Lang. When I win the coffin of the Kowloon, I will set you down. To vent my hatred, Feng Ziyu glared at Su Lang in the picture fiercely, and then stared at Zan Taiqing again. Watching that censored "you brought is killed," it's really the happiest thing in my life. Zan Taiqing looked at Feng Ziyu with a deep sneer on his face. Those who are about to die, dare to speak quickly. Feng Ziyu severely killed Zan Taiqing with a long knife. Die me. You are the one who will die. Mystery listened to the order, gave up my life and gave up my life, and killed him. Zan Taiqing has a chess board and a chess cup, and countless black and white chess pieces are flying around, carrying infinite twisting power to the town of Feng Ziyu. Su Lang had already beheaded all the invaders above the quasi-no-god level. He slaughtered more than 210 supreme emperors. If some of the supreme emperor had not died in the hands of others, he could kill 300 godless gods. The system, deposit all Shanyuan Diwan into the balance. Su Lang stopped at the top of a giant mountain and gave instructions to the system. Ding. Saved. The current balance is too large, and the balance has been changed to Superior Emperor Yuan. The current balance is 12,154, the Superior Emperor source. The system prompt sounded. Su Lang took a closer look, and the balance in the mysterious black space turned into a Superior Emperor source unit. The conversion ratio between the lower source and the upper source is 10,000 to 1. More than 10,000 Superior Emperor sources is equivalent to more than 100 million lower Emperor sources. This number just allows Su Lang to choose a system function to improve. Improve 1-key enhanced functions. Su Lang did not hesitate to choose the 1-key enhancement function. In this case now, the more suitable functions are the clone function and the enhanced function, but the latter is obviously more useful. Ding. Consuming 10,000 Superior Emperor sources, the 1-key enhancement function is upgraded to level 4, which can consume all resources to permanently strengthen all non-living objects at level 4. We can strengthen weapons again. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and then took out more than 70 godless soldiers from the storage space. Chapter 1744. Strengthen Yudian sword for the 4th time. These godless soldiers were full of fear for Su Lang. After all, many godless soldiers gathered together, indicating that Su Lang also killed at least 70 Supreme Emperor. What a terrible number this is. Great strong man, I am willing to serve you as the Lord. Great existence, please accept me, I am willing to fight for you. One godless weapon spirit began to bow down to Su Lang. However, Su Lang was not moved at all, and none of these imperial soldiers made him attractive. Even the best one is far worse than forgetting worry and stealing life. All the godless soldiers in front of you must be broken down into materials, evolve and strengthen the Yudian sword and other weapons. One-click decomposition function is activated. Su Lang pinched an Urdu godless soldier and directly decomposed it into a large amount of materials. The spirit of the godless weapon screamed and disappeared in smoke. He is the devil, he can destroy godless soldiers instantly. The rest of the godless soldiers were immediately frightened, and some godless soldiers immediately began to flee. Want to escape? No way. Su Lang dismissed it, and the Yudian sword on his bun flew out directly, and the terrifying 8-duct twisting power enveloped the audience. All weapons were suppressed by Yudian sword. So many delicious. Xiaoyu looked at those godless soldiers, her eyes shone like little stars. Su Lang smiled blankly when he saw this, and then began to disassemble the godless soldier. More than 70 godless soldiers have all been broken down into various materials. However, those supreme emperors have collected more materials that have not yet been refined into weapons. Adding up all the materials, they have been piled up into continents in the storage space. Some materials can even form moon-sized asteroids. Come on, Xiaoyu. Su Lang waved gently, and Yudian sword fell into his hand. Master is going to feed Xiaoyu again, so hey. Xiaoyu ran out of her body, extremely excited. First try to see if it can evolve. With a thought, Su Lang gave the system an order to evolve the Yudian sword. It's a pity that the material is insufficient, and there are more than 10 kinds of godless materials of the 6 duo level. The Ludu godless soldiers that I have broken down are only 2 or 3, and the other Ludu materials are not too much. Furthermore, the evolution of the Yudian sword requires more materials than weapons of the same level. The lack of more than a dozen materials is reasonable. However, there is no way to evolve, I can still strengthen it. This function does not need to choose materials, even the lowest level of materials, as long as there are enough quantities to complete the strengthening. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and a smile appeared. He chose to strengthen his function before, wasn't it just for this moment? Su Lang did not immediately strengthen the Yudian sword, but took out the godless dragon terrace and the 8-edged shield of heaven. One of these two weapons has strong firepower, and the other has strong defensive characteristics. At this time, the materials are enough to just evolve. If the Yudian sword is strengthened first, it may consume the materials required for their two weapons. Ao Bing pays respects to the master. Ajia, see my master. After seeing Su Lang, the spirits of the two weapons knelt and bowed immediately. The level of the dragon without god at this time is the 4 crosses without god soldier. The weapon has been strengthened twice, and it has the power of the 6 crosses. Xianxia's 8-sided shield is just a godless soldier, and has not experienced strengthening. Evolve for you today. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately issued an evolution order. With the order issued, the system prompt also sounded immediately. Ding! Consume godless soul. The godless dragon platform has evolved into a Wudu godless soldier. Ding! Consume godless soul. Tianzhao 8-sided shield evolved into Wudu godless soldier. In the storage space, countless materials disappeared. Godless Dragon Terrace and Tianjia 8-ringed shield together evolved into Wudu godless soldiers, and the latter directly crossed the 4 realms. Chapter 1745, 3 Judu no god soldiers. Ao Bing, thank you Lord. Ao Bing was very excited. He had reached the Kidu level at this time, and he was also a high level in the godless level. Ajia, thank you, Lord, thank you. Ajong will fight hard for the Lord, face the dripping blood, and block all enemy attacks. Qi Ling Ajia continued to bow down to Su Lang, and the whole person was incoherent in excitement. The last time he was transformed into a godless soldier by Su Lang, he was given a word by Su Lang because of his cowardly temper. That is the famous saying of Mr. Shuren. Then Ajia realized it. From then on, Ajia intends to be a real warrior and actively fight for Su Lang. At this time, he was transformed into a Wudu godless soldier by Su Lang, and he was full of confidence and courage, and he no longer looked like a coward. I look forward to your performance. Su Lang smiled and nodded, but the evolution to Wudu godless soldier is not over yet, you just wait. Ao Bing and Ajia should be together, still excited. Xiaoyu, get ready, Su Lang exhorted, and then activated the one-key enhancement function. The majestic light blue mysterious power emerged out of thin air, directly integrated into the Yudian sword. An extremely terrifying breath erupted from the Yudian sword, reaching the Judu godless level. Master, I'm stronger again. Xiaoyu came out very excited, hanging on Su Lang like an octopus. Ao Bing and Ajia next to him were shocked when they saw this scene. Judo godless level, that is close to the peak of godless soldier. We'll blast at Feng Ziu's head later. Su Lang smiled brilliantly, trying to pull Xiaoyu off but found that he couldn't do it. But I don't want to come down now, I want to hug. This girl is now a powerful thief, reaching the level of Judo. If she is unwilling to come down, Su Lang can't force her down. Yes, you have to lift it up. Su Lang smiled helplessly, then just hang up, I will strengthen Ao Bing and the others. Xiaoyu is not stingy with her snacks, and is willing to give it to others. The system will strengthen the godless dragon stage twice. An extremely majestic light blue mysterious power poured into the body of godless dragon Terrace. Ding. Strengthening success. No, censored, dragon platform +2. Two vast auras erupted from the godless dragon stage one after another, one 8 crossing and the other 9 crossing. I have also reached the Judo level. Ao Bing thanked the master and decided to fight for the master and rule the universe. Ao Bing was so excited that he shook his whole body when he thanked him. Go get familiar with the power. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and immediately looked at the 8-sided shield of the sky. Now it's your turn, ah. Lord, Master. Ajia has no achievements yet and is not eligible for this honor. Ajia had already been flattered, but at this time, seeing that Su Lang had to strengthen himself, he refused again and again. Since his birth, he has fought for Su Lang only a few times. And every battle is terribly scared. If it weren't for his own characteristics to be 100% able to resist attacks, I'm afraid he would have to flee. Therefore, he was uneasy to receive Su Lang's reward one after another. Su Lang smiled happily, I didn't have any achievements before, just make up for it later. I begged the master to take it back. Ah Zhang still felt that he was not qualified and insisted on rejecting it. You really have become bolder. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, stop talking nonsense, or you will be cut. Seeing that Su Lang was about to get angry, Ah Zhang didn't dare to contradict him again. And he was extremely grateful to Su Lang in his heart, and wanted to die for Su Lang immediately. Strengthen the 8-sided shield +4. Su Lang gave the instructions lightly, as if only doing a small thing. Ding. Strengthened successfully, xianxia 8-sided shield +4. Under the action of countless light blue mysterious powers, xianxia's 8-sided shield was strengthened 4 times in succession, reaching the level of Judo directly. Chapter 1746. Take the coffin of Kowloon with me. Ajia, thank you master. Ah Jia knelt on the ground, tears of gratitude. He had already decided that as long as he did not die, he would not let Su Lang be injured by a single vellus hair. Su Lang's eyes were cold. Follow me to fight and seize the coffin of Kowloon. Ao Bing and Ajia got up one after another, and then returned to their bodies. Although Xiaoyu was reluctant to give up, she also knew how to get down from Su Lang and return to her ontology. Su Lang put the 3 pieces of 9 deuce godless soldiers, Yutian sword, long Niu Yushi and round black small shield, into their sleeves and hurried towards the far north. Although there are still a large number of treasures in the storage space that have not been counted, such as exercises, pill materials, pill formula, life universe and so on. However, Su Lang's current strength is already sufficient to seize the 9-dragon coffin, and the exercises, which take time to take effect, might as well let them go temporarily. Dispatch and replace through clones. Su Lang directly reached the far north, outside the battlefield between Feng Ziu and Zhan Taiching. But seeing the 2 powerhouses fighting frantically, the sky has disappeared, dark gray space turbulence and broken space rhythm lines are everywhere. There is even no material existence around the battlefield. Yes, it is just the powerful and distorted power of 2 horrible powerhouses. Feng Ziu and Zhan Taiching are fighting in full swing. Feng Ziu is a veteran Badu powerhouse who has fallen to the Kidu level, mastering the higher quality Badu twisting power, various mysterious methods, and Kidu level godless soldiers to help. Although Zhan Taiching has just been promoted to Badu, his twisting power is slightly worse than that of Feng Ziu, but he is in good condition, and has a mysterious chessboard and various pills, and his combat power is not bad. Su Lang watched the battle from the edge of the battlefield. Of course, Feng Ziu and Zhan Taiching also found him immediately. Does he really want to covet the coffin of Kowloon? But the breath on his body only returned to Wudu. No, that's not right, the strength of Wudu level can't kill so many godless levels at all, he must have reservations. Zhan Taiching looked at Su Lang with spiritual thoughts, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Now that the 9 dragons coffin has come out, Su Lang is no longer useful to his previous plan. At this time, he is going to grab the 9 dragons coffin and he is naturally unhappy. Besides, the two parties just made a transaction, and there is no great friendship. Therefore, Zhan Taiqing had completely regarded Su Lang as an enemy at this moment. Feng Ziyu is also looking at Su Lang. He killed my subordinates. That's him, a waste who obviously only has the Sandu realm, and his breath is less than the Ludu level. Why can such combat power kill my subordinates and massacre them as soon as they strike? Something's wrong. This person must be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but if you want to take the 9 dragon coffin, you must prepare to become a corpse. A sneer appeared on Feng Ziyu's face. In his opinion, no matter how strong Su Lang is, he would be at Kidu level. Otherwise, he would have come to censored the 9 dragon coffin long ago. What use is there to kill those weak emperors? Just when Feng Ziyu and Zhan Taiqing's thoughts flickered, Su Lang has opened the property panel of the two. Name, Feng Ziyu. Race, Fierce Feather. Realm level, Kidu no, censored, level, 8 crossing no, censored, level. Attack level, Badu no, censored, level. Defensive level, Kidu no, censored, level plus. Shenfa level, 8 deuce have no, censored, level. Endurance level, 8 deuce without god level. Mastering techniques, Shanyu Heart Sutra. Hunyuan Yaoyu Emperor Sutra, no god level. Dacheng, Xiaoyu Zhangkong, no god level. Dacheng, Shanyusheng, no god level. Dacheng. The weapon in his hand is called Zanyu Fierce Blade, the godless soldier of the Kidu Peak. Look at Zhan Taiqing again. All 4-dimensional attributes have reached the 8 Du godless level. Master the Dacheng godless level techniques such as Taisheng Wuyu Delu, Taisheng Tianjiaotu, Qingshu Dangshuantiantu. The combination of the chessboard and chess cup in hand can play the pinnacle of Kidu. Chapter 1747. Acting, Who Can't? From the property panel, Zhan Taiqing has the upper hand. But in fact, Feng Ziyu is a senior Badu godless grade. Even if the realm fell due to the passage of time and space turbulence, the combat power still maintained a very high level. As a result, the two sides temporarily drew a tie, and no one can do anything about it. Su Lang knew that the two of them must have hidden whole cards, but they refused to play them first. Instead, wait for the right opportunity to give your opponent a fatal blow. It's frightening to glue. Forget it, I don't want to wait anymore. Su Lang glanced at the two old guys who were fighting, and he was about to sacrifice all kinds of whole cards for a crush. Zhan Taiqing suddenly moved, withdrew from the battle group and flew to Su Lang's side. Friend Su Lang, help me. You and I will kill this nasty intruder. Then I have the coffin of the 9 dragons, you have to exile, be the lord of the world. With your ability, fellow Su, you can definitely plan a more prosperous era of reincarnation, and once again call out the coffin of the 9 dragons. At that time, I will be the forerunner for you, discovering everything in the unknown place, and waiting for fellow Taoists to arrive in the 9 dragon coffin. Zhan Taiqing flew towards Su Lang, while saying very sincerely, his expression and tone could definitely fool countless powerful people. Pioneering for me, discover the unknown, then wait for me over there. It's worthy of being an old monster who has hardened his cultivation to this level, and can speak so fresh and refined everything. Su Lang complained in his heart, but smiled on the surface, I have this intention, and I would like to cooperate with fellow Taoist Zhan to kill that Feng Ziyu, acting. Who won't? He was about to see what tricks Zhan Taiqing wanted to do. If you want to cross the river and demolish the bridge, it will be even less burdensome to kill. Zhan Taiqing flew to Su Lang's side, also invite fellow Taoists to use their magical powers to deal with Feng Ziyu, as you wish. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the devouring clone was instantly activated. At this time, he has 42 clones to swallow, leaving 2 as replacements, and swallowing all the remaining 40. 40 clones were swallowed by Su Lang. Boom, boom, rumble. 3 increasingly stronger waves of terrifying aura descended on the world one after another. But I saw that Su Lang's real combat power had been upgraded from Wudu to Badu level. Instantly reach Badu. This should be his true cultivation realm. He used a certain secret method to directly recover to the peak. It's no wonder that he can kill those 5 and 6 crossings at will. Zhan Taiqing was shocked. In his heart, Su Lang was a super old monster who was older than him and didn't know what weird method to use to survive several times of reincarnation. Fortunately, its strength has only reached the 8 Du level, and it seems to be just a conventional strength. In terms of the quality of the twisting power, it is still at the Sandu level. The twisting power of the Sandu level is simply too far behind that of the 8 crossings, and a single trace of the twisting power of the 8 crossing level can annihilate countless Sandu twisting powers. Zhan Taiching breathed a sigh of relief. With such strength alone, his plan of utilization can be executed. Feng Ziyu in the distance also saw Su Lang's drastic changes in his eyes. After the initial horror faded, he also discovered Su Lang's weakness, that is, the quality of the twisting power is too low. The quality of Sandu's twisting force. Even if your regular strength reaches the Judo level, it's no use. Feng Ziyu looked at Su Feng disdainfully. Your only role is to be used by me to sacrifice the sword. Zhan Taiching gave a low drink, then rushed towards Feng Ziyu. Su Lang smiled, and followed him. 2 wastes, eat me a fierce feather. Feng Ziyu's eyes condensed, and she violently waved her long knife. Countless feather-like twisting powers formed a terrifying storm, covering all the places where Su Lang and Zhan Taiching were. 2 great Amaterasu. Zhan Taiching fiercely urged the chessboard in his hand, and countless black and white chess-like twisted powers swarmed out, violently colliding with the twisting storm cast by Feng Ziyu. Su Lang waved his hand gently, and a twisting force of Judo rose to the sky, and rushed into the twisting storm of Feng Ziyu. Chapter 1748. Zhan Taiching stabbed a knife in the back. In an instant, most of Feng Ziyu's twisting storm was annihilated by the twisting force of Judo. The remaining twisting storm was offset by Zhan Taiching's black and white twisting power. This scene fell in the eyes of Feng Ziyu and Zhan Taiching, and instantly stunned them both at the same time. 9. Judo has no god-level twisting power. This person clearly only has the regular strength of the 8DUS level, and even the cultivation realm of the 3DUS level. How can it be possible to display the twisting power of the 9DUS level? Could it be that he has some kind of incredible trump card on his body that can temporarily display the power of Judo's distortion? Feng Ziyu looked at Su Lang with horror, and the contempt for Su Lang in his heart had long been forgotten, and replaced by solemnity. This Su Lang can actually exert the power of Judo's distortion. Could it be that he has Judo-level Imperial soldiers? This is impossible. I have never heard of Judo-level Imperial soldiers in the place of exile. Should be using some unknown means to continuously sublimate his own twisting power, creating the illusion of Judo's twisting power. The amount of this twisting power is definitely not much, but the threat is too great. A lot of thoughts flashed in Zhan Taiching's mind, and the fear of Su Lang in his heart rose to the peak in history. Su Lang's threat was no worse than Feng Ziyu. After all, if such Judo twisting power were thrown on him several times, Zhan Taiching would definitely not be able to hold it. No, you can't keep him. A bitter killing intent rose in Zhan Taiching's heart. Aboriginal exile, I think you can use the twisting power of Judo several times with the garbage from Sandu. Feng Ziyu shouted in a low voice, holding the long knife in his hand, and slashed again. A large amount of Badu's twisting power condensed into a storm again, and it poured down Su Lang and Zhan Taiching. Feng Ziyu's move was more powerful than the previous one. The storm of twisting power is so majestic and vast, it has almost formed the pillar of the storm to take over the world. Friend Su Lang, resist quickly, Zhan Taiching shouted anxiously when he saw this scene. Su Lang waved his big hand, and suddenly another twisting force of Judo rose from the sky and slammed into the twisting storm. The forces of twisting cancel each other out and annihilate each other, and a wave of violent aftermath of battle radiates, destroying the originally fragmented grid of space. Zhan Taiching also started at the same time. His goal is not Feng Ziyu, but Su Lang. People often want to kill, and they are greedy for life. I'm sorry. Zhan Taiching used his life's power to urge the chessboard of mystery, and instantly burst out the unprecedented twisting power of 8 waves. This is one of his whole cards. It was not used when dealing with Feng Ziyu, but it was used on Su Lang at this time. How jealous Zhan Taiching was towards Su Lang, even to the point of fear. But I saw countless black and white chess pieces wrapped in black and white twisting air, forming 2 terrifying dragon heads, strangling towards Su Lang, who was close at hand. Zhan Taiching actually shot him. Hee, a weird Sandu, scared you out of measure. Well, let you clean up that guy first, I will kill you again, and then take the 9-dragon coffin. Feng Ziyu in the distance was suddenly surprised when Zhan Taiching acted on Su Lang, and then sneered again and again. But Su Lang, who was the first to bear the brunt, turned a deaf ear to the terrorist sneak attack close at hand. This immediately gave Zhan Taiching an illusion. This Su Lang just used the twisting power of the 9 crosses, and he really couldn't resist. HMPH, he can't even react, this time he will undoubtedly die, and I can be regarded as a major disaster. Zhan Taiching looked at Su Lang, who did not resist, and a surprise suddenly appeared in his heart. What happened in the next moment made him and Feng Ziyu stunned again. I am here, don't want to hurt my master's hair. A fair-skinned, messy hair, dressed in a normal black robe, with dark circles under the eyes, a young man appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 1749. Su Lang didn't lose a single hair. His eyes burst open and his hands pushed hard. A small black round shield emerged, blocking Su Lang's side instantly. Zhan Taiching's 2 twisted dragon heads, one black and one white, were like slamming upwards, completely uncontrollably hitting the small black round shield. Obviously it is an extremely majestic 8-deuce twisting power, and it still used the special attack of the whole card, and it was blocked by that small buckler. Countless twisting power splashes, however, no trace can approach Su Lang, because Xianxia's 8-sided shield can always block all the twisting power instantly. From Zhan Taiching's point of view, his twisting power hit the small black buckler like a demon. Immediately afterwards, all the twisting powers were not annihilated, scattered, or poured back. In short, they did not harm Su Lang at all. It's impossible. My attack is one of my strongest cards. How can I not even hurt his hair? No, this is not true, I must be dazzled, I am wrong. Zhan Taiching looked at Su Lang dumbfounded. The surprise in his heart had long since turned into horror and disbelief, and the whole person was even more shocked. Obviously, you can kill Su Lang with absolute certainty. But in the end, he didn't even get a single hair off, and the gap was too big. Feng Ziyu also stared at this scene dumbfounded. He thought that Zhan Taiching could easily overcome Su Lang, but he couldn't think that Zhan Taiching's moves were all blocked. Friend Zhan Taiching, I didn't expect that you, as a teammate, would actually take a backlash and shoot me. Su Lang turned to look at Zhan Taiching, with a cold sarcasm hanging from the corner of his mouth. He had known before that Zhan Taiching had no good intentions, perhaps he was going to cross the river to demolish the bridge, but he didn't expect Zhan Taiching to be even more ruthless and shameless, so he stabbed the knife directly from the back. I never believe you can stop me. Su Lang, you must die, don't blame me. Zhan Taiching suddenly burst out with a terrifying roar, his hideous face was full of unwillingness and fear. Did you see my shield clearly? You dare to speak big without seeing it? Su Lang shook his head dismissively, and poured a large amount of innate qi into the 8-sided shield between his fingers. No matter what the shield is, I want you to die. Zhan Taiching yelled like crazy, then frantically urged the mysterious chessboard to kill Su Lang. Countless black and white chess pieces are like endless stars, forming a black and white thick fog dragon, whizzing towards Su Lang. These supernatural powers that killed Su Lang from all directions, but turned their direction for no reason, and directly hit the top of the 8-sided shield of the sky. There were bursts of explosions. A large amount of the twisting power of 8 ducts was blocked by the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao, and then the twisting force of Judu annihilated. Come. Fuck me, you censored old man, you want to hurt my master too, you are thinking of fart. Ajia let out an arrogant yelling, and he didn't look like a coward at all, even Su Lang looked at him. This is impossible. Feng Ziyu, what are you waiting for? You and I join forces to kill him first. Zhan Taiching's face was twisted, and he did not hesitate to join forces with Feng Ziyu to kill Su Lang first, and then censored the 9-dragon coffin. What a Zhan Taiching, but what you said also makes sense, kill Su Lang first, kill you, perfect. Feng Ziyu's expression was gloomy, he had actually recognized that Su Lang's 8-sided shield was the Judu Godless Soldier. How easy is it to activate the Judu Godless Soldier? A Supreme Emperor of the 8 crossing ranks will exhaust his mana with 4 or 5 times at most, and become a fish. No matter how good the weapon is, it will be useless. Feng Ziyu agreed to Zhan Taiching, planning to consume Su Lang first, and then seize the 9-dragon coffin. Xiaoyu Zhengkong Shan slash. Feng Ziyu held the long sword in his hand, poured a large amount of the twisting power of the 8 crosses, and displayed one of his whole cards. Chapter 1750. My eyes are bursting. A sharp white feather emerged out of thin air and appeared directly in front of Su Lang's neck. One step further is to pierce Su Lang's neck. With the terrifying power carried on it, the general Badu godless grade will definitely return to the direct deity. The white feather suddenly turned its direction and directly pierced the eight-sided shield of the sky. The endless and majestic power exploded, the surrounding broken space was plowed over and over again, and the ground under my feet almost had to be pierced. No matter how violent and terrifying Feng Ziyu's attack was, he couldn't get past a trace and hurt Su Lang's hair. Feng Ziyu, you are thinking about fart too. Come on, come and censored me, two people come and censored me together. Jia ridiculed Feng Ziyu in disdain, and Su Lang couldn't even laugh or cry at the arrogant appearance. Su Lang, I want to see how deep your mana is. Zhan Taiching took out a pill and swallowed it in his mouth and sneered, thanks to your pill, I will definitely be able to survive the moment you die. There is no god-level perfect quality pill. This old guy actually has this kind of pill, and it sounds like Su Lang's pill, what's the matter? Feng Ziyu recognized the perfect quality pill that Zhan Taiching had swallowed, and instantly stared. He has taken the Supreme Emperor Dan. However, the best godless pill to take is only top grade. He has seen the best quality several times in his life, but the perfect quality is the first time. Zhan Taiching's pill really shocked him. You want me to die from exhaustion? I'm afraid I can't do it in my life. Su Lang looked up to the sky and laughed, then grabbed a large handful of perfect quality Supreme Great Emperor pill, crumpled it into a ball, and swallowed it like a meal ball. You have so many perfect qualities, godless Dan. Zhan Taiching was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Su Lang could refine the perfect quality pill, but it also needed materials. He counted carefully, and the pill he refined from Su Lang was exactly equal to the materials he had given. Therefore, in his opinion, Su Lang had simply detained the pill, only charging a huge fee. Unfortunately, he never thought of it. Su Lang could get 5 pills at one time, not one. From those materials of Zhan Taiching, he earned more than 4 times the amount of pill. Su Lang also killed close to 300 Supreme Emperors, many of whom had fallen to Ludu. Those Kidu Supreme Emperors' net worth is completely comparable to that of Zhan Taiching, or even worse. All the Supreme Emperor who was in Su Lang's hands provided countless pill recipes, capable of refining massive amounts of Supreme Emperor pill. While Zhan Taiching was stunned, Feng Ziyu was even more horrified, stunned, his eyes bursting. Just now he ate at least 30 Supreme Emperor pills. And all of them are perfect quality pills. This is a fake. Who can have 30 perfect quality Supreme Emperor pill? Is he a quasi-primordial powerhouse? Feng Ziyu had already been horrified when he saw Zhan Taiching eating a perfect quality Great Emperor pill. At this moment, seeing Su Lang eat dozens of them, he was shocked and almost stupid. Oh, it doesn't seem to be enough. Su Lang curled his mouth, then took out a large amount of pills and stuffed it into his mouth again, and wiped the corners of his mouth. Zhan Taiching, Feng Ziyu, kill him. The two of them roared with red eyes, and then frantically waved the godless soldier in their hands, condensing countless twisting powers, and it was bound to kill Su Lang here. Xiaoyu Zhengkong Shang, Xiaoyu Zhengkong Bao, the fierce feather hides in the sky, die. Feng Ziyu directly exploded out of his ultimate trick, death to death. It even took out a piece of Judo weaponry, condensing a trace of Judo's power to hide in the attack. Chapter 1751. Come on, all come and censored me. 2 God Amaterasu Zanchi Liangmao kill black and white. Qingshu Dengshuan stunned Lei's Dawn Star. Zhan Taiching also burst out his trump cards with all his strength. He did not have any fragments of the Judo weapon, but he had a section of the Judo secret method, temporarily urging the thin Judo twisting power. The 2 Great Emperors all showed their cards, and they bombarded Su Lang together, showing how jealous they were. Endless white feather-like twisting power lingers in the sky and the earth. Any trace can destroy tens of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The twisting power of countless black and white chess pieces fell like stars, and almost the whole place of exile was trembling. Among them is hidden the lore of 2 masters, the twisting power of Judo. As long as their 8 waves of twisting power can offset the twisting power of Su Lang's 9 waves, those 2 twisting powers of 9 waves are a weapon to kill Su Lang. The moment of electric flint. The attacks of Zhan Taiching and Feng Ziyu had already rushed to Su Lang's face. Come on, all come and censored me. Jia laughed wildly, and his body instantly condensed countless twisting powers of the 9 crosses, blocking all the attacks of Zhan Taiching. Above the sky, a large number of distorting powers of Badu spread out like a flood, and the heaven and earth within a radius of tens of light years are all annihilated. The twisting force of Zan Taiching and Feng Ziu's 8 crossings was unable to break through the twisting force of 9 crossings of Xianxia's 8-sided shield. The 2 faint powers of the 9 crossings gathered by them are also useless. Once the 2 twisting powers of Judu are driven up, it is like a sheep entering the mouth of a tiger, and they are annihilated by Su Lang's twisting power. Continue to consume him, he must be unstoppable. Zan Taiching shouted sternly and spurred the immediate chessboard again, continuously urging the twisting force. Seeing this scene, Feng Ziu didn't have any thoughts of stealing in. Playing tricks, frantically urging the twisting force to kill Su Lang. In the current situation, only by killing Su Lang with Zan Taiching can the 2 of them compete in the 9-dragon coffin. As the object of being besieged by the 2, although the innate qi in Su Lang's body is stronger than ordinary godless yuan, it is still consumed very violently. It is indeed not easy to condense the power of the 9 crossings at the level of the Supreme Emperor 8. But fortunately, I have so many pills. System, refining 100 Supreme Emperor pills for me. Su Lang grinned, swallowing dozens of Supreme Emperor pills while giving instructions to the system. With the anti-celestial movement speed of the 1 key practice function, the pill that is eaten is almost directly digested, becoming a congenital qi. Su Lang also has secret methods such as Dari Hao Tian, to extract solar energy, which can completely make up for the energy deficit in the body. He actually has a pill. Zan Taiching and Feng Ziu saw this scene, their eyes were almost bloody. In particular, they discovered that some of the pills that Su Lang swallowed were actually used for cultivation instead of restoring mana. That is utterly violent. It just made them want to reach out and pull out the pill from Su Lang's mouth, and then save it as a baby. Fight me attrition, you are really dreaming. I advise you to use it as soon as possible if you have a whole card. Otherwise, you won't have the mana to use. Su Lang stood in the protection zone of Xianxia's 8-sided shield, with a hint of disdain and ridicule at the corner of his mouth. You even took the pills for cultivation, I don't believe there are more pills to restore mana. Su Lang, you must die today. Zan Taiching let out a hoarse roar, and the twisting force burst out, turning into black and white dragons to rush out. Su Lang, you will definitely die. Feng Ziu roared, and waved the long knife in his hand again, death. Pills for cultivation, oh, it's really unconscious, I don't usually divide it. There are so many such things, so you know what you are doing, you can eat it if you can restore mana. Su Lang laughed loudly while resisting the attack of the 2 powerhouses, taking out the pill again and swallowing it. Zan Taiching and Feng Ziu were almost furious. I've seen someone so arrogant, and never seen so arrogant. Chapter 1752, Feng Ziu Zan Taiching hopes broken. When you fall, I don't think you will smile yet. Zan Taiching's complexion was pale, then he took out a pill and swallowed it carefully into his abdomen. Feng Ziu was even more sad. What Zan Taiching eats is the perfect quality of the Supreme Emperor's pill. He can only eat the middle and low-grade Supreme Emperor's pills. The quantity is still limited, so he dare not eat it. I have too few pills. I must be ready to extract the power of the universe of life. The power of the world's heavenly path and the power of humane incense must be extracted, I am afraid that it can support the battle. Feng Ziu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If he extracts the power of the life universe, it is equivalent to consuming the origin, which is a very basic behavior. But if it really reaches that point, it will be impossible. Su Lang was also temporarily forced into a war of attrition. The 2 big 8-crossing powerhouses desperately besieged him, exerting countless twisting power to consume him, and his whole cards are also first class and 1 strong, making the power consumption in his body very intense. The level of depletion and recovery was almost the same, and it was a little too weak to use the other 2 Judu godless soldiers. Su Lang still has various destructive whole cards such as Blood Moon Sky Ming, and No. Shackles, that have not exploded. Once it breaks out, it can definitely break the balance and reverse the offensive and defensive situation. But he doesn't plan to do that, because he has an easier way. Xingquanyan conjoined, dispatched by clone. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and he issued system instructions in his heart. The place of exile, the extreme south. The 42 avatars suddenly merged into one, suddenly bursting out the 8 godless aura. The creatures who were fighting nearby became dumb and dared not move like a stone sculpture. Xingquanyan he clone disappeared, and the surrounding creatures loosened, but they were still so shocked that they did not dare to breathe. The far north. Feng Ziyu and Zhan Taiching were desperately consuming Su Lang, like two boss fights, tired like dogs. But the two are tired, and there is a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Especially Feng Ziyu, he still had a whole card that he hadn't played. Once he defeated Su Lang, he could immediately defeat Zhan Taiching and become the final winner. However, what made him hope-broken happened. In the extremely terrifying battlefield, another Badu no superior came out of thin air. How can there be 8 duo godless in the place of exile? Zhan Taiching and Feng Ziyu looked at the place where the people came, and their bodies trembled suddenly. Another Su Lang. The Badu powerhouse who has just arrived is exactly the same as Su Lang, and even the aura on his body is exactly the same. This newly appearing Su Lang actually holds a dragon button jade seal, which is also a Judo godless soldier. Another 8 crossing Su Lang. Another 9 crossing godless soldier. This world. Isn't it true? Have I hallucinated? Zhan Taiching roared wildly in her heart, hysterical, heart-piercing, and she was so shocked to doubt life. How is this possible? 2 identical Badu Supreme Emperors are completely unheard of. It's over. I must use the fragments of the ancient Wanrui lamp in advance to have the hope of capturing the 9-dragon coffin. And the opportunity. Only once. Feng Ziyu's eyes burst open, and she only pinched a fragment of weapon in her left hand. This is exactly the shard of godless soldier he used to urge Judo's twisting power. On this piece of debris, there are the means of Judo godless level bosses to seal, which can burst out incomparably terrifying power. And just when Zhan Taiching and Feng Ziyu were horrified, "Kill me," Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and gave an order. Xing Kuanyan he clone immediately urged Judo godless dragon terrace. The dragon button and jade seal are instantly divided into dragon and dragon nest. The dragon nest suddenly spread, covering most of the battlefield, and all the spilled energy was absorbed and turned into Ao Bing's power. Ao Bing, which is hundreds of thousands of feet long, is almost half the length of the 9-dragon coffin, with his mouth open, and the twisting force of the 9 crossings blasted out frantically. The twisting force of Wudao Judo kills Zhan Taiching, and the Wudao kills Feng Ziyu. Chapter 1753. Zhan Taiching is dead. My body is eternal, endless and endless. Zhan Taiching let out a horrified and desperate roar, completely desperate to use his most terrifying self-harm's secret technique. Almost instantly his body collapsed into a dry mummy. Numerous 8 twisting powers and a trace of 9 twisting powers exploded, blocking Ao Bing's 5 twisting powers. I can only put my gamble on it. Wanrui ancient lamp, kill them for me. Feng Ziyu gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, and then directly urged the fragments of the Wanrui ancient lamp in his hand. This piece of Judo godless class weapon fragments burst into endless light, as if a brand new sun appeared above the land of exile. The sun's dazzling light is exactly the almost endless twisting power of the 8 crosses. In this incredibly bright light, an extremely slender, but extremely terrifying, quasi-2 elementary twisting power flashed out. Feng Ziyu's trump card is far beyond imagination. Su Lang frowned. Taking advantage of Feng Ziyu and Zhan Taiching's whole cards one after another, he immediately broke out various whole cards. Blood Moon, Heaven, Great Sun, Ocean, The World is Dying, Without Shackles, Breaking a Sword. All kinds of secret techniques were all on display, and Su Lang's combat power suddenly surged again, even among the 8 duels. Numerous forces surround Su Lang's side. The monstrous scarlet blood, the golden red light, the twisted illusory mirror image. All rushed into the Yudian sword and slashed towards the front. An unprecedented twisting force of Judo converged into a terrifying torrent of twists, like a madly inverted cosmic galaxy, drowning Feng Ziyu and Zhan Taiching at the same time. No, Su Lang, kill me. I would like to kill Feng Ziyu with you, please give me a chance. The twisting power of Judo in his pupils was getting closer and closer, and Zhan Taiching screamed with his dry lips and screamed extremely harshly. Su Lang had long known that Zhan Taiching had a ghost, and the old man stabbed a knife in the back, and now it was too late to beg for mercy. Zhan Taiching's defensive methods were almost like a chicken and dog under the siege of Ao Bing and Yudianjian, 2 pieces of Judo godless soldiers, and could not withstand a single blow. Without holding on to a single breath, Zhan Taiching was blasted to ashes by the twisting force of a large number of Judo. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Kidu Godless Soldier Mystery Board 1, Taiching Soul Body 1000000, and godless-grade material Taiching Jinyu *1562, Te Shengxiao Jade 1235, Undermountain Blood Jade 2514. The Lower Emperor Source 1,885,211, the Superior Fairy Source 136489875. The system prompts that Zan Taiching is completely destroyed, but in fact, Su Lang's main target was not Zan Taiching, but Feng Ziyu. Because Su Lang felt the same level of power as the 9-dragon coffin from the sun-like light gathered by Feng Ziyu. The power of primary distortion. Even if it's just a little bit, it's the strongest power below the primordial level, and it's absolutely not allowed to be careless. At the same time Zan Taiching died, Su Lang's Po Yi sword already carried the immensely vast Judo twisting power, directly destroying the sun, condensed by Feng Ziyu. The power of the quasi-primordial beginning level was like a broken bamboo, directly cracking the broken sword that Su Lang used. Moreover, the remaining power remained undiminished, annihilating all the twisting powers of the 9 crosses gathered by Su Lang and his clone, and then slammed into Su Lang's face. At this time, Su Lang had already used the world to destroy the profound meaning. Although there is a great Sun Haoshan secret technique to extract solar energy, the recovered power is obviously not enough to resist the distortion of the quasi-primary level. Although there is only a little bit of the twisting power left, it seems to trigger a death substitution. These old monsters are really not easy to mess with, each of them hides unexpected cards. Su Lang frowned and put the Yudian sword into the storage space. However, when he wanted to take the Xianxia 8-edged shield back, he found that the shield had been blocking the front of Zhuntai primary distortion power. Chapter 1754. Feng Ziyu is willing to be a dog. Come and censored me. Want to hurt my master unless you step on my body. Ah Zhang roared like crazy. He had almost put life and death out of control. Don't fight hard. Su Lang showed anxiety, but realized that it was too late. A wave of horrible explosions spread across the entire battlefield in an instant. In the aftermath of that horror, even standing in the other corner of the battlefield, holding the clone of the godless dragon platform, could not stop retreating hundreds of thousands of miles. The 8-sided shield of Tianzhao, which was the first to bear the brunt, was blown into the air. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the small black buckler, almost turning into countless particle fragments at the touch of it. Qi Ling Ah Jia also cracked all over his body, his skin rolled up, revealing red flesh and blood. But Ah Jia, who paid a huge price, successfully consumed that trace of quasi-2 primary distortion. I blocked it. Come and censored me, trash, even I can't be killed, and I want to move my master and dream. Ah Jia was soaked in blood and blood spurted in his mouth, but he still uttered extremely arrogant curses. Stop screaming, you will die if you scream, let me in. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he stepped forward to take the Tianjia 8-edged shield and Qi Ling Ajia into the storage space. The screaming disappeared, only the rumbling sound of the aftermath of the terrifying battle was left between the world and the earth. Feng Ziyu widened his eyes and looked at Su Lang in disbelief. Su Lang could even burst out so many whole cards, and even took out the 3rd Judo godless soldier. Obviously he is a guy with only Sandu in his cultivation realm. It can burst out of the power of the 8 crosses, there is an 8-cross clone, there are countless best pill to eat, there are all kinds of explosive whole cards, and 3 Judo godless soldiers. Taking out any of these items can shock everyone's eyes. However, these incredible things appeared to Su Lang alone. Feng Ziyu's state of mind was completely shattered when Su Lang took out the Yudian sword, and he immediately closed himself. If it weren't for Yudian sword, he estimated that the fragments of the Wan Rui ancient lamp had a high chance of killing Su Lang. Because the black buckler is likely to be unable to stop the quasi-2 elementary twisting force in its heyday. However, a 3rd Judo godless soldier Yudian sword appeared, completely shattering his hope. However, he did not know. In fact, even if Su Lang didn't use the Yudian sword, or even made any resistance, Feng Ziyu would not be able to succeed. Because Su Lang has more than one life. But his Feng Ziyu's quasi-2 elementary twisting power had only one chance to use it. Feng Ziyu, you actually caused my weapon to be almost destroyed. Tell me, what kind of punishment do you want to suffer? Su Lang flew over Feng Ziyu, condescendingly overlooking the hopeless white-haired man. Xing Kuanyun avatar also moved and flew in another direction, sandwiching Feng Ziyu with Su Lang's deity. I wish to drop. I would like to be your subordinate and work for you. Feng Ziyu looked up at Su Lang and knelt down without saying a word. After urging the fragments of Wan Rui's ancient lamp, he has completely lost the ability to manipulate and has become a lamb to be slaughtered. Although Feng Ziyu is the supreme emperor of 8 Deuce, but he himself is a running dog under the command of other strong men, facing death at this time, and he is not willing to stick to his loyalty. Who is a dog for not a dog? That being the case, he might as well simply kneel down and beg for mercy, to see if he can get his life back. How much do you know about the mastermind behind the Banish Land project this time? How much do you know about the Tianting continent and the 2 junior powerhouses who rule the Tianting continent behind the scenes? Su Lang's expression was indifferent, his tone was cold, and he didn't say a word about whether he was willing to accept the surrender. Chapter 1755, Kill Feng Ziyu. The coordinator of this plan is the guard of the Tianting continent, the Immortal Emperor Zhou. He is a warrior of the primordial level, guarding the Tianting continent, using it as a sacred animal breeding farm, and regularly harvesting sacred animal materials. But Immortal Emperor Zhou is not my immediate superior. My superior is the quasi-primary warrior, Xiaoyu Tianjin. Xiaoyu Tianjin was originally a strong man in the White Tiger clan of the Tianting continent's Sacred Beast clan, and was later convicted of the Tianting continent and submitted to the Immortal Emperor Zhou. The fragments of the Wanrui ancient lamp were also given to me by Xiaoyu Tianjin. It was originally just an insurance. I thought it was not useful, but I didn't expect that it would not be your opponent. Feng Ziyu calmed down a bit. Since he was useful, the chance of survival was greater. Su Lang nodded faintly. How much do you know about the place of exile? I only know that it has something to do with a powerful person 2 Junior. My mission this time is to find out information about the place of exile. After ascertaining, according to Xiaoyu Tianjin's meaning, Emperor Immortal Zhou will personally take it and take it as his own. I have served Xiaoyu Tianjin for many years, and I know all kinds of forces outside the Tianting continent. Please accept me as a servant. Feng Ziyu answered the question again, and begged Su Lang again. Accept you? Joke. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and waved his right hand fiercely. The Yutian sword appeared out of thin air and directly cut Feng Ziyu in half from head to toe. Although Feng Ziyu was cut in half, he had not completely died yet. His strong desire to survive made him no longer stretched, his face was terrified, and his eyes were desperate. A twisting force of judo burst out fiercely, immediately annihilating Feng Ziyu directly. Ding! You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 1, Daojing of the Supreme Emperor 1, Life Universe 1, Kidu Godless Soldier Zanyu Fierce Blade 1, Ludu Godless Soldier Fierce Feather Dark Star Armor 1 Fierce Feather Soul Body 200000, Godless Grade Material Fierce Feather Colored Stone 3521, Yunyu Qingyang Jade 3241. Lower Emperor Diwan 29,685,364, Superior Shanyuan 6658999875. At this point, Feng Ziyu and Zan Taiching both fell, and Su Lang became the only victor in the Battle of Reincarnation. Can you really return to the boundless universe? Then, what is the meaning of the place of exile to the powerful man of the beginning of the boundless world? The place of exile, the battle of reincarnation, what is the point of the only winner? Is it inherited or what? Su Lang looked up at the coffin of the dragon in the golden and black whirlpool, and doubts surfaced in his eyes. He did not immediately set foot on the coffin of Kowloon. Instead, he took out a large amount of pill to recover, and cooperated with Dari Haoshan to extract solar energy to restore power. Only with sufficient strength can we better deal with all kinds of accidents. Su Lang also began to sort out the spoils in the storage space. The first is Shanyuan Diwan. Compared with Feng Ziyu, Zan Taiching is obviously too poor, and there are only more than 1 million lower ranks. But Feng Ziyu has more than 20 million subordinate emperor sources. Of course, even so, it is not enough to upgrade the system functions. The previous 100 million lower emperor sources had killed nearly 300 supreme emperors. Although Feng Ziyu is a Badu godless grade, but can contribute close to 30 million to the lower emperor source, it is already fat and oily. All of them were deposited in the system, and the balance immediately reached 5,322, the superior emperor source. Followed by the 3 godless soldiers, Zanyu Fierce Blade, Mysterious Chessboard and Fierce Feather Dark Star Armor. 2 pieces of Kidu without god soldiers, 1 piece of Ludu without god soldiers. Without any hesitation, Su Lang directly decomposed all of them, and obtained a large amount of godless soul and godless materials. Although the materials for the evolution of godless soldiers such as the Utian sword have not yet been collected, many vacancies have been filled. Again, there are various refining materials and alchemy materials, as well as the exercises practiced by the two. The alchemy material was enough for Su Lang to replenish the perfect godless pill that he had eaten before, and there was a lot more. Chapter 1756. The time attribute is too elementary. As for the exercises of the two, mainly practice exercises but leave it alone. Feng Ziyu contributed to the Hunyuan Yaoyu Emperor Sutra, Fierce Feather Hidden in the Sky, Fierce Yu Shang, Fierce Feather Broken and Fierce Feather Death. Zan Taiching contributed to the Taishang Wuyu Delu, Taishang Tianjiaotu, Qingshu Dangshu and Tiantu and other techniques. That nearly 300 godless powerhouses who fell in Su Lang's hands also contributed a total of 43 godless level exercises. Coupled with the natural godless level exercises that Su Lang collected before, he now has 58 in total. Not only can I practice these exercises on my own, but I can also use them to synthesize more advanced techniques from the beginning. To reach the primordial level, you have to touch the realm of time. I hope that the combined exercises can have time attributes. Su Lang muttered in a low voice. He knew that his face was dark, but he didn't have much hope for the time attribute exercises. Su Lang selected 90 exercises from the 58 exercises, and then divided them into 5 piles according to the characteristics of the exercises. System: synthesize these exercises into Taichu exercises. Su Lang took a deep breath, and then began to synthesize the basic exercises. Ding! The synthesis is successful. You will get the first level exercise, xianxia Boundless World Record. Ding! If the synthesis is successful, you will get the Future Good Fortune Mystery technique. Ding! The synthesis is successful, and you have obtained the 2 basic technique, Moment of Eternity. Ding! The synthesis is successful. 5 system prompts appeared one after another. The 5 exercises originally appeared in front of Su Lang. A honeycomb-like crystal is xianxia Blessed World Record. A stream of semi-illusory smoke that keeps flowing, not knowing the end, is Future Good Fortune Mystery. There is no wave on one side, and the strangely silent little mirror is the Silent Heart Sutra. A colorful vortex that continuously rotates and collapses inside is the Universal Normalization Picture. A small snow-white flower the size of a little finger is fascinating. It is Moment of Eternity. What shocked Su Lang was 3 of the 5 exercises are related to time. They are the Mysterious Art of Future Good Fortune, the Quiet Heart Sutra, and Moment of Eternity. And xianxia Boundless World Record, and Universal Universe, are related to the profound meaning of the world of incarnation. Am I a non-transition to Europe? This has only been synthesized 5 times, and I got 3 full-time related exercises. Su Lang stared at the 5 exercises in front of him dumbfounded, then he couldn't wait to pick it up and examine it. But not for a while. With a dazed expression on his face, he put all the 5 exercises back. No way, I can't read a book. What crystals, mirrors, smoke, swirls, small flowers, I have no idea at all. Su Lang had to look over all of them, and wrote them into his mind. He activated the 1-key martial arts function. Put the 4 exercises of Future Good Fortune Mystery, Jia Heart Sutra, Moment of Eternity, and xianxia Boundless World Record on the 4 vacant martial arts villains. Adding the profound arts of the Red Underworld and the Purple Qi, the Daoli 9 Earths, the slaying of 13 corpses, the 4 dragons and the Supreme Sutra of the Sun, the 9 martial arts villains happened to not miss one, and they all worked. I don't know how long it will take to finish the practice. Forget it, wait slowly, I will look at my other gains. Su Lang rubbed his hands in anticipation and apprehension, and soon took out all the universe of life captured in this war of reincarnation. 2 8-do class life universes. 5 Kidu level life universes. There are 12 6-pass life universes, and 5 pass life universes. In total, there are a total of 276 lifeless universes without God. Even if these supreme emperors are the weakest, they are also old monsters that have lived for more than 1 billion years. I don't know how many treasures they have collected, and there are countless creatures cultivated in the universe of life. But at this time, all belong to Su Lang. Chapter 1757. Don't blame me for reinventing you. Approximately 300 godless universes. More than 200 of them are all intact, because I immediately missed their owners, so that their owners had no time to extract the power of the universe of life. On the contrary, the life universe of Feng Ziyu and Zan Taiching is in shattered condition, and all the creatures in them have died into fly ashes, leaving only some bleak treasures that are still useful. As Su Lang muttered, he took apart the Xing Kuanyan He clone and transformed into 42 clones again. Then the buying avatar was activated, turning them into a full 4,200 godless class. Although the use of buying avatars has weakened the avatar's strength, each avatar also possesses the strength of Sidhu Peak. Use the godless clone of Sidhu Peak to dig the treasures, that speed is simply unmatched. Give me to dig treasure places in those life universes. Su Lang waved his hand, and all the avatars entered Zan Taiching's universe of life. This old man's life planet has all been broken, the worst. Su Lang glanced over the other life universes one by one, checked the conditions inside, and put them into the pupil of 10,000 worlds for maintenance. The creatures in these life universes are all good things. In the future, they can migrate to their own life universe and let them contribute their humanity. Even if you don't use them as tool people, it is a joy to watch your life and universe flourish. Put all life universe into the pupil of 10,000 worlds. Su Lang's gaze finally fell on the coffin of 9 dragons. After a short rest, his powerful recovery ability has restored his energy to its peak. And the time limit for swallowing the clone is still 20 minutes. The coffin of 9 dragons. Here I am. Su Lang took a deep breath, his figure flashed, and he came to the coffin of 9 dragons. A breath of quasi-primordial level slowly rippled. Even if Su Lang had the real combat power of the 8th duo level at this time, with the companion of Yutian sword and godless dragon platform, his breathing was stagnant and his face was solemn. A faint divine thought protruded from the coffin of 9 dragons and turned around Su Lang's body. Su Lang's eyes narrowed, as if he was facing an enemy. Before, a fragment of a quasi-primary weapon of Feng Ziyu was almost unstoppable for him. This 9-dragon coffin is a complete quasi-primordial soldier without God. There is no malice in that divine mind. Moreover, Su Lang sensed that the spiritual mind was very weak, and there was no emotional fluctuation, just like a procedure. After probing for a round, the coffin of 9 dragons seemed to identify with the identity of Su Lang's victor. A strange attraction came from the mouth of the dragon in the middle. This suction force was very terrifying, even Su Lang could hardly resist, and was directly sucked into the dragon's mouth. But the moment he entered Longko, a more terrifying repulsive force acted on Su Lang's body, causing him to stop suddenly. It was on the Yutian sword, godless dragon Terrace, and the creatures in the Shifeng life universe that were acting on Su Lang. Those creatures naturally included Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and others. The legend is true. The 9-dragon coffin only carries me alone. All creatures except me, including weapons that have been transformed into creatures, will all be left in this place of exile. However, my original intention in this place of exile was to bring Chu Xiaobei and the others back to the boundless universe. Su Lang's face was gloomy, and the 9-dragon coffin would not let him take other people. This is absolutely unacceptable. Let me take the others. Su Lang communicated with the coffin of the 9 dragons with his spiritual thoughts. His eyes were cold, as if to freeze the whole world. Nothing happens. There is still a terrifying repulsive force from the dragon's mouth of the dragon coffin. As long as Su Lang doesn't throw all the creatures aside, he will never be able to enter the coffin of the 9 dragons. The person I want to take, let alone you, even if it is 2 low-level weapons, I can't refuse. Since you are so rigid, don't blame me for reinventing you. Su Lang burst out his eyes with an astonishing murderous intent, and immediately grabbed the dragon teeth like a giant dragon's pillar in one hand, and directly activated the 1-key decomposition function. An immensely vast, immensely mysterious power came out of thin air, covering all of the 19 coffins that are as large as 1 million feet. A large number of cracks appeared in the dragon's tooth like a sky pillar that Su Lang was holding, and then it burst and turned into heavy materials. Almost at the same time, numerous cobweb-like cracks appeared in other parts of the 9-dragon coffin, and then they began to collapse. Chapter 1758. The Catastrophe of the Exile. The huge coffin of 9 dragons is like turning into a gravel, fragile, and falling apart in an instant, turning into countless pieces. The innumerable fragments continued to be reduced into a kind of raw material for refining. There are so many materials used to refine the 9-dragon coffin. As soon as this weapon began to decompose, the materials obtained had already gathered into a galaxy-like torrent and poured into Su Lang's storage space. Ding! The decomposition is successful. You get the soul of the Supreme Emperor 95458. You get the 2 primary material times sand 5212, and the river water 1547 at the time of the year. You get godless grade material Taichu soul purifying jade 1245, Tongtian black wood root 5986, Taihei Wanyang chalcedony 1458. The system prompts endlessly to report countless material names, including a large number of materials that are too elementary. On the ground of the exiled land, there was an uproar. Countless creatures were looking up at the coffin of 9 dragons. They wanted to see who took the 9-dragon coffin, stood at the pinnacle of the entire exile, and became the legend of many reincarnation times. None of the creatures expected that they actually saw the collapse of the 9-dragon coffin. The giant dragon coffin that covered the sky and the sun suddenly fell apart, and then fell apart, turning into countless torrents and disappeared. The quasi-primordial aura that shocked the world became weaker and weaker, and gradually disappeared. What? The 9-dragon coffin is actually ruining. How could it be? How could the 9-dragon coffin be destroyed? It's an existence that has penetrated countless times of reincarnation. Oh my god, what the censored is this? Even the coffin of the 9 dragons has been destroyed. Isn't our future reincarnation era hopeless forever? It's over completely, let alone the future era of reincarnation. Even the winner of the current era of reincarnation can't leave the land of exile. What kind of existence is it that can destroy the coffin of 9 dragons? Could it be that the terrifying powerhouse of the beginning level is not possible? Countless creatures, from powerful forces such as Taibihai, to the weakest martial artist, all face shock and disbelief. They can't imagine who can destroy the 9-dragon coffin. That should be an eternal existence, something that can never be destroyed. But now, it is being destroyed. And the horrified people are not just creatures in the land of exile. There are also powerful people who exist in the unknown realm above the black and gold vortex channel of humane will. They are the winners of the battles of reincarnation in the past, and ride the coffin of the Kowloon to reach the power of the unknown. Among them, they are generally at the quasi-primary beginning level, and the weakest are the Judo godless level. After sensing the change in the exile, the powerful abilities exuding horror all displayed their magical powers, using the channel of humane will to get a glimpse of the picture. The 9-dragon coffin is destroyed. This is impossible, even the quasi-primary level power cannot destroy the 9-dragon coffin. Then what the censored is going on? Could it be the means of those intruders? Damn it, I found it here. I don't know, but I know the trouble is big, and we will never get new blood. It's so difficult to resist those emperors of the universe. Now that we lose our new blood replenishment, we simply cannot succeed. Don't be discouraged, we always have a way. The hidden resistance is not just us. Yes, it's a pity that the place of exile is a pity, but it's a pity that Senior Zhaoyu has placed a backhand. Yes, the 9-dragon coffin is the hub of the exile. Once it is destroyed, time flows backwards, everything will be destroyed. Just now I seem to feel a momentary change in the timeline, I hope it won't affect us here. The place of exile is destroyed, what shall we do in the future? A powerful being is discussing, his eyes are full of resentment and other emotions. Above the sky, the coffin of 9 dragons in front of Su Lang has completely turned into countless fragments, but not all have been restored into materials. This time is the longest one-click decomposition function lasted. The other weapons disintegrated in an instant, only this time, it lasted more than a dozen breaths. Chapter 1759. Recast the coffin of Kowloon. Countless materials appeared in Su Lang's storage space, piled up into continents, forming mountains, plains and rivers. The coffin of 9 dragons was completely decomposed and turned into raw materials for xianxia to own. The place of exile has suddenly changed. First, the whole world had a strange tremor, and it seemed to be twisted or upside down. That is an unspeakable feeling. The terrifying earthquake began to erupt from the edge of the exile. What followed was a turbulent flow of time across the border into the land of exile. In fact, it is not only the border of the exile land, but also the sky and the underground that do not know how deep. There are countless hours of turbulence squeezing in between. There are even a few of the most terrifying time turbulences that have appeared everywhere in the exile. It won't take long. Time turbulence will destroy everything. Time is turbulent, breaking into a place of exile. Su Lang stood in the sky of exile, and for the first time felt the turbulence of time coming from above his head. The occasion of horror. He also understood why such a devastating disaster occurred. Because the coffin of the Kowloon is destroyed, the coffin of 9 dragons is more than just a crossing tool. It should still be the core of the entire exiled land, and everything will be destroyed. I must refining the 9 dragon coffin immediately, or the exiled land will be completely finished. Su Lang was anxious, and immediately issued instructions to the system, use the specified materials to refine the coffin of 9 dragons. What he specified was all the materials obtained by breaking down the coffin of the Kowloon. In order to prevent errors, Su Lang had no plans to save materials. Ding! There is a lack of a large number of godless soul level materials. If you refine them with the current specified materials, you will get incomplete items. The coffin of 9 dragons was originally not complete, but incomplete. To be precise, it should be a semi-finished product refined due to insufficient materials. No wonder. It's no wonder it doesn't have any spirits, and the remaining trace of divine thought is extremely weak, without emotion. A lot of thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind, but the order was unambiguous: quickly, add enough godless souls and lack of materials to refine the 9 dragon coffin. Ding! Consumes the soul of the Supreme Emperor 150,000, the soul of the Emperor 2 million, the 2 primary material times sand 5212, the river water when the year is released 1547, the godless grade material Taichu soul cleaning jade 1245, Tongtian Haimu Gen 5986, Taihei Wanyang Chalcedony 1458, Ju Emperor Shenshin 45245. Ding! Successful refining, you will get the 9 dragon coffin of the Quasi-Prince Godless Soldier 1. In Su Lang's storage space, countless materials disappeared out of thin air, and then a brand new 9 dragon coffin appeared out of thin air. This Kowloon coffin is no longer composed of 1 big, 8 small and 9 dragons. Instead, 9 dragons of the same size and a full length of 1 million feet entangled into an endless ball, which is almost like an asteroid. Although it is also a quasi-primary level godless soldier. But the complete version refined by Su Lang is much more powerful. The brand new 9 dragon coffin has almost touched the pinnacle of the quasi-primordial beginning, and half of its foot has entered the real primordial beginning level. Too late to take a closer look at this brand new Kowloon coffin. Su Lang directly threw it out of the storage space. The new 9 dragon coffin, as large as an asteroid, appeared in the firmament of exile. That endless and vast aura immediately covered the entire place of exile. In this short period of time that Su Lang refined weapons, the turbulence of time has covered a large area of exile. Countless creatures lived and died in the turbulence of time. No matter how high or low their cultivation level was, they all had no resistance. Just when countless creatures are full of despair, those time turbulence turned out to be like white mist under the blazing sun, disappearing one after another. The turbulence of time has disappeared. Haha, the turbulence of time is gone. We don't have to die, although he has been aging for hundreds of thousands of years, but fortunately he did not die. It is a blessing in misfortune. Chapter 1760. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Countless creatures found that the turbulent flow of time disappeared, and they were suddenly surprised. Some people discovered the new Kowloon coffin that appeared in the sky, and their faces were shocked and respected. Look, there are 9 dragons in the sky. That must be the 9 dragon coffin, which was transformed from the previous 9 dragon coffin. Great, not only did we escape the catastrophe, but the coffin of the 9 dragons also reappeared, and the future era of reincarnation is also full of hope. The coffin of 9 dragons collapsed and disappeared first, and then suddenly reappeared. What is going on? Is it caused by the ultimate winner? That's impossible. This 9 dragon coffin absolutely cannot be made out of thin air. Countless creatures splashed and talked, and the eyes of the new Kowloon coffin were full of surprise and excitement. The unknown. One by one, the powerful people who were paying attention to the land of exile were thunderous, stunned, and their faces were full of incredible colors. The 9 dragon coffin clearly collapsed and destroyed. How could it suddenly reappear? Yes, and the shape of the coffin of 9 dragons that appeared this time has changed, and its level has become higher. Yes, I can feel the 9 dragons coffin as if it has been completed. Look carefully, it seems to have the spirit. This and this, from incomplete to perfect, it's like the coffin of the 9 dragons has been recast. But, in the entire infinite universe, who can recast the quasi-primordial godless soldiers in an instant? Even a refiner of the beginning level can never do it. Don't talk about an early level refiner. You have lived for so long, have you heard of such existence? Every one of them was jaw-dropping talking. They were all people who had seen the world, but at this time they couldn't imagine who could do all this. This time the mutation of the 9-dragon coffin may be related to the winner of the current war of reincarnation. A quasi-primary level boss said in shock, "Look, that weird young man is communicating with the brand new 9-dragon coffin." All the great powers looked around and found that the young man was really communicating with the 9-dragon coffin. How did he do that? Could it be that he could not refine this brand new Kowloon coffin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can there be such an unthinkable thing in the world? A terrifying mighty power can hardly believe his eyes, muttering impossible, but he can't think of other explanations. And in the land of exile, the turbulence of time has calmed down, and Su Lang is communicating with the spirit of the 9-dragon coffin. "You are a little weak." The spirit of the 9-dragon coffin looked at Su Lang, and then blurted out. The blue veins on Su Lang's forehead suddenly bulged. But he didn't say anything. After all, he is really weak now. Even if he uses the devouring clone, he is only at the 8th duo level. Su Lang looked up and down the spirit of the 9-dragon coffin. This is a half-meter long golden red little dragon, surrounded by 9 small black balls, dragging a long black misty tail as it turns. "Let me protect you. With me, no one will hurt you." The golden red dragon flew around Su Lang's body, his tone full of sincerity. "You have a conscience." Su Lang rolled his eyes fiercely, "Mad, in order to refine you, I almost used up all my godless souls. In order to refine the complete 9-dragon coffin." He disassembled the Yu fierce blade, the mysterious chessboard and other weapons, as well as killed the godless soul captured by the Supreme Emperor. Only a dozen copies were left. I originally said that Xiaoyu and other weapons were upgraded. The plan really can't keep up with the changes. The golden red dragon asked again, "Who am I? Where are we now? Where are we going?" 3 questions for a soul. Chapter 1761. Let's go and see above. Your name is Jin Hong. We are now in the land of exile. And you are the guardian of the exile. Once you leave here, the turbulence of time will completely destroy this world. In addition, you bear the responsibility of carrying the creatures to leave the place of exile and go to the boundless universe. Wait a while, and I will let you take me to the boundless universe. Su Lang smiled and named it, and answered the question about the 9-dragon coffin. Now 9-dragon's coffin recognizes him as the master, so there is no need to worry about being refused to board the car. Jin Hong Xiaolong nodded. Boundless universe. Jin Hong seems to have some impression. Shall we leave now, master? The golden red was refined from the soul of 150,000 Supreme Emperor, and there is always some basic information left in these godless souls. Therefore, it is not like Xiaohai Xiaobai completely blank after they were born. Of course, although there are some remnants of memory, the impact is very small and can't control the golden red at this time. Su Lang fell into deep thought, wondering if he would take the 9-dragon coffin out of this place of exile. The coffin of 9 dragons is the pillar of the exile. It actually has no offensive ability, and its defense ability is also very ordinary. Its main function is to suppress the turbulence of time in the place of exile, and to shuttle the turbulence of time, leaving the place of exile with the winner of the war of reincarnation. If he took the 9-dragon coffin with him, the place of exile would definitely be destroyed. However, according to the information that Feng Ziyu said, the place of exile was related to a certain early boss. The immortal Emperor Zhou behind Feng Ziyu is the supreme emperor of the invader camp, and he wants to take this world as his own. Then the early boss who left the place of exile is very likely to be the local powerhouse of the boundless universe. It must be meaningful to leave the place of exile as a backhand. As a warrior in the same camp, Su Lang and him naturally have to consider the impact of the destruction of the exile. Will it destroy the layout of those big guys in the camp? Jin Hong. Su Lang pondered and asked, "Do you still remember where the victors of reincarnation you carried before have gone?" "Forgotten. But it shouldn't be the boundless universe, it's another place that I don't remember clearly, right here." Jin Hong shook his head and said, "The little dragon's head puffed up at the passage of humane will in the sky. Upper, should I explore it? My current strength can almost reach the truth of many major events in the boundless universe, so let's go and see." Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. Even if something goes wrong, he can return by the 9-dragon coffin. After making up his mind, he immediately put it into action. Let's go up and see." Su Lang smiled faintly and flew directly in front of the 9-dragon coffin. Jin Hong also flew into the body, and the huge coffin of 9 dragons instantly turned into 9 living terrifying dragons. One of the dragons in the coffin of 9 dragons opened a huge mouth and sucked Su Lang into it. The whole process was very simple and smooth, and there were no previous situations where life, universe and creatures and no gods were rejected. After entering the interior of the Kowloon coffin, Su Lang found that the space inside was not too big, and there was no Sumei mustard seed method. It was completely normal. There is no such thing as the corpse of a strong person stored in this space, and it was not decomposed when it was decomposed before. Walk in a small space. Su Lang looked at the surrounding walls carefully, and found that they were covered with extremely obscure lines, which seemed to be formations, but they were not. I have almost all of the infinite cosmic avenue now. Even the remote roads that have not been fully mastered are all involved under the influence of the life universe. Then, there is only one possibility for this kind of profound meaning that is completely incomprehensible. This is the profound meaning of time. The coffin of 9 dragons was born for the turbulent flow of time. It is a very special godless soldier, capable of possessing time-related power before reaching the primordial level. Chapter 1762. The big guys are looking forward to it. Su Lang silently observed those lines. Although he could not understand them, he was not worried about them. Because he is practicing a total of 3 basic exercises related to time. As long as the exercises of the primordial time attributes are completed, these obscure lines that are completely incomprehensible will become extremely simple. After the 9-dragon coffin swallowed Su Lang in his belly, he rose into the sky and sank into the passage of humane will. The Kowloon coffin is gone. Now the era of reincarnation is over, and next is a new era of reincarnation. Although I won't be able to set foot on the Kowloon coffin, it is also a great blessing in life to witness the Kowloon coffin with my own eyes. I hope that in the reincarnation era that follows, heroes will also appear, stepping on the 9 dragons and going to the unknown place. In the land of exile, countless creatures watched the coffin of 9 dragons leave, expressing emotion one after another. Observing the coffin of 9 dragons through the channel of humane will is also an uproar. Come up, the 9-dragon coffin is here. It should be the victor who carried the war of reincarnation here. Haha, I want to see how weird the newcomer this time is, how weird he can make such a weird incident. You all be careful, this person can make such a big movement, maybe it's someone sent by the enemy. Don't say it, the coffin of 9 dragons is here, my god, it has become like this, so powerful. The newcomer was communicating with the 9-dragon coffin just now. He won't be the owner of the 9-dragon coffin, right? Amidst the discussions of the Judo and Quasi-Taichu tycoons, the coffin of 9 dragons passed through the passage of humane will and came to this strange space. The timeline here is the same as the place of exile, obviously belonging to this small universe, not somewhere in the endless universe. Master, here we are. But there are many strong people outside, most of whom are at the same level as me. Look at it, do you want to come out and meet them? Jin Hong stopped under the gaze of all the mighty powers and notified Su Lang inside. It used magical powers to allow Su Lang to see the outside scenes. So many quasi-beginners. The powerful Judo is as humble as a quail inside. Su Lang looked at the groups of quasi-beginners outside, and his eyes widened in surprise. He counted them one by one, and there were a total of 188 strong quasi-primaries, and 23 strong ninjas. Use the property panel to view their detailed information. You can find that many of them have reached the ceiling of the quasi-primary level, and cannot go further. Could it be, these are the victors of reincarnation in the land of exile? They were brought here by the 9-dragon coffin, and then they practiced to the present level with great concentration. Su Lang looked at the crowds of quasi-primary powerhouses outside, as if 10,000 horses galloped past. You know, this is a quasi-2 elementary powerhouse. There are so many big guys who can reach the primordial level in just one step. It is incredible. Should I go out and meet them? Su Lang took a cold breath, feeling a little nervous. In fact, he didn't know that a large group of big guys outside were also full of thoughts. Why isn't this newcomer coming out yet? The former newcomer was sprayed out by the coffin of 9 dragons, but now he hasn't come out yet. Has he really become the owner of the coffin of 9 dragons? What's the identity of this newcomer? If he is a prepared enemy, can the monitor find out? If he really becomes the owner of the 9-dragon coffin, wouldn't we have to get his consent to do tasks in the future? Ah, so impatient, it seems to see if he is a man or a woman, and what he looks like, the men and women here are tired of seeing him. The big guys were thinking about it, and most of them were staring at the coffin of Kowloon, looking forward to it. Chapter 1763. Meet with 201 Big Bosses. I'd better go out and meet them. Anyway, there is Jin Hong, and I can run away in a fight. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately left a clone in Jin Hong's body as a replacement. Once the death substitution is triggered, he will be able to return to the coffin of 9 dragons and control this quasi-primary treasure to escape. Su Lang felt that the probability of fighting was not high, this was just a precautionary preparation. Let me go out and meet them. Su Lang gave an order to the spirit of the 9-dragon coffin with his spiritual mind. Jin Hong immediately opened the dragon's mouth, and a channel connecting the outside world appeared in front of Su Lang. The coffin of 9 dragons has opened its dragon mouth, and the newcomer is coming out. Anyway, seeing a new face is a delight. Stop talking, be more stable, we are seniors. When a group of big men saw the dragon's mouth open in the coffin of 9 dragons, their voices suddenly became much louder. Everyone saw a very handsome young man walking out of the passage and standing in front of them. There is no need to elaborate on the handsome appearance, there is no ugliness if you can cultivate to this state. But everyone still showed a look of surprise and surprise. Too young, really too young. I don't have the temperament that has gone through countless years. Oh my god, my magical powers tell me that he is not more than 25 years old now, so tender. 25-year-old Supreme Emperor. This is almost unheard of. Your magical powers are probably deceived. Look at him, he clearly exudes an aura of the 8th duo level, but he only has a Sandu level cultivation base fluctuation. What, does he possess the combat power of the 8th duo level in the Sandu realm? What a joke, look at the hairpin on his head, it is a 9-crossing godless soldier. It is the best among the Judo godless soldiers, it is already close to the quasi-primary weapon. I can feel a lot of the profound meanings of exercises from him, and the profound meanings of the exercises of the godless level alone have many foundations, and they are very deep. It's incredible, this young man is just a miracle aggregate, unbelievable in any way. Most of the big guys were of the quasi-primary level, with vicious eyesight, and they immediately saw through Su Lang's various information. Then they were shocked, young to an unbelievable age, weird cultivation level and combat power level, powerful top-grade Judo godless soldier, and incredible techniques. Each can make them dumbfounded. When Su Lang did not appear before, they thought Su Lang was very mysterious. I thought that as soon as Su Lang appeared, he would be able to see the true face of Mount Lu, but at this time, he felt even more mysterious when he saw it. Su Lang was also observing the 201 big men in front of him. But seeing them all showed horror, it was hard to hide. Am I the one who shocked them? Su Lang thought silently, yes, their eyesight is too strong, and they see far more things than those in exile. Dare to ask your name? A quasi-primary young man stepped forward and asked with a smile. Although this quasi-beginner boss looks very young, but physically, the temperament is extremely vicissitudes, and even gives people a sense of decadence. I have seen this senior, I have met all of you. Su Lang bowed his hands to everyone. He had seen all the information of the man in front of him, but he did not say anything. The man's name was Yi Hegwang, and the ranks of his various attributes were slightly better than those of ordinary quasi-Tai. Among the 201 big shots, he is also at the forefront. Well, good name, good name. Yes, unrestrained and unrestrained, good. After hearing Su Lang's name, all the bigwigs praised them very much. You didn't treat me like this when I first came. Among the crowd, a Judo Supreme Emperor felt wronged. He still remembered that he appeared in front of the big guys as a newcomer, but was tossed about it, how could he be so polite to Su Lang?